to the Carolina Panthers on Sunday afternoon. Going back to Friday, the Bears beat the Eagles in Philly 24-15. Kyle Monangai rushed for 130 yards and a touchdown. DeAndre Swift, 125 yards and a score. The Bears finished with 281 yards on the ground to win its fifth straight contest. The Bears had two players top 100 yards in a game for the first time since Walter Payton, 107 yards. Matt Suhey, 102 yards, going all the way back to November the 10th, 1985, in a win against the Lions. Caleb Williams, 17 of 36, 154 yards, and a touchdown pass to Cole Kmet. Bears forced 2 turnovers, held the ball for over 39 minutes, and were 10 for 17 on third downs in the victory. The Bears are going to be at the Packers. It's a 3:25 kick on Fox. Packers opening up as a 6-point favorite. Total 45.5. Taking you back all the way to Thanksgiving, we had the Packers topping the Lions 31-24. Packers sweeping the Lions in their games this season. The Vikings yesterday were shut out by the Seahawks 26-0. Sunday Night Football had the Broncos at the Commanders, and that game needed overtime. The Broncos coming out on top 27-26. That's 9 in a row for the Broncos in the win column. The Commanders went for 2 in overtime. The pass was batted away. Monday Night Football tonight, Giants at the Patriots. We'll join that game in progress following Bulls basketball. Your Bulls not doing so hot Saturday night. Pascal Siakam sank a 14-foot jumper with second to go, sinking the Bulls 103-100 at the buzzer. Josh Giddey finishing with 17 points, 11 rebounds for the Bulls. Trey Jones scored 17. The Vooch had 16 points and 8 boards. The Bulls were without Kobe White, who has been averaging 24 points in 5 games this season since his return with the calf strain. Billy Donovan saying that the in and out for Kobe White is done. It's the last time he will give management limitations in back-to-back situations. The Bulls are 0-3 right now on this trip, have lost to a 2-win Pelican team, a 4-win Hornet team, and a 3-win Pacer team. The Bulls are at the Magic tonight. It's a 6:15 pregame right here on 670 The Score. It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit subscribe.chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial of their all-access plan. You get over 300 live games a year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage. Blackhawks now 11-9-5. Come back and top the Ducks on Sunday 5-3 at the United Center. Connor Bedard scoring the tie-breaking goal. 9:55 of the third period. Added an empty net. And he had 2 assists. Bertuzzi, Green, and Colton Dock also scoring. Blackhawks hit the road for a 4-game road trip starting in Vegas on Tuesday night. College football, buckle up. Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU. He will not be with the Rebels in the college football playoff. Pat Fitzgerald on the verge of being named the next head coach of Michigan State. Big Ten title game set for Saturday night in Indy. Number 1 Ohio State versus number 2 Indiana. The Buckeyes moved to 12-0 with a throttling 27-9 win over number 15, the Wolverines. It's Ohio State's first win over Michigan, 2,191 days. The 2020 game did not happen because of COVID. SEC title game, Alabama-Georgia. We'll have it here on The Score beginning at 2:30 on Saturday afternoon. Big 12 title game, BYU-Texas Tech. ACC title game, Virginia and Duke. Dylan Cease, 5 seasons, 32 starts. He reaches a 7-year, $210 million deal to pitch for the Blue Jays. Just woke up. Well, welcome to a Monday, first day of December. And this is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Olin Kreutz will join Mully and Haugh at 7. Biggs time, Brad Biggs at 8. Clay Harbor, 9. Those guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. And we are celebrating your first place NFC North Bears and your top seed in the NFC overall Bears. They are 9-3. So don't forget, line up the calls, line up the text. Mully and Haugh, 312-644-6767, 312-644-6767. And the Bears get their first of two against the Packers in Green Bay this Sunday. It's a 3:25 kick on Fox. Packers open up as a 6-point favorite. The total in this one, 45.5. Giving Tuesday is tomorrow. So join us in supporting the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Together we rise at Chicago Against Hunger. Donate now to the Greater Chicago Food Depository at chicagofoodbank.org or text GIVE, G-I-V-E. Again, that's GIVE, G-I-V-E, to 91471. Giving Tuesday is tomorrow. Let's rewind. Let's go back to Friday. Let's take you out to Philadelphia. Your first place Bears taking on the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles. And this game was windy, cold, and the Bears got off to running the ball very, very well in the first quarter.
Kmet, the man in motion. Anungai cuts it back, and the 7th-round rookie making a big splash, beginning to share time with Swift. Stopped by Sidney Brown, first down, gain to 17.
A great job here. Again, you hear that term, pressing the hole. And the reason that's important is these backside blocks. You'll see this. Instead of getting a little impatient, he stays over here and look at the backside blocks, and it allows him to be able to get into that back door right there. Very well done by the young running back.
Swift is back in. Toss to him. Swift. First down and a lot more, and the ex-Eagle takes it down to the 21-yard line. Adoree Jackson makes that tackle. So another big gain here, gain of 23.
And now a big part of this offense with Ben Johnson is so much pre-snap movement. Here's Cole Kmet. Watch what he does. This is to create leverage and an opportunity to get better blocking angles. It's almost like a wham block. Gets just enough there of Ajoma. And 13 of the 16 plays, they're just enough there, and then he gets downhill. Look at the front side double team, and look at all that space. 13 of 16 plays, they've motioned.
3rd and 2, run it again. And this time getting stuck, but still with the legs churning. We'll see where they're going to mark it now. And it will be a first down. Anungai stopped behind the line, just kept on chugging away, and a first down.
Yeah, we saw that on that 4th and 1 where we thought he may have gotten it. He was hit behind the line of scrimmage and then fought and came up a little bit short after the review. This time, he's hit again. Ajoma does a good job of getting penetration, getting off the block. But look at that leg drive. Would not be denied and gets the first down.
That's how it sounded. Amazon Prime. We thank them for the use of that audio. So Manungai and Swift, the duo out of the Bears' backfield, would lead to the Bears getting on the board first Friday afternoon.
Williams to Swift. Touchdown. What a drive. He punched the ball into the seats. He's carried 6 times for 43 yards. They went 78 yards in 11 plays. A beautiful drive. And Chicago takes the lead.
I think a lot of people are, people have been frustrated in Philly. It hadn't been a lot about the defense. It's been a lot about the offense. But right now, if you have not watched the Bears much this year, you're getting introduced to why they're winning games. Not just the turnover margin, winning the line of scrimmage. They did another job of kind of a false read there where they bring the motion one way, they bring it back. And the offensive line deserves as much credit as these backs for the way they just drove the ball down the field against this Eagles defense.
Cairo Santos with the extra point. Swift only carried 8 times last week against Pittsburgh, 6 carries, including the touchdown here. A minute and a half to go in the quarter. 7-0 Bears.
That's how it sounded. Amazon Prime. DeAndre Swift finding the end zone. The offensive line moving Eagles all over the turf out in Philadelphia. The Bears would have a 7-0 lead after the first quarter. The Eagles in the second quarter would get a field goal, but the next time the Bears got the ball, it was the DeAndre Swift show yet again.
The end zone, start with Swift, who cuts it back, big gain again, first down, breaks a tackle, picks up 19 after the 39, tackled there by Sidney Brown. Wow, what a running game on display today in Chicago.
It's incredible. Al, I mean, you and I could go down there and run through this hole. DeAndre Swift once again starts front play side and then works back. Picks up a heck of a block from Darnell Wright, but there's just nobody there. Again, remember what the Eagles' defensive scheme is with Vic Fangio. They just want to make you, they're going to stay back more often than not with safeties, make you run the ball, make you throw the ball underneath. Dan Rouchard, who's doing a heck of a job with his Bears offensive line, got to be very proud of what he's seeing. 7 yards a carry.
Swift inside the 25, first down and more. And Swift takes it to the 11 and just shredding that Eagle defense.
I mean, keep in mind, they continue to run to the edges with jet sweep or reverses, and then they go back to the interior where those double teams are winning. Those offensive linemen, I mean, it's like watching a symphony, the way they're working with these double teams, sustaining blocks, and you got two fresh backs that are running downhill and shaking through arm tackles.
132 rushing yards in a quarter and a half.
132 rushing yards in a quarter of a half. You heard Al Michaels say it there. Our thanks to Amazon Prime for the use of that audio. The Bears would not be able to find the end zone, leading to a Cairo Santos 30-yard field goal attempt.
Cairo Santos from 30 yards away. Snap was a little high. Taylor gets it down. Santos boots it through with 6:44 to go in a rapidly paced first half. Philadelphia 10-3 Chicago.
You heard run like the wind there because wind was definitely a factor in this ball game. 10-3 at the half. Bears with the lead. And in the third quarter, the Bears would take the ball away from the Eagles, who had the fans raining boos down upon them.
Off the fake, on the run. Hurst going deep downfield and into traffic. And that is picked by Byard, which if it stands is going to be his 6th of the season. They're going to probably, at this point, with the official standing back
on the field,
short
is
of
an
midfield.
interception, first down Chicago.
Now he got it. He got his shoulder down. This is really a summation of the year for the Chicago Bears. Kevin Byard, who has 34 career interceptions coming into this game. You take a risk as Jalen Hurts is trying to create. He's trying to scramble, try to make something happen. He's trying to get a receiver downfield, and there's Byard, who's got as good a range and instincts as any guy in center field. Look at that ball. He's able to hold on, turn his body to protect it, and the shoulder comes down in bounds.
For a man born in Philadelphia, 6 interceptions on the season. Chicago now with 25 takeaways.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's the leader on the back end.
Byard with his 6th interception of the season. Unfortunately, the Bears were not able to do anything with that interception. The Eagles would get the ball back, and Jalen Hurts, not able to do much with his arm, decided to do things with his legs.
2nd down and 6. They go no huddle here. Hurst is going to keep it himself. Hurst is going to run for a first down and a lot more. And Hurst is out of bounds into Chicago territory.
That's what you like to see. A little bit of tempo, running Jalen Hurts. Make the defense have to respect that aspect. You motion Barkley, watch what it does to the linebackers. Another linebacker blitzes, picked up nicely there by the center Jurgens, and now he's off and running. And more importantly, now the defense, just a little reminder that he can run the football.
Yes, he could run the football, and he also can throw the football.
From the 33 now, has protection. Going deep for Brown, touchdown. A.J. Brown into the end zone. And just like that, 33 yards, took him less than 2 minutes to get within an extra point of a tie game.
Yeah, they go tempo there. They get the penalty on Dexter to get him going. But that was a heck of a job of adjusting to that football by A.J. Brown. He's up against Nashawn Wright, who's had a great year, kind of out of nowhere. But there's the move, and then he has to come back. And the strength of his hands to pull that ball away from Wright, who's trying to reach out to it.
Extra point away, you heard Al Michaels say, to having this game even at 10, but...
Extra point from Elliott to tie it. Which is no good. Oh, man. You can't make any of this.
One of the best kickers in the league.
8:05 left in the third. 10-9 in Philadelphia.
10-9 in Philly. Bears with the lead after that missed extra point by the Eagles kicker, who I believe is a local product, a LT product out of LaGrange. Later in the game, the Bears and Eagles fighting it out. Bears with that 10-9 lead, and the Eagles were going for a tush-push.
3rd and 1, here we go again. Here's the chance. The tush-push. Did he get it? You got a fumble here. Meanwhile,
Bears think it's a fumble.
They do, but the officials don't.
Not yet. They're digging down there to find it. Bears seem convinced. Deshaun Wright, 26.
Oh, they have it. They do have it.
Yep. He got it. 26 did come up with it.
Holding on the field is a fumble. Recovered by the defense. First down, Chicago.
Let's see it real quick, Al, if you can see the ball come out. There's Wright going for the football right there. He did. He got it out. It's still free. Now it's a battle at the bottom, and his leverage there, he freed it away, got it away from Jalen Hurts.
Yes, indeed. The Bears with another takeaway, the second of the game. Bears with the ball, facing a 4th down in the 3rd quarter, up 10-9 on the Eagles.
This is where Ben Johnson, he'll save a few plays into his back pocket to bring out the second half in these kind of situations. Under a minute to go in the 3rd quarter, 1-point game, big 4th and 5. He's known for his ability to create matchups and getting the primary receiver open. See if he can do it here.
If they go. Play clock at 5. And off they go. And Williams under pressure throws, and it's caught along the sideline there by the rookie Loveland. Huge play.
Yeah, huge play. And Reed Blankenship, again, we've seen this a few times. He lost his footing at the top of the route. He's trying to change direction, and he goes down.
And the Bears would convert that 4th down. Beautiful pass and catch to Loveland. And then that set up Kyle Monungai to find the end zone and give the Bears a little bit of a cushion.
Here's Monungai. In he goes for the touchdown. They can't stop him. Good block by Jonah Jackson, the right guard, as Chicago extends its advantage.
Incredible. They've been running left and working to the backside with the patience of both Swift and Monungai. Offensive line, again, give them a lot of credit. This Eagles defense with Vic Fangio, they dare you to run the ball.
They dare you to run the ball. The Bears ran the ball awesome on Friday afternoon, early evening out in Philadelphia. Bears with a 17-9 lead. Later in the 4th, the Bears would extend that lead.
Approaching the 5-minute mark, 2nd down and 8. Williams rolling, throwing, open, making the grab, touchdown. Cole Kmet into the end zone. 28 yards over the top of Blankenship.
Haley talked about the defense is ready to come downhill and ready to stop this run, and I said that's when you got to be careful. When the safeties start coming down, they start cheating down. Now you create some one-on-one opportunities, whether it's a receiver or a tight end. Cole Kmet sneaks out, picked up late there by the defense, Cooper DeJean, but it's too late. Great play call, good job, play action, working the clock down, getting the eyes in the backfield, and then slipping the tight end downfield for that touchdown.
Beautiful play design, beautiful execution by the Bears, and the Bears with a 24-9 lead. A.J. Brown would get a 4-yard TD reception, the failed 2-point conversion. Bears with a 24-15 lead, and they'd finish the deal in Philadelphia.
This Bears team should be fired up. This is a huge win for them to come on the road on Black Friday and win in Philadelphia. Defending Super Bowl champs, keep their momentum going. Now won 9 of the last 10.
Yeah, almost, it's a rout for them. I mean, they win every game at the end, a point, 2 points, 3 points. Yeah. This one by 9. The 3% of the crowd that remains. The Eagles know how they feel about things. Philadelphia is now 8-4, dropping 2 in a row. And the Chicago Bears, who started 0-2, are 9-3. And have cemented a winning season. Last year they were 5-12.
Bears 9-3, good for first place in the NFC North, and they are now the top seed in the NFC overall after a Rams loss to the Panthers on Sunday afternoon. Bears beat the Eagles in Philly 24-15. You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. It'll be Bears at the Packers Sunday, 3:25 kick on Fox. Packers open as a 6-point favorite, total 45.5. Packers won on Thanksgiving, topping the Lions 31-24. Vikings shut out yesterday afternoon by the Seahawks in Seattle 26-0. Broncos Commanders Sunday Night Football needed overtime. Broncos come out on top 27-26. Commanders went for 2 in OT and the pass was batted away. Monday Night Football tonight, Giants at the Patriots. Will join that game in progress following Bulls basketball. Bulls at the Magic tonight. It's a 6:15 pregame right here on 670 The Score. If you just woke up, welcome to Monday, first day of December. Mully and Haugh right around the corner. The Pick 6 at 6, Olin Kreutz at 7, Brad Biggs at 8, Clay Harbor at 9. Those guests join Mully and Haugh on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. We hand it off to Mully and Haugh next right here on 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services for safe delivery. Don't miss 60% off custom cards, photo gifts, wrapping paper, and more. Visit staples.com/print for details. Staples, that was easy.
For nearly 100 years, Busey Wealth Management has helped families and businesses make smart financial decisions that stand the test of time. From personalized investment plans to tax strategies that work for you, we take a big picture approach, connecting you with the right experts to help protect what you've built and plan for what's next. Busey Wealth Management, here for every chapter of your financial story.
Stay safe this holiday season with Kidde Fire Extinguishers now at Menards. Kidde home safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Ensure that you have the proper equipment for all areas of your home, like smoke and carbon monoxide alarms and fire safety equipment. Pick up a Kidde Fire Extinguisher for just $19.99 through December 7th. And don't forget to check out our flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru and Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha will donate a combined $325 to the customer's choice of charities with every new Subaru purchased or leased. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte, get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
Hey, it's Spiegs. What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle and return it when service is complete. During the Genesis Signature Event, save up to $10,000 off select models, or qualified buyers get 0% financing. Complete the entire process online, from selection to financing. They also offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. This is a new standard of luxury. Experience the difference at Genesis of Algonquin. Visit genesisofalgonquin.com.
For the families of Chicago's fallen and seriously injured police officers, the holidays can be the toughest time. That's why the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation is dispatching Operation Santa again. On December 6th and 7th, Santa and his sleigh will depart the Hyatt Regency on Wecker to visit 18 families and bring crucial presents and holiday cheer to 25 children, ensuring their hero's sacrifice is never forgotten. Your donation helps the sleigh flying and brings vital moments of joy to these deserving kids. Help us give the gift of hope. Donate today at cpdmemorial.org.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Helzberg.com.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill, and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been hand-picked for maximum brilliance, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago's Gold Coast, online at rasny.com.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
The obvious answer is that the Eagles are going to win the game, and the obvious team to pick is the Eagles. But because of that, and because of everything else going around, I'm going to pick the Bears.
Wow! I did not expect that.
Nor did I.
Williams to Swift. Touchdown. What a drive. 3rd and 1. Here we go again. Here's the chance. The tush push. Did he get it? You got a fumble here. Meanwhile,
Bears think it's a fumble.
They do.
Bears seem convinced. Deshaun Wright, 26.
Oh, they have it. They do have it.
Yep.
Here's Monungai. In he goes for the touchdown. Williams rolling, throwing, open. making the grab. Touchdown. Cole Kmet into the end zone.
And this Bears team should be fired up. This is a huge win for them to come on the road on Black Friday and win in Philadelphia. Defending Super Bowl champs, keep their momentum going. Now won 9 of the last 10.
And the Chicago Bears, who started 0-2, are 9-3. And have cemented a winning season. Last year they were 5-12.
But wait, there's more.
Young, shot for the win. It is held on to by Coker. 5 lead changes, a pair of ties, a lot at stake, and the Panthers come away with an upset victory and snap the Rams' 6-game win streak.
Hey, if you didn't know, the Bears, they're the 1 seed in the NFC.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Happy Bears Monday.
Bears.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Bears, Bears, Bears. The weekend came up, Bears. What can you say about it? It's Thanksgiving, for God's sake.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Monday. Yes, the Bears are back. December 1st, first day of the month. Just like Ben Johnson promised, this is the month they're getting better.
Wow.
And they went into Philadelphia.
Wow. He was right about the line, I'll tell you that.
Right about the line. They dominated the line of scrimmage, and they imposed their will on the Eagles.
Man.
And they look like a team that is better than we thought, quicker than we thought, and not done yet.
Forced to be reckoned with.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. It's a complete football team right now.
Yeah, they're very good. That was really a well-coached game, well-played game. The offensive line, as Olin Kreutz mentioned in the postgame, has been getting better and is now, in his opinion, the best offensive line in the league. And that's been coming for a few different weeks, and you can see progress. And the way they ran the football, the way when you stopped and you thought about what Declan Doyle was saying on Thursday, on Wednesday, because the week was so abbreviated, he talked about the idea that Vic Fangio wants to put you in a shell, and it was almost a perfect description of what you had to do to win that game, and that is march down the field. Not rely on the big play, although they got one. That was a great pass that in a windy afternoon that you got to Cole Kmet. But for the most part, they ground it out, and that's how you beat teams, and that's how you win football. And that was like a postseason type of win. Man, was that good.
Completed that pass for the touchdown to Kmet, it was as a result of the running game, having pounded the Eagles into submission. And that is against a Vic Fangio defense the way you have to attack it. You win the line of scrimmage, and you take what they give you, and you continue to pound and pound and pound. And the Bears, to their credit, did just that, stayed disciplined. And the Ben Johnson effect, when he came here, we talked about the offensive innovation and all of the things, and he's the play call extraordinaire. But I think we tended to overlook, we won't any longer, how badly he wanted and he relies on running the football. Good old-fashioned running game. And what happened on Friday, I think, legitimized the Bears in many ways and validated the previous few months of questions about whether or not they are legit. They are definitely that.
It was really interesting because what went through my head as I was watching the game is one of the things Coach Wannstedt goes on. Don't get bored. Hey, the running game's working. Don't get bored. Don't think that has to lead to something else. Listen, they had wrinkles. They threw a couple things in. But for the most part, they gave them the old Wilson enema.
They did not get bored.
You do it.
Yeah, they did not get bored. They were steady. They were consistent. And they were disciplined as an offense and Ben Johnson as a play caller. And when you win to this degree, and they now won 9 out of 10 games, and they are the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Number 1 seed in the NFC.
Thank you, Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
How many times in the past couple of years have Bears fans thanked the Carolina Panthers for their role in this ascension?
Wow.
But they will take it because They deserve it, and they have earned this. And when you do what the Bears have done, there's a lot of credit to go around. So obviously, I think that coaching matters. Ben Johnson, his impact has been
incredible.
The biggest part of this.
Hey, Dennis Allen had a hell of a game.
Dennis Allen, you're exactly
coaching
right.
all the way around.
All the way around. And you have to give credit to Ryan Poles for this offensive line being put together in a variety of ways through the draft, through free agency, and through different trades. So they have an offensive line that, as you pointed out, is now becoming recognized as one of the best, if not the best, in the National Football League.
It was really interesting the rest of the weekend as football continued to hear the Bears being mentioned by pretty much every national expert, pretty much everyone needing to comment on how they've turned a corner and they've got their signature win and how good they are.
Yeah, that's a good thing to happen when you win to this degree. And
incredible.
You are, dare I say it, Mully, is there a more surprising turnaround in the NFL? The Patriots deserve credit. Mike Vrabel is 10-2, and certainly that is a surprise. But their history and their tradition of finding ways to lose isn't as well established as the Bears was heading into this season.
And they didn't start 0-2. I mean, the Bears started the season. They lost the first game of the year to a team that they just beat, and they would beat senseless.
That's a good point.
If they played them again.
They would. The Vikings would have no chance against the Bears the way that they have quickly spiraled out of control.
Yes.
So the Bears, I think you can say conservatively, safely, they're the biggest surprise in the NFL.
Yes.
And it's fun to be part of that. It feels, we'll talk about how, it is like 2018. It isn't like 2018, but it feels like that in terms of the excitement heading into the final month of the season where you think that anything is possible.
When you start building confidence and you start winning games in which they did, then that leads to being able to beat a good team. And who knows where this will lead us on Sunday. I think it is a really exciting position to be in, especially as an underdog yet again.
Yet again. And I guess I'm not surprised they're underdogs going into Lambeau. Maybe how much they are underdogs, but is it 6 or 7 right now? I think it is 6 right now. And the Packers at home, favored by a touchdown.
Right.
I suppose it's justifiable given their defense and the way that they won on Thanksgiving Day. But if you're the Bears, that's more fuel.
I'll tell you something. Like, the other thing is the Lions are not all that. The Lions are heading the wrong way, and their play caller and his aggressiveness on fourth down has pretty much blown up in his face.
That is the easy thing to point to, no doubt about it. They're also injured. So Amon-Ra St. Brown,
even more injured than they were. Yeah.
Could be out for a week or so, and they need every game. They need to treat it like an elimination game because in the NFC, the Lions are dangerously close to being on the outside looking in.
Well, they're right now on the outside.
Right now they
are,
but you could see they could use December. They're still a good team, but they are facing some issues. They thought their center was back, Frank Ragnow,
and he's not.
Flunked the physical.
Yeah, how about that? That had to be
bizarre story,
but it had to be a gut punch for them, knowing that they got him back out of retirement. He's watching, he sees what's going on. Oh, thank God we got a Pro Bowl player who retired too early. He's got a lot of football.
You might want to pass a physical before you make the announcement.
Yeah.
You think?
I'm with you.
Because that is just unfortunate for them, embarrassing perhaps, but it was
embarrassing.
It's one of those things where bottom line is they don't have reinforcements on the offensive line. They thought they were going to stabilize some things, and now they cannot do that. So they are third place in the division.
I know.
And they may not be able to climb that hill. And you wonder, that final game of the year, could it be for home field advantage in the playoffs? We always thought that.
Incredible.
But not for the Bears.
No, it's incredible. It's incredible. It really is. It's an extraordinary turn of events. There's so much going on, but the Bears are by far the lead story because they're the number one dog in the NFC. That's hard to fathom. It's hard to believe that all the results went their way including their result in Philadelphia, which is a house of horrors.
Just convincing in the way that they did it, Mully. I think that's one of the bigger surprises. And let's face it, this is all about Ben Johnson and what he brought here and his bravado and his confidence.
It was amazing to me how many people texted me had no idea why he tore his shirt off, even though he said Chicago is hungry too. Like, you knew that
it was obvious
coming,
for that, yeah.
You know,
and you thought that was going to be the case, right?
Oh, my
But you can
gosh.
say in every way on Friday, the Bears flexed their muscles.
Oh, they did. They did. And that man is fit.
He is.
Congratulations
He's doing more than
to
squats.
him. Holy cow. He was looking crazy.
Good for him. So Tuesday, is it tomorrow that is
Tomorrow,
free hot dog?
Free hot dogs
Tuesday?
at the Wiener Circle.
Yeah. And
I don't know. What's the weather? I got to look at the weather again. Oh, my God, the weather.
Oh, gosh. Do we have to talk about the weather?
Well, we got to talk. It's going to snow today. It's going to snow tomorrow.
It was the snowiest November Saturday.
Oh, boy.
Or snowiest November day in Chicago history.
Oh, my God. I must have shoveled for 3
How's your back
or 4
feeling?
hours.
How's your back feeling?
Dude, I'm doing
all right.
I told you, I've been working out. I'm feeling a lot
That's
better.
good. That's excellent.
Yeah, no, I got through it. But I mean, I'm not joking. It was, it was one of those deals. I got out there early, which is my father used to insist on us shoveling early, which made no sense. But I somehow am now used to it. So I got my garage cleared out, so we were going to be good. Then it kept snowing. Next thing you know, the trucks come, and now I got about a foot of snow. I mean, I'm talking like almost a foot and a half of
Hate
snow
when that happens.
outside the lip of the garage. I mean, it was like I had to shovel so much down the bloody alley. It was crazy, but I got it all done.
And it's supposed to be cold this week.
Yes, it is.
In the single digits.
I think it's
and
snowing
more
today,
snow
right?
today.
And then tomorrow,
Yeah.
too?
And then you hunker down for a long winter.
I'm gonna have to rent a plow just to drive and get my free hot dog.
When the weather is bad and the temperatures are cold, at least you have. It's fun to follow the Bears. This
No
looks
doubt
like it's
about
going
it.
to be a fun month, and it does change people's moods a little bit over the weekend. You can when people talk about the Bears, it's not like what's wrong with the Bears.
Well, I mean, we said 9 wins this year, and they're there already. And they got games left. I mean, who knows where this ends up? I think that was a game that neither preseason nor really in season did you feel like they were going to win that game. It was a very small minority of people, and they were considered to be kind of flailing, insane individuals that thought they were going to win that game.
Nice pick. Nice pick on Wednesday.
Pick. I was very pleased with it.
It was one of those games, though, to your point, at the beginning of the season when the schedules came out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that you ever thought that they would be in a position to even be that competitive in Philadelphia against the defending Super Bowl champions.
Against a team like that. But, during the week, I talked to a friend of mine out there, works out there, and he said they were a mess, that there was stuff going on, that it was...
They are a mess.
And they are a mess.
When you see the kind of things that are going on, I don't know what's going on with Jalen Hurts. He's missing open receivers. He's not throwing in time on time.
People do spit that now.
The play caller is not in sync with the quarterback, and nobody's in sync offensively. Defensively, they're more vulnerable than I thought against the run. Yeah. I did not expect the Bears to be able to open those kind of holes. And the Bears 1-2 punch of Monangai and DeAndre Swift, or whatever order you want to put them in, they were making things happen and running through tackles. That's
someone
impressive.
And I apologize to whoever it was. Someone tweeted out, would you rather have Ashton Genty right now or Kyle Monangai? And I laughed at that. But Kyle Monangai has come through in a huge way. And that inside power to go with the whole Sonic and Knuckles thing, incredible.
He's the only running back, I believe, who's a rookie with 2 or more 100-yard rushing efforts.
Well, yeah.
Who would have thought that?
No one.
And then that was the first time. Did you know this? The first time since 1985?
Right.
Peyton and Suey?
Yes.
That a Bears running back tandem each had 100 yards?
And it wasn't just like they got to 100. It was like 125, 130. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Swift Monangai, Peyton Suey.
Yeah.
Really?
I'll tell you
it's incredible.
I mean, DeAndre Swift, hats off to him too, because I wasn't overwhelmed by him. Boy, he's a good football player.
Going back against his former team,
he was great in that game.
In the town he grew up. Yep. Yeah, it had to be very satisfying. And he has been steady. He's on pace now to break 1,000 yards, which is nice considering how much time he has lost to injury. And he's also just been really pretty steady. And he is a weapon in the screen game.
No doubt about it. He can take the ball the distance. We've seen him do that already. But that was really impressive, all of that.
Good day for Bears rookies. Good day for Bears everybody, but especially the rookies.
I mean, wow, what a rare and wondrous moment to have happen.
You wonder, what are people going to call and complain about?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there is, just looking at the text line, there's this kind of gobsmacked reaction, like, wow, the Bears are in first.
Let's face it,
atop the NFC.
You're talking about a Bears team now, number 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the year, if you had told us on December 1st that would be the case, and 2 of your more impactful players would be offensively Kyle Monangai and defensively Nahshon Wright.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
You would have thought,
that's pretty wild. Yep.
It's a crazy sport.
How about that? How about the Bears understand how to stop the
tush push?
The tush push.
Just rip it out.
But that is what the Giants did. They didn't get credit for the takeaway. So I wonder if they saw that.
Had to have, right?
On tape. You would
that
think
was by
so.
design.
That was. It looked by design.
He went in not just trying to push the Hurts back. He went
for the ball.
I have seen this on tape. The ball is exposed. I'm going to rip it out of his grip.
Yeah, that was pretty wild.
And Nahshon Wright now has more takeaways than I think 3 teams in the NFL.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, it's incredible. And I mean, look, it's pretty amazing what the Bears are getting done and how they're doing it, winning the turnover battle yet again in a game. It's just extraordinary to see it and the way that they have consistently done that. And honestly, just think about the defensive performance in that game was excellent. They kept them to they limited their opportunities. If they, obviously running the ball, holding the ball, and the time of possession and the way that they dominated the line of scrimmage is the story of the game. But that was a game where you thought, well, Philadelphia's defense needs some help here. Where's it coming from? Well, not from that offense. It was pretty ugly stuff.
Well, Dennis Allen came into the game, and I did not expect this. I did not expect them to blitz on half of the snaps in the first half.
Wow.
And they did. Overall, I think it was 44%. But they came into that game with the mindset of attacking Jalen Hurts. Did not think that was going to be the approach. I'm not sure the Eagles did either.
15 points, pretty good.
Yes. 15 points.
That's achieving your goal right there.
No question about it.
Not a shadow of a doubt. Running the ball and holding the ball and the clock and all that stuff came into play. They also, tell you what, they got a couple of penalties, but just a few. I mean, they really did a good job.
So it's a cleaner operation.
It was so much better.
It's a cleaner operation
than it has been getting to this point. But it's pretty spectacular that they played as well.
It is. It's going to be fun to talk about. That set the stage for a very busy sports weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Disappointing only if you're watching the Bulls and clinging to those outcomes. That was bad.
That was awful.
Bulls were awful this weekend.
Awful.
Embarrassingly bad.
Yeah, they were really
soft
bad.
in every way.
Yep.
It's just terrible. But college football, how about that?
College football is now chaos. There's just chaos. Some of the goings on behind the scenes, the things people are saying. College football was fantastic this weekend, and I'll tell you what game I really enjoyed.
Which one?
Texas against Texas
A&M. I knew you would say that.
All you wanted to do was make fun of that game when I brought it up. And guess what? That delivered.
It did deliver. It did deliver. Down in the heart of Texas, the Longhorns, they beat the Aggies.
Oh, that was pretty awesome.
It was. It was definitely a very impressive performance by a well-coached team. I don't know if that was the best of Arch Manning.
No,
but he was good enough.
How about Sark After Dark?
Sark After Dark.
Immediately going after the Fighting Irish. I thought that was very interesting.
They're an easy target.
Not the only coach to do so. It'll be really interesting.
Wait till they make the playoffs instead of Miami.
Or
instead of everybody.
Well, I mean,
wait till that happens.
Wait until they don't make the playoffs would probably be the bigger question. I'm just saying.
Well, it's up for debate, and it is a good question.
And they've now made it like a national discussion.
Yeah, it has.
It's really turned on the poor Irish. It's crazy how that's turned.
Notre Dame's won 10 in a row and being punished for the schedule they play.
That's right.
And it's out of their control. And I'm not going to sit here and be a Notre Dame apologist.
No, but what
are you going to do?
It's amazing how everyone is piling on. And a lot of it is, obviously the SEC, but it's really interesting all the way around. The Big Ten, that's going to be a national championship type of game. For the Big Ten championship, pretty amazing.
Ohio State, Indiana, Saturday night.
2 undefeated teams.
Yeah.
And obviously you look at Ohio State going into Michigan and managing to win that game. Did you happen to catch any of the Northwestern Illinois game?
Yes.
My God.
The Snow Bowl down in Champaign.
You could make out, oh my God, there's 4 people in those stands over there. It was empty.
Well, they restricted them to one side of the stadium.
Yes.
Because of the weather, and the snow was coming down heavy, and it looked cold and windy and awful.
It's a good game.
It was a close game.
Yeah.
It was one of those things in the fourth quarter. Both teams tried to give the other team a chance to win it.
Yeah.
Illinois prevails. They get their 9th victory, I believe, and Illinois beats Northwestern. They 8-4 or 9-3. But Northwestern had a chance. It just felt bad for Preston Stone. Just could not pull the trigger at the right time. Close game, though.
It was a good game, and the conditions were ridiculous. It was really something.
Both teams are going to bowl.
Yep.
Both teams are going bowling.
That's good.
Think we'll find out exactly when there's more definition surrounding the bowl picture.
There are reports that Fitz is being hired at Michigan State. It hasn't happened yet, but both the Free Press and the East Lansing newspaper have reported it from the same source.
8-4 Illinois is. Michigan State making a big move, wasting no time, calling a press conference to fire their coach, and then reports surface even before that was official that Pat Fitzgerald is next in East Lansing from purple to green.
Yes.
A lot of green.
Yeah, not much purple.
A lot of green.
There's no purple
So
there.
Fitz is back. Lane Kiffin is in LSU. Ole Miss is likely to be.
Yeah, we got to talk about that.
A team that's will they be inspired by his absence or affected by it negatively?
I think more negatively impacted than. I don't think that's a rallying cry when you lose your play caller and your top dog coach. I think that's tough stuff, and I think there's a lot of guys that he coaxed there, and that team's gonna be reeling for a little bit.
Oh yeah, the players are always the ones that come on out on the short end of that.
It's awful.
Yeah.
All right, but we got to get into all this stuff. Bears first place NFC. There's a headline. We'll get to the pick six next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
After the first place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
The Blackhawks hit the road starting Tuesday. That's tomorrow, December 2nd, 9 p.m. in Vegas. Las Vegas, followed by Thursday, December 4th, 9:30 p.m. in Los Angeles. Then they're back at the United Center. Join CHSN for the next home game, December 10th at 6:30 p.m. against the New York Rangers in a classic Original Six matchup. Don't miss Chris Chelios bobblehead night, December 13th at 7 p.m. versus the Red Wings. The first 8,000 fans get a exclusive bobblehead courtesy of Ticketmaster. Get tickets at Blackhawks.com/tickets.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom, because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place Bears, not just in the NFC North, but in the NFC overall, after the Panthers defeated the Rams on Sunday afternoon, along with the Bears beating the Eagles on Friday in Philly 24-15. Sunday Night Football needed overtime. Broncos come out on top. Commanders went for 2 in OT. The pass was batted away. 27-26 Broncos the final. Vikings shut down by the Seahawks 26-0 Sunday afternoon. Monday Night Football tonight, Giants at the Patriots. We'll join that game in progress following Bulls basketball. Pre-game for the Bulls, 6:15 here on the Score. They're in Orlando taking on the Magic. Blackhawks 11-9-5, topping the Ducks Sunday 5-3. Connor Bedard scored the tie-breaking goal at 9:55 of the third, added an empty net score, had 2 assists. Blackhawks on the road for 4 games starting Tuesday in Las Vegas. Pat Fitzgerald training in his purple for green, on the verge of being named the next head coach of Michigan State. The Hour brought to you by Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
Now that the Bears are the number 1 seed in the entire NFC following a signature win in Philadelphia, what do they do as an encore? Will they run over Green Bay? Must they run them over?
Yeah, for the health of the city, they need to beat Green Bay. They need to run them over. Why not? Look, I don't like the idea that this is the signature victory, because I think that what you want to get to is a point where that's just a victory. I get it. It's the Super Bowl champs, but they've got their problems. They've been struggling on their own, and they've got issues with the coordinator, and they got issues with their fan base. Wow, that is a very angry fan base. And, we don't have to bring Kevin Cassidy in to talk about what's going on in Pittsburgh either. That's a very angry fan base, too. The Bears are it is amazing to see everyone in town over the moon about the Bears. Just so excited. It's extraordinary to be out shoveling snow, talking to neighbors. You guys talking about the Bears? Oh man, it's like incredible how many people are coming together over this subject, and how many people want to kind of follow it and hope for it. I hope they have a good performance against Green Bay. That would be a great encore. But I hope that we're not looking back in this and saying, like, wow, it all came together in that 1 week. It's a pity things kind of fell apart from there. I think realistically, you look at this team and you say, hey, I don't know that they can keep stacking wins. They've got a lot of tough games on their schedule, but they got 2 left against Green Bay. They got 1 left in the division against Detroit at the end of the year. They're going out to San Francisco. They play Cleveland. You feel like they have enough to win a dozen games. Is that over excited about everything? I'm just saying, at this point, they look capable of kind of reversing the record from last year. If that's humanly possible, it'd be great to see.
So 2 of the next 3 against the Packers. The first one on the road, 3:25 kick on Fox. That game got flexed, kind of like Ben Johnson flexing with his shirt off after the win on Friday night. We'll get to that later on. According to our friends Circa Sports, the Packers are -5.5 to open things up. The total right around 44.5, so that's kind of interesting as well. 44.5, 45.5. I think as a Bears fan, you got to split against the Packers. Otherwise, this may be all for naught if you don't split against the Packers. And then in between, you've got the Browns, who now have Shedeur Sanders, and he's playing okay. That game here in town, so you feel like that's a win. So if you can go 2-1 over the next 3, I think you're in a really good position. But, I mean, to come in here the Monday after Thanksgiving, the first day of December,
right,
and the Bears are we're talking about now seeding. We're not just talking about making the playoffs. We're talking about seeding this morning. We're talking about a bye and then hosting a game at Soldier Field.
You're in a position right now to start the playoffs and clinch home field advantage and say with certainty that the road to the Super Bowl goes through Chicago. That's how big Friday was.
Yeah, it was huge.
And nobody saw it coming. Mully, you saw it coming. You picked it. Nobody saw it coming. Let me finish the sentence. At the beginning of the year, when the schedules came out. And it was one of those games where you circled on the calendar that it was the defending Super Bowl champs. Did you see this coming, Dustin, as you scoff at me?
I did not have them winning, but I had them with a good record at this point in the season. I did.
9-3?
Probably 8-4.
9-3 would be wildly optimistic with a victory over the Eagles in Philadelphia on Black Friday. I don't know. I'm not going to sure how you can quantify the level of surprise, but I think it's one of those things that you know it when you see it and you're not going to forget. It's one of those victories on Friday that you are going to remember. When the Ben Johnson era, wherever it peaks, you're going to remember where you were on the Friday they beat the Eagles in Philadelphia. It was that big.
It was defending Super Bowl champions. Yep.
It was a signature victory in indelible ink because this is the kind of thing that happens when you have a coach that makes an impact as immediately and as definitively as Ben Johnson has. So absolutely, it validated 3 months' worth of wondering how good is this team. You saw on Friday, this is a team in the NFC as good as any. And they can now have 5 games to prove it, 5 more opportunities to go out there. Could they conceivably lose both games to the Packers, end up 3-2, and still have home field advantage? Yeah, but I think they're going to probably split with the Packers. Maybe they win out. Maybe they run the table.
That would be
the one thing you can say today is anything is possible for this Chicago Bears team, and nobody should scoff at those kind of comments.
And the thing is, as you stack wins, that grows everything. Your ambition changes, your confidence, everything changes.
It's like one of those snowballs you put together on Saturday.
There you go.
Just keeps on building and building and building.
Yep.
That's a tough question.
What was the best aspect of the Bears' defense that held the Eagles to just 15 points? Or do you think it had more to do with the Eagles' dysfunction and offensive inefficiency? Does it really matter?
Absolutely does not matter. Dennis Allen came with a plan. And that plan, for whatever reason, I can't wait to hear from him if he dares to talk about a game that was like a week ago by the time he talks. But Jalen Hurts, they threw everything at him. They blitzed 1 out of every 2 snaps in the first half. I believe they blitzed 44% of the time overall. Now, the Bears had the ball for like over 80 plays or 85 plays, so the Eagles didn't have the ball much, but when they did, the Bears came after Hurts.
With Lane Johnson out.
With Lane Johnson out, that was one of the reasons. I just think they felt like I think that Jalen Hurts is out of sync for whatever reason. He's missing open receivers, but they were able to neutralize Saquon Barkley. But I do think the biggest thing was they rattled somehow Jalen Hurts, and they kept that Eagles offense searching for answers. And that was a big part of the reason why the Eagles only scored 15 points, and the Bears tackled. They really tackled well, and let's face it, give credit to Nahshon Wright. That tush-push fumble force, it's hard to say, changed the game, may it change the season. It certainly underscored Nahshon Wright as a guy that is a Pro Bowl cornerback now with 8 takeaways this season.
That number is wild, 8 takeaways for him, and that strip was absolutely awesome. And it doesn't matter if the Eagles had dysfunction. That's part of football, right? And listen, I'm sure you guys talked about it on Wednesday. You know, that loss to the Cowboys after blowing the 21-0 lead, it's one of 2 things is going to happen. The finger point in the blame game is going to continue in the Eagles locker room, or they were going to circle the wagons, if you will, rally and use this, it's us against the world. We're the champs, and we're going to show everybody. And it went the Bears' way. That's life. That's football. That's the National Football League. So the Bears' defense was great. David, you started by giving a attaboy, a kudo to Dennis Allen. He definitely should have gotten a game ball, whether it was publicly or privately. Obviously, plenty of game balls to go around the offensive line, both the running backs. But, that was that. It doesn't matter if it was the Bears' defense or the dysfunction of the Eagles' offense. All that matters is that there was a W when the clock struck 0 Friday evening.
Listen, there were so many great aspects to this game all the way around. I mean, we know how powerful the Bears' offense was. I mean, look, having Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon back on the field was a huge lift. I get it. It didn't mean that the guys that have helped get them to where they're at weren't very productive in getting things done in the game. And you heard Jalen Johnson talk about how he's still getting his legs underneath him and still trying to figure out, how he's going to be playing by the end of the year. But that was great to get some reinforcement. I think that's wonderful. Hopefully, TJ Edwards is the guy that comes back this week. It'd be great if you could get one of your starting linebackers back on the field. That would really be fun. I just think that as the defense is starting to turn a little bit, they're able to do more things. And listen, let's be honest about it. That Philadelphia team is in shambles. They were up 21-0 over Dallas and somehow found a way to win. They come in against the Bears and they got manhandled. I mean, they got beaten up. They got absolutely plowed over. And I think that part of the reason you liked the Bears in that game was because of all the negativity that was coming out of Philadelphia. So, I mean, I really wish there was more negativity coming out of Green Bay, to be brutally honest about it, because there was a couple weeks ago. Almost
they
could have
turned
been.
things around.
They have seemingly gotten better. I think it's really going to be fun to spend the week playing the audio from Ben Johnson and then hearing what remember, the Flower came back and said, I don't know him. I don't know. So, I mean, he's dissing Ben Johnson. That's a beautiful backdrop to this, and it would be great if the Bears could go in there and do something about it. But, yeah, I think it's they're getting better. They're getting their players back, and they're getting better, and let's hope that continues.
You know me, and it's a great question for a guy like me.
That is Olin Kreutz. We'll talk to Olin at 7 o'clock. Kyle Monangai had his second 100-plus yard rushing game, the only NFL rookie to do that. Colston Loveland emerging as one of Caleb Williams' favorite targets. Ozzie Trapillo had a second good start at left tackle. Luther Burden continues to emerge. What Bears rookie is having the best season? And is this a surprise?
Yeah, it's a surprise. I think it's been kind of fun to watch. Colston Loveland is not just emerging. I mean, he's going to be a seriously good player for many years to come. Ozzie Trapillo, it was interesting that Theo Benedict was back, but guess what? They stuck with the second round.
That was
pick.
A surprise.
It was not when you look at their draft status and all the rest of it. And the other thing is, if your game plan is to run the football, isn't he more of a road grader? Isn't he? I mean, I know Theo Benedict was getting a lot of praise as being better as a
Theo had great run blocking metrics, which what surprised me when he was healthy that he didn't go back to him.
But look at the size of Trapillo. Yeah. Those are metrics in of themselves. That is a big, strong dude. And I think that Luther Burden is a long-termer, looks really good. Maybe the most surprising guy on the team is Kyle Monangai. The very fact that he is suddenly emerging and the only rookie to put together a couple 100-yard games. You know, what's amazing about him is this idea that he last fumbled in high school. I'm just saying, here's a guy, and you talk to people who are in the Big Ten or follow the Big Ten, and they would tell you that, like, you know, make sure if you're playing against this guy that you've got every pad on and you're buckled up and you're ready to. He's been like that his whole college career, and that was a hell of a pick. I got to say, he's been really, really good, and maybe better than any of the rookies. That sounds crazy, but that's how good he has been as they've gotten better.
He's been spectacular, right? I mean, running the ball like crazy. Now, to be fair, other teams don't necessarily run the ball like the Bears have been running the ball. It's more of a passing type of a league right now. Brandon and I were just talking about, like, Monungai's odds to be the rookie of the year are like even with the running back Mully that you mentioned earlier. That was a
Ashton Jeanty?
Yes. And why wouldn't Monungai be the leader right now, right? I mean, he was a 7th round pick. We were all there's not one of us that I can remember that we all were like, when are the Bears going to draft a running back? And I think they had this guy circled and thought he's going to slip through the cracks because he doesn't have the measurables. He doesn't have the height. He doesn't have the 40. He doesn't have the this. He doesn't have the that. But when it's cold and he doesn't fumble the ball, those were two big things that they liked about the guy. So, somebody else's name, and I was thinking this watching that game, and this question kind of leads right to it. Ryan Poles. Like when you're watching that game, I mean, that, like, Ryan Poles and the head coach together, like, you like this union.
Well, that's a key thing,
right? I mean, you saw this year's draft class all over the place Friday, and what it's been doing, David, in my opinion, is each week or each win, let's say each win, the draft class has become stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger with each win.
Yeah, you want to be fair. I didn't think Ryan Poles deserved the chance to come back this season. And then Ben Johnson was hired, and I think everything changed, and he was able to hit reset and start over despite the losing of the previous 3 years of the Matt Eberflus era. So you give Ryan Poles credit for either identifying the right rookies to draft or listening to Ben Johnson and drafting the players that suited his offense. Kyle Monungai, absolutely, you give him all of the praise that he has earned. I am hesitant, though. The Bears had targeted other running backs, and essentially they got to the 7th round, and they're like, wait, we don't have a running back.
Yes.
Everyone else got away. Let's take the kid who hasn't fumbled since high school because he runs hard, he comes highly regarded, he's got a great attitude, and boy, does he run hard. And he ran hard over the Eagles. I love his Rookie of the Year odds because nobody thought they were possible. Colston Loveland is established now, I think, as as sure-handed as any receiver the Bears have. I think that's enough to say right now, if you have a key third down, who are you looking for? Who do you want Caleb Williams to find? I think Colston Loveland's near the top of that list. Ozzie Trapillo has improved and developed, and you look at the other guys that are on that list, and it's impressive. So you give the front office credit. You wonder how about Ben Johnson's influence and impact on those draft picks. And when you win as often as the Bears have won, there's a lot of credit to go around, and I think they can share it.
Well, I think that's a multifaceted question.
How surprised were you that Michigan State fired its coach and is set to hire Pat Fitzgerald as its next coach? How does that compare to Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU?
I think the Lane Kiffin LSU story is much different than the Michigan State Pat Fitzgerald story. We can get into Kiffin and all of the promises that were either broken or all of the things that went into the timing of it and all that made that a spectacle that it became over the weekend. But as for the Big Ten and Michigan State and more close to home, Pat Fitzgerald, I think that Pat Fitzgerald deserves an opportunity, a second chance, if you will, to go to another program and lead it. And Michigan State, they made the move, I think, with this in mind. Pat Fitzgerald was available. Maybe they wanted to pounce before somebody else hired him. His candidacy has been well documented. I think he has talked to everyone from Penn State to Virginia Tech to other schools maybe that we don't have knowledge of, but he is entitled to work again. He wasn't going to have a lifetime ban away from coaching. It's been a couple seasons now in exile, if you will, and Michigan State hired somebody that is going to be motivated, energized, and committed to proving everybody wrong and to improving his reputation and building another winner. And I do think this, as much as the problems have plagued Michigan State because of the Mel Tucker era and all the things that they're up against with restrictions and penalties. Pat Fitzgerald is used to doing more with less, and now he has better facilities to sell recruits that will want to come play for him. So Michigan State now, I think, has the best head football coach in the state of Michigan. And I think that when you look at it from that perspective, this is a good hire for Sparty.
Yeah, I mean, you just brought up something else, David, that I can't figure out Michigan. They're so bizarre. Like, watching that Ohio State-Michigan game totally did not deliver. I mean, I'm sure if you're an Ohio State fan, it delivered, but it was just not that great of a watch. Anyway, that's not the question. This is apples and oranges. Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU. There's a lot of green involved, and I'm just not talking about the Sparty green. I'm talking about the kind that you need during the holidays, that kind of green. This makes sense to me all the way around. What I don't understand is that the chancellor at Ole Miss would not allow Lane Kiffin to address his team. I understand not allowing Lane Kiffin to coach in the college football playoff, but to not be able to address your team, I think is really, really not cool at all. And I think that's going to make Lane even more spiteful than he probably already is. As far as Michigan, I mean, like the first Michigan State-Northwestern game, that's going to be like super interesting, right? I mean, that's wild. And for Fitz to end up staying in the Big Ten, I think is probably good for everybody.
I think that what the element that we don't know, and the element that is so sort of overreaching right now in college football, is what sort of NIL commitment has been made by all these schools.
All of them.
All of these schools.
There's no transparency there.
No.
And
that's what,
needs to be.
If you feel like I'm going to LSU because it's not about my salary, it's about the amount of money they're going to put in for me to buy players. I'm going to get all the money in the world, but I'm going to get enough money to buy every last player I ever have dreamed of, versus I'm going to get the same amount of money here, but I don't have the amount of money I could use to buy the best players in the country, so I'm going to rely on sort of transfer players and try to use the portal over, building up. Louisiana is a real football hotbed. You can get players there. You got to have high school players in order, and then you build around them through the portal. You can't just rely on the portal. And I believe he's kind of relied on the portal while at Ole Miss. I think that's a huge element of it. And it's one that comes into play with when we're talking about Fitz and what he can do and how well he can win and all that. This is not about the money you pay him. It's about the commitment you're making to be in the same room with Michigan
and the staff,
to be able to and the staff and all that stuff. But it is also about the amount of money you're investing in the players, and that is unfortunately one of the things that will decide whether you're vying for a national championship or not.
And to Dustin's point about not letting Lane Kiffin address his players finally, yeah. I think that does sound harsh, and I understand the pushback to it, but at the same time, if you're looking at why would you let somebody who is a rival coach make a recruiting pitch to a room full of recruitable players? And you can't allow that to happen. But Lane Kiffin made the decision. He needs to move on.
But there's also a punitive element to this, which is his now reputation in Ole Miss is ruined. It's ruined.
6 years down the drain.
It's down the drain. And if you allowed him to be the bigger man and the better sport about the whole thing, yes, you're in danger of losing some of your players, but you're more... you want to leave him looking like a carpetbagger and a guy getting on a plane.
You can't give him a chance to make it sound like a sympathetic figure. You can't let him affect the narrative.
No, you can't.
No. He made his choice.
Yes.
And it could have ended differently had he said no to LSU.
Yeah. Okay. That is that's good stuff, and we are going to be right back with more. We got to talk about what went on with the Bulls. We got to get into the college stuff, and we got to get into the Bears again. There is a ton to talk about. You're listening to the Pick Six. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, the holidays are right around the corner. If you're like me, now's the time to start stocking up on gifts. Whether it's for everyone on your list, or let's be honest, maybe you want to get yourself a little gift. Flag and Anthem makes it super easy. I've been checking out their holiday gift guides, and they've come up with some great picks from the 2025 Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley and the country music star Dierks Bentley, including Dirk's own Desert Sun collection. I noticed on the website Eli Manning was there wearing some Flag and Anthem the last time I checked. And if you need gift inspiration, believe me, this is the place to start. But here's the real holiday pro tip. Starting Wednesday, Flag and Anthem is running their 6 days of deals. Every single day, a new can't-miss deal drops, and we're talking things like $39 flannels, 50% off outerwear, and who knows what insane deals they will come up with. You just got to check it out. Check back daily, and these deals move fast. So whether you're shopping for family, friends, or just treating yourself to a few nice pieces this holiday season, this is the perfect time to load up. Head to flagandanthem.com, hit the holiday gift guides, and don't miss their 6 days of deals. Flag and Anthem, premium gifts without the premium price tag.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment brought to you by IDOT. Drive sober or get pulled over.
Chicago tight end Cole Kmet here. Quick timeout. If you're drunk or high, call a rideshare or grab a sober friend. Protect yourself, protect your crew, make the right play call. If you feel different, you drive different. It's not a game. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit Menards and save big money on appliances today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros. expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Broncos' overtime win last night reclaimed the AFC's top spot. The Buccaneers are hanging atop the NFC South with the Panthers right on their heels. These two meet twice in the last 5 weeks. In the AFC South, the Texans are only a game behind the Jags and the Colts, and they are flying. While out west, the Seahawks and 49ers are closing in on the Rams. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This segment of the show is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
I'm not talking necessarily about a pick six or something like that.
Where are you with the Bulls now that their record has slipped below 500? What can they do to change their fortune?
Yeah, I don't think that I don't know that there is much that they can do. They've been relying a lot on the bench. I mean, I guess what we're asking now about trades and about whether they could try to improve the team dramatically, I just don't see that happening. And I'm not sure, they really need to sort of continue to use this collection of their reserves and try to kind of move people in and out. They've been found out a lot, and I don't know that there is anybody that isn't going to attack them, that isn't going to go at them, and isn't going to find success doing so. And I think you're already into the season, and it's too late to sort of change players. I mean, would I now be more likely to look at an Anthony Davis trade if it came up? I can't say that, but I mean, he's a good defensive player. He doesn't play ever. I couldn't do that. I just think that I think the Bulls have been found out. I don't know that they can change the way that they necessarily play right now, and I think that unfortunately this could get worse as the year goes on.
Well, let's try to go positive, believe it or not. The back-to-back restrictions for Kobe White are done.
Who are you?
Right? I've changed since I've last seen you guys on Tuesday. Not really. Just more gray hair. That's possible. Kobe White is no longer going to be restricted. He's a full go, back-to-backs, all that kind of stuff. That can only help the Bulls. That could only be a good thing. So they're at the Magic tonight, probably a loss. But then they've got a couple of games at home, including the Nets and the Pacers. Those aren't good teams. The Warriors are in town.
They could easily lose those games, Dustin.
I'm sorry?
They could easily lose those games the way they're playing.
And they could easily win those games. I'm saying with Kobe White, I'm trying to this is a very good question, and there's a reason we're having it, because they just lost to teams with a combined 8 wins. They've lost 3 games, teams with a combined 8 wins. But they're also playing teams with a combined 8 wins coming up. They've got Charlotte coming up. They got the Pelicans coming up. So let's see what it's like when it's Kobe all the time. No more minutes restrictions. And Giddey all the time. And get some guys back healthy. Let's see. This is still we were all right around 500 when we made the prediction for the season. So this is about.
They started 5-0.
But again, that's why I didn't jump on board, David, on the 5-0 like some people did. I was not a prisoner of that moment like others.
Who is Emmanuel Miller, and what is he doing on my television screen? How in the world did he get in the rotation? What has happened to the Chicago Bulls? This is crazy. They have lost in the past week. A week ago tonight, they've lost to the Pelicans, Pacers, and Hornets.
Oh, I know.
And in none of those games against those miserable teams, dreadful teams, have they played a lick of defense.
Not even remotely.
I guess that's why we're seeing Emmanuel Miller get minutes and all kinds of experiments being tried.
Who's the Australian center? He got a bucket the other night.
He got a bucket. He scored. Lachlan, of course. Good old Loch.
The Loch Ness Monster.
The Loch Ness Monster.
He was a lock. He was a lock to make a point.
Are these guys? This is terrible what's going on. We're back to where's Patrick Williams? And Matas, when is he going to arrive? And all these things, you're shaking your head. That's the reaction, right? That's part of the problem.
Inconsistent.
And Vooch, God bless Vooch, but 35 years old protecting the rim, not a good combination there. Zach Collins can't mean this much to their defense, and he does. And I just don't know where they're headed. You mentioned Anthony Davis. You got to explore it. You mentioned other possibilities. AK can't sit on his hands and wait idly by for this to turn things around. I didn't expect this. I'm not sure they expected this. You do embrace the status quo out of habit for the fear of the Bulls, but I'm not sure how much longer you can because this is getting out of hand quickly. They now have a losing record. So who are the Bulls and what happened to the team that won the first 5 games of the year?
I mean, first, that's a rude question to ask.
All right. Did you see bad things moving forward in the college football playoffs? Are there worthy teams on the outside looking in? Will that be remedied? Do you believe Notre Dame could be in trouble with a coach a week taking shots at them? Lots of coaches taking shots at the Irish. Does an ACC team really belong in this playoff?
Loaded question, but I love it because it's fair. And I don't know if this will sound provincial or not, but you're Marcus Freeman and you're the head coach of Notre Dame and you can't control who you play. When this schedule was put together, it looked pretty good. The teams on that schedule have not been very good. So as a result, let's not lose sight of the fact they have won 10 straight games. They have been consistent. And they have won 10 straight games by double digits. So they haven't had any letdown. They have been a very consistent team since the 0-2 start. They lost to 2 pretty good teams. And will that be enough? Well, they're going to be at the mercy of the college football conference championship game weekend. These conference championship money grabs. So BYU and Texas Tech, keep an eye on that. If BYU finds a way to win, that probably will knock Notre Dame out, or it could conceivably. Also, Alabama. If Alabama finds a way to win the SEC championship game, Notre Dame's in trouble. I would take Notre Dame over Miami. I would take Notre Dame as one of the top 12 teams in America, and I don't think if they get in, they have to apologize for anything.
Don't think they have to apologize for anything, but David, you just laid out some scenarios that could be very difficult for Notre Dame. Let's add another one.
Okay.
How about Alabama beating Georgia in the SEC title game?
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Right?
Yeah,
that
I think that's a bad one.
That's something that I think actually could happen because, again, and something we need to take a deeper dive on and to really think about if you guys want to. Like, what is the incentive for, other than pride, I guess, what's the incentive for Georgia on Saturday afternoon? They're in the college football playoff. Don't you just want to try to be as healthy as possible moving into that game? I mean, what's the incentive for Indiana and Ohio State? Indiana just to say that we, nobody thinks we should be number 2 and we just showed everybody.
It's a great topic for later.
Right? But so there's so much. And the worst one, I don't think BYU can beat Texas Tech. But that's why they play the game. I mean, BYU is basically inept on offense, so I'm not worried about that one. But if Duke beats Virginia, Duke's automatically in. And then who's this other conference that like Tulane's winning? Tulane's going to be part of this? Should that conference have an automatic bid? I think is another thing that needs to be put up to debate.
Yeah, I think the problem is that for Notre Dame, it just seems like their inclusion is a given. That whatever else you want to say, whoever they but honestly, what's their best win? Is their best win USC? That's not a great win these days. I just think that is what happens when you lose a couple close games to start the year. You're able to benefit from how early the losses were, and as you say, put together 10 wins. But now here you are, and you're at the bottom of this thing, and you're not moving up, and they've had chances to move you up, and they're afraid to move you up, and they won't do it. And then meanwhile, all these other teams are making these arguments. I mean, Texas has a strong argument that they played everyone, and they're doing, they started out playing at Ohio State. That's gutsy, and you're not rewarding gutsy. So I think that I think it's really tough whenever we talk about this sort of thing. If it was down to 3 or 4 teams, we'd be having the same arguments about who belongs in it and who should be in the 2 games. It's just the nature of having any kind of limitation to this, and I don't know any other way of doing it. I mean, you could expand it more, I get that, but how much more? And you're never going to be able to really open it up completely because you need a week between games. The whole season would be like that. So I think they're doing the best they can with it, but I think it's a really interesting argument both ways to see Notre Dame being ranked ahead of a team that beat them, and now that team is close enough to be breathing at them. How do you make that move, and how do you not make that move? I think that's really a tough one. It's just a tough one, and you're right. You can't control who you play. You play traditional powers. If they all have a bad year, not a hell of a lot you can do.
Not a lot you can do.
No.
Those contracts are signed and the schedules are formed way in advance.
And I hope they get in.
I hope they get in too.
But I do think that it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
They rolled over Stanford. You see Rick Meyer's kid played for Stanford against Notre Dame.
Yeah,
Charlie.
But not by quite enough. That was the problem.
49-20. What do you want,
the
Dustin?
The spread was 35.5.
Okay.
All right, we've got the extra point next. We're going to get right to it. Mully and Haugh on the score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hola, amigos! Brian Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. On the first Monday in December, a New England running back is sure to run hot. Travion Henderson has been one of the best after-contact backs in the league the past several weeks, facing a Giants defense allowing an outrageous 6.24 yards per carry to RBs this season. Bank on the former Buckeye blasting his way to at least 75 rush yards at plus 110. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender. And we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch.
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, great memories start with great prices. Get gingerbread house kits for just $12, plus all the Wonder Shop baking must-haves. Gather the whole fam, grab some gingerbread kits, and start building sweet moments together. Then keep the joy rolling, baking up tasty treats with Wonder Shop that'll make the season a blast. Make unforgettable memories with incredible prices on gingerbread kits and Wonder Shop baking essentials. And step into the holidays, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
All right, now that the Bears are getting a ton of favorable national play and Ben Johnson is showing off his fitness for the sake of hot dog-loving Bears fans, would you like to review and change your projected record? Are they getting better, and whose status interests you the most this upcoming week?
Ben Johnson's. Everything about Ben Johnson, I think, interests Chicago right now. Looks like he's definitely doing more than squats. Good for him. Congratulations. Good physique. And he did take his shirt off for the good of the people, the hungry people of Chicago. So now they get free hot dogs. I can't remember. I was trying to say this over the weekend in some sort of context. When was the last time Chicago sports had a guy coming onto the scene this quickly who kind of got people excited, captured the imagination? I think this is more than Matt Nagy. because it seems he's just more impressive more consistently. No disrespect to Matt Nagy, but this guy's got a different kind of aura, if you want to call it that. It's Madden, Theo, Ozzie. I mean, these guys are all champions. I think you got to win. Theo is what comes to mind because of how he projects himself. But nonetheless, we can debate that and talk about it more later. I think the Bears have done something in a way that those guys did because of the thinking. Yeah, because of the intelligence. And it's obvious every time he opens his mouth. Even when he's even when he's flexing for the cameras and playing to the crowd, his locker room, he knows what he's doing. It's maybe impulsive, but you think he's calculated. You love it, right? Because everything he does, you like, nah, okay, I get it now. But I think the Bears have now redefined their season. They had to force all of us to kind of readjust our expectations. If they finish 3-2, they got 12 victories and they're 12-5. That to me is almost like conservative, but realistic. 12-5.
So you're at 12.
I'm at 12.
You're at 12. All right. I mean, I said 11 and got laughed at and mocked. I think 11's
You said 11
doable.
last year, too.
You've said a lot more than just 11 to get mocked.
Let's not act like you have some foresight.
Well, then why bother to answer this question then? There you go. Let's bring that tape back. Don't act like you have some foresight. Okay. There you go.
No, I'm saying you are now like, I picked him at 11. Didn't you have 12
it's part of the question.
last year?
It says, do you want to change your projected record? No, I don't.
You don't, because you don't need to,
12.
right?
I mean, 12.
You don't need to, do you?
I had 11. I think they get to 12.
3-2 finish.
I think they get to 12. I think they split with the Packers, which I think is what I predicted way back when I had no right to brain to pick anything I did. But going back to something you said, Mully, earlier that I do want to amplify on, I think you're 100% right. Also, part of this question is that I think it would be great to get TJ Edwards back this week for the Packers game. That would be huge. I think that's something that Tyreek,
if he's healthy.
If he's healthy.
How banged up is Tyreek Stevenson? Because I think Jalen Johnson was kind of on a. Did you guys talk about that on Wednesday? It was kind of like on a pitch count, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? And there were a couple times where he didn't look great. Now, again, A.J. Brown's a really good wide receiver, but there's some pretty good wide receivers on the Packers as well. And if it stuck out to me, I'm sure it'll stick out to the Packers on the tape that Jalen's definitely not 100% at the moment.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I'm not discrediting you in any way, Dustin. But you did pick the same record a year ago when they won 5 games, I believe. I think the difference here with and I don't want to be disrespectful to Matt Nagy either, because that was a really fun year. But I think the big difference is that this is the originator. This is the guy. You brought in a guy who runs his own scheme, who is a really smart football guy, who was, with all due respect to what's going on in New England, was the best coach hired, because he is a guy that when he was at The Athletic, did that poll, and they had him as the 3rd best play caller in the league when he was starting, before he'd been a head coach.
Yes.
And we didn't know how the head coach thing was going to work out. He made a great hire in Dennis Allen, who is a really good defensive coordinator, has done a great job. And I think that Ben Johnson doesn't rely upon other people to run his scheme. He runs his own, and he does it. You got a really smart head coach. You got a guy who knows what he wants, how to get it, who's holding them to a standard. We have seen this team improve as the year has gone on, and that was one hell of a game plan last week against the Philadelphia Eagles. And to have a team that we've watched build up, and we'll talk to Olin next, and he will talk to us about what he's seen from the offensive line and how much better they've gotten moving forward. And I think that it was like this perfect storm of going against a coach who wants you to march down the field with 12 plays, 14 play drives, and you said, okay, we can do that for you. Here, take a little bit of this run, and then we got that run, and look at what we're going to do. We're going to run again, and then you get to a point where, as we talked about with the Cole Kmet touchdown, where you ran some play action, and guess what? They had nothing they could do against it. Really exciting, really fun stuff to watch the Bears right now and feel like they made a correct hire, and this is just the start of something, and they're going to get better. So yeah, I'm going. I think they can reverse last year's record this year. That's how good they have played, and that's how hopeful I am for this continued success. Olin Kreutz next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all of your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win the game. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. Yes, 30% profit boost tokens. That's right. You get in on all of the action with a 30% PBT on this Monday night. That's tonight. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/score. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE and bet on the game between the Patriots and the Giants. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cloudy and cold today, more snow this afternoon, a high of 29.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Hey Chicago fans, Patrick Manley here. It's time to kick off your deck project with TimberTech, a real decking all-star. TimberTech is the #1 brand in premium decking. It delivers real wood looks without the hassle of costly maintenance, and it will never rot, warp, splinter, or peel. Plus, with industry-leading warranties, you know your deck will perform at the top of its game season after season. Discover why TimberTech is Chicago's MVP of decking and railing. Order free samples at timbertech.com.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. First place in the North, first place overall in the NFC. That's where the Bears wake up this morning, 9-3 overall. The Rams fell to the Panthers in the early window yesterday. Combine that with the Bears win on the Eagles on Friday, 24-15, and the Bears are in first place. We've got Olin Kreutz next to discuss it with Mully and Haugh. Sunday Night Football saw overtime in D.C. Broncos-Commanders. Broncos come out on top 27-26. Commanders went for 2 in overtime. The pass was batted away. Monday Night Football, Giants at the Patriots. We'll join that game in progress following Bulls basketball. That starts at 6:15 tonight on The Score. The Bulls are at the Magic. Blackhawks top the Ducks 5-3 Sunday afternoon. Connor Bedard scoring the tie-breaking goal, 9:55 of the third period. Blackhawks hit the road for 4 starting tomorrow night in Vegas against the Knights. Pat Fitzgerald on the verge of being named the next head coach at Michigan State. Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU. The Hour brought to you by Cars for Kids. And our segment with Olin Kreutz, well, it's sponsored by Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868.
Olin Kreutz, Score football analyst.
Bias towards offensive line. By that I mean find you an excuse of why an offensive lineman missed the block or why their job is hard.
Chicago Bears legend, 6-time Pro Bowl center.
You talk about one of the greatest leaders I've ever been around. From football to the weight room to life. Now he's in radio and he has the same passion.
Olin Kreutz, every week with Mully and Haugh. He probably doesn't like you, but he loves to talk Bears with Mully and Haugh.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We want to welcome everyone checking in on CHSN, always a joy, and we are delighted to welcome in the man himself, Mr. Olin Kreutz. Joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Olin, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Doing good. Walking a little taller, ready to talk Bears to my neighbors or whoever wants to talk to me when I walk into places and go to the Illinois football game or go to one of my daughter's volleyball or basketball games. Anybody who wants to talk Bears, I'm ready to do it.
You were in the snow globe? That's pretty extraordinary. I know it was senior night, so you had to turn up, but what was that like? Holy God. What was it like getting down there?
Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was 5 hours to drive down there. And obviously, the first responders, the police and the tow truck drivers and all those people on the road, a lot of people in the ditch. It was dangerous on the way down there, obviously, with the snow and the wind and the weather that we had. But, not a smart idea to drive down there that day. They were predicting that storm. But the game was fun. Obviously, love a good snow game. And Illinois pulled up with a win versus Northwestern. So it was a good day.
Great victory for Illinois. Great victory for the Bears a day earlier, Olin. And let's just start with your immediate reaction on the postgame show, and you guys did a terrific job. You said this Bears offensive line was the best in football. How surprised are you that you're able to make that statement this late in the season?
I'm really surprised, right? With just all the problems that we have had, and Ryan Poles went out there and traded for Tooney and Jonah Jackson. I think Tooney was a 4th-round pick, and Jonah Jackson was a 6th-round pick, and then signed Dahlman and Darnell Wright. We were talking about his development. Where would that go? And who the hell would be the left tackle this year, right? And Braxton Jones and Theo Bennett. And then obviously now we got Ozzie Trapillo out there, but we're out there rushed for 200. The running backs ran for 255 yards and the team ran for 281 yards. And after that, great play by Nashawn Wright where he pulls the ball out from Jalen Hurts on the tush push and causes that fumble. The Bears ran the ball 9 times out of 12 plays for a go-ahead touchdown there and to take a good lead after the Eagles missed an extra point. But just to watch this offensive line play and dominate a lot of it, guys, is obviously the plan, the scheme, and what Ben Johnson and Coach Rochar and Eric Bieniemy and Jim Dre, the tight end coach, what they're putting out there is really fun to watch on film. They had the linebackers and the safeties and the D linemen. They had them in what we call a blender, man. They didn't know which way the play was going. They were running after Caleb when it was a running play. They were chasing wide receivers in the flat, which is all part of the plan. And then the offensive line, guys, moving guys off the ball. Dahlman versus Jordan Davis, maybe something you worried about going into the game. I thought Dahlman did a hell of a job with a lot of one-on-one blocks. And then Jonah Jackson, Darnell Wright, and Tooney, and these guys, the movement they got, guys, the way they dominated that football game was really fun to watch. A lot of credit to the Chicago Bears, an offensive line that I think probably the best in the NFL right now. If you talk about Jonah Jackson, maybe a guy who's headed to first team All-Pro.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. I think what I found kind of extraordinary is the coach before he tore his shirt off, and he's a very physically fit man. But he gave the game ball to the offensive line, and it was Jonah Jackson that had it, and he talked briefly on behalf of the offensive line. And I thought, oh, well, that's answering a question I've had: is who's the leader of that group? He seemed comfortable. I think Joe Tooney is probably the most celebrated of the group, just in terms of his career and what he's accomplished. But it was interesting. Personality-wise, it looked like he had no problem being the guy that held up the ball and started talking to his teammates comfortably. And I wondered, so is he sort of the captain of that particular group?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Something we don't know unless we're in the locker room, but that gives you a little hint into maybe who is the guy that speaks for the group, who is the guy that people turn to say, okay, how do we get the offensive line going today? Look, maybe Coach Ben Johnson walking on the field telling Jonah Jackson, hey, we need this out of the offensive line today. Make sure you get them going. Make sure you get them moving in the right direction. I'm sure Tooney is also one of those guys, and so is Dahlman. They seem to have more than one leader on that offensive line, which most offensive lines do, right? Even when I played, Ruben Brown was a great leader. Roberto Garza, another really good leader. John Tate, all these guys led in the room when you have a good offensive line who helps the team win a game like you just saw the Chicago Bears do. And then Coach Rochar obviously doing a great job. Funny story, obviously I'm an old football guy, so when Ben Johnson tore his shirt off, I'm like, what the hell is he doing? You didn't win anything yet, right? I mean, you didn't clinch the playoffs, you didn't win the North, you didn't win. You saved that for winning the Super Bowl, right? An old football guy like me thinks I drive down to Illinois, get to the field, my son James has his shirt off 3 games, so I lose on that.
But Olin, Ben Johnson's feeding the hungry.
Yeah, that's for free hot dogs.
If you want, David, I heard you earlier. I know you got, you're really got Ben Johnson on the pedestal right now, so it's good. Look, I love it, man. The way they're playing, the way they're winning, nothing to say. A little early for me on the shirt rip off, but this guy has not been wrong on the things that he has done this year. Look, I picked against the Chicago Bears the last 3 weeks. Ben Johnson and his group up there at Hallis Hall continue to prove me wrong on the way they play football games. Go to the Eagles, beat the defending champions. Don't like the shirt coming off that early in the season. Don't like it coming off, before you even clinch a playoff berth, or you clinch the North, or you win the Super Bowl. But look, continue to prove you wrong. Like you said, this guy is calculated, seems to know what he's doing. If you guys want to call him in great shape and put him on Men Fitness, put him on magazine, by all means.
but okay, so go down that road though, because I think you need that. Be skeptical, be demanding, and tell us why that is maybe overboard. Tell me why I need to slow down, because it is hard to do that when you have a coach as impressive as he has been in the first season. But I think it's fair to take a deep breath and say, all right, is this too much too soon? What do you see, or what are things that you are looking for that maybe tell you that it's appropriate to maybe not get too carried away?
I tell you what, man, it's appropriate with the seasons that we've had. I'm a little more in the other corner. I'm a little more getting carried away. Actually, I obviously don't agree with the shirt off this early, but the Chicago Bears are, man, when you put their film on, I said this after the game, I said this going into the week, they're a fun team to watch on film. This is a good football team. Didn't even have them beating the Eagles, but they went out there, physically dominated them, Dennis Allen's group puts on one hell of a performance over there in Philadelphia, continues the Eagles' offensive struggles after the Dallas game, going into that football game, using all the pieces that he has, still having backup linebackers in there, still having that defensive line attacking people, getting Kyler Gordon back, getting Jalen Johnson back, running dime, running Kyler Gordon and C.J. Gardner-Johnson off the edges on blitzes, putting them on the field together. Just a really, really fun game plan to watch, even on the defensive side of the ball, guys. And the offensive side of the ball, they're fun to watch. They're a physical football team. They play a Chicago brand of football, and then they have a young quarterback who makes plays at the end of games to win games, whether it be with his feet, whether it be flipping his hips, rolling to his left, and finding Cole Kmet for the touchdown. Just a lot of things on this film that you're really impressed of when you do watch. So go ahead, man. With all the losing we've done, with all we all know all the stats and all the records and everything going into this game. They lost the first 2 games of the year. Now they're 9-1 in their last 10. It's all right to get a little bit carried away. Obviously, an old football guy like me that worries, a little skeptical. You see the shirt come off a little early, right? I'd love for him to be on the Super Bowl float, ripping his shirt off, and I'd like, yeah, man, rip your shirt off, rip your pants off, go down to your underwear if you want.
Don't tempt him.
That's so funny. Olin, you haven't picked the Bears of late, but I know for a fact you'll be picking them this week. I don't think you've ever picked the Packers over the Bears. When we look at the NFC North, right? That game on Thursday between the Detroit Lions and Green Bay, I just think one of the things that you realize about Ben Johnson is not only has he made an impact on the Bears, but man, he's making a huge impact in Detroit. They really miss him. They could use him. And Dan Campbell has gone haywire with all the fourth down stuff. I mean, if he just kicked field goals, he might have won that game or been in a position to win it. It's weird to see the impact of a play caller leaving a team as much as the impact of him arriving.
Yeah, that's a great point by you. And when you watch the film and you watch the Lions film, you do see the difference in play calling. You do see the details, the scheme, the little things that the Bears are doing now that maybe you don't see on the Lions film. And obviously Amon-Ra St. Brown goes out early that game. They don't have Frank Ragnow anymore. They have a few missing pieces on that offensive line going into the season, right? So you do understand that when you're watching the Detroit Lions offense. It wasn't the same group that Ben Johnson had, but he is a dynamic play caller. Everyone knew that there. You've heard things about this guy for a while. He just didn't take head coaching jobs. The Bears' job was the job that he wanted. He finally left Detroit. And like you're saying, it has made a huge difference for the Chicago Bears, and it's affecting the Detroit Lions. They've, fired their offensive coordinator. Campbell's calling plays. He didn't even think about that, right, with Ben Johnson as offensive coordinator. He didn't even consider going and taking the play sheet from the offensive coordinator and calling football plays. So very interesting, like you're saying, to watch how Ben Johnson has affected this NFC North. And you take, credit Ryan Poles for going over there and getting Ben Johnson, hiring him, giving him what he wanted. You strengthen your team and you weaken your opponent. And that's the best kind of hire you can make.
Olin, how do you get a book on Dennis Allen? Because it's really I'm finding it difficult, but I think in a good way for the Bears against, say, Mason Rudolph a week earlier against the Steelers. They sat back and essentially kept everything in front of them, and it was check down city, and you didn't let anybody get behind you. Against the Eagles, did not expect them to come after Jalen Hurts, and they did so 50% of the time in the first half and 44% overall. I don't know what to expect on a week-to-week basis. Maybe that's the beauty of having a veteran defensive coordinator, but do you have any insight or any sense of what to expect on a regular basis from Dennis Allen?
He does a nice job mixing it up and attacking what the quarterback and or the offense is struggling with. And on a week-to-week basis, it looks like, it depends on who he's got. You got Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon back. He said, oh, man, maybe on third down I'll go after this guy a little bit and play some man coverage. I got my all-pro cornerback back, and obviously Jalen Johnson wasn't fully 100%. But when he went out, Kyler Gordon came in, a lot of confidence in him, right? We talked about bringing C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kyler Gordon off the edge. But even in, the versus the Steelers late in the game, they moved all in on to kick a field goal to tie the game up and he got aggressive on them too, right? He started bringing blitzes, and Brisker tipped the ball to end the game. So Dennis Allen, man, he's going to challenge you. He's going to sit back. He's going to mix it up. Nice little blitz there. Bringing, I think, they actually Dallas Cowboys showed on the week before, but bringing a linebacker, bringing Billings on a return stunt on the center. Billings causes pressure. Hurts rolls out, and then, man, I mean, Byard, he's like Ken Griffey Jr. back there, right? Playing center field, tracking the ball, making a catch. But all those things are like you're talking about, Haugh, David. Like the defense is really bought in to their defense coordinator. He's making a lot of the right calls. And something I was thinking about when I was watching the Chiefs play the other day was, do we have our Steve Spagnuolo, right? A guy who's got his chance to be the head coach. If you think about the Chicago Bears and their coaching staff, Ben Johnson, we know our offensive scheme is not going anywhere, right? We got our head coach, but also the defensive coordinator. He's had his chance to be the head coach, and maybe we got our guy who will be here for a long time too. So the defensive playing really good football. People can't get a book on when he's going to play zone, when he's going to play man, when he's going to blitz you. A couple of blitz zeros there against the Philadelphia Eagles, was taking a chance with their wide receiver. I think you saw it one time, Devontae Smith running a wheel route on the sideline against DeMarco Jackson, and he makes a play, and it's just really fun to watch, right? Or was it Oglong?
It was Ogbon Bumiga, yes.
Because I've been practicing that name, Oglong
well done.
Bumiga. He's earned the right for us to learn his name, right? He's earned the right, the way he's been playing football out there and really battling with his teammates. And gosh, no matter who they give him, Coach Richard Smith, the linebacker coach, I mean, you just want to hand out roses all over this place to this coaching staff and the Chicago Bears.
I'm curious, when you look at Green Bay, when Ben Johnson was hired, he said something like, I like to beat Matt LaFleur a couple times a year. And it was... He was respectful toward everyone, maybe not Matt LaFleur. And then LaFleur came back and said something like, I don't know the guy. I don't even know who he is. So there's something going on there. Now you go up there. It just feels like, the Packers were playing poorly a couple weeks ago. They seemed like they've righted their ship a bit. Certainly winning on Thursday has changed things. What do you anticipate? They're still pretty much 5.5 to 7 point favorites, Green Bay. But do you feel the Bears now, with the number one seed in the NFC, could really do something about that rivalry?
Yeah, I think they can. I think they look like a good, they have these elements that we talked about that are repeatable, right? Where they can cover guys in the secondary and their offensive line can run the football on the road, and they get takeaways, right? They get takeaways on the road, and that stuff is repeatable. Maybe Ben Johnson and LaFleur can both coach with their T-shirts off, two young guys who stay in shape, right? But if you talk about, since 2011, the Bears are 3-24, right? Versus the Packers, LaFleur is 11-1. Versus Chicago Bears, the one was, last year they're already in the playoffs, and Jordan Love gets hurt and doesn't play, and Christian Watson goes out, and I'm sure they have their reasons. They lost that game up there. Lovie Smith came in and said the number one goal was to beat the Green Bay Packers, right? Yeah. Went up there and did beat them. Coach Ben Johnson came in this year, talked about the Green Bay Packers, talked about LaFleur, and then LaFleur said, I think he was on that frat party they call Busting with the Boys, whatever that is in there, where they're all in there, dipping and drinking beer and talking football. LaFleur said he didn't know Ben Johnson. I'm sure as hell he knows him now. I'm sure he knows him now, and he knows what he's doing here, and he knows that what the Chicago Bears are doing. The Chicago Bears are coming up there, and Coach Halfley, their defense coordinator, does a great job. Probably the highest ranked defense the Bears have seen in a while, guys. Really exciting football game coming up, to be honest. Got to dive into more film to see the matchups and what is going to happen here. But Chicago Bears, as they showed you in Philadelphia, can compete. And I know that I saw the Packers are either, I saw Biggs tweeted they're -6, favored by 6, or now it's down right down to 5.5. That means people betted down already. People excited about the Chicago Bears. Chicago Bears definitely have the elements, guys, like always waiting to say, okay, are they as good, right? Are they as good? Everyone sees all the numbers with their point differential and a DVOA, and I just say that. I don't know what the hell that is, but I guess it ranks their wins or whatever the hell that all that stuff means. But Chicago Bears, good football team, man. Really good football team. Run the football, play defense, take the ball away. I've heard that before. But the element, guys, the element that I keep seeing on film is people are worried about their quarterback, right? There was a touchdown in the game where 3 guys are watching watching where Caleb had the ball, a D lineman loops out to get Caleb, Jalen Carter, Caleb makes the play to Cole Kmet. They know that if you overload the run, right, if you make it look like goal line versus Chicago Bears offensive line, Chicago Bears have Poston Loveland, they have DJ Moore, they have Roma Dunze, they have Cole Kmet, they have all these guys, man, that Caleb can get the ball to with his arm and make a play, and all these elements, along with Ben Johnson's play calling. Really, really dangerous offense right now. Really keeps you on your toes. Really, the elements they have that they can go out there and play against the Packers. I think it's going to be a good football game.
Olin, we'll let you go. I'm just curious, were you at all surprised that Trapillo kept that starting role when Theo Benedict came back, and do you think that will go on for a bit?
I was surprised. I wondered going into the game if Theo Benedict was completely 100% healthy, but Ozzie Trapillo, man, I mean, put another really good game on film. Obviously, they help him a lot, right? They give him chips from the tight ends and the running backs. And Joe Thuney does an awesome job staying in protection, helping dog. A lot of pressure on the center when the guard has to get out to help the tackle a lot. So credit to Dahlman there, taking on Jordan Davis, taking on the defensive lineman for the Philadelphia Eagles. But Ozzie Trapillo doing a good job. And after watching those two games, I mean, him and Theo Benedict about even. Theo a little better run blocker, Ozzie a little better pass blocker. So I wouldn't be shocked if you stay out there. But gosh, guys, you guys know who's rushing on the edge for the Green Bay Packers, right? The guy, I think Coach Ben Johnson said a couple weeks ago against the Steelers, they have a couple werewolves. This guy's the lead werewolf, right? He leads the pack.
Yeah, Micah Parsons.
Good
Great stuff,
Olin.
Olin. Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
That is Olin Kreutz. It's true.
Micah Parsons is the problem.
Change a game.
2.5 sacks on Thursday against the Lions changed that game.
And it's really hard to make a spin move around a guy like that.
You can't.
He's just so flexible and so fast.
Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, two most unblockable players in the NFL.
All righty, 312-644-6767. First place in the NFC, Packers week. Do those things jibe to you? What do you think? 312-644-6767, Mully and Haugh on the score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3. And now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement for your family to enjoy right now. And you don't pay a dime until 2028. Yep, with Matrix. The guys with the X, the basement finishing experts. You can lock in your 2025 pricing today and enjoy your dream basement years before you ever make a payment. Whether it's a home theater, a gym, or a game room, make your home bigger, better, and more fun for the entire family without waiting. Go to matrixbasements.com. The guys with the X. Do that today because your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. Matrixbasements.com. The guys with the X.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Cyber Sale at Grand Appliance for the lowest prices and up to $2,600 in additional savings on LG purchases exclusively at Grand. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
It's cold out there this winter, and remember, you spent last winter thinking that it was time for new windows. Well, it's good that you waited, because right now, during Window Nation's end of the year sale, you get 50% off, plus you could get 0% interest for 5 years.
That's on windows that stop those wintry drafts, seal out moisture, and are so energy efficient, you'll save money on your monthly utility bills. Sale ends soon, so don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started. Tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments, with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
It's time for the Chevy Drives Chicago Bears Rundown. The day after Thanksgiving, and Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, and the Bears were on the road in Philly, taking on the world champs. The Bears took the lead in this one in the first quarter with a 3-yard run from DeAndre Swift. Philly strikes back with a field goal in the second quarter, answered by a Bears Cairo Santos field goal to extend the lead to 10-3 at the end of the half. In the third quarter, Philly scores their first TD but missed the extra point. The Bears roar back with more of the dominant run game, with a 4-yard TD from Kyle Monungai, then a 28-yard TD pass to Cole Kmet, sealing the deal. Bears 24, Philly 15. On the road or off-road, Chevy Silverado is built for tough performance. Now, during Chevy Red Tag, get 0% APR financing on a 26 Chevy Silverado 1500 pickup. Go to Chevy Drives Chicago for details. Chevy Silverado, official truck partner of the Chicago Bears.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Broncos' overtime win last night reclaimed the AFC's top spot. The Buccaneers are hanging atop the NFC South with the Panthers right on their heels. These two meet twice in the last 5 weeks. In the AFC South, the Texans are only a game behind the Jags and the Colts, and they are flying. While out west, the Seahawks and 49ers are closing in on the Rams. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER 426-2537 or by texting ILGAMB to 53342 in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Got one thing here. I know you guys are hungry for more, right?
Itching.
Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago is hungry too.
Yeah.
It's Chicago.
Mully at Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Now, if your inner eye could see it, that was Ben Johnson tearing off his shirt. Olin, not a huge fan, but it's for hot dogs.
It's for hot dogs.
It's for the good of humanity.
Yes.
And we should mention that our segment with Olin was sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency. Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Ben Johnson, coach of the people. So the Wiener Circle tweeted out a photo or the video of that scene in the locker room. And they said, is this real life or is this just fantasy? Free hot dogs again Tuesday.
Yep.
And then they're trademark profanity.
That is tomorrow.
We won't repeat that on the air.
They said to the mother.
So this is something that
people.
Ben Johnson had in mind. And when he was asked about it earlier in the season, he didn't rule out the possibility. Needed to wait for that right moment. And Friday felt like it. And he was in a position that everybody understood how carried away it was easy to get with this victory because it was a signature win for Ben Johnson.
And I heard from friends of mine around the globe who got the free broadcast. So that was super cool.
You did hear from people who actually used the Amazon Prime
the app.
The app, and so they were streaming it wherever you could be. I wonder what the worldwide numbers were for that victory.
Texter checks in. Good, better chest. Never rest your pecs.
Apparently he doesn't. He does his squats. We know that.
Yeah.
And apparently he doesn't pass the bench press either.
No. He's he had a little bit of a six pack as well.
Good for Ben.
Good. God bless him.
I think we saw a lot of things on Friday. We saw images of him or pictures of him from his high school quarterback days in Asheville, North Carolina, during the broadcast, which was Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought they did a commendable job. I know that you weren't necessarily in agreement.
I'm not in agreement. Herbstreit is great on the college football scene. I don't know that he offers a lot. I'm not being mean.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that he said anything I didn't know about the Bears.
Perhaps.
Which I'm supposed to know.
Yeah.
So that might be a poor insight on my part, but I just didn't feel like the story was advanced in any way from my perspective.
Right. Well, it was hard not to enjoy that game, though. In terms of just the presentation, was what made it even more, I think, indelible as far as a signature victory was Mully had everybody's attention. The entire league.
No,
there was one game
watching
on Friday.
Yes.
And when you make a statement that loudly, that widely, it's going to definitely resonate and in many ways validate what the Bears had done up to that point.
And a friend sent me a text of a statue of a shirtless Ben Johnson kind of showing off his body. They were calling it The Scream, and it had it in front of Soldier Field with a bunch of Bear fans around. It was AI generated.
Yeah, it was.
But it looked hilarious.
Think he planned on that? He thought, or was that totally impulsive? Do you think he thought there was a moment that's going to happen if this happens? He plans everything.
He must have been aware. He must have been aware that the whole league was watching, and he must have been aware that everyone would see that video of the good, better, best. And okay, I got no problem.
Seemed pretty authentic, though.
Yeah,
I'm
not an old football
everything
guy
about
like
this
Olin.
season, though, seem very authentic, and it seems very real, and that's what makes it all the more enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, it was really good.
It's fun.
312-644-6767. A lot of people want to check in. We'll start with Anthony. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, what's going on? Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning.
Doing well.
How are you, bud?
Hey, man. So basically, thanks for taking the call, first of all. But Kyle Monangai, man, a couple of us seen it before the season started. Like, you put him in the right, what he did in the Big Ten is not. It's hard to deny. You put him in the right situation, especially with the line playing how they're playing now. It's not like it shouldn't be a huge surprise. A good coaching as well. But the point that I wanted to make, and I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts if you could, is the way that we played, the way the Bears played the Eagles Would you, doing anything less than that moving forward? What would you guys think about that? I mean, I know every Sunday is different, but the issue was focus and physicality, and it seems to be that we check both of those things.
I think it's the way the Bears want to win with Ben Johnson. They want to establish a running game. They want to run the ball as often as they did. They want to control the clock as they have when they win games against good opponents, which you look at the Steelers and you look at the Eagles games. That was by design. Ben Johnson told us all along, by December, this team would be getting better. And this is the way they had planned it, and it certainly looks like things are going according to that plan.
And I would say that, you are correct that game plans change based on what teams offer you or how they try to prevent you from dominating them. And I think that in this case in particular, that is a team that wants you to drive down the field and put drives together, and they rely on the fact that it is difficult to do that without committing a penalty, without chasing the chains, without making a mistake of some sort. And the Bears somehow managed to erase that element and really dominate the line of scrimmage against the defending Super Bowl champions. It was a real masterclass and how to beat that team, and that was a case where the Eagles have been surviving on that defense, and they needed the offense to come around, and it couldn't match what the Bears were doing. So I don't know that every week you're going to be dominating the line of scrimmage and running the football, but certainly as the weather gets colder, as the elements change in Chicago, in Green Bay, wherever you are playing, you've got to be able to do that sort of thing, and it's wonderful the Bears are able to do it.
Nothing travels better than a running game.
Nothing.
And nothing is a better...
Defense travels, running game travels.
And there's nothing better to have at your disposal in tough weather, difficult winter weather than a running game. So this Bears offense seems weatherproofed. It does seem like it's focusing on the right things. It's not gimmicky.
And it's a simple thing, but they want to run. I mean, you got a very creative play caller that has a lot of different ideas about how to disguise what you're doing and come back and run similar plays out of different sets, whatever it might be. But they
do a great job of this.
He's very good at that. But he's not afraid to run the ball, and he likes running the football.
If you can imagine this, and I think we don't have to because we see it, the Bears do a terrific job of running the football and using misdirection. And they make the same look different and the different look the same. No matter the formation and the way that they have a lot of movement and moving parts, and you have to really watch it play twice to understand what's going on and what the intent was in pulling the center.
And the combination blocks that are opening up those holes are also sealing those holes and allowing the running backs to cut backward, and it's a huge amount of ground you're giving them.
No doubt about it. So as a result, they're the best rushing football team in the league.
Incredible.
The hottest team in the NFL. And they've got the Packers next, and that defense will be a challenge, but you don't feel like the Bears are going to be overmatched.
Let's try D'Angelo. D'Angelo's on the road. Hey, D'Angelo.
Hey, man. First of all, thank you for taking my call. This weekend is football. Right? This weekend, you have two teams that have been hating each other since they started. And they got great records, great coaches, great players, right? If you can't get excited about this game coming up, and it's okay, we played Packers a billion times, right, over the years, right? But this particular game, after all the stuff that we done went through, to finally now have a coach, a quarterback, an offensive line. Hey, and I'm not knocking the defensive line because the defensive line did some work over the last two games as well. Yeah. We have an evenly matched team going against the Packers. We got an evenly matched team going into this matchup this Sunday. This is football. December, cold. The only thing that will make this even better if we can get some snow. This is football. I've been watching the Bears. I'm almost 50. I've been watching the Bears since the 80s. And I tell you, man, I miss them old school run, defense, type football. And to top it all off, we all witnessed on Friday a new meme from our quarterback for our head coach taking off his shirt. If that don't get you pumped up, that is the new meme right now for Chicago. When you pumped up, you go get Ben Johnson meme and put it out there, have that shirt off, and then pumped up hype. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, D'Angelo.
That's hysterical.
It is funny.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Do you think Ben excused himself to the weight room before he ran in and tore off his shirt?
I think he was in his office pumping out 50 push-ups.
Yeah.
He dropped down and did 50.
Yeah,
he wanted to get
Didn't it look like
swole, and he was there. He was like, yeah.
He was swole.
He's ready.
Let's try our buddy John. Johnson Joliet. Hey, John.
Good morning, Mully and Haugh. Let me just say this. Listening to Olin Fruits be that excited to talk about football, I thought I was listening to an auctioneer. That guy is just so fired up. And the enthusiasm that this city has, just everywhere you go, people are talking about Bears, wearing the Bears.
Yep.
This is what Chicago is all about, and we were ready to back these boys up. All I want to see them do is just go beat Green Bay, and let's do this again. Bear down, baby. It is a beautiful thing to love our Bears.
Thanks, John.
Great stuff, John.
Great call.
Yeah.
Speaks for many. It's fun to watch the Bears play football, and it's December. Things haven't always been the case. Last year at this time, they were searching for a head coach.
312-644-6767. We're going to stick with our calls. We'll be right back on The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we share our takeaways from Bears-Eagles. Score football analyst Anthony Herron joins us to break down the game at 11. Plus, the Athletics' Dan Wiederer brings us his take on how it all went down in Philly at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago. Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy 2. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. Salmon fillets $5.99 a pound, or Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. I love that stuff. Visit a location today or get it delivered. And for new customers, they're offering 3 months free. Shop Wild Fork. Shop smart. Spend less.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on the team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up, you get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
Do you owe back taxes to the IRS? Whether it's due to job loss, a divorce, a new business venture, or you just didn't file your taxes, don't lose hope. Powerful relief programs are now available that can help you and may reduce or even eliminate what you owe the IRS. With the cost of living affecting millions across the country, Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying anyone with $5, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes to the IRS to call to get relief options. With over 1,000 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau,
TRA is America's trusted choice for real tax relief. Relief options are now available that can give you a fresh start and peace of mind. End your tax nightmare today by calling our tax relief hotline. Dial 800-390-8432. 800-390-8432. That's 800-390-8432. Or visit TRA.com. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
For nearly 100 years, Busey Wealth Management has helped families and businesses make smart financial decisions that stand the test of time. From personalized investment plans to tax strategies that work for you, we take a big picture approach, connecting you with the right experts to help protect what you've built and plan for what's next. Busey Wealth Management, here for every chapter of your financial story.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE, offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
It's time for Cyber Monday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Beating the defending Super Bowl champion at their place in primetime feel important? Like, you know,
yeah,
what I mean?
it's a division game, well, NFC game, and so you know, it is very important to us because we understand, you know, what it is and what it means for us. But going into the game, you don't put that type of energy, you don't put that type of pressure, you don't put that type of focus or comparisons or anything like that. You focus on being 1-0. You focus on winning the game, and however it looks, however it feels, however, you know, just focus on coming out with the win. That's the most important thing.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's the voice of Caleb Williams, and he's telling you what it means to beat, well, let's be honest, every team in the NFC East. They have run that division.
They unbeaten in the NFC East against those opponents. Definitely. That was the most impressive by far.
That's the best one of them.
the best of the bunch because it was against a defending Super Bowl champion in their building. And the decisive method of victory, just the dominant way they ran it down the Eagles' throats. 47 carries, 281 yards, 2 running backs over 100 yards for the first time since 1985, my friend.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive stuff.
When you're doing things that haven't been done since Walter Payton and Matt Suhey combined to do them, that's a special day on the football field. And the Bears, now what? Now you got 5 games left, and now everybody's recalibrating their expectations. Now everybody's looking ahead and talking about what is possible. Right now, I think that in the NFC, you still have some difficult teams to play, and you still have some room to grow, but you're getting healthier defensively. Just enjoy this.
Oh, you got to enjoy it. I don't know how you can't. I mean, if you're a Bears fan and you've suffered through how many years of this stuff, you got to feel great about what that result was like. I mean, I'm happy to be in here finally talking about it. It's just it was just so much fun to see them do it. Let's get back to the phone lines. We'll start with Freddie. Freddie is on the Odyssey app. Hey, Freddie.
Good morning, guys. I'm feeling like a champion this morning. I want to ask you guys a question. You guys are professionals. Listen, the 3 linebackers that's been hurt for the past 2 weeks, do you think these guys that took their place is playing better than our starters? Just a question. I'm going to hang up and listen. And one more thing. When Caleb starts dropping those passes, we're going to have an awesome. Bear down, guys. Love
Thanks,
you.
Freddie.
Thanks for the phone
Bless
call.
you.
Well, you have to give credit. I mean, DeMarco Jackson and Amen Agbagbamiga have played very well in place of Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. Now, TJ Edwards has been out a long time, so I think this defense has gotten used to playing without him. But, Mully, I think Tremaine Edmonds was having a Pro Bowl caliber season when he went out. And I was a little surprised he went out and was placed on injured reserve because it was a groin injury. When he comes back, I think he picks up where he's left off. The good thing about the Bears linebackers is they do have quality depth at that position that has been revealed. Didn't know that. But if you're going to have to play backups at any level, as we talked about last week, you want it to be, I think, the middle level. You don't want your defensive line to be compromised. And you can't afford your back end.
You're getting better on the back end, right? And there's plenty of room for improvement. But you're definitely getting better. And I think it was 36 plays or something for 30-plus plays for both Jalen and Kyler Gordon. I think Gordon might have had 36, Jalen 33, something like that.
Close.
But whatever it was, you would imagine that as this goes
incremental
on,
increase.
Incremental increase.
But the most impressive play, I think, from a linebacker came when Agbagbamiga was in stride with Devontae Smith on a wheel route. And I'm like, what is he doing? Cover. Oh, he is defending the pass. He's not getting beat by 2 steps, which you expect with a linebacker matched up against a guy like that. But give him credit. It might have been a mismatch that the Eagles tried to exploit. They couldn't. And that's to the credit of the Bears linebacking core that's really stepped up.
Let's try Mo. Mo is in Carroll Stream. Hey, Mo.
Hey, guys. Long-time listener, but big cheesehead. Just want to preface that.
Okay.
But I do want to offer my perspective from a Packers point of view. Now, I am going to the game Sunday with a bunch of my Bears buddies, and I would say out of all the years that I could remember, this is the most nervous I am about the Bears.
Good, Mo. Good. I hope you're a nervous wreck, and we don't care about the Packer perspective.
He just dismissed him.
Yeah, that's God bless you.
He just dismissed him. That's great.
Call the fine folks in Milwaukee. See if they give a toss.
Our sister station.
Yeah, there you go.
Call Sparky.
Try
he cares.
Like Sparky
cares.
All worked up. Yeah. They're probably all crawling under their beds right now. We got Big's time next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can impact its value by 40 or 50%. So if you're not careful, you can really overpay. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. These are the diamond experts. 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family owned. They're not another corporate chain. At Rasny, they respect you, your budget, and they offer personalized service, the kind you deserve. And they've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there, cut to perfection for maximum brilliance and symmetry, hand-picked with no middleman markups. The diamonds they reject are the ones you see online or at big chains claiming rock-bottom prices. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. And you'll love the engagement ring settings at Rasny, both trendy and classic. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of those corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location and let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Hey, it's Zach Zaidman. Everybody knows that McGrath Acura of Westmont has great prices on new Acuras. But did you know they'll give you a generous offer on your vehicle even if you don't buy one from them? Just text the word VALUE to 833-208-9324 to instantly receive your vehicle's value. McGrath Acura of Westmont is where I buy my cars, and when you do the math, you will too.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
Save big money in your next painting project at Menards. Pristine interior paint and primer in one is Dutch Boy's best hiding and most durable paint. It delivers a smooth, elegant finish while providing maximum scuff, stain, and mark resistance. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and get your painting project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is going to give all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT for this Monday night's game. Monday Night Football, more fun, especially when you hit with a PBT. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. We're going to take the North and never give it back. Well, maybe the Bears are going to take the NFC and never give it back. They are the number 1 seed in the NFC after a Rams loss to the Panthers. Your Bears are 9-3, good for first place in the North and the top seed in the NFC. We've got Brad Biggs coming up next with Mully and Haugh. Sunday Night Football, Broncos at Commanders went overtime. Broncos come up on top 27-26. 9 wins in a row for the Broncos, who deflected a 2-point conversion by the Commanders as time went down in that game in overtime. Monday Night Football, Giants-Patriots will join that game in progress following Bulls basketball. That's a 6:15 pregame. Bulls at the Magic. Connor Bedard, a tie-breaking goal at the 9:55 mark of the third. Empty netter, 2 assists. Blackhawks beat the Ducks 5-3 on Sunday. Blackhawks hit the road. They're in Vegas to start a 4-game road trip tomorrow night. Lane Kiffin leaving Ole Miss for LSU. He will not coach Ole Miss in the college football playoffs. Pat Fitzgerald trading purple for green, on the verge of being named the head coach of Michigan State football. The Hour, brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards. Our segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency, call the plumbing pros. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs with Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Want to welcome those of you watching on CHSN, and we want to welcome our guy. He is Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune, a longtime contributor to the station and a valued friend, and he joins us on the Atturo Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Big Z!
Morning, Brad.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, I don't know if you've heard, but the Bears are now atop the NFC. Soon to be favorited over New England in the Super Bowl, and a repeat of, I believe it was Super Bowl 20.
I think it was.
And there's a lot of euphoria in town.
Yeah, well, opportunity to scout Drake May and the Patriots tonight and on Monday Night Football, right?
That's a good point, Brad. The Patriots are on Monday Night Football tonight, so everyone can get a glimpse. But going back to Friday, how would you describe your level of surprise by how dominant the Bears were in beating the Eagles?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it was. It's just such an ass-kicking, right, to just go out there and dismantle Philadelphia in the trenches, like both ways. Like that's a really good Eagles defensive front that
hadn't been run on like that in forever. I think everybody's known that the Eagles have got some issues on their offensive line this season with injuries and guys not at 100% since they've been back and some guys still out. But Barkley really didn't get anything going. It was just a dominant effort. Like Ben Johnson's talked for a while about, we haven't put together a complete game. We haven't done this. We haven't done that. That's as close as they've been to a complete game this season. You can't say you had a complete ball game when your quarterback's under 50% completing his passes. But man, it was dominant almost from start to finish.
Yeah, and I think that the one of the more impressive elements of it was that we know how good Vic Fangio is as a defensive coordinator, and we know what he allows you to do, which is put together drives down the field, but not to make the big plays. He wants to limit the explosives, as we all know, and somehow they did it. They did exactly what you have to do to beat a Vic Fangio coach defense. They put together drives. They marched down the field. They didn't make mistakes, and they really dominated a defense that just won the Super Bowl a year ago. And now listen, I know you're a big Nick Sirianni guy, but I'm going to argue that they didn't even look like they were involved in that game. They didn't look inspired in any fashion at all.
He wanted to fight a fan.
Yeah, he did. He at one point, and Bigsy loves that.
He loves that stuff.
The combative nature of his personality. He did try to go after a guy at one point, but Brad, they were. It was weird to see how mediocre they were.
Yeah, well, Nick Sirianni faced a series of questions about firing his offensive coordinator after the game. The honeymoon period from the Super Bowl parade back in February has long since ended. The grace period you get from Philadelphia sports fans lasts
almost a month. Yeah,
it's absolutely unbelievable. So, the Bears win that, and now they've got some extra time to prepare for Green Bay. Of course, the Packers have the benefit of extra time as well, having played a day before on Thanksgiving. And the challenges only get bigger for the Bears moving forward, especially in light of the Carolina Panthers, who could have saw that coming, springing a massive upset on the Rams yesterday.
Brett, I think the average fan watches the Bears run the football and thinks, all right, this is great. They got an offensive line that is moving the pile, controlling the line of scrimmage, and all the things you want to see. Individually, who's having the best year? If you had to pick a Pro Bowl selection out of this group of 5 or 6 as it turned out to be, who's having the best year? Is it Jonah Jackson, the guy who took the game ball from Ben Johnson on Friday? Is it Joe Tooney, who quietly does everything right? Or maybe is Darnell Wright? They all seem to be playing at a very high level.
Yeah, I think it's really difficult to pick one out, Dave, because if all 5 aren't doing their job, it's very difficult to see the line have success. And they've really kind of come together since that bye week. Like the numbers that they have running the football since the Week 6 Monday night game at Washington are super impressive. I haven't looked at an updated figure since Friday's game at Philadelphia, but it wasn't consistent at all in that first month of the season, something that wasn't surprising to those involved because of the time on task that's required. But, boy, they were confident. They weren't worried. And it started to click. And it's going to be interesting to see, how the Packers with Jeff Hafley and some of these other defensive coaches that they're going to run into are going to try to attack the Bears, because if somebody comes up with a way to slow down this run game, good luck having answers for all the players that they have in the passing game. You can't make the Bears really one-handed right now in terms of what they're doing offensively, just because they have so many different guys.
This segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Est Wing Professional Tools, made in the USA for over 100 years. estwing.com. It is really amazing, I think, to see the Bears sort of getting better, and yet you go back and you remember when we first heard from Ben Johnson, he talked about beating Green Bay and beating Matt LaFleur in particular, and beating him a couple of times. And LaFleur obviously took offense to it because he then came out and said he didn't know Ben Johnson. He wasn't sure who he is. And I think he kind of knows him now. How will that little element play into what happens on Sunday?
Well, you got a great subplot there between the coach that's had a super hot beginning here with the Bears, and then a guy in Green Bay and LaFleur whose record has been fantastic, right? I mean, like he went 13-3 his first 3 seasons as a head coach.
Right.
I'm sorry, it was 13-4 that third year after they expanded to the 17-game season. So LaFleur's done it over the test of time. As his regular season winning percentage is just shy of 675. So he's gotten after it, and that's an interesting backdrop to this game. Some of the Packers stuff that you hear from head coaches that are just hired by the Bears, I think that comes from ownership. I think ownership likes the idea of their coach showing some disdain for their rival to the north. I think ownership feels like that the fans kind of feed into that, and it's if Ben Johnson kind of paying attention to the Packers brings a level of focus to this rivalry for the coaching staff that can help the Bears get back on track against Green Bay, that'll be very helpful, because for the last 3 decades, the Packers have laid waste to the Bears many more times than not.
What did you make of the way that Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon were incorporated into the game plan, and how surprised were you that Dennis Allen blitzed as often as he did?
Well, I think, the way those guys were used, you could tell they were going to kind of watch it as they went, and they had a couple different uses for Kyler. They had Kyler spelling Jalen on the outside. Then they had Kyler is the dime guy, and by the end of the game, I think Jalen was probably a little bit tired. We saw Nick McLeod out there. I think McLeod got 10 snaps near the end of the game. So Bears probably fortunate that the game was so one-sided in terms of time of possession. The Bears had 85 plays, which is just an astronomically high figure. I think that's the most offensive snaps any team in the league's had in a non-overtime game in more than 2 years. And by virtue of that, the Eagles only ran 51 plays. So they didn't have to have Jalen out there and Kyler out there they didn't have to account for 70-plus snaps for their defensive backs. So I think you try to get an eye on how they felt Saturday in terms of recovery. The long week will obviously help both of those guys a little bit, and you see if you can get a little more out of them in the trip to Green Bay. But they've got a good problem to have on their hands now with some of these DBs returning healthy, and it allows for some creativity for Dennis Allen, for Al Harris, and the rest of the coaches on the defensive side of the ball.
Brad, we've seen the storyline repeatedly that the Bears, who have they beaten? They haven't beaten anybody. Now they've beaten a couple teams with winning records, or I guess the Steelers are now 500, and Poor Aaron Rodgers. I hope his nose is okay.
Yeah, they get 2 wins over teams that are currently above 500.
Yes.
And so I'm just curious, when you watched football yesterday, and it felt like every national guy was stumbling over the next one, trying to compliment the Bears and say something nice about the Bears and compare Caleb to, what did I hear, to John Elway? I mean, there were
Howie Long compared him to John Elway.
That. I can't believe how many kind words and wonderful little bouquets were thrown their way yesterday.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you're this hot, right? They've won 9 out of 10, and so they've earned some focus and some attention from the national shows, and they're going to get a lot more. Like that, this is a huge game this week. It's in the prime time, or not the prime time. It's the late afternoon national game on Fox. I mean, there's going to be a lot of focus on the Bears because there were questions. How can they handle a step up in class going on the road against an 8-win Eagles team? And they provided a resounding answer. Doubters will still want to see more. Because as we said, the Bears have a pair of wins over teams currently over 500. Yes, we know they didn't pick the schedule. They're just playing who's in front of them. By comparison, the Rams have 6 of their 9 wins over teams that are currently above 500 in the standings. The Carolina Panthers, who are 7-6, they've got 3 wins over teams that are over 500. So the questions about the Bears and how they can handle better teams, like those are going to be fully answered over the remainder of the season. There isn't a cupcake left. Like I know it's a tractor pull on offense for the Cleveland Browns right now with Shedeur Sanders or whoever they want to put at quarterback, but that defense is a real tough test, and the Bears will see that, and everyone else on the schedule is a very good team. So the debate will be fully answered by the end of the season. Can the Bears handle better teams on the schedule?
Brad, you've covered the Bears as long as anybody out there doing it. So finish this sentence. Friday was the Bears' biggest regular season victory since...
Oh, boy. I mean, probably, I think the easiest answer is that I believe it was a Sunday night game. It was prime time. I want to say it was Sunday night against the Rams in early December 2018. It was a really good LA team that came into Soldier Field. The Bears won that game 15-6, and off of that, you started feeling like, wow, this Matt Nagy team could really do something. That was a high-octane Sean McVay offense that Vic Fangio just completely shut down that night with obviously a lot of good players on the defensive side for the Bears then. You know, prior to that, it's hard to pick one. It really is. Like in a meaningful season, you know, there've been big wins, but you know what? You go back to 2010 and the Eagles were at Soldier Field. I want to say it was November. Mike Vick was a quarterback who's put up huge numbers for Andy Reid. And the Eagles they not only had a really good record, you know, they had some pedigree, right, with Andy Reid. And the Bears had kind of stumbled a little bit earlier in the season. They were 4-3. They started winning some ball games. They weren't sure how good they could be. And then they just beat up Philadelphia. It was like 30. I think the final was 31-26, but it was like 31-13 going into the fourth quarter. That's another one, but that was 15 years ago. Like that, if you're looking for any reminder of how, you know, thin things have been around here for the Bears, it's really difficult to put together a list of meaningful, big regular season wins for a decade and a half.
And it's so funny to hear people referencing that this is the first time 2 running backs, both over 100 yards since Walter Payton and Matsui. Ben Johnson wasn't alive when that last happened.
I know.
He wasn't yet born when that happened. I think that's a more remarkable fact than the fact that
I was stunned. I was stunned it had been that long. I'm like,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's wild is to go for, 280 on the ground or so twice in a month. Twice in a month? Like, they had that stretch there where they were running like mad with Justin Fields, and I think we all know that's because they literally couldn't throw the football. But prior to that, yeah, you're going back to like pre-1985 when they were putting some games together like this on the ground, and this isn't a one-dimensional offense, and their ability to have success now to allow Caleb to continue to grow, which he's been doing, like they've got all kinds of options. You're seeing Colston Loveland show up in big moments more on a weekly basis, the fourth down catch on Friday. They've got so many different guys that are contributing. Zacchaeus, who had the drop issue a couple weeks back, makes a big play on third down at Philadelphia. Like, the list of guys they've got that can step up in the passing game leads you to believe that they're really going to be a handful for every defense that they encounter the rest of the way.
Great stuff, Brad.
Great stuff, Biggsy. Great catching up with you, bud.
Have a great day, guys.
You too.
That is our guy, Brad Biggs, the football man of the Chicago Tribune. And you are listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We're going to be right back with your calls, 312-644-6767. We got to talk a little college football, too, because it was a huge weekend leading to another huge
impactful weekend.
Very important
on and
stuff.
off the field.
And we'll get into it. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends, time when you're feeling good. But 2026 could change all of that when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding the way back. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They know that you use your body's own natural healing abilities and you can repair and restore what's been lost. It helps you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk, hike, dance, enjoy the holidays without pain, live without pain, without hesitation. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach. Easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation, and now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. You call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This segment brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com, a 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Save time every time for a great haircut. Just download the Great Clips app or check in online at greatclips.com. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Why pay more at AlmostFreeTeeth.com? You can save up to 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Do that today.
Open the door to savings with beautiful Mastercraft doors at Menards. Transform your home for the holidays with Mastercraft doors. Choose from our huge in-stock selection or design your door your way with our free step-by-step design program. Get your door in 7 days or less. Get a ready-to-paint 6-panel interior door for only $89.99 now at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Season's greetings to you all from Menards.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Yale and 15-seeded Youngstown State squared off in the opening round of the NCAA's FCS playoffs. The Penguins raced to a 35-7 halftime lead, and when they led 42-14, ESPN gave them a 99.8% chance of winning. Then Yale reeled off 29 unanswered points, resulting in a 43-42 upset victory. Amazing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
You know that this was a very challenging, difficult day. You know, we went through a lot last night with Keith Carter trying to figure out a way, you know, to make this playoff, you know, run work and be able to coach the team. And at the end of the day, that's his decision. And I totally respect that. I understand that decision. And, you know, so I just totally wish the team the best of luck, wish that I was coaching, but understand that it was a very challenging position for him and the Chancellor to be in. And totally respect that. So, you know, just really hope they play really well and go win the national championship.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That was Lane Kiffin doing an exclusive interview on the way out of town with Marty Smith. He's kind of like, he looks like a cowboy a little bit, right? He's kind
Marty
of
Smith or Lane?
Marty.
Yeah.
He's you see him on ESPN. He spent a week there, and apparently he drove around some fire trucks to get
did whatever he needed to do.
I mean,
resourceful,
to get to Lane Kiffin.
intrepid.
And Lane Kiffin actually complimented him before you heard that interview.
They've got a rapport, clearly.
And got a report.
Yeah.
And
they have a report, and he got his report.
And he got a good report, and no one else had it. So it was good for him. Congratulations to him. Always difficult to get that kind of interview with the guy. But, man, I'll tell you, Lane Kiffin.
Off to LSU.
Yeah.
All right, I have two thoughts on this.
Yes.
Number one, just from a pure fan standpoint, somebody who loves college football and all that comes with it, flaws, warts, and all. I can't believe he'd leave Ole Miss. I mean, the football romantic in me is like, do you know what? Why do you coach? You coach to get a team on the verge of a national championship, in large part because of the job you did to get them there. You are regarded in Ole Miss as a hero if you stay, and you have a team that's on the verge of winning it all. Why are you there?
But
that's why you're there.
No, but here's the thing.
Okay.
They put a time frame on him. They wanted to force his hand, and they wanted to use the idea that he's going to be coaching for a national championship to prevent him from leaving.
I understand all of those parameters, Mully. I just
I'm
think
not defending him.
picture.
Yeah.
You coach for seasons like this one.
And he's had a season like that.
And he experienced this, and now it's time to move on? Or is it time to, take a deep breath and enjoy the fruits of your labor like Kurt Cignetti did, like Eli Drinkwitz did, like guys who re-upped at their schools knowing they would have more lucrative opportunities elsewhere. Lane Kiffin didn't do that. I respect that. Look, I understand it. I'm just telling you from a pure football fan perspective. Like, what do you want, man? This is why you get into coaching, to get a team to excel to this degree.
But this was very interesting to hear him talk about his father. Monty Kiffin was his dad, who was a great defensive coordinator down in Tampa, and he said that his dad moved 17 times. So when he was a kid, he was used to this idea that you're constantly kind of chasing
the carpetbagger lifestyle. I get it. And the money's more lucrative at LSU.
But they said they would match that
money. They would.
But the problem is...
What's the problem?
The problem is exactly what Brian Kelly said, which is that when he left Notre Dame, he wanted to go to LSU in order to win a national championship. He thought that would be easier. And I think that it probably is at LSU because of the amount of money they're going to pay for
NIL. Fair enough. And that's a justifiable reason.
I'm with
but do you know what I'm saying?
I totally understand what you're saying. But what I'm just looking at is that they gave him a deadline. They basically controlled. If you take this job, you go now.
But Mully,
and we don't let you coach in the playoffs.
That's my second point. Once you get past all of the football romantic stuff that I just tried to articulate, that you now have a professional obligation to follow your boss's edict, ultimatum, however you want to describe it. If they say, if you go, then this can't happen, you can't meet with your team, you can't say this, you get out now, you're Lane Kiffin. This is what you prayed over all day Saturday. This is what you thought about all last week. Once you check that box, LSU, all the conditions that come with it, you have to accept and get out of town. That's what being a professional is all about.
And the real villain to this whole thing is actually Pete Carroll. Did you hear what he said? He said that Pete Carroll, he talked to his mentors, both Pete Carroll and Nick Saban.
Yeah.
And Pete Carroll said to him, your father would tell you to go. And that's what really rang true with him. So whether he meant to or not, he basically dissed Pete Carroll like he was a Vegas fan. he got on board with
he
whatever.
blamed Pete. It's all Pete's fault.
Well, no, he basically
Mully,
said that Pete
we
said
all
that
have been
to
in these
him.
situations.
Right.
Lane Kiffin's 52 years old, I believe. You make a professional decision knowing that you're going to be the one that is responsible for all that comes with that decision. You don't say that your dad would have wanted you to do this. That may be what you tell somebody after the fact. I don't know that it compels you to make a choice that big that affects that many people.
The very fact that he mouthed that, though,
it was amusing.
I didn't have anything
It was
to do
amusing.
with it. It's Pete.
Yeah.
I just laughed at that because I bet Pete's pretty unpopular.
I don't think
at Ole Miss.
anybody cynically should have been surprised by this, given
No.
Lane Kiffin's history,
No.
given with the way he grew up.
That's right.
A vagabond in the
Yes,
football industry.
no question.
And so now you move on to LSU, and I thought that Brian Kelly's experience there, an example, would keep somebody like Lane Kiffin away from LSU, but apparently not.
Listen, you want to know? Do you want to know somebody's kind of impulses or how they're trying to get ahead in the world? Take a look at their resume. See where they've been. He's the kind of college coach that has been all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
He's been everywhere, and he's been in the SEC. He's won in the SEC. He's going to a talent-rich state in terms of Louisiana, a lot of football players.
Sure.
I mean, and he's going to a place where they're going to spend top dollar to put together the best roster, and he's going to coach it. And so there is this kind of vagabond. And if I were a player and I went to play for Lane Kiffin, I would always think to myself, well, he'd leave me, so if I got a chance, I'll leave him.
Yeah, I think that's all fair, and that's the nature of college football these days.
It's the business of college football.
It is. So speaking of the business of college football,
Yep.
Michigan State called the press conference for Sunday, and they fired their head coach.
Yes.
It was not even over. It was actually before the press conference had yet to happen, before the reports had surfaced that they were ready to hire Pat Fitzgerald.
Yes.
So that search went quickly.
Well,
it almost was predetermined.
Yes. I mean, and have they announced that yet? Because we're still waiting. There were some things to work out, but
I'm not sure if it has been made official. I don't think so.
We're anticipating what Michigan State plans to do, which is hire Fitz as the head coach there. And, congratulations to Pat Fitzgerald. He will get back into the Big Ten. That program has suffered some great indignities. I don't know where they're at right now.
Michigan State?
Michigan State.
Yes, because of the Mel Tucker era.
Of the Mel Tucker era and the amount of, the NCAA slapback and all that stuff. And you can, if you want to, defend it by saying, well, look what happened with Michigan. They didn't get any kind of punishment. And Jim Harbaugh went to the NFL. And
even Michigan cheats better.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the joke in Michigan when that happened.
But I'm just saying, I just wonder. I mean, I think there is a storied tradition with Michigan State. They were part of the game, as it's always referred to, the 10-10 draw. But I don't know where they're at right now in terms of getting back into whatever it is that you consider to be competitive in the Big Ten.
Well, they're under probation, 3-year probation.
It's a tough job.
It is a tough job to compete against Michigan as your rival. But, Mully, I think it's a very good job.
I hope
and
so.
It's not dissimilar to what I think he faced at Northwestern in terms of, yes, there is pressure, but it's not Ann Arbor-like pressure.
Right.
You're not under pressure to be the best program in the state of Michigan.
Or Penn State type pressure.
It's not Penn State type pressure.
Yep.
And it makes a lot of sense for Pat Fitzgerald, who was entitled to his second chance and deserves another opportunity to win in a league that he knows well. And I think in a recruiting base that he has definitely has a good understanding of and might be able to, I think, widen in his reach because of the kind of players he will be able to get into Michigan State that maybe he was unable to get into Northwestern. That's just the way it goes in the Big Ten. So, Fitz, I'll be curious to see his hires, what his staff looks like, how similar it is to maybe coaches he worked for him at Northwestern, And I cannot wait until the first time that Sparty comes into Evanston and plays in the new Northwestern football stadium, the Pat Ryan football mecca, as it's been described.
Yes, it's under construction, and they've got a lot of it up. I mean, you can you see how big the
supposed to be open
is
next year, right?
It looks like it. It looks like a lot of it is already up. So congratulations to Northwestern. They could use that. Again, I just think that there are certain jobs that are more difficult than other ones, and I would imagine that LSU is feeling very good today that they've got Lane Kiffin as a dream candidate over Brian Kelly, who they fired in order to clear the space there. And Brian Kelly, by the way, will be getting a ton of dough from
that was also
LSU.
a technicality that was dealt with over the weekend.
Yes.
So he will be and continue to be paid well to do little. And I don't think that anybody in Baton Rouge will mind, because they got their guy in Lane Kiffin.
Certainly did.
Michigan State got their guy after, they haven't got him quite yet, but it's not official. But Pat Fitzgerald is on the way there. A lot of other moves in coaching. Florida makes a move. Auburn makes a move. They're hiring a lot of coaches with experience that are taking that next step up to coach in the SEC. And you're right. What college football is becoming is about the way all pro sports have gone. What is your payroll? What can you afford? And how that affects the balance of power in whether it's the SEC or just college football in general.
Yeah, no question about it. Like the question for a lot of people isn't what are you going to pay me? It's what are you going to pay me and how much you're putting into the players, how much you're putting into the program, how much of a budget will I have to produce it?
That's what college football has become.
That's what it
now,
has
there are
become.
flaws with the calendar. There's flaws with the lack of regulation with NIL. All of those things remain true. But the bottom line is what Lane Kiffin, once he decided, I think, to go to LSU, is like, okay, your flight leaves at 3, see ya, bye. Don't talk to anybody. Because you can't let him in front of the team.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't let him, right?
We have a texter who wants to know how many Mississippi State players will be transferring to LSU. It's Ole Miss that you're talking about. So
there might be some Mississippi State players too.
Well, who knows?
After Friday.
He wasn't allowed to speak to them either. But
the victory was quite a statement.
Hey, we want to let you know it's Blackhawks and Bulls season on the Chicago Sports Network. Visit subscribe.chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial of their all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage. We'll be right back. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Bulls fans, tonight the only local call for Bulls magic is right here on the Score.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. The Bulls are on the road to take on the Magic. Pre-game at 6:15, tip-off at 6:30 on the Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklift. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
The best way is right off the expressway at the new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. And every Saturday, any Toyota oil change is just $29.95. Come see why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. You know I love the win, and that's why I love Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. This place is a total package. A gaming floor with your favorite slots and table games, luxurious hotel rooms, and incredible restaurants. My go-to is the Copper Rock Steakhouse. Everyone is treated first class. Whether you want a weekend of gaming and entertainment or nonstop sports at the Sportsbook Bar, there's something for everyone to enjoy. Head to Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bull kick up cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Big news, Chicago! Wayfair's Black Friday savings are here, in store. Right now, get up to 80% off everything home at the Wayfair store at Eden's Plaza and Wilmette. Save in store on furniture and bedding, cookware and holiday decor, and tons more. Now's the time to score big on seasonal must-haves or favorites you'll use all year long. But hurry, these deals end soon. Head to the Wayfair store at Eden's Plaza and Wilmette, or shop online at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
What matters to you matters to us. That's why Busey Bank takes the time to understand your goals and build solutions that fit your story. From everyday banking to long-term planning, our team is here to help you navigate every stage with care and expertise. We're more than a bank. We're your neighbor, your advisor, and your advocate. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
Hey everybody, it's Spiegs. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is going to give all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT for this Monday night's game. Monday Night Football, more fun, especially when you hit with a PBT. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131.
Hey, football fans, tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL. Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by the Home Depot. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Usually you say with a quarterback, particularly a mobile quarterback, make him go to his left. He's as comfortable rolling to his left, flipping his hips.
Komet?
Yes.
That deep post.
You know what he is? For me, he's John Elway from my generation.
Oh, wow.
Now, John Elway was, he didn't light it on fire initially, and then he obviously he has a great career, and he's a Hall of Famer.
And he seems to be coachable, Caleb.
I think he challenged him.
He did.
He challenged him. Usually, and I don't know if you feel this way, but I think a lot of times the more talented guys are the guys that maybe work less on the details. Guys like you and me, who carry a lunch pail to work, you work your rear end off, and if there's no stone left unturned, I want every edge I can get. I want to look at every film I can. I want to look at every formation I can. Caleb is starting to buy in.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That was Howie Long yesterday talking about Caleb Williams and comparing him to John Elway. Again,
wow.
John Elway was, I don't know how familiar some of the Bears people are with John Elway.
Do your research, kids.
Yeah, but
he
John
was
Elway,
quite special.
John Elway had a thing called the Elway Cross, which is because he threw the ball so fast that he would leave an impression.
Like a tattoo.
Yeah, it was the ball, the end of the ball. You had a cross on your body from
Is there a Caleb cross?
I feel like Caleb can throw the fastball, but I thought in that game in particular, he mixed it up a little bit better, and he was throwing catchable passes rather than just trying to fire it in.
I think the one thing that prevents you from overreacting too badly to the poor numbers and the completion percentage being lower than 60 too often is that he comes through in the clutch as often as he does.
Yeah.
And the throw to Komet going the other way,
fantastic.
The play action,
great
fake,
throw.
and all of the things, and then he just put it exactly where he needed to be.
He floated it over, and that's hard to throw a ball like that in a wind like that.
So flawed, yes, but special, definitely. And you worry about the inaccuracy, no doubt about it, but you're encouraged by the fact that he comes through when you need him to come through, and that builds a belief in that locker room that's important because you know that he will be the guy you want handling the ball in the clutch.
And look, he's a guy that also can run for a first down when you need him.
How about it?
I mean,
did you see that?
Yeah.
He was at, 20.3 miles per hour?
Wow.
He had the second fastest, I think he was the second fastest ball carrier according to Next Gen Stats this weekend, and that includes guys like Jamison Williams, Christian Watson. He has wide receiver speed.
Yeah. No, he's a very gifted athlete.
I didn't know that about him.
He's a very good quarterback too. I think we're seeing his development. I think what we're seeing from the Bears is this promise that okay, they are currently leading the NFC, but as Dustin said earlier, can they take the NFC and never give it back? Like, this is no longer just about the division. They're becoming a good football team under a real good football coach, and you feel like the buy-in factor, when you are taught certain things and they start paying off and you start realizing, yes, this attention to detail is helping us, all you're going to do is be more attentive.
That's sustainable.
Yes, it is.
That's where you look for the carryover effect from week to week and then eventually season to season. And that's where one sentence covers all of the things we've been talking about and all the things we'll continue to enjoy. Coaching matters in the NFL.
No question about it. All right. We got a lot of people who want to check in. 312-644-6767. Let's squeeze in Jeff. He's on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Bears in first place in the division and in the conference.
and it is Packer week, and Mully goes full meatball and says, "No Mo to Mo with the cheesehead." This is what it's all about, boys.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much,
Jeff.
Did I go full meatball? My inner Dustin released
I think
itself.
you told Packer fans that there was no room at the inn.
Well, I mean, do we care is all I said. I'm glad that they're scared, but go hide under your bed. Because God knows we've been living there many a year. All right, we've got Clay Harbor. He's going to join us next. We'll get a chance to pick Clay's brain a little bit. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 of The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we share our takeaways from Bears-Eagles. Score football analyst Anthony Herron joins us to break down the game at 11. Plus, the Athletics' Dan Wiederer brings us his take on how it all went down in Philly at 1.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Yes, football is back, Chicago. Tailgates, rivalries, at first kickoff, nothing beats it. But think about this. When it comes to your retirement plan, who's calling the plays? Here's the truth. Without a real game plan, you're just hoping for a Hail Mary. And hope doesn't win games. That's where Trajan Wealth steps in. TRAJANwealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors build custom strategies, your playbook designed around your goals, your risk tolerance, and your lifestyle. Rolling over an old 401k? Done. Need a retirement income plan that lasts as long as you do? That's their specialty. Schedule a free, no-obligation consultation. Call Trajan Wealth today at 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit them online at TRAJANwealth.com. Again, TRAJANwealth.com. One more time, TRAJANwealth.com. Don't fumble your financial future. Put Trajan Wealth on your team today. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all of your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. So tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. Yes, you can get that right. Get in on all of the action with a 30% PBT this Monday night. For Monday Night Football, Giants and Patriots. Make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/score and bet on the game. FanDuel.com/SCORE. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
It only takes one smart drive to get into the end zone at Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha. From kickoff to touchdown, this team delivers with a great selection of new and pre-owned models, the latest incentives, and no inflated prices. During the 2025 Subaru Share the Love event, Subaru and Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha will donate a combined $325 to the customer's choice of charities with every new Subaru purchased or leased. Take the short drive north to Ziegler Subaru of Kenosha.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial spaces for staff, tenants, and customers alike. Our contractors' dedication to safety ensures everyone, including the assets of your building itself, are taken care of from start to amazing finishes. Visit FinishingChicago.com for your free list of decorative contractors specializing in decorative painting, wall covering, drywall finishing, glass systems, and custom signage. For a great finish, start with finishingchicago.com.
Losing my dad, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced. The holidays felt impossible, but then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus, alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheers, and the promises that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. We know what that day means to those families. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya Kuselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. It's Packers week. The Bears will play the Packers at Lambeau Field Sunday. It is a 3:25 kick. You'll catch it on Fox. According to our friends over at Circus Sports, the Packers open up as a 5.5-point favorite. The total in this one, 45.5. With the Panthers win over the Rams, the Bears at 9-3 are good for first place in the NFC North and are the top seed in the NFC overall. Sunday Night Football went to overtime between the Broncos and the Commanders. The Broncos would knock away a Commanders 2-point conversion, hold it on for a 27-26 win. Monday Night Football has the Giants at the Patriots. We'll join that game in progress following Bulls basketball down in Orlando, taking on the Magic. That pregame here on The Score beginning at 6:15. Your Blackhawks now 11-9-5 after a come-from-behind 5-3 win over the Ducks. Connor Bedard scoring the tie-breaking goal, 9:55 of the third, added an empty netter and had 2 assists. Blackhawks hit the road for 4 starting Tuesday night in Las Vegas. Pat Fitzgerald on the verge of being named the next head coach of Michigan State. The Hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, affordable implants, life-changing smiles, and our segment with Clay Harbor, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do that today.
What times? I actually saw a clock over. Time for
Clay Harbor.
Handle it with poise and class befitting a veteran.
Football analyst for Chicago Sports Network. Former NFL player.
Not a quarterback. I'm a tight end, but I've watched a lot of tape. I've been in meeting rooms with Tom Brady. I've been in meeting rooms with Drew Brees. I've been in meeting rooms with Michael Vick. Quarterbacks know what they can do and what they can't do, and I know what a quarterback can and can't do and when you're supposed to expect them to be able to be successful.
Clay Harbor with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are blessed to have Clay Harbor here in studio. Great to see you, Clay. And really a wonderful time of year for the Chicago Bears. I don't know what else to say about it, but finally sort of proving their resume, improving it with wins over winning teams, and getting that sort of feeling of invincibility, if only for a week, pretty significant for this team.
But Mully, they have a negative point difference. No, they don't anymore.
That's been erased.
No, they don't. They haven't beat a team with a winning record. Oh, man, that's gone too. What are they going to say now? It's funny to look at it like that because all these excuses for everybody saying why the Bears are good after you go into Philly and beat that team for the first time since 2011. Mully, I was on that team in 2011 when they came into Lincoln Financial Field and beat us.
That was Mike Vick quarterback night, right?
Mike Vick.
That was the team.
We're trying to block Urlacher, Briggs, Peanut Tillman. That was the team. That was the era. And it's not like they haven't played. There's been plenty of games. So to see them come into Lincoln Financial Field in that environment, albeit it was a little bit tilted against the Eagles and Kevin Patullo in particular, a little bit of Nick Sirianni. He might be starting fights with some of his own fans. But
boy, what
very
is
big
that
win.
about? That he's done that a few times.
Yeah, he's a little out of control.
What a clown!
There were 6 games in that span from the time that you're referencing to what happened on Friday. So 6 straight victories for the Eagles, dominant stretch in the series for them. The Bears, though, this is a different era under Ben Johnson. They're running the football like I think he maybe thought they could, but I'm not sure anyone else maybe agreed. How do you describe that offensive line dominance coming together? Actually using 3 different left tackles this year.
It's been so impressive, and going back and watching the All-22. Firstly, you got to give credit in a couple different spots. The first thing is the way Ben Johnson schemes up these runs and uses motion is like something I've never seen before. Even playing for Andy Reid, Josh McDaniel, some of these other coaches I've had the opportunity to be blessed to play with. He is so able to look at a defense and see how they respond to a motion, a scheme. Okay, if we motion this way and they're in this formation, this personnel grouping, they're going to drop a safety back from the weak side. So he will literally eject a player from the box just with a motion and then snap the ball. Okay, the line will shift this way if we motion our tight end to the right. So he shifts the tight end to the right. And now you got much better angles for these guys' double teams. It's just incredible how he's using these motions and shifts, and then he's marrying them with the play action game. So now they don't know what's coming. And you look at the last play with Caleb, it's the exact replica of a previous play. When Cole Kmet gets wide open, Caleb feels the safety come down. In Ben Johnson's press conference, he's saying Caleb felt the safety start to, get his eyes in the backfield, and he threw the ball to Cole Kmet for the touchdown. The number one option was DeAndre Swift. He was supposed to go to Swift. 9 quarterbacks out of 10 probably hit Swift. Somehow Caleb felt it and threw it over the top. But this run game has been so impressive. And the one stat that I think sticks out to me the most from the game on Friday night was the fact that the Bears, according to Next Gen Stats, had 100 yards before contact. That's more than Eagles had altogether, and 185 yards after contact. So what does that tell you? That tells you the offensive line is getting some amazing push. The way their cutback lanes were open. I saw Darnell Wright just cave in the line 3 or 4 times for these cutback lanes. And then it tells you DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monungai are running their tail ends off, breaking tackles, falling forward, and doing all the things you need to do. And it's so hard to scheme to try to plan for 2 running backs that have different types of playing style. You only have so many snaps in a week, and when you got that 2-headed monster, a little bit of thunder, a little bit of lightning, makes it very difficult, and the Bears are using them together perfectly right now.
I thought to do it against a guy like Vic Fangio made it even more impressive, because he is obviously daring you to put together drives. And to do it is pretty extraordinary. And not just the offensive line and not just the running backs. If you watch the tape, it seems like everyone is bought into blocking. Everyone all over the field.
Okay, so obviously I'm a little biased towards the tight end. David knows this a little bit. Tight ends is an excellent job blocking. Cole, even Durham Smythe, Colson Loveland. I know I come on here and sing his praises. I'm the leader of his fan club. Him and Cole Kmet, I think they're both great because there's not a lot of tight ends these days. I think those guys do a disservice to the position. As a guy that's played the position, the guys that line up wide, they're pretty, they look good, they catch a lot of passes. These guys get down and dirty. They respect the heck out of the run game. They have great pad level, and it's not common to see tight ends that you can run the ball to the front side and let them handle a defensive end, even without a double team. And these guys can do it. It's not common, especially for a young guy like Loveland coming in the league. That's the last thing that usually comes. You see this 280-pound defensive end grown man. This isn't Michigan State's edge rusher here. This is the Philadelphia Eagles, and he's holding his own. And these receivers, you'll see Luther Burden coming in. They're inserting them in the C gap. Inserting them. I saw one play they got inserted in the B gap. They are in the fray. Usually these receivers, they're out there so worried about getting rolled up on. They don't want to be in the play by the tackle. These guys, you'll see them get rolled on 4 or 5 times a game. They're in there. They're blocking their tails off. Rome, DJ even, Luther Burden, OZ. All of these guys are blocking. It's not one. It's not two. It's all of them.
So DeAndre Swift, I think you expected to have, or you're not as surprised by his success. He's a proven NFL running back. He was a free agent that Bears paid pretty well to carry the football. I'm still trying to figure out how Kyle Monangai was the 22nd running back taken in the draft. And given an opportunity, he's taken advantage of that. But I don't know how so many teams could have bypassed him in the draft and why he seems to be taking advantage and seizing that opportunity.
But David, he runs a 4.7 second 40.
That
means
must
you
be
can't
it, right?
play football.
But
that's it.
And look at his height, weight. You know, he's not a big guy. He runs through people, don't get me wrong. But he's not necessarily a big or fast guy. He looks like he has like intermediate skill, and that's not an insult.
And game speed.
But he also hangs on to the football, and he never goes down with the first attempt at tackle.
Vision is the number one thing I see from Kyle Monangai. And for a rookie coming into the league, he's not afraid to make that cutback.
Yeah.
He's not scared. You know, the coaches, if you cut back and the play's not there, you are going to get chewed out, especially with a guy like Eric Bieniemy. I mean, you got to take your hat off for him. He's done an excellent job. DeAndre Swift, you said you're not surprised? I'm a little bit surprised. You were always saying, hey, we got DeAndre Swift, David. We got DeAndre Swift. I was like, I think they need someone better.
Right.
But this guy has proven, he has answered the bell, that he is a guy that can be a top 10, 15 running back in this league.
He's running a lot tougher than I thought he was capable of. And I mean that. I thought what we learned last year is that he's real good in space.
Yeah,
period, end of story. But he's doing some of this cutback running too, and it's almost like they have like a fever for it. Like once you start getting that kind of success, everybody wants in.
A position coach that is preaching that, Eric Bieniemy, get your pads low. You better hit this guy, get these extra yards. Another thing that you got to see that you haven't seen from Bears teams in the past, and a lot of teams in the past, the population to the ball isn't just Ben Johnson harping on something that doesn't matter. That's huge. People are like, oh, the running back's still driving his legs. You didn't see the 5 offensive linemen behind him pushing him? Like, that's the offensive line. The population of the ball will get you those extra 2, 3, 4 yards. And the one thing it does, it tires out a defensive line. Because if they're not there pushing against them, then you're going to keep going. So that tires out a defense, and that's why you end up with over 280 rushing yards. Last year, they had 58 explosive plays at this time in the season. This year, they have 85. I mean, this is explosive plays.
They lead the league in explosive plays.
They lead the league, and that's something you didn't see last season.
You didn't expect that to happen that fast. Maybe some people did, but I think that's remarkable that they've been able to do it that quickly. And why do you think that? Is it just can a coach that we keep on praising and obviously has earned it, but is that simple, Clay? Can a coach in a culture make that quick of an impact on a team?
I think it can, and you're even looking at Caleb Williams. The only 2 guys he's completing a better percentage of his passes than are J.J. McCarthy and Davis Mills, okay? And when you guys just played the John Elway clip over there, and I mean, people are up in arms. I reposted on my Instagram, on my Twitter. Elway in his career completed 56% of his passes for a 79 quarterback rating. His second season had 18 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. What did Elway do? In the clutch, this guy knew how to win.
Right.
He was going to make the play.
Do you think that's what he meant? Do you think that's what Howie Long was referring to?
That's exactly what Howie Long is referring to. He's not putting up the Dan Marino numbers. If you put Elway versus Marino, who's the better quarterback, you're going to say? By far, it's Dan Marino. But when you start looking at wins, start looking at captain comeback, who's going to get the ball and do what it takes to get the W, then you say, it's John Elway, 100%. And that's the kind of quarterback Caleb Williams is turning into. That play to Cole Kmet may not look like much. He had a couple misses early in the game. There was an out route that he missed. There was a deep out to Caleb, but he hits Cole Kmet.
That's a play that not many people can make. He's running to his left. He's being pursued. He's got a guy bearing down on him. He turns his hips so he can throw that ball with the degree of difficulty that is off the charts. That's what he meant when he was talking about Elway. I think he meant to have the kind of arm strength to do a play like that while you're moving to your left, that's unheard of. That was a hell of a play by Caleb Williams.
Yeah, very, very uncommon to be able to do that. And then you guys were obviously talking about his athletic ability, and that's something I don't think any of us were ready for. How fast, how quick.
Yeah.
He's very fast and very agile, and his awareness too in the pocket is something that's special. Like, I don't know how he sees these guys coming. When Ozzie Trapillo looks like a 7-year-old man in a cane getting out of his kick slide, and Nolan Smith runs right past him, he shook off that first Nolan Smith. If Jalen Carter wasn't getting pressure right there, he would have gotten out of that sack too and probably made some type of a play.
So I'm waiting for the explanation, and we'll never get a straight answer, but why do you think a week after really backing off Mason Rudolph and turning him into Captain Checkdown, they came after Jalen Hurts with as much blitzing as they did? 44% of the snaps, which is higher than their season average. And also, maybe it's just as simple as they weren't expecting it, but who was, given the receiving core that the Eagles have?
I think it's twofold. I think number one is the fact that you have a lot of your DBs coming back, and I know Jalen Johnson's on the pitch count. I know Kyler Gordon's on a little bit of pitch count. But now you start to have more confidence in a guy like Nashawn Wright. You see the plays he makes, 8 takeaways. This guy leads the NFL in takeaways. Kevin Byard, first interceptions. When you have confidence in your defensive backs, now you're okay putting him in those one-on-one situations where you can send more guys in the blitz. So as his confidence builds, you got Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon out there. Now I'm feeling comfortable. He can stick on a man. And he's moving these guys around. Everybody talks about how he's cross-trained these guys, and it shows. You got Jalen Johnson guarding Dallas Goedert in pivotal moments. If I'm a tight end, I'm not looking at the cornerback to see how I'm supposed to run my route on him. You're confusing this guy. I'm thinking I'm running on Byard. I think I'm running it on Eamon Agbangbamiga. I think I'm running it on some of these linebackers. And thank you. And then you have Jalen Johnson on me. So he did a great job with that. And the second thing is, I think he wanted to confuse him. Jalen Hurts is typically really good against the blitz. He blitzed him on 44% of his dropbacks. The Bears on the season were blitzing at a 26% rate. They almost doubled it up, and that confused the Eagles. You saw last week, if you were listening to Philly. Philly said they got surprised by how Dallas came out in their 5-man front. Yeah. Okay, they were watching the film and they saw, okay, this is a 4-down team. They're going to run this, and that. Yeah, they have the ability to run a 5-down front. Maybe they ran it 10 times last week. Only so many reps in practice. During blitz period, you saw different blitzes from Dennis Allen. They're practicing only the specific blitzes that you see on your tape. And most of the time, your breakdown is your last 3 games. That's the breakdown they give us. Yes. Here's the last 3 games. Here's the blitzes. Here's the coverages. Here's everything we're expecting them to do. The breakdown is 3 games deep. So if you go back and you look at what this team sees, you do the self-scout. Okay, they haven't seen us blitz here or there. We're going to go back to some of the blitzes we ran when we had all our dogs, and now they're not going to be expecting those because they haven't practiced any of them.
You know, the other thing is there's no Lane Johnson there. So they're already sort of weaker than they would be, and now you're sending numbers at them, and they're not as aware as they would have been. I felt like that was one of the reasons they took advantage of that too.
Absolutely. Lane Johnson, I actually played with him. That's how old he is. But this guy's just incredible. He keeps coming back. Instead of Lane Johnson, you get Fred Johnson. Yeah. You know, I think that's a big... I was looking forward to seeing Lane because Darnell Wright is becoming a right tackle that I think you can mention in the same sentence as Lane Johnson. If you see some of these plays, he had a number of one-on-ones with David's guy, Jalen Carter, and guess who got the better of him in that matchup? Darnell Wright won.
The guy drafted in front of Jalen Carter?
The guy drafted in front of Jalen Carter. Chicago was up in arms. I was even one of the guys saying, hey, we missed on Jalen Carter.
So was Mully.
I led that parade.
Oh, yeah. I was right there in the parade with you. And to see what Darnell Wright was able to do against a guy of Jalen Wright's explosiveness, he's getting moved. I mean, ejected. These linemen were incredible.
So we saw Ben Johnson, and we'll get to all the post-game stuff, but we saw him give out 2 game balls, and the second one was to the entire offensive line. And so you're watching this, and Jonah Jackson is the guy that took the ball and said a few words in the locker room and started to give a speech and saw Ben Johnson and handed it back to him. Does that mean he's the leader of that unit? Because Joe Thuney's probably the guy that's going to make the Pro Bowl off that unit, and he's a great player. but he's not like an outspoken personality. It just made me wonder if the leader of that group is the veteran on the other side as opposed to the guy that everyone talks about in Joe Thuney.
So Joe Thuney, David knows this, back when I had my cup of coffee, it was more of a shot of espresso in New England. I talk about my time there a lot, but I was there the whole training camp, OTAs, off season, and 6 games in the regular season, right? And my roommate was Joe Thuney. I mean, we lived together in North Attleboro out there.
You get to play any music you wanted. You get to
Oh, he's a great roommate. Clean for linemen. Usually linemen are the dirty, messy guys, a little bit sloppy. But Joe's just not a vocal guy. He doesn't like the spotlight. What he does, he shows up, he goes to work, he does his job, then he wants to get out of there. I mean, he is a guy that, like Bill Belichick to a T, a Belichick player. You will not get a quote out of him on any type of press clipping ever. Jonah Jackson, and I'll be honest about this too. You're talking about leading the parade for Jalen Carter. I was one of the guys leading the parade for. Why are we bringing in Tevin Jenkins Sr.? Jonah Jackson. Like, I look at his injury history. This guy couldn't stay healthy.
Right.
His last couple years, I think he played in like 1/4 of his snaps. I go, this is such a boomer bust pick. But when I watch this guy, especially last week, played so tough, good in the pass game, but in the run game, moving guys. And this is something, I mean, I didn't expect. Obviously, Ben Johnson is the head coach of the Bears for a reason. I'm sitting here talking to you guys. He saw something in Jonah Jackson, his time in Detroit, that brought an attitude to this group. He's a guy that's finishing. He's populating the ball. He's pushing these piles. And he's doing everything you want a guard to do. The Bears, hands down, no debate, have the best 3 interior linemen in the NFL and the best 2 guards by a mile.
The only thing I'm going to say about Jonah Jackson is I thought, why are you bringing a guy in and playing him on the
out of position,
on the wrong side?
But he's gotten better at it. It's like the more reps he's gotten, the more he's adapted to it, and he's significantly better than he was at the start of the year. That's the offensive line. That's all of those guys.
Yeah.
But I thought that he in particular really kind of came around as a player.
You're a left guard, and David, I remember we talked about this in the Big Pro Football Show. We're saying, hey, look at all these snaps that Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson have played. Both of them played over 95% of their snaps at the left guard position. We go, who goes to right guard? Obviously, it's Jonah Jackson. I don't know how he's going to play at right guard. He's never played it there before. And a lot of guys can't do that. They can't switch around. So you got to take your hat off to Kyle Devan and Dan Rochar. Dan Rochar has coached a ton of really good offensive linemen. I remember when Ryan Ramczyk got to New Orleans Saints. I mean, maybe I wouldn't be a good scout either. And he was our first-round draft pick. And I'm like, man, I don't know if this guy's got it. You know, Ryan Ramczyk, he was getting beat at first. He just didn't seem like he knows it. Guy ends up being a Pro Bowler multiple years. Dan Rochar. So he's a guy that probably taught him the idiosyncrasies of the right guard position. And there were some similarities there. And it probably doesn't hurt that you're playing in between Drew Dahlman. And I know it sounds like I'm picking every offensive lineman and saying they had a great game, but I think Drew Dahlman had his best game of the year.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be a positional blocker.
Right.
You watch his film, he's a guy he's quick, he's getting out of position. All of a sudden, he's a physical player,
They
too.
pulled him on one play.
Against Jordan Davis, too. No,
Yeah.
that's a good
Against
player.
Jordan Davis, and he's undersized. He's like a guy that's from Stanford. His dad played in the league for a year. He's supposed to be this smart, intellectual center, and I didn't know we were getting a tail kicker over here. You watch that game, he was kicking some tail and moving around a lot. And the other thing about the run game is the amount of different schemes that this team ran, and ran it very well, like it was their bread and butter. It's very impressive because I'm like, you only got so many practice reps. I know I've already said it. And you come in with a game plan, and maybe it's just the Ben Johnson making the same things look different and the different things look the same. Maybe it's the same type of scheme with just emotion, or you got people talking about the wham block like they ran the wham 100 times. There was one wham in there. And obviously Cole Kmet didn't do a good job there, got in the guy's way enough to trip him up, and DeAndre Swift scored it right through for a big game. But the amount of schemes that they've run is very hard to prepare for because, like I said, you only got so much time to practice. It's going to be hard for any team, even the Packers with extra time, to practice that.
When we come back, you can tell us how you trained Ben Johnson so he was ready to take his shirt off and after he was on the Clay Harbor workout regimen.
I like it. All right. We'll be right back with Clay Harbor. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment of the show is sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the cyber sale at Grand Appliance for the lowest prices and up to $2,600 in additional savings on LG purchases exclusively at Grand. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance. Appliance experts since 1930.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, that's the perfect time to join. Yes, right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a chance. Bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Estwing, your go-to tools for tough jobs. Trusted around the world for unmatched comfort and durability. These USA-made hammers are built to last. For a century, Estwing has supported American workers, delivering reliable tools to get the job done right. Experience the power of American craftsmanship with Estwing's brand new titanium hammer. This new 14-ounce titanium hammer offers our superior shock reduction grip and all-steel face. Choose the tools the pros use. Estwing, made in the USA for 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Tonight, the Giants, already playing for next year, visit the Patriots, who are seeking the AFC's top seed. Now, New England is -2 of Drake May's offensive line bodyguards, but the league's number 4 offense should still test the Giants' new defensive coordinator, Charlie Bowen. Jackson Dart returns for Big Blue and their aggressive new head coach, Mike Kafka. I'm going to pick the Pats to win 30-24. Therefore, the Giants cover. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for tax relief advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and call TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
I wanted to stay in this division. I know this is the toughest division of football right now. There's 3 teams that made the playoffs this year. I've got tremendous amount of respect for the coaches and the players in this league. Having competed against them for the last 6 years. Dan Campbell, Kevin O'Connell, you're talking about 2 guys that are up for Coach of the Year awards as the season ends here. And to be quite frank with you, I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
We got a great division. You can't discredit what the teams have done, and I think Chicago's done a nice job of adding to their roster, and you get a good football coach, as he said himself, in Ben Johnson.
Whoa!
Yes! So, but no, I do respect Ben. You can't. He's one of the best play callers in the game.
All right, there you hear the voices of Ben Johnson at his introductory news conference, and then the Flower talking about Ben Johnson. I believe that was on the McAfee show. I think he said some worse things before, said he didn't know him at all, but whatever. I mean, it's, hey, the guy talks about enjoying beating you.
Said they didn't know each other.
Yeah, that's all right. I guess they'll get to know each other this weekend. It should be kind of fun. We got Clay Harbor with us here, Mully and Haugh. And Clay, you were about to tell us a story about how you created the physical being that is Ben Johnson.
You worked out with him.
Yeah, you made
day
him
and
work
night.
out. You got him
bump you up.
a six-pack.
No, it's honestly pretty impressive for a guy as busy as him to get that workout in. And like I was saying on break here, like this guy's going in just from the guys I've talked to that I know on the Bears. Like, he's squatting, he's doing hang cleans, like he's doing real workouts. Like I said, David works out every day, right? But David's over here, he like walks on the treadmill, he does a couple curls, like the beach muscles. Ben's really throwing around some weight, man. It was pretty impressive.
I'm not walking on the treadmill. Okay, I don't mind any other characterization, but I don't stand there wasting my time walking on a treadmill. If I'm going to be on a treadmill, you're going to be running on a treadmill.
I know, it's very impressive. Your distance running, you definitely could beat me in a mile race. I'll give you that.
But Ben Johnson taking off his shirt, what effect does that have on a team, if any?
Now, I heard Olin earlier, and I get where he's coming from. It's too early to take off your shirt, but that's out of it's out of context, right? He was doing.
We know to you, it's never too early to take off your shirt.
I'll do it right now. Like, if I didn't have these headphones on, the shirt's coming off. Like, when I saw that clip, and we're on the Big Pro Football Show.
We were on Friday, and I was nervous.
Yeah,
I was nervous.
I was about to do it, but you got the earpiece in. You got your microphone on. I'm like, I can't do this in any easy fashion. But that's fun. That fires up your locker room.
Yeah.
They like coaches that have energy. These aren't just robots out there telling you what to do. It's a guy with a personality. It's a guy that loves winning even more than you do. And then for the fans in the city, it's good for the Bears fans to get excited for something fun like this. It's been a long time.
He says, the people of Chicago
are hungry
too. And then he takes his shirt off, and that assures they'll get a free hot dog at the Wiener Circle on Tuesday. And I got to tell you, I was amused by it, but I couldn't believe how many people had no idea what he was doing. Didn't realize that he was doing it.
Part of the promotion?
Yes.
Or part of the shtick, if you will?
Shtick.
I think the presence of mind is impressive because we could call it a lot of things. Some people might call it pandering, but we heard that clip coming in. That was his first day he was introduced. Leaning into the Green Bay thing, leaning into Matt LaFleur. Then having the presence of mind after the signature victory of your first season to bring it back to the people of Chicago.
Yeah.
They're hungry too, guys.
Yeah, that was funny.
Off goes the shirt.
Yeah, it was funny. Wow. It was just a funny bit. I don't know. I guess because no other games were on and everybody was watching it, it became this like, oh.
Everybody has an opinion.
Yes.
Everybody will weigh in. But you know what everyone else will also have an opinion on? They watched a game where the Bears dominated. So if ever there was a time when the coach was going to get a little chesty, it would be after that game.
Like what you did there, man. Just like this, the Bears being in first place. We haven't even touched on that yet in the NFC.
I know.
Like impressive. Thank you, Carolina Panthers. I mean,
I did not see that coming.
Didn't see it coming. The ramifications, David, that game had.
Well played, Clay.
Very well done.
Yeah,
well done.
Thank you.
Yes.
With Bryce Young, the gift that keeps giving. Thank you, Bryce Young and the Panthers. Now they're getting us back into first place. But the crazy thing is this. There are 6 teams with 8+ wins. And I think I read this in one of Brad Bigg's articles in the Chicago Tribune. 6 teams with at least 8 wins. And this is the first time there's been 6 teams with at least 8 wins in Week 17 since 2017. So if the Bears drop off, lose one game, I mean, there's a bunch of teams that can leapfrog you. So how do you get over that? You keep winning. But it's just crazy. The top of the NFC right now is so crowded. Since 2017, there's been so many good teams.
The NFL it's so, what's going on with Kansas City? Like all these kind of traditional powers are seemingly retreating and other teams are replacing them, including the Bears, including Detroit. I mean, if Detroit wants to go for it on 4th down, someone needs to walk on the field and call it time. No, stop. You can't kick a field goal for the love of God. It's insane the difference in the standings and how, I mean, Detroit's on the outside looking in for 2 weeks running, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. I just think that's going on all over the league. There are teams that you just wouldn't have imagined have made their move as quick as they have, including the Bears.
Yeah, this season seems like a changing of the tides in multiple areas. Obviously, you got the Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, big win last night. It's like when Netflix took over for Blockbuster. You guys might not be in this demographic, but like you had MySpace and then Facebook came along. Now you got Caleb Williams and Drake May leading the NFC and the AFC. It seems like a changing of the tide for a lot of different reasons. You got some of these young quarterbacks, some of these young teams coming and showing that, hey, we're here too. This isn't the Mahomes era. This isn't like Michael Jordan. We had to wait for him to retire to win a championship. Patrick Mahomes, it's like when Mike Tyson hit the canvas, right? You see these teams can lose. Was it because now everybody sees Mike Tyson can hit the canvas? Now you lose that fear of him. Now you think, okay, hey, he hit the canvas from Buster Douglas. Now maybe I can knock him out too. And then they kind of fall back to earth. This aura of this mystique around these teams feel like they're gone. And now you see a lot of these young guys, these up-and-comers, teams and players starting to take their position, so to speak.
So if the mystique is gone and the Eagles certainly don't look like the same team that won the Super Bowl, the Rams look vulnerable. They got beat on the road, but to the Panthers, who do you think looks like the best team in the NFC? Is it the Bears with the best record, or is there another team out there that you think, well, they lurk and they're going to be putting it together in this final month of the year?
Man, that is tough. I mean, Packers, Bears,
Packers scary because of their defense, because of their.
But the Packers, not long ago, a few weeks ago, they had hit a wall and Jordan Love couldn't play. And you were, it doesn't matter how many weapons they have, he's no longer a good quarterback.
Yeah, and I know I'm a little guilty of always looking at games like a tight end And I look at this defense, when I see Micah Parsons, Rashawn Gary, this defensive line, the way Jeff Hafley moves them around, the way Micah Parsons can line up anywhere. I go, okay, this isn't going to be fun. This is going to be an interesting game plan.
He could ruin this game.
There's been one player in the first 5 years of his career to have 12 sacks, at least 12 sacks in every year. His name's Micah Parsons. And that's exactly who the Bears are playing this week. And, I mean, it's not going to be any easy game here. This guy had 10 pressures and 2.5 sacks for a 38.5 pressure rate, the highest pressure rate he's ever had. So this guy's just getting better. He can line up anywhere. He can shoot through the A gap, the B gap, and the one position that worries me. Ozzie got better. I thought, he's not that quick out of his stance, but he's very technically sound. He's smart. He's okay in the running game. Maybe Theo Bennett's a little bit better there. He's a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more athletic. But Micah Parsons, when there's a guy that is not completely honed in, a guy that's a little bit slawed off his stance, you think Nolan Smith ran past Ozzie Trapillo? If you don't got a chip, this could be ugly.
Could you run at him?
Exactly. That's the thing. The Bears... The thing about the Bears that gives me hope in every game this year, when you got an offensive line like that where you can just run the football, guess what? Now you have to respect the play-action game. And the way Ben Johnson's kind of changed Caleb Williams into this pro-style NFL quarterback can't be overstated. You see the stuff in Washington, and obviously Jane Daniels got hurt, but people saying, oh, maybe you need to make more of a college offense for these guys so they can transfer over a little bit smoother.
Ben Johnson did the opposite.
Did the exact opposite, and it has paid off. Now you're seeing what works in the NFL, not the RPOs. They're not running many RPOs.
Behind center, play-action passing game, strong running game to set up the pass.
I think it was the Pittsburgh game where he got rid of the ball like 2.5 seconds. He needs to do that in this game.
Well, especially with Micah Parsons chasing him.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't do that little move.
Against that guy.
No, he's too fast and he's too good an athlete.
But you're the number one, way too flexible, number one rushing team in the NFL. You're averaging 153.8 yards on the ground every game, and you're leading the lead in takeaways. That's what it's going to take to win games. Yep. And even talking about the Packers, why were they able to beat the Lions? And I know this was a changing of the guard. The first time Dan Campbell hasn't swept the Lions, or at least got the better of them in their season series. He's been 6-2 against the Packers, And you saw it. He's 0-2 this year. He got swept by the Packers, changing the guard there. What was the difference in the game? Dan Campbell's 0-3 on fourth down. The Packers were 3 for 3 with 2 touchdowns. So you got to play every down against these guys. In the mystique, Dan Campbell, I think what he's running into is obviously he's not an offensive coordinator. See how much he misses Ben Johnson. But it's not unpredictable anymore when you go for it on fourth down.
And could he look that good without a shirt on?
I mean, Dan Campbell's throwing some weight around, but no way.
Right.
No way.
How about Frank Ragnow? Did that surprise you? You could probably pass an NFL physical right now. He could not.
I think I could pass one. I think I could pass NFL physical, but the effect that has on a team, in my opinion, you think, wow, we got some cavalry on the way, and especially Jared Goff. I'm getting my center back. This guy's been staying in shape. He's been working out. This is a huge boost. Not just him as a player, but him as a leader. Exactly what we need. We're getting this guy back in the locker room. He hasn't been gone that long. For him at the 1 yard line to not pass the physical, that's going to have an effect on the team. I mean, that is an effect. And then
you'd be better off not having him come back than having him come back and fail the physical.
Yeah, imagine the Bulls. Right. They were expecting Michael Jordan to come back.
Yeah,
they're expecting Jordan to come back when he came back, and obviously they didn't win the championship that year, but then all of a sudden, MJ didn't pass his physical. The Bulls are falling apart. You think MJ's back in the building, and I'm not saying Ragnow's MJ, but he was MJ of that offensive line, and he ran that show.
Good player.
Yeah.
That's tough. That's really a tough blow for them.
Good stuff, Clay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tonight, 5:30, right?
5:30 tonight.
All right. Looking forward to it.
That is Clay Harbor in studio with us. We're going to talk to Layla and Marshall, and I believe Mark Grody.
The great Mark Grody.
As well.
Yes,
and we'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3. And now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means playing in a football game.
Boom! 42! You're going down, Doug!
Oh, yeah? Your price on car insurance when you customize and save is going down.
Hey!
Limu? What are you doing on their team? Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. We all have regrets. That haircut, that text, missing out on Kohl's Cyber Days. Good news, you can fix at least one of those. Get up to 50% off gifts for everyone on your list. Sunday and Monday only at Kohl's. From cozy favorites to top toys, you've got 2 days until you miss out. Don't let Cyber Days be the sale that got away. Save at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Big news, Chicago! Wayfair's Black Friday savings are here, in store. Right now, get up to 80% off everything home at the Wayfair store at Eden's Plaza and Wilmette. Save in store on furniture and bedding, cookware and holiday decor, and tons more. Now's the time to score big on seasonal must-haves or favorites you'll use all year long. But hurry, these deals end soon. Head to the Wayfair store at Eden's Plaza and Wilmette, or shop online at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Running your own business is challenging enough. You want bankers you can trust to support you through it all. Just ask Anissa.
Hi, I am Anissa Mathanna, owner of M&M Quality Grinding, a family-owned business and a leading provider of precision, centerless ground bar stock. ISO 9001 certified, our team meets the needs of high-performance industries. Running a business can be hectic, but Cornerstone never let me down. When my business needed a letter of credit, Cornerstone was able to make it work when other banks would not. And when collateral on that letter of credit needed to be changed, Cornerstone worked with us to get everything done before closing, without impacting the flow of our business. Cornerstone is where we belong.
Thanks, Anissa. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
Craving something crunchy, sweet, savory? Well, we've got you covered. Call the Scores hotline, 312-540-0670 right now, and you'll have a chance to win a $100 gift card to Nuts on Clark, home of Chicago's legendary popcorn and nut mixes. Good luck.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face when it smells just right, just right, just right. And breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670. The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios. Brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us up and twitching in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Monday, the first day of December.
And the Bears are number one in the NFC. We always saw that.
They're first on the first.
And thank you to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
I mean, I said 11 and got laughed at and mocked. I think 11's
You said 11
doable.
last year, too.
You've said a lot more than just 11 to get mocked.
Let's not act like you have some foresight. That was so
we
mean.
were kind of harsh.
But he took it pretty.
He did take it well.
Yeah.
We were that was pre-coffee.
That was. Thank you very much, Brandon Fryer, for replaying that.
It's Seneca down the wing. Turned over, Bernard, empty net. Hey, he scores!
How about
it's
it?
On blue line. Connor Bernard's fourth point, and he has a few words for the Ducks bench. Still, he's fired up. Hawks lead by 2.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah, there you go. Connor Bedard.
2 goals, 2 assists.
Pretty good.
NHL second leading scorer. Hawks win. They needed it.
Okay, and Marshall Harris, there he is. I can see him.
Happy Monday.
How are you, buddy?
Hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving and holiday weekend.
Yours. I don't know if you're aware.
You know what? I'm flattered. I'm blushing. Can you see the red coming out of my skin tones?
I don't blame you. And Layla Rahimi.
Good morning.
Layla's here too.
Hello. Belated Thanksgiving happiness.
We've got right in our vision.
And we can see him.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey. Go ahead.
It's Mark Brody.
Did you break the booth?
Well,
Brody?
I was in my special little booth, and it was all set up for me just the way I like it. And then just before we came on, I stopped hearing, so there's been a breakdown in Studio 1BC, which was the original Score Update studio where I was born.
You stopped hearing? Why are you blaming the studio?
Well, now I hear just fine here.
Did you stop hearing or stop listening, Mark?
You know what's sick, actually, sitting next to Brandon Fryer in this room? How does this feel for you? You don't have to look at Dustin, man. What's going on, man?
I love this right now.
I
I'm
love
trying to stay
This is
still
beautiful.
and not laugh with Brody right now.
Wait, we're just going to gloss over where you said that you were born there?
Yeah, I was born in the
He was born in the update studio.
Right, Molly, you were there for my birth.
Forever. I remember
2010.
Is that a Bears hat on Brandon Fryer? Am I looking at that right? Is he trade in the Mount Carmel for the Bears? Is that where we're at?
Mount Carmel will play later. We'll get to that later. But right now it's Bears. It's all about
quit
Bears.
on Mount Carmel.
He's
He says
quit.
the weather has they're not tough enough to play through it.
Can I push some buttons?
Please don't.
Stay away, Grody.
Mark Grody has turned off our station.
Can I push some buttons?
He's got all these buttons back
famous
here.
last words.
Yeah, he asked this time.
He
Molly.
pushes buttons every day. He is
I
a
do.
stirrer of fecal matter.
There's no buttons to push today, though, are there?
Holy cow.
No.
I'm just letting that go.
Brody, last time I saw you getting popcorn dumped on you.
I was getting popcorn dumped on me. Yeah, at the Marcus Theaters, at the Gurney Mall, at the Wall, all that stuff. Yes, to a pretty big crowd out there during the pregame. The three of us and Mully, it was a blast to fill in for you, my friend. It was nice. It was very nice.
The
and
door
fun.
is always open.
I know. I appreciate you letting me in that door. But we all picked. We did, and I'm saying it again now, so have at it. The three of us picked the Eagles to win the game, and the crowd, of course, booed us. And I said, if the Bears do win the game, you guys could dump popcorn over my head, and there it was.
What's up, Mully? You know, great minds think alike. That's what you get for going against Sean Sears. That's what you get for going against Sean Sears.
Sean is still undefeated?
That's what you get for going against Sean Sears.
That's fair. That's fair. But I'm not going to have you.
You are going to have me.
So upset if you pick the Eagles.
I thought the Eagles were going to win. I'll say it.
Yeah, we all
picked the Eagles.
Did.
Yeah. I mean, like I've been saying all year about this Bears team.
It wasn't like
right here.
Yeah. It wasn't like, oh, the Eagles are winning. I gave you my reasons, and my reasons came to fruition.
Thank you.
And then there's also the season predictions we did, and those have been contradictory.
We readjusted those. While you were gone.
See that? Did you see that? He's like, I picked it. Not in the beginning. You did not.
Okay, before you get too chesty there, Marshall Harris, let's talk Bulls.
Yes, we can talk Bulls if you want. They have lost their defensive rudder, Isaac Okoro, and have suffered accordingly. When they get him back, they'll be fine.
And have suffered accordingly.
Is he not their defensive rudder?
It's
a yes or no question.
That's not really the yes or no question.
Let it stand for the record that Mully just silently held up the number 3 and then the number 9 for the number of predicted wins.
How you doing, Fryer? You
Looking good. Looking good right now, Marshall.
Why are you trying to make Fryer laugh? Let that man live.
Poke it out, man. What's up? We got Wale.
Why do you hate humor? Let him be happy.
Hey, just to clarify, when we talked to Dustin, he was bragging that he had picked 11 wins.
Oh.
And we were like, that doesn't count for anything because you picked them to win 12 last year. And they finished 5-12. I mean, he picks the same amount of wins every year. That's why
You're going to be right eventually, right?
Well, again.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I think that point stands.
He's been wrong for many a year.
I do want to say this though, and we'll talk about this later. But I had probably the best experience watching a Bears game since I would say like 2017 when I wasn't covering the Bears for a living.
Crowd of Bears fans.
Because I was with a crowd of Bears fans, but sitting next to Dustin. And I will fill in the blanks later. It was Dustin and I bonding over this game. Watching a Bears game with Dustin went above and beyond the greatness that I thought it could.
How many times did he punch you in the shoulder?
At least a dozen.
I love that that's what you immediately knew.
That's so funny that oh man, he was. I have purpleizing right now on my shoulder or on my. Yeah, on my shoulder because...
You know how to stop that?
How?
Headbutt him back.
Is that what it is?
I think that's a fair retort.
That is a fair retort.
Tuck in the chin, and then you follow through.
Or dump popcorn over him.
All in all, he's just another watcher at the wall.
It's called the Glasgow Kiss.
The Glasgow Kiss.
How did you end up doing with your Benny the Bull moment?
Were you traumatized by that when you saw the video?
Yeah, I was going to say. Haugh sitting there going, why would he let that happen? Why? He has work to do. You can't allow that to happen.
Oh, my gosh. That's not me.
It's you, the side of Richard Kimball.
You and anything Benny the Bull related.
And anytime I growl my voice, it sounds like Richard Kimball.
Harrison Ford. Yeah, definitely.
If I do every play-by-play broadcaster. Yeah.
Not that you guys asked, but we will not switch the samples at 10 o'clock.
What,
we will talk about how the Bears shut up the league. So that is that's what happened. Everybody asking if you didn't believe yet, if you needed something, you got another piece in your pie to say to yourself, this is a different Bears team. We also want to talk about how because of the system, the quarterback doesn't always have to be the main guy. What? So that'll be at 10:25. It's a good thing. We'll take your calls at 10:45. This is a Football Monday. Calls at 10:45. We'll take them again later in our show. Anthony Herron for 2 segments at 11. We'll do 5 on it at noon. We'll talk about the greatness sweeping the nation. The Bears are hot. The head coach is taking his shirt off. My friends are asking me who Ben Johnson is suddenly. It's a new world. Calls at 12:45. Dan Wiederer has some explaining to do because he declared something. We got to call him out on it at 1.
Have a great show.
All right, guys.
Shirtless bear.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details and online entry at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA. New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
It's that time of year again. Hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Losing my papa, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced, especially around the holidays. But then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheer, and the promise that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Nick, what are you doing?
Well, Adam, Thanksgiving is over, so it's officially time for the holidays.
And it's time for our Legacy Box Cyber Monday sale. Legacy Box is the most meaningful gift you can give this holiday season. It's simple, safe, and has been trusted by millions.
That's right. It's our best sale of the year. Right now, when you go to LegacyBox.com, you can save an unreal 65% on your Legacy Box.
And for a limited time, you can preserve your tapes, film reels, and photos for as low as $27, saving you hundreds.
Hurry, our best sale of the year won't last long. Visit LegacyBox.com for an unreal 65% off during our Cyber Week sale. With limited quantities ready to ship, this deal will go fast.
Shop our Cyber Week sale now at LegacyBox.com/value to take 65% off. Buy your Legacy Box today and send in when you're ready. LegacyBox.com/value.
The cost of healthcare coverage is rising this year. That's why we're here to help.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, you can get financial help with the cost of your premium.
Most of our customers get that help at getcoveredillinois.gov.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. 10-2 on 670 The...
On to picks. I will go first. I'm picking the Philadelphia Eagles to win this game 27-24 over the Chicago Bears.
27-23. Give me the Bears.
Bears.
27-23.
Yeah, I long thought, even before when we did our schedule release, and I think it will be a loss, a 21-17 loss to the Eagles.
Williams to Swift. Touchdown. What a drive. Here's Monungai. In he goes for the touchdown. They can't stop him. Approaching the 5-minute mark. Second down and 8. Williams rolling, throwing, open, making the grab. Touchdown. Cole Kmet into the end zone.
This Bears team should be fired up. This is a huge win for them to come on the road on Black Friday and win in Philadelphia. Defending Super Bowl champs, keep their momentum going. Now won 9 of the last 10.
Hell yeah! Heard about the hot dog thing with you taking your shirt off?
That's been mentioned. Man of the people, so time will tell.
Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
And did Ben take his shirt off?
He did take his shirt off. He's a man of the people. Let's say that.
Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Never let it rest. You're gonna get better. You're gonna get better. You better get better. You better get better. 3, 1, 2, 3. Hey, if you don't know, now you know. It's Chicago. Yeah.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. The Score. The Score.
Oh my God. Tyler Buterbaum, what an excellent open. We welcome you to our crew. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. Say it with me now. The Bears are in first place in the NFC. I'm not going to act like I've been there before.
Well,
I'm not going to act cool about it. I asked this question to everybody in my YouTube, TikTok, various post-game video platform. Talk your stuff this week. It's Packers week, and according to my very well done graphic here, aka me writing notes in big print on paper, and if you want to see it, you can see it on twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Number 1, Bears 9-3. Talk your stuff. Enjoy this. I hope you had a Thanksgiving that was good because your team ate.
I hope that they do enjoy this because it could be very much fleeting, but we're not going to focus on that part of it. Just the fact that they got here. They just did. They just got here. They got here. It's been a long time. It's been 19 years since they were in the number 1 seed spot this late in the season. So yes, you should enjoy it. You should savor it. You should say, I can't believe this is happening, because I don't believe anybody believes this is happening or that this would happen at the outset of the season or the day Ben Johnson was hired and literally said, oh, can we compete immediately? Depends on how much we're willing to work and how much we're willing to sacrifice. I guess the sacrifices have been made to whoever they need to be made to. Oh, he's probably talking about sacrificing your personal time. But the important thing is the Bears are on top, if only for 1 week.
Bears gave me what I needed. They gave you what you needed. Admit it, Bears fans. You needed to, if you're a realist, you needed to see a win like the win that we saw on Black Friday, and that was a Bears 24-15 win at the Eagles. You had to have that win. That's a win like the Rams in 2018. That's a win like the Arizona game in 2005. Hell, some of us old heads couldn't help but thinking about the 1985 regular regular season when the Bears rolled the Dallas Cowboys 44-0 during the season. That's probably the biggest signature win in Bears history. That 1985. Because the Bears people didn't quite know yet. Are they for real? And Dallas was still Dallas. And Dallas were the Cowboys were the darlings. And the Bears won that game 44-0. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated, which meant everything back then. Doesn't mean a damn thing now. But back then in the 80s. I think
it's kind of cool.
It's still cool. You're right. But that was
because we're old. That's why we think it's cool.
Putting together. Right. Like this falls in that category. And I don't think this is hyperbole on my part. I do believe this is one of those games where you're going to remember this game. Bears fans, especially my young Bears fans out there, all my nieces and nephews, I'm America's uncle. This is a game that you will get to remember always. You've got one. You've got one.
Mark Rohde.
America's uncle.
But not America's uncle. America's funkle.
Well,
I am. No,
I thought you were just Chicago's uncle. But if you're America's uncle, that's expanding
no, that's
the
a
brand.
different thing. That's my superhero. I am Mr. Chicago, as you guys know. But because I'm a single man, all my friends have beautiful children. I am a 2 or 3 time godfather. I'm an 8 or 9 time uncle. Oh, and then there's my own blood nieces and nephews. So I will accept being America's uncle. I will accept that.
The way you separated, so 9 time uncle is championships. Like Godfather, I think is also championship.
I'm a 2 time godfather.
Yeah. So and then
that's like all pro, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
and my own blood, as he put it.
Well, yeah, because all pro. My own blood is the core. They're my faves. I see you, Madeline.
Anytime you're bringing up blood and then also family like roles, I think that just kind of lets you know where we are.
But you're kind of born into that. The reason the all pro is the Godfather status is because you have to be selected.
Yeah,
like you have to.
Yeah.
That's a vetting process.
You're actually like, unlike Pro Bowl, when you become an alternate and you make the Pro Bowl. This is actually the opposite, where the alternate is the honor.
They're going to put Funkle on your
Shout out
your
to
tombstone.
Kenzie and Hallie, my beautiful goddaughters. Yes.
Yeah, let's credit everybody. That's kind of the point here. Call your family. Call your friends.
Exactly.
Call the people you hate.
Yeah.
Call your unk. We got to figure out who America's unk is. At one point, I thought it might be Shannon Sharp. That time has passed. So, point being, this is the time. Like, this is it. There has never been a better week for the Bears to not only have the win against Philly, but then also go into Packers week. Mark, I know we talk a lot about the 2018 season. This is not like that. The 2018 season, by the time December rolled around, if you recall, that's when the Bears had to start doing trick plays to get into the end zone. They still ended up losing that first playoff game, as we know, with the double doink. This is the opposite of that for me. This is a team that has shown you they can win, and they don't think they're at their best yet.
And the biggest difference, Layla, between 2018 and now is there is a direction for the offense, a legitimate direction. I remember 2018 vividly. That's my first year on the beat. I was on the sidelines for the Bears in 2018, and the games were fascinating. They were great because you did have a better defense that year. You had an elite defense. But at the end of every press conference, after we got done asking about all the great things the defense did and maybe a Santa sleigh play, you know what the question was? Where was Jordan Howard? Where was the running game? How come Jordan Howard had 12 carries for 32 yards?
Tariq Cohen only had 4 touches in that playoff game.
Beautiful comment.
I think about that one all the time.
Tariq
Matt
Cohen
Nagy
too.
didn't like to run the ball, and the reputation was there previously with Kansas City.
Was it bad that they only had 65 yards rushing in the playoff loss? Is that bad?
It's pretty bad.
And that's the part that people don't talk about. And this is the exact opposite of that. And not only was this Bears win, pick whatever way you want to discuss the statements that were made in this game and the statement win that Mark Rohde desperately needed to feel better about his team.
I'm in.
But then you have the 1985 comp that just brings it all together. That this is the first time that 2 Bears rushers had more than 100 yards on the ground each since Walter Payton and Matt Suhey did it in 1985. And that, appropriately, was against a division rival, the Detroit Lions at Soldier Field. So when you consider that piece of it, too, that makes it all come together, I think, in a way that hits a lot of points for a lot of people. We talk about how if you have a bad defense, it's going to offend a lot of fan sensibilities. Like, shout out to the Bobs. Like, you're not used to seeing a bad Bears defense. This is the exact opposite of that. This is a bruising game. in the wind in Philly, where the head coach used the wind as a strategy, by the way, in electing to receive the kickoff, knowing that he was going to make the Eagles throw into the wind. And then you add the running game to it and the ground and pound, and a defense that may not be known for sacking the quarterback, but one that will definitely let you know how it's going to change a game in takeaways. And that's where we are in this.
I love the 1985 callback. I love even better that Kyle Monangai, DeAndre Swift become the first two Bears running backs in the same game to rush for over 125 yards. It's not the fact that they did it, it's who they did it against and where they did it. That's what makes this matter even more, because to go up against the Philadelphia Eagles defense, it's one thing to say, oh, the Eagles offense is struggling. It's another thing to say, I don't care what y'all are doing on offense, because watch what we're about to do to your defense. That is what was demoralizing about watching this game from start to finish and understanding the plan was pretty simple. And for me, Ben Johnson's ability to just say, this is what we're going to do. Watch how I scheme it. What you going to do, Vic? And Vic had no answer.
What you going to do when they come for you?
Yeah, what you going to do now? I have to admit that in making my pick for that game, and I did pick the Eagles to win by 3. Sorry, not sorry. I do think that I should have taken more seriously, in this case, the defensive statistics of the Philadelphia Eagles, because we looked at them. I looked at the Philadelphia Eagles defense and just said, that player, that player, that player, that player. My God, they're all so good. That like, how can you not look at this team? But you really look closer, the statistics sort of matched what we saw in that game. And I did say this, Marshall, because I see you looking at me. I did say I think the Eagles are going to stay in that gray area for a little longer before the Eagles. I think the Eagles are still going to be really good, and this doesn't mean the Eagles are bad all of a sudden. They're going to get better, and they're going to be good by the end of the season, but I did feel like that gray area was still going to be there. It was. I did pick the Eagles to win.
According to my really fancy playoff graphic, the Eagles are third in the NFC.
See, they're right there.
So they're 38-4. This hour, by the way, and this segment, sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
I noticed on your playoff graphic you have something missing that's very important, because that's why I said what
Quality.
I said off the start. No.
Everybody who says, by the way, that I should print this out, like when we got Ray to print out the Bears being in the playoff picture with that nice color ink. Shh, don't tell our bosses the color ink. You're right. I'm going to get Ray to print out the nice fancy NFC.
So are we not allowed to use the color ink here?
Hey.
It costs money.
Oh, sorry.
That's like the good stuff.
Well, who's it for if it's not for us?
Well, that's, just...
I got you guys.
Special occasions. How about
Sales?
that?
America's uncles got you guys. Don't worry.
So, Mark, Layla, what's interesting about her graphic, and this is the thing, why I said what I said off the top about enjoy it this week, live in the moment. You don't know how long it's going to last.
Talk your stuff.
Not on that graphic is number 7, San Francisco, a team that is 9-4. I just wanted to point out how quickly this can change. If you're the 7 seed, the last wild card, and you have 9 wins, that means if you mess around and lose to the Packers, you could fall way down the cliff.
I want to make sure I have this.
I forgot to write the and one. There are a lot of tiebreakers here. Bears wins the tiebreaker over the LA Rams based on best win percentage in conference games. So what do you know? Strength of schedule comes into play. Rams win the tiebreak over Seattle based on head-to-head. Falcons are at 11, wins tiebreak over Minnesota based on head-to-head. So there are some qualifiers here. But I'm not focused on that right now. I'm just focused on the fact that
Bears
they
are
are number one.
How are we feeling about power rankings now? Didn't you guys laugh at me last week when I said the Bears should be in the top 10 of the power rankings? Or was that just Parkins?
I think that was Parkins.
Was it mostly Parkins?
Yeah,
but I think you kind of pushed back a little bit, too.
I just said they haven't beaten anybody of note, and they hadn't. But guess what? Now they have.
So they're a top 10 team now?
Top 10. They're top 5 team in my mind.
See? I can't wait till you guys talk to Parkins. You guys should play it back because he kind of was like, I don't know if we can put him in the top 5, Grody. I don't know about that by the end of the show. There it is.
And that's kind of the point of this week is everybody's like, oh, yeah, well, you said this. Yeah, yes,
You're right.
Yes. Like back
I just did what I dread people do.
But I'm like, yeah, back in September, I was frustrated with the run game. I was frustrated with what I've seen, and they changed. And when the facts change, I change.
The motto is sorry, not sorry. I've said it a million times. This is one of those years. Like my prediction on the Cubs dusting everybody, that was bad, and it was that
you're
was
observing what you're seeing.
That was
at the
fun.
time.
That was fun, not fun.
I thought you were going to say sorry, not sorry about that.
That's no sorry, not sorry. That's sorry.
I'm not.
This though, the Bears, anything like picking them to be 8 and 9. Now not necessarily being very cautious in my belief in Caleb Williams. All of my cynicism, I do not apologize for. But I am not so stubborn and ignorant as to not look at this win and even the win over Pittsburgh and say, I'm on board, folks.
Well, that's it. What's it going to take for you? And I think that once again, the Bears have slayed another dragon when it comes to trying to come to terms with your past and then also understand how different this is. And I can't tell you how many times, Mark, how many times have you and I said, I think Kevin Fishbane put the quote really, really well. When I think it was Cooper Kupp being embarrassingly open on national TV in a Bears game, or how many times have we seen the Bears just embarrass themselves whenever they're on this island game?
You can't spell embarrass without bear.
You can't when they're in prime time. And that was the exact opposite of what happened. They played up to that whole Black Friday promo. You know, Amazon Prime broke out that great Black Friday promo with Paint It Black. The world saw this game. And the Bears not only stood on business, they did everything that previous Bears teams for at least the past, 10, 15, take your pick years, they did the opposite of that. They utilized every possible resource they had to make a statement against the Super Bowl champions at home.
One, Layla, it was great to see the Bears play kind of almost a rugby-ish game for a worldwide audience on Amazon Prime, because a lot of people were watching this for free across the world. Across the world. So it's like, oh, this is a different football than maybe what I see when I watch in Madrid or London or all these other places where people are throwing the ball like crazy because of the wind conditions and everything else. Also, I just want to point out, Ben Johnson, it's year one. Already has had more success than Matt Eberflus, than Mark Trestman, and John Fox as Bears head coaches. You know why? Because he has a winning season under his belt, and none of those other guys did that. That's crazy. That's crazy. He's already got more success than those three coaches combined.
Right, and it feels like it's sustainable, too. There's nothing about it. Like, I'm not seeing...
Suddenly we can use culture again. Suddenly we can use sustainable.
Just wait till we have Dan Weeder on a little bit later on.
You're going to pant him, aren't you?
No, I'm not going to. We already talked about it on the podcast. I'm going to let you guys pants him.
This isn't the podcast. This is a different show.
Oh, I know, but like I don't want to have to do all the pantsing of Dan Weeder. You know what I'm saying? So, but you're right, Layla. It's a different show. It's a different audience.
It's okay. You're a bully, and we know it. It's fine.
I'm not a bully.
You want us to join in your bullying. That's how bullies work. They want the mob mentality. They're like, okay, you guys pants him now.
Hey, don't talk about our Twitch mob that way.
Layla brought it up. She brought it up. I didn't. So I think that means that she has to give the crap to
I'm
Weezy.
happy for Dan Weeder because I know the suffering.
I was giving you hell for now finally saying sustainable.
Well, and that's just it. Like, again, it sure didn't feel like that earlier this season, did it? Am I wrong to now?
I think we were on board with the sustainable much prior to when you became on board with the sustainable. Because you're just now saying sustainable.
Winning.
Okay, but no. Like, why did you guys think it was sustainable when they were giving up 240 yards rushing?
Because they were still winning.
Yeah,
but there are degrees of wins. Do I have to go through this again with you guys?
Like
2018, 2001. Do you want more?
Hey, we have to break. So let's put a pin in
but
this
you
for
can't.
a second.
You guys can't come at me like that and then not let me respond.
We can pause for the people who pay us and then resume the thought now.
Yeah, resume on the other side.
They'll get their due. Don't worry.
Okay, so we're going to pause for the people that pay us, resume our thought next. But we also want to talk about why it's not necessarily important that the quarterback is the main character right now. So we'll do all that next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on The Score. You can call us, 312-644-6767. You can text us at that same number. Join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis are our video team. You heard the open from Tyler Buterbaugh. We're happy to have you. That was fantastic. Ray Diaz, our producer as well. Brandon Fryer helps us out too. As we broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. This is a Football Monday. Plumbers 911, presented by Busey Bank, and great clips. More with a winning edition of the Bears in first place in the NFC show next.
Bears fans are reacting on The Score to the statement victory over the world champion Eagles.
Chase, you are on The Score. I think we need to start building the statue of Ben Johnson already.
Hey, Anthony.
Manunga, man. What he did in the Big Ten's hard to deny. It shouldn't be a huge surprise.
Hey, D'Angelo. We have an evenly matched team going into this matchup this Sunday. This is football. December cold. The only thing that would make this even better if we could get some snow. This is football.
Keep listening for more reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeart Radio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sports books, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary to bet at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics. 312-847-4347.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, SAG Master, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcast.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with... Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
At Busey Bank, we build meaningful financial partnerships with our clients that span generations. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Lane Kiffin is ditching Ole Miss for LSU right as the Rebels are playoff bound, and somehow the school and the coach let this drama drag on all weekend. Instead of putting players first, Ole Miss waffled on whether Kiffin could finish the season, while Kiffin himself stalled and hedged. The people who paid the price for all this indecision, of course, the players who have earned this historic run. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is more Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I think it's the same message we've been sending every week, that we're just going to compete our tails off for 60 minutes. I think that's what I know about our group. They got a lot of belief in what we're doing. They got a lot of belief in themselves. They got a lot of belief, I think, in this coaching staff. And so that confidence just starts to develop and continue to bubble over. So I think we've got a really confident group right now, and we're excited for these next 5 games.
Ben Johnson said his team would be at their best in December, and guess what? It's the first of the month. Wake up. It's December 1st. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And we have 2 topics that we want to discuss in this segment. Number 1 was the concept of the wins previously in the season. And I think I want to do like the Mark Grody scale of approval, the MGAS.
Wow, this is a lot of pressure.
And the MGAS, the Mark Grody scale of approval. And then I'm not sure if that's the right nomenclature, but just go with it.
Good enough.
And then also the concept of the system being so strong that the Bears run game was so good on Friday that Caleb Williams didn't have to be the main character. So, Mark, since those are the 2 topics, I know we teased that one going into break when we got into it. What would you like to start with?
Well, I guess we'll pick up where we left off.
Let's do that.
And it's just a matter of the sustainability, and there's no doubt about it. Earlier in the season, even maybe as recently as, 4 weeks ago, I was saying I am concerned about it, and at one point in time saying it's straight up not sustainable. It has taken me up until this moment, until this win, to now say, admit? I don't think admit's the right word.
Acknowledge.
To acknowledge, or to just say that, yeah, there is something about what Ben Johnson is doing with this team from head to toe that does feel sustainable. I have gained more trust, and I don't think that it is wrong of me to have looked, because you guys have said, Layla, you especially, said a win is a win is a win is a win. It doesn't matter how they win. And I'm here to tell you that it does matter how you win, because there are sustainable seasons and there are unsustainable seasons.
Non-sustainable.
Even if they are wins. And many teams have had seasons like this. The Minnesota Vikings. There's a pretty good example of what they were doing last year, apparently, was not sustainable. So and they can go through that, and we'll let their radio host take care of that. But this, for a while, the way the Bears were winning this year was not sustainable.
So what I said was, if for this year being Bears 101 under Ben Johnson, that I would have been okay with ugly wins the entire season. Like this year. That was my explanation as to why I thought like it was going to be okay. Apparently, I just had it wrong. It's the Mark Grody approval scale, and that makes it MGAS.
Mark Grody approval. Perfect.
Okay, so we've got that going for us. But yeah, that was my whole point about it, was that I thought this year that would be okay, but they're showing us that they're virtually skipping a grade this season. Plans are coming ahead of schedule. The results are coming online sooner than we expected.
And maybe this could be part of our callers. We're doing calls at 10:45, 312-644-6767. I'll throw out a question to our callers. Did it take this win to make you believe, or are you somebody who a month ago was like, yeah, I see it? And if you did, tell me why.
Well, I think for me personally, I saw it, but I saw it because of Ben Johnson. That's the answer. It's that I understood what he said to be true from the jump when he said what we looked like at the beginning of the season will be very different because we'll be a much better team in December. Guess what today is? December 1st. And I said that leading up to the game. This is the last game before December. How better to springboard into the final full month of the season than with a big road statement win? And to your point about whether or not it's sustainable, my biggest answer to that was just the fact that they were running all over teams before they did it to the Eagles. When you put up 200 plus against the Saints and 200 plus against the Bengals and 171 against the Giants and 140 against the Minnesota Vikings in wins, the defense was always going to have to catch up because guys are just hurt. They're just lying around. They're not at full strength. They're still not at full strength, but they're doing enough. And I think this is sustainable because you have an identity. We run the football until you can't stop us anymore, and Caleb is clutch when it matters most. That's the identity of your offense.
When I think of sustainable, and you saying it like earlier because of wins, it says to me that there was no doubt in your mind that the Bears are going to do what they're going to do this year, and they're definitely going to be good next year because that means it's sustainable, and they're going to be 8-3 at this time next year.
They're making adjustments.
I can't call that. I couldn't call that earlier. Now I'm willing to listen. Absolutely.
But you're not calling it.
No, I said, this feels sustainable. Like, Ben Johnson, per our other topic, part of why I'm not as worried today, we haven't even talked about Caleb Williams. Part of why I'm not as worried about Caleb Williams, and even in our post-game show, is because of Ben Johnson and what we are seeing from him and his ability to adjust. And game by game by game, I'm evaluating him. I wasn't going to, 7 games into the season, tell everybody the Bears. 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't tell you the Bears had their head coach of the future because I needed to see more. I needed to see something like I saw on Friday. Friday changed everything.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say is they're making adjustments, not just in the game, which is something that we couldn't say of Matt Nagy. It's something we couldn't say of Matt Eberflus. They're making adjustments in the season. One good example of that is Ben Johnson saying after the game, I can't believe I called 36 passes for Caleb Williams. I think that that's too many. So you're seeing how he is adjusting to the strengths of this team. And that's why we can say when he says that, this isn't the team right now that says our quarterback is going to beat you. That's okay. We know that this is a rebuild year in certain positions when you consider just building good habits and good practices. His system, which for a long time was considered it was something that you would say is like a side, it was almost like a swipe at people. It was almost condescending when you would call somebody a system quarterback. It was almost like you were saying the quarterback wasn't,
game
good
manager.
Or Patrick Mahomes at Texas Tech when he was called a system quarterback because it was air raid. This is the opposite of that. Compliment the system. Compliment the system because it's winning you games in the National Football League. And Ben Johnson has made it so. Where Caleb Williams can still learn on the job in this way. Where he's not calling 36 passes out of this quarterback, as we know, is not catastrophic. He doesn't have to be the main character for this offense, for this team to be winning and dominating right now.
And I think that's the perfect scenario for a guy in his first year learning an offensive system and getting more and more acclimated with what Ben Johnson is trying to do. They need to be in sync. They need to have a situation where Ben Johnson feels like that quarterback is executing what I'm trying to do, and he sees the field as I see the field. I'm not even saying they're there yet. That part of it where Caleb Williams is just in sync to the point where he sees the field like Ben Johnson wants him to see it, but he sees it well enough to help get wins. That throw to Cole Kmet, the man threw for under 50%. And I know weather was a factor in that, but when push came to shove and he had to make a play, he didn't go for the dump down. He said, I'm trying to put this game away. And he did with one flip of the hips and one toss of the ball on target.
And maybe the wind had a factor in this, guys, but I also feel like we saw him throw with touch a little bit more. Not everything was a fastball in this game.
I agree with that, actually. The third quarter, a 4th and 5 conversion to Colston Loveland was pretty sick. Second quarter, a 13-yard pass to Colston Loveland as well. Then there was the 3rd and 4 first down run for Caleb Williams. So, and I'm not leaving out the bad either for Caleb. I mean, that Jalix Hunt interception in the third quarter when it was 10-9, at the time, that felt like death for the Bears, but it was a mixed bag, but you guys are right. It's like we don't have to obsess over Caleb Williams as much, and you feel confident that Ben Johnson can get it done with whoever is in there.
I think the biggest thing for me is we knew it wasn't going to be an overnight thing as far as the Caleb Williams development portion of this, but it's still coming along at a nice enough clip that I'm very comfortable with what's going on with this offense from a Caleb Williams, COE, Caleb over everything perspective.
You know what never ceases to amaze me in this is that for all of the offensive glowing the league has done about Ben Johnson and for all of the credit that he gets. And we've talked about, of course, the 70% completion rate or what the offense looked like when he was coordinating it in Detroit, what we thought the passes were going to look like, what we thought the plays were going to be. I think it's hilarious that he's winning with the traditional football thought process of ground and pound running game and trying to get the most possible out of your defense and trying to have some sort of punishing defense. I said this earlier, maybe it's not in sacks and pass rush as we've seen, unfortunately, but it's still going to be, you're going to fear our defense because you know at any time we're going to take the ball away from you.
By the way, Marshall, are you backing off of the COE plan now?
No.
Caleb over everything?
I go back to what we talked about last week. I think those two things are very much interwoven, and I think I might not feel as strongly about what he did Sunday as far as, yes, he did have the turnover, but he bounced back nicely and understanding he ran the offense moved, whether or not it was the fact that he didn't have but 5 rushing attempts for 13 yards. But when a play had to be made late, a.k.a. fourth quarter, guess who was right there to make the game-busting open play that put them up by 2 scores?
So even with the way that the Bears won that game, which was with the running game, you're still saying Caleb over everything. The only way the Bears are going to get anywhere this year is if it's Caleb over everything?
Yeah,
really?
because the playoffs exist. So what they're doing right now isn't going to work against the best of the best. They're not going to win the Super Bowl unless Caleb Williams levels up his play. Can we agree on that?
What do you call the Eagles? Would you, before Friday, would you still call the Eagles one of the best of the best in the NFC?
There's only so many teams that are better than the Eagles right now.
They're a good team that's struggling now. As we've mentioned, they're a good team that's struggling. Now, if they sit here and beat the Packers twice, or go 3-2 and end up with the number 1 seed in the NFC, then the job becomes easier because you only need to win 2 games to get to the Super Bowl, and both those games are at Soldier Field. But we're a long ways away from that.
I think the Bears' identity has changed. I think it has gone from Caleb Williams to Ben Johnson. I mean, I
don't think it's changed. I thought it was always Ben Johnson.
Ben over everything. It's not. No, it's Caleb over everything to me says the whole game is about Caleb Williams, period, and that guy's got to be on his game. Friday showed that Caleb could be mediocre is what he was in that game at best. 17 of 36, 154 yards, a TD, and I'm at
a bad interception,
and I've got way more red on my notes than I have blue, which is the good and the bad for Caleb Williams. And the touchdown was great to Cole Kmet, but again, he wasn't a big factor throughout a lot of this game.
I think he was a factor when it mattered most in making that touchdown because without that, the Eagles have a chance to come back. We saw what the Eagles' offense looked like in the fourth quarter compared to the first 3 quarters. They were moving the ball a little bit better because they were like, A.J. Brown probably needs to be targeted.
But again, with a little bit better of a Caleb, if it's Caleb over everything, then Caleb Williams is better in the first half of the game, and he's making big plays, and the Bears are not up just 10-3 at the half.
It looks a little bit more probably like what you see Jared Goff do in Detroit. Like, to use the obvious comp.
Yes, of course. And I think Caleb can get there, but I do think for now, and I talked about this, like the development of Caleb over winning games, things just changed, man. I think Ben Johnson is saying, look, of course Caleb is our quarterback. Of course I want him here for the next 10 years, but we're going to do what we have to do now to win games, period.
This goes back to the game when they ran the ball 3 straight times to kick the field goal as opposed to letting Caleb throw. I was like, why would you do that? You've got the 3 running plays to kick the field goal. You know you can get the yardage necessary to get in the field goal range so Cairo Santos can hit a game-winning field goal. But I think the two things are still very much married because as far as how far these Bears go this season, Caleb Williams is going to be the penultimate factor because they've got these games against really good defense.
He's got to be good. He's got to be smart, but I think the game plan has changed.
No, the obvious strength is the run game.
Yes.
Obvious strength. That means your obvious strength isn't necessarily your quarterback.
It ain't Caleb over everything anymore.
It's still Caleb over everything.
It's Ben Johnson over everything.
We want to hear from you next. 312-644-6767. We are taking your calls. We do so next on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Ben Johnson effect relies on running the football. Good old-fashioned running game. What happened on Friday, I think, legitimized Bears in many ways and validated the previous few months of questions about whether or not they are legit. They are definitely that.
Don't get bored. Hey, the running game's working. Don't get bored. They gave them the old Wilson enema,
They did
and
not
that's
get
how you
bored.
do it.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Tired of hiding your smile? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
This week's Game Time Sports Update is brought to you by Bet365.
Coming in as the underdogs, New York heads to New England for Monday night's Week 13 matchup, fresh off their 10th win of the season and holding the best record in their conference. New England hopes to continue its dominant run and remain undefeated at home, while New York aims to pull off a statement upset.
When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the Bet365 app today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
The holidays are here again, and just when you think you can't pack one more party or errand into your overstuffed schedule, you realize you really need a haircut. That's where Great Clips comes in. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and get a text when you're next for a cut. The skilled stylists at Great Clips will get you looking holiday ready in no time at a price that won't break your budget. Because the holidays are busy, but Great Clips has your back. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The Blackhawks hit the road starting Tuesday, December 2nd at 9 p.m. in Vegas, followed by Thursday, December 4th at 9:30 p.m. in Los Angeles. Then we're back at the United Center. Join us for our next home game, December 10th at 6:30 p.m. against the New York Rangers in a classic Original Six matchup. And don't miss Chris Chelios bobblehead night, December 13th at 7 p.m. versus the Detroit Red Wings. The first 8,000 fans receive an exclusive bobblehead courtesy of Ticketmaster. Get tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
We'll be right back with Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Ready to shop? Target's Cyber Monday deals are loading now and moving fast. Score 25% off beauty kits for every look and style, up to 50% off clothing and shoes for the whole fam, and 50% off top holiday gifts. Plus, brand new surprise deals you haven't seen all year. Shop on Target.com or in the Target app for free delivery. But don't wait. These deals are 2 days only. Save more on Cyber Monday with Target. Free shipping applies to orders over $35.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We are taking your calls on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and great clips like that. 312-644-6767. Let's go to Tony in Joliet. Tony, you're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Oh, my God, Layla. What a day. Layla, Marshall, Grody.
What's going on?
Hey, man, it was just like, I was sitting there with a group of friends and how you were talking about it was just craziness at my house. And I said at one point, I'm like, you know, in Chicago, we have a Michael Jordan statue, and in Philly, they got a Rocky one. And they believe Rocky is their greatest of all time. They believe he's real. And I'm telling you, we went to Philly, and we pulled a Rocky. Nobody thought we were going to win that game. Nobody nationally, especially. And we went in there, and when it looked like we might be knocked down, we came back and we won that game, and we won it with a statement. It was a statement win. We haven't had one this good till 2006 when the Bears beat New Orleans to go to the Super Bowl. And, guys, another point. If you look at, like things that teams have that are champions, they're starting to match all the boxes. We lead in rushing. We lead in explosive plays. We lead in takeaways. And our cake is getting baked right now, guys. And if we take this train and go up to Green Bay and this thing starts to happen and Caleb starts to put the batter on the cake and we start to get this going, I'm telling you, this could be amazing. He gets the accuracy down a little bit, and this thing's coming together. And it could be one of those crazy years that we end up doing something we thought we never could do. And if it doesn't happen this year, it's going to be there coming quick because Ben Johnson, he's got a culture here. He's got a relationship with Caleb. And, guys, when we didn't get Patrick Holmes and that hurt and we had to watch it every year, we suffered. But right now, we got a better thing going because we're just starting it out, and there's this kind of on the downslide. You guys have so many years to watch this team and benefit from it, and the city of Chicago deserves it. We've been waiting. So the last thing I'm saying is this. I'm going to get some friends. We're going to get a van. We're going to pick up Grody, and we're going to go down to Philly. I'm going to get that statue of Rocky, and we're going to put it in front of Soldier Field because it deserves to be there. Love you guys. Let's go Chicago. This is great. Awesome.
With a big bear statue hovering over the Rocky, little Rocky, little 5'10" Rocky with a big bear.
So many statues that they have to get to making. There's so many.
Would it have been Drago that I feel like this was a Drago win. If we're going to do the Rocky analogy, King analogy, Marshall, I would say this would, because it's in the cold, kind of like they're the fashionable, Philly is the fashionable Super Bowl champion. They have all the riches, just like, and the Bears just cold Chicago. Chicago, went into Philly, and took out Drago. He broke him.
So Drago for last week. It is Packers week. I think this week Clubber Lang is probably a better comparison for this game upcoming with the Packers. This Clubber Lang,
you ain't so bad.
Also to the texter who pointed out the batter on the cake, just forget it, man. He's rolling. It's like Animal House in the speech. Also texter, please tell me Frank from Oak Park is on hold. He is. Hi, Frank.
Hey guys, what a Thanksgiving. This game on Friday, and then Putin's quarterback gets his nose bloodied last night when Pittsburgh loses. I mean, just fantastic. As far as the question of sustainability, I think you got to look at like what they did in a drill down way, and then sort of overall who they did it against, okay? Winning against Philadelphia, they knocked you out of the playoffs in 79, 01, and 18. I mean, just doing that is just tremendous. But for the drill down, on defense, you held the Eagles to 317 yards. That's 42 less than the Bears' season average. On top of that, you got 2 takeaways, including that football brilliant forced fumble and recovery by Nahshon Wright. These guys they beat lifted a Lombardi trophy in February. It'll be interesting if some wonk breaks down how Allen changed coverages with both Johnson and Gordon back for at least part-time work. And I'll leave it to you guys to get that out. On offense, it's clear the offensive line isn't just a thing, but the thing. The last time 2 Bears running backs got 100 yards rushing in the same game, Ronald Reagan was not just alive, but he was in the White House. And if you drill down, this offensive line also pass blocks better than that 85 unit. With sleet and wind a real possibility at 4 of the remaining 5 Bears outdoor game sites, Caleb needs to tighten up his footwork on pass plays. That turf ball miss to Dunze in the end zone was ugly. Any more attempts that hurts the eyes, and the coaches will be running the ball 80% of the time, and that 4,000 yards passing milestone probably goes away for this year. But that TD to Kmet was really sweet. Broadly speaking, any time a team beats the Eagles, it's a good sign. Their owner, Jeffrey Lurie, is the kind of guy you hope owns at least one of your teams. Smart and willing to spend, he knows what rules his business world apply in the NFL and what don't. Since buying the team in 1994, he has 4 Super Bowl appearances and 2 wins. Their playoff appearances total 19. In the same period, the Bears have gotten to 1 Super Bowl, a loss, and a meager 7 appearances in the postseason. In a world where the NFL elevator can take teams quickly from the penthouse to the outhouse, Lurie and his GM, Howie Roseman, have designed a model where the Eagles usually win and sometimes win it all. If 5 years from today we can say that this was the year the Bears started to act more like the Eagles, maybe that lonely Lombardi trophy at Haugh will have added a friend.
I love it.
Thanks, Frank. That's Frank in Oak Park. Let's continue on the phones, 312-644-6767. We go to Andy in Bloomingdale. Andy, you're on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Hey, guys. What a great Monday seeing that the Bears won. Anyway, let's get right to it. First off, Loveland, I'm so glad they're finally using this guy. He's only the 3rd round tight end draft pick since Ditka and, Olsen. Now, they're using him like they should be. But anyway, the fact that the Bears this weekend with Parsons, and he lines up just about anywhere and just as effective, and if we say, okay, so we are going to save Caleb from getting sacked, and they run the ball, remind you, they're 8th in the league in stopping the run, whereas Philadelphia was 24th. Philadelphia is not the team they used to be. So I really believe not only is this significant because of our division, but because I think they're just around better teams than Philadelphia. So I think they're going to have their hands full of Parsons, that if they double team them or they get the ball out of Caleb's hands quickly, remember, this team stops the run. That's all I want to say, guys, and I'm so prepared for it.
Thank you, Andy. And
Thanks, bud.
I think we'll get into this in our show, and especially with Anthony Herron coming up at 11, but one of the biggest things the Bears did was utilize the tight end blocking schemes. That was on display on Friday. So I feel like with Parsons, who can travel, that is going to be of utmost importance against the Packers.
That's a good defense. That's a top 10. Like you look at the numbers for the Packers, most categories top 10, and Parsons has had 4.5 sacks in the last 2 games. I don't have to try to sell people on the danger of Micah Parsons.
This is a bigger test as far as defenses go than the one that they just faced. I know they're both road games. I know they're both good defenses, but this Packers defense and what they've done consistently all season long is kind of amazing.
Well, and again, credit to the Bears offensive line, who has deserved it for, I'd say, at least 6 weeks, but definitely the past several days. Like they again are just showing you what the power of what they can do, the holes that they were opening up on Friday. So let's get into that next with Anthony Herron, the former Iowa Hawkeye, of course, the former NFL athlete, defensive lineman. He will join us for 2 segments. We will do that next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right, you can get in on the action with 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in President, Illinois. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Our cousin Danny died at 4 years old from sudden unexpected death and epilepsy or SUDEP. In his loving memory, we started the Danny Did Foundation to protect people living with epilepsy. We help families find the care they need, including seizure alerting devices. If someone you love is impacted by epilepsy, Danny Did can help. Visit DannyDid.org to fill the gaps in your epilepsy care. Because when others can't, Danny can. When others won't, Danny will. And when others don't, Danny does.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
What matters to you matters to us. That's why Busey Bank takes the time to understand your goals and build solutions that fit your story. From everyday banking to long-term planning, our team is here to help you navigate every stage with care and expertise. We're more than a bank. We're your neighbor, your advisor, and your advocate. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868. Member FDIC.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Snow coming in this afternoon, could see 1 to 3 inches. We got a high of 29 today.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Anthony Herron, Score football analyst.
It's been fun watching the fantastic physical specimen that Darnell Wright is. It was on full display last week, and there were some really big moments he had against the Bengals. But he's going to have a unique challenge this week against the leading sack artist in the National Football League. But we have heard the term unicorn utilized when describing Darnell Wright.
Just look how much time Caleb Williams has. It's max protection, and Colston Loveland runs what they call a sail route. He's wide open.
Former NFL defensive lineman and Iowa Hawkeye.
With the patience of both Swift and Monungai. Offensive line, again, give them a lot of credit. This Eagles defense with Vic Fangio, they dare you to run the ball.
Mr. Hedden, I want to compliment you. You're doing a fine job.
Big and Herron on 670 The Score.
We love talking to Anthony Herron, and we do so right here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. This Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. Anthony Herron, an analyst for us here at 670 The Score. He hosts shows as well. He works at Fox 32 and Big Ten Network, NFL athlete, Iowa Hawkeye. And Big Ant is filling in for Matt Spiegel on Spiegel and Holmes tomorrow afternoon from 2 to 6. He joins us on the Circa Resort Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. He's also on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. And Herron, what stood out to you the most about this Bears win over the Eagles? Was it its effect on the league? Was it its effect on the Bears? Like, what do you think is the biggest takeaway you have?
Well, definitely put the league on notice when you've got that island game and you get the entire sports world seemingly watching their exploits. But I happened to be at O'Hare Airport while a lot of the game played out. I had my pregame duties at Fox 32. I had to race to New Orleans so I could get there for some meetings and everything for the Bayou Classic, which I called on Saturday. But being at the airport and just like watching Bears fans consume the game itself, and I made it a point like I was kind of across the concourse in a bit of a desolate sort of seating area, and I had the game in my ears, the radio broadcast, but then also watching across and watching folks watching it on TV. It's just fun. I mean, like Layla, Marshall, you guys have been in Philly and Chicago. Groats, you've been in this town for forever, and just seeing this city light up with Bears excellence and being able to and I love people watching in an airport anyway because it's just kind of a cool, massive humanity that's in there. But to see that play out and the way the Bears just took the game over on the line of scrimmage and all the grunts and chest bumps and fist pounds from Bears fans, like, yeah, not only are we winning this game, but we're muscling up on the defending Super Bowl champions. From my viewing, listening, consuming experience of that game, it was just really cool to have sort of that vantage point that I had watching it play out at the airport.
Does this change your ceiling for what this Bears team can do in year one of Ben Johnson? He's already got a winning record. Caleb Williams, obviously, the development continues. I still think that's the most important thing as far as not just overall, but as far as how far can they go? That you get to the playoffs, you need your quarterback to do stuff, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's
okay,
true.
that's all I'm saying.
I think Caleb does stuff. I
think so too. Some people don't agree with me though. They're like, it's a backseat. Right. I'm like, I think the two are very much intertwined at the end of the day, because you can go and have a nice regular season, get into the playoffs with 11, 12, even 13 wins. But you can also end up double doinking your way out in one game if your quarterback's not doing enough.
Yeah, I think that's fair. To your question about the ceiling for the Bears this year, you know, as you guys know, I've been saying I feel like the Bears are definitively a good team for weeks right now, but there's ground to cover for them to become elite. And what I was really anticipating as far as them maybe being further away from their ceiling, I've been terming it as further away from their ceiling than any other team in the NFC North. But there's a chance you could look at it and say they're further away from their ceiling than any other team in the NFC, because I feel like that's a part of what we saw on display against the Eagles, was a version of the Bears that not only had a couple of their star defensive backs back in the secondary with still none of their linebackers out there, none of their standard starting linebackers out there, none of their top 3 LBs, but then you saw a version of the Bears run game that's beyond anything we've seen before. Ben Johnson, I told you earlier in the season, he seemed very confident to me that he could scheme the Bears into some run success. But now the Ben Johnson schematics, what he does with eye candy and window dressing, you have now a domineering physicality to the offensive line, the tight ends, and the wide receivers. And then you have multiple running backs running with this force and this urgency that, yes, that performance, not only because of who it was against, but the way it was done, that does impact my vantage point on the ceiling for what this team can be this season, Marshall.
Yeah, I agree with that. I also love the peripheral stuff that you're talking about, Big Ant, being out at O'Hare and just seeing the civic pride. Like, you know, I was in a couple of stores yesterday, and you start to see the Bears stuff. Not that the Bears stuff isn't always in the front of most stores, but you start to see less of it all of a sudden. It's pretty hard to get Bears gear. At my my Thanksgiving dinner on Thursday at the Nardini brothers that run Club Lago, my cousin Giancarlo admits he's a fair weather Bears fan, but they're now into it. They are, the whole family's, and like when it came my turn to talk at the table, they just wanted to hear about the Bears, and it got quiet at my table. I was going solo, man.
You held court?
Oh, I was holding court. Like, usually that doesn't happen. Like, they wanted to hear, and this is before the Bears win. That is before it.
It's the
so
curiosity,
Club Lago
right?
is on board.
Club Lago is on board. Now, Giancarlo, who is one of the co-owners of it, admitted, he's like, I had suspended the Bears for years, but he's back on the bandwagon. Guido is always there for the Bears.
Guido, your other cousin.
My other cousin, who runs Club Lago.
I feel like Grody's making these people up. Either that or these are just
pseudonyms. I met one of your cousins. Which one did I meet?
You met Giancarlo when we went to Lago.
I thought it was Giancarlo.
Got evidence of one existing
so
for
Giancarlo
real.
is real.
Yeah, and we had good mastacholi at the table, if you know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? We grilled a bird.
That is exactly what happened. Yes, that is what you said.
That is exactly what happened, and it was beautiful. So I am such a sucker for the civic pride and just anybody wearing a Bears shirt today, anybody wearing a Bears cap today. I guess this is my long-winded way of saying, in Chicago and on the field, everything changed on Friday for this season. It all changed, and maybe in the next season it all changed.
For now, I do think that with the schedule that remains here, the future is certainly hopeful and bright, kind of regardless of what happens with the remainder.
What
of
I
this
mean,
year.
I should be more specific. What I mean by that is this is no longer gravy. This is no longer just happy to be here. This is no longer the bonus season, as a lot of people called it. Like, that should never be uttered again this season. This is no longer extra. There's now expectation, and there should be.
I agree. Now, the reaction to it in the end, because I 2018 is our most recent context to compare this season with. And 2018, where the Bears became this surprise divisional frontrunner, gone to the division title, and then the disappointment with the double doink in the postseason, that came and it closed with this thud. But there was all the excitement that still remained going into 2019, feeling like, yes, this is the beginning of something, not what ended up feeling like the end of something, because they never came close to that 2018 crescendo that was there. Go back to the playoffs in 2020, things expand and whatnot. But it has the potential certainly to be something that feels long-lasting, while at the same time it is the NFL. And there tends to be a surprise team or couple of teams. And we also end up finding out in the years to come that it's difficult to sustain this. Consistency is so hard to maintain. So I think, to your point, Groats, to be able to try and seize this moment and see how far it can go, it matters. And you want them to feel all in about that. And that does seem to be the case right now. But then with the, 5 regular season games to go, and whatever may happen in the postseason, assuming they get there, then the context can certainly change in the weeks to come here if that moment doesn't end up being sustained. But for right now, to enjoy it is the right place to be.
But you agree there'd be much more disappointment at this point. And you're right, the Bears could lose to the Packers on Sunday. They could lose their next 2 games, and we're all going to be going, oh, God, what's going on? It's going to be more disappointing because things just changed, right?
I agree. The disappointment would definitely be more now than it would be if the season were just in kind of a different context. It's what I was talking to you guys about earlier in the year, right? Like, okay, they got a couple of wins in a row here. The context can change for this season. And through my lens, that changing of the context was that we can evaluate each game, each half, each quarter more on the team success than specifically the QB success, where so much of the conversation early was about whether or not each drive was this thing of beauty from Caleb Williams. And to me, that has certainly taken place. We have all morphed now into evaluating the Bears as a team, looking at the franchise globally, looking at the macro of this roster and what's been built, the depth that is now apparent on this football team that's had to show up and has continued to show out. But it's not all about the quarterback, just like Ben Johnson said to him and effectively said to all of Bears Nation in that very opening press conference, that Caleb is important, but it ain't all about Caleb for this team to attain and sustain the success that everyone hopes for.
We're talking to Anthony Herron. This segment brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today at the former NFL defensive lineman. Kind enough to join us here, Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. That's something that I brought up. Ant, covering college football as long as you have. You know what the term system quarterback means and the connotation that system has. I always still thought that if you have a good system, that is a good thing. I always question that term. I think it got put to rest when Patrick Mahomes left Texas Tech and he's done what he's done in the NFL. But I say that to say this system is good. And when you understand who's running the system and the resume behind it, I'm okay with at times it looking one-dimensional when these are the results that you see. Time of possession absolutely mattered in this game. Mm-hmm. That's something that the quarterback can't always control. We all know a pass play takes less time. Time of possession was so key. We saw how the wind became one of the opponents in this game.
Right.
I think it's a good thing that the Bears don't have to absolutely rely on Caleb Williams in this way.
The Bears ran 34 more plays than the Eagles did in that game on Friday. There was so much more offense that the Bears could get to, because they were generating offense. They were running a volume of plays, and in very difficult conditions to throw the football. We've seen Caleb be errant on passes and spray the ball around at times this season, even in more pristine weather conditions. But then you add in the wind gusts and the chilly conditions and everything else. Jalen Hurts was struggling to throw the rock. Caleb Williams was struggling to throw the rock accurately and consistently. But between the two, when you think of all the third downs and fourth downs that the Bears converted in that game, credit to the offensive line. Pass protection was really impressive against one of the more talented defensive fronts they have seen and will see throughout this season. But then also Caleb being in rhythm, being on time. I don't know what his time to throw was in this game, but it looked to me like another impressive game with him being decisive with the football, even as the ball sprayed around a little bit. I think we're seeing repeated examples here. And I know, I'm pretty sure it was the Ravens game after a loss. The last time the Bears lost a game, we had some disagreement about how poorly Caleb did or didn't play. And going back to that game, the thing I took away was the completion percentage wasn't great, and the Bears didn't score a lot of points. But that, to me, was the initial glimpse of Caleb convincing himself just to get the rock out, just to get rid of the football, to be decisive when his back foot hits the ground and try to start cutting it loose. And we're seeing that continue to build since then. And that's what mattered to me so much in the disappointment from that Baltimore game, that I do think there are performances that are continuing to stack. And when you think about third downs and fourth downs, extending drives, Ben Johnson is at a point where he has shown now for several weeks in a row, he trusts Caleb from inside the pocket to be able to get that done, to read the field, to see it cleanly, and to cut the ball loose. And a lot of his, the majority of his completions felt like might have been on third or fourth down, which ended up being these critical downs and distances that extended drives for Chicago. So by comparison with Jalen Hurts, who has been an MVP candidate and has won a Super Bowl MVP, Jalen Hurts is certainly a better and more proven commodity at QB in this league. But on the field, one-to-one, Caleb was bigger and better when it mattered on those critical downs and distances in that game.
Yeah, I think to your point, Ant, they had 10 third down conversions on 17. That's over 50%. Meanwhile, the Eagles only had 12 third down opportunities. That speaks to it. This segment with Anthony Herron, sponsored by Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. I'm curious as to your thoughts on how much people were playing in this game. I know the obvious is on defense, where we saw Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon make their returns. But I was not shocked, but I was a little caught off guard that it was Ozzie Trapillo hanging in there at left tackle. What did you make of that decision and the usage? And, Olin Kreutz, right after the game with Mark Grody on the postgame show, said the Bears have the best offensive line in football.
Oh, I'm definitely going to trust Olin's judgment on that. I think that performance we saw the other day, and what we've seen for a few weeks now, I don't have any reason to disagree that they're in that conversation. I haven't evaluated the other O-lines in the league closely enough to kind of say that with my chest, but I can confidently say they're playing like one of the best offensive lines in football. And beyond that, we'd probably be splitting hairs to agree or disagree. And what stands out about that performance the other day is a lot of my frustration with Bears play callers of years past has been the fact that they so frequently would seem to call the offense trying to most consistently carve the defense up from the pocket with the quarterback and not recognize the importance that their schematics, their sequencing of plays, it's important to not only say, how do I get a first down? How do I scheme up a touchdown? But also, how do I take mental pressure off of my quarterback? How do I take physical pressure off of my offensive line? And the variety of plays, the variety of looks that Ben Johnson throws at the opponent takes steam out of that opposing front seven, takes aggression out of that opposing defensive mind who's trying to decide what exactly are we attacking, because there's so much eye candy, because there's so many different things that put you in conflict and test your discipline with alignment and assignment, and then you feel late because next thing you know, Luther Burden is the one with the football coming around the edge. Or wait a minute, DJ Moore is going in motion. That means something usually. Wait a minute, it's just opening up this void in the edge of our defense, creating a cutback lane. And all that allows the offensive line, when Ben Johnson said, you know what, we're just going to line up in basically an I formation and roll off the ball at you and move you around. And they got the horses to do that up front as well. So it's this combination of this fantastic offensive mind with personnel up front, getting it done at a really, really high level.
And that, Marshall, is why it is Ben over everything. Ben over everything. This segment with Anthony Herron is sponsored by Plumbers 911.
I reject your whole everything because I've been saying Ben Johnson's the guy I trust. I said it before you said it.
Stay on task.
Plumbing emergency, Marshall. Call the
Clearly you're backed up.
Don't get yourself
Call
all
Ben
worked
Johnson.
Hey.
Ben over everything. Hey, if he's not available, then call Caleb.
There we go.
Call the plumbing professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
I see what
I
you're
didn't
doing.
answer Marshall's question, by the way. Ozzy Trapillo being in the lineup, it did surprise me. I don't know if it's indicative of whether or not Theo Benedict is fully healthy or if it's just because they said, you know what? The guy's a second-round pick. We really like that first start. We're going to keep him out there. Now, how much could Theo Benedict have shown in a walkthrough couple of days to get back into the lineup? I don't know, but there's plenty of times where guys are healthy enough to dress and play in a pseudo-emergency, but not healthy enough to start and expect them to play. What the Bears run, 85 plays of offense?
Yeah.
Theo Benedict may not have been ready for all that, but now that we got back-to-back examples of Ozzy Trapillo holding up
It's
at
Trapillo.
left tackle,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'm not saying he's the Bear. I'm not ready to say he's the Bears' left tackle of the future. There's still some holes in his game, but it's not surprising there's still holes in his game. He's a guy who's made 2 starts.
And hold that thought. We are late to break, so we are going to come back in just a few minutes with, I think, more on that because I wanted to ask you about the offensive line and just the blocking schemes that we saw in addition to this. Tight end usage is big for me in this one. So we'll do that next with Anthony Herron on shout out to Plumbers, by the way, because goodness knows Thanksgiving is probably a busy weekend for them. On this Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We have more with Ant next on The Score.
I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America.
Bears fans are reacting on The Score to the statement victory over the world champion Eagles.
Chase, you are on The Score. I think we need to start building the statue of Ben Johnson already.
Hey, Anthony.
Manunga, man. What he did in the Big Ten's hard to deny. It shouldn't be a huge surprise.
Hey, D'Angelo.
We have an evenly matched team going into this matchup this Sunday. This is football. December, cold. The only thing that would make this even better if we could get some snow. This is football.
Keep listening for more reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. If you're purchasing a home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Gus Electrician, income $90,000 a year, contacted an online lender to get pre-approved to purchase his first home. Bad move, Gus. Gus was confused about the excessive closing costs he was being charged, so he called his father for advice. Gus's father told him to stop wasting his time with online lenders and strongly recommended Gus call Team Hochberg because he listens to David's radio show and respects David's market knowledge and expertise. David answered Gus's questions and is helping him secure his first mortgage. Let's review. Gus called an online lender who tried to charge Gus ridiculously excessive closing costs. David answered Gus's questions, explained the loan process, and is helping Gus secure his first mortgage. David helped Gus and thousands of radio listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843, or visit everyone's favorite website, 56david.com, lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now, and you don't pay a dime until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Lock in your 2025 pricing today and enjoy your dream basement years before you even make that first payment. Whether it's a home theater, a gym, game room, make your home bigger, better, and more fun without waiting. Your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. MatrixBasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
You know, I couldn't stop talking about it to my family and friends. My knees are my trouble spot. But for me to tell them now that I'm doing so much better, they were amazed, and I've been amazed.
QC Kinetics Cellular Therapies. Yes, it is amazing how these non-surgical treatments deliver joint pain relief for patients like Dr. Eric Williams, a successful chiropractor.
Each week, I just started noticing that I could sleep and not have pain. I could play pickleball. I could do a CrossFit exercise routine.
QC Kinetics revitalizes your joints so you can move again without the pain pills or invasive surgery.
You know, I'm 60 years old and I want to stay competitive as long as I can. And QC has allowed me to do that. They did me right and really made a difference in my life.
Book your free consultation with QC Kinetics today and experience the difference for yourself.
I like to go, move, move, move.
QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
At Busey Bank, we provide sound advice and vast resources that ensure a personalized approach to your legacy. Busey Bank, building business, growing wealth since 1868, member FDIC.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Notre Dame and Miami both rolled on Saturday. The Irish crushed Stanford while the Hurricane blasted Pitt. So will the College Football Playoff Committee actually value Miami's head-to-head win over Notre Dame or hide behind its own fuzzy math when it comes to at-large bids to the College Football Playoff? Both teams are done playing, so we'll see if the results actually speak for themselves. I'm Maggie Gray.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on 6-7-D, The Score.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
How important was this run game to this success today, and did that even surprise you?
No, it's not a surprise. We got elite backs. We have an elite offensive line, and we have a elite wide receiver group that is willing to go put themselves out there and block for the betterment of the team.
That was I think a fair assessment by Caleb Williams. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score on a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, a winning edition as we begin our second segment of the day with Anthony Herron. We love talking to Ant, former NFL defensive lineman, joins us on our shows here as well and on Fox 32. And that's a part of this that I think I want to get into, and is Caleb Williams as well. Like, not only being I think a willing teammate when it comes to distributing the ball and giving the looks that we're seeing to guys like Kyle Monangai and DeAndre Swift, but also just making the offense function even when it's not him having to put on the Superman cape. When you hear that comment from him after the game, what do you think?
You think to the early, like the scripted portion of the game, the first series or two on offense, it tends to set everything else up. And I know that's a point you came back to a lot in the past, Layla, is whether or not if the Bears in previous regimes, if they were going to try some trick play or if they were going to go speed option to the boundary or something like that. But it felt like things weren't set up. And Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams, they're so exceptional at that with the way the game gets scripted and gets called early, where all these different playmakers get touches. And so as defenders, you have to honor it later on when they're a part of the window dressing, when they're a part of the eye candy, because you get the first couple of offensive series for the Bears, and DJ Moore's had a touch, and Rome Odunze's had a touch, and Luther Burden's had a touch, and Caleb's been on the move, and Kyle Monangai's had a carry, and DeAndre Swift has had a carry, and both tight ends are either blocking or inserting or pulling or catching or screening. Everybody is involved in these things right off the bat. Like, Bulls fans will remember, you think like early in the game, back in the day when Bill Cartwright would get that one or two baseline jumpers early, just to keep folks honest and keep them out of the paint, so the paint was opened up when Mike and Scotty were getting ready to drive. It feels like that to me when I'm watching the Bears early in the game, because everybody's getting the rock, and it sets up so much of what Ben Johnson does throughout the remainder of the game that builds off of it, that speaks to the point I was making a little while ago about the offensive line, how their lives are made easier because now the front seven, especially for that opposing defense, can't have a bead on who's legitimately the player they need to react to. So then Cooper DeJean is slower to react because DJ Moore comes screaming across the formation, and here's your cutback lane for Swift and from a non-guy, or that, kind of cut-off wham style block that Cole Kmet's throwing on occasion here. That has more of an alley to it, more space between that edge defender and where the running back is now going to get vertical, because the edge defender isn't as quick to try to fold over the top because somebody else is streaming across the formation in the opposite direction. All these things end up building off of each other in a really beneficial way to the Bears offense.
And I'm just so curious because we see this Bears team heating up. They've won 5 in a row. The Packers have won 3 in a row. How tantalizing, from your perspective, is this matchup this weekend, and how much more are we going to learn about both these teams with this game at Green Bay?
Well, Matt LaFleur is a proven commodity as a head coach, and the Packers are not only in the hunt, but one of the division championships, Super Bowl title contenders year in and year out. So the Bears are coming off of the biggest and best win of the Ben Johnson season. Can't even call it an era yet, of the Ben Johnson almost season here. So right now you got Ben Johnson ripping off the shirt in the locker room and everybody exulting the Bears for what they're accomplishing. They still got to face these Packers twice. So there's still some meat on the bone. There's still plenty to prove. And what felt like a culture win on the road in Philly, pushing around the Eagles. And they didn't push around some finesse defending Super Bowl champ. They pushed around a squad that prides itself on physicality, and the Bears look like the team playing with more force. The Bears look like the team bringing more urgency to every snap of that game. And I really thought the Eagles were going to have an element of desperation taking the field there because of disappointment they had recently had, because the whole city of Philly is on their necks right now. And it didn't matter. The Bears were the squad that brought all those things. So for that one game, it looks like, yes, that is a culture win for Chicago. And I tend to talk about culture more in college than in the NFL. But you saw that from the Bears. That Nashawn Wright strip going in on the tush push, it's obvious they scouted that and prepared for it. But then here he is, where he steps in there and he's waiting for it. And, yeah, you got the defensive line who's stacking the line of scrimmage, making sure the pit isn't moving back too far. And they just know there's a chance that Jalen Hurts is going to have that ball exposed. And just after getting beat for a touchdown on the previous series, here's Nashawn Wright making a game-changing play. All that impacts the way that your culture is viewed and what other folks are seeing on film when they evaluate you. In Green Bay, is ready for it. They have watched it. They have seen it. They know what that meant to the Bears the other day, but they got to see him twice. And to beat the man, you got to beat the man.
Amen to that. We are listening to Anthony Herron joining us on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We have a little breaking news. Breaking news on The Score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. This is the second time this has happened this season. We have a Bears nominee for FedEx Air and Ground NFL Player of the Week. And the last one won in Caleb Williams. DeAndre Swift is the nominee this week after logging 138 scrimmage yards, 125 rushing, 13 receiving. This is emphasis on ground, and a rushing touchdown in the Bears' big Black Friday win. So congratulations to DeAndre Swift. Just another example of what the Bears are doing.
What I'll say about Swift, Big Ant, is this guy has earned it. It was not a great year last year for anybody, and DeAndre Swift had some rough moments. He's had some rough moments this year. He wasn't even great last week when I think he was still injured. I think he's been playing through injury. This is a tough, gritty, wants to win player for the Bears. 18 carries, 125 yards, and a TD. I mean, is there anything? Is it too simple to say that Ben Johnson has changed the 2025 life of DeAndre Swift?
It feels like that right now. And Eric Bieniemy, I'm confident that there's times where Eric Bieniemy, they're in the running back room, and Eric Bieniemy's putting on the film, and he's telling Kyle Monangai, look, when you get into daylight, watch DeAndre Swift and some of the creativity and the cutback that he shows. But I also think the more proven vet in DeAndre Swift, there's times, especially when DeAndre was out of the lineup, where Eric Bieniemy is looking at the film saying, DeAndre, look how immediately Kyle Monangai gets downfield, downhill, gets vertical, starts to run north and south, how decisive he is and the trust that he has. And especially when you look at the development of this offensive line throughout this season, where that combination of Drew Dahlman and Jonah Jackson, they're moving folks, and it doesn't always happen immediately. Now, when it's Jonah Jackson and Darnell Wright, they move people right off the snap. Like, guys just go backwards when they're in a combo. They don't always go backwards right off the bat. When you see some combo, some scoop, some reach where Dahlman has to take a defender over between Dahlman and Jackson, but guys tend to move, and when you're watching that on film, there's a detail to the way that DeAndre Swift is running the football now, more so than I've ever seen at any stop that he's been at in his career, whether Detroit, Philly, Chicago. You look at the angles, like watch that touchdown run that he ran. He knew precisely where it was designed for the hole to declare itself. The footwork was exemplary, where he starts with a quick crossover working laterally, and then he gets the rock, and he bursts through the hole. So a lot of times, and not every play is designed the same, but a lot of times it sets up where you want to be slow to it and fast through it as a running back. And what DeAndre Swift did on that touchdown run looked very similar to a lot of the runs that Kyle Monangai has. Now, Monangai isn't as varied and as creative of a runner as DeAndre Swift is, but there are elements of the game of DeAndre Swift, of his style, that I do think can, have learned a bit from the way Kyle Monangai runs the rock. And I'm sure that detail in the footwork and the late burst on some of these runs that DeAndre Swift is now running with so much more force. Having Eric Bieniemy as his running back coach is really showing up a lot. So there's that combination of Ryan Poles bringing in a gifted player who was not put in positions to succeed consistently last year. And so now you got a coaching staff getting the detail out of him and getting a scheme that really showcases his skills well. And it's the best football he's ever played.
We're talking to Anthony Herron here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Ant, thanks again for joining us for these past two segments. And glad that you avoided a lot of snowmageddon going on this weekend in college football, or at least stayed inside.
Right. I was indoors in New Orleans at the Superdome. So now that I've got whatever it ended up being, I'm looking at 8 or 12 or 30 inches. It's all in the driveway. The wife was nice enough to save it for me.
30
so I'm going to put the Tim's on right now. I'm going to put the Tim's on and go shovel the driveway.
Get control of your family. Get her out there shoveling.
Wow. Love it.
Be a man.
Oh, my goodness. Ant, thanks again for joining
us. You guys tomorrow.
We always appreciate the time. Well, yeah, he's filling in tomorrow for Matt Spiegel. So it is Lawrence and Herron tomorrow on the afternoon show. We also want to remind you that we have a giveaway coming up on our show. Keep listening for your chance to win tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Edison Park on Tuesday, December 16th. That is with special guest Noah Sewell. It is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. You can order free samples at timbertech.com. And brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. You know what's going to be next on halftime. You know.
What's going to be next?
What you got, Layla?
Well, in the words of the great philosopher P.D. Pablo, a man from North Carolina took his shirt off, swished it around his head, and swung it like a helicopter.
Oh. Did he swing it like a helicopter? I'm trying to
Not
remember back
really.
now that you said that, because that would be so appropriate.
It
He
would
did
have
not.
been.
Just so I remember, and he did not, but
He
I wish
did
he
not.
did.
But
I wish he
A
did.
moment was missed.
The lyrics were there, and we could only ask for so much. But there was something about the presentation. I'm going to leave it at that. We'll examine it next.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network, here to help you beat the books. We're going to Monday Night Football. I'm taking Jackson Dart over half an interception tonight against the Patriots. It's his first game back since the concussion against Chicago a couple of weeks ago. They don't want him to run the ball as frequently. They want to adjust play style. That's going to result in him being in the pocket, and I think that's going to result in some mistakes at the hands of a really good defense in New England. So I'm taking Jackson Dart over half an interception. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details and online entry at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
The holidays are here again, and just when you think you can't pack one more party or errand into your overstuffed schedule, you realize you really need a haircut. That's where Great Clips comes in. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and get a text when you're next for a cut. The skilled stylists at Great Clips will get you looking holiday ready in no time at a price that won't break your budget. Because the holidays are busy, but Great Clips has your back. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
More Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I am being told that coming up next here on The Score, we are going to hear from Ben Johnson, who we have reason to believe was shirtless in the locker room during Good, Better, Best.
Grody,
So,
you saw it on the TV. What do you mean, reason to believe?
Well, I mean, we live in a world of there's no sound. We live in a world of AI, so I am skeptical.
Oh, I got you. That's a good point. That is actually a good point.
I'm not even kidding, man.
AI does scare you a little bit. You're right.
What a day.
This is the song, and the lyric goes, North Carolina, take your shirt off, take it around your, switch it around your head, swing it like a helicopter, swish it around your head. So that's why we brought it up. Technically, Ben Johnson did not do the helicopter move, but he got pretty close. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And Mark, I shouldn't be surprised by this. I'm like, hey, you really stirred the pot on this and got the ball rolling here. What? Well, you know what? It's nice to see that you're a little pot stirring. Look what it happened. It started with our friends at the Wiener Circle. Ari's going to be on with us, the owner, tomorrow, by the way. That's at 11:45, Ray?
That's right, 11:45.
So Ari said this is in light of what happened where they fed the city after Caleb Williams threw 4 touchdown passes against the Cowboys, that if Ben Johnson took his shirt off, that it would happen again. And that was a Wiener Circle idea. But somehow it had to get to Ben Johnson. And that's where our own intrepid Bears reporter, Mark Grody, came in.
May I set the scene really quick before so we're sitting in there in the press, this is weeks ago, with just a standard rank and file Caleb Williams day. I had seen the tweet while we were in the press conference that they had challenged Ben Johnson to take off his shirt and then there'd be free hot dogs for everybody again. So I took the opportunity during the always very serious Caleb Williams press conference to ask him a question, read the tweet to Mr. Caleb Williams. Here's how that sounded.
Caleb, according to the official count of the Wiener Circle, if Ben Johnson takes his shirt off during or after any Chicago Bears victory this year, it's once again free hot dogs for the city. Will you encourage him to do that?
I don't know if I'm going to encourage him to take his shirt off, but if he does it, he loves Chicago, and I think he's been enjoying Chicago, so he may or may not do it. So we'll see. But I'm not going to encourage the guy to take off his shirt and for some hot dogs.
I feel you, Caleb.
Tell me right now, if you're not, every time they say take his shirt off, you're listening like P.D. Pablo. Take his shirt off.
I just think Caleb was uncomfortable because he's like, why are you asking me to tell another grown man to take
Exactly.
his shirt off? That's what that came down to.
I did see Caleb in the locker room, and I was like, sorry if I made you uncomfortable. He's like, nah, man, that was funny. That was funny. So he did enjoy it, even though he was clearly squirming at the moment.
He was, you broke him out of podium Caleb mode.
I did.
He had to break podium Caleb character.
It was the second, because he did it twice. Like, yeah.
Oh, there was 5 ahs in there. I counted them. That's why I was doing this. I was like,
I think it was the second one where you realized I don't have a good way out of this.
I
mean. So then the next day,
there was a lot of.
The next day, I was here with you guys on Rahimi Harrison Grody, and there was, we have reason to believe that it was Patrick Finley who then took the baton and had to ask Ben Johnson about it. This was weeks ago, folks.
You heard about the hot dog thing with you taking your shirt off?
That's been mentioned. It's a little disturbing. Why would we want to see that? Any comment?
No. Why do you assume I'd have? Are you interested in feeding people?
Well, yeah, I am.
Yeah, do you not want people to eat, Ben?
I'm a man of the people, so time will tell.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Yeah, that's right.
Then he bought a Bowflex, and he took his shirt off on Friday, and now the world has gone mad for Hot Ben.
You know who we need an interview with? We need an interview with Jessica. Because Jessica Johnson, I'm sure that's the person who informed him, or at least there was a conversation.
Allowed
before
for
he
it?
Yeah, like he's not taking his shirt off where it's going to go
with Bears
viral
PR.
without Jessica. No, Jessica's wife.
Oh,
This is
Jessica's
wife.
wife,
Yeah.
Mrs. Johnson. Sorry.
Don't worry about Bears PR. Yeah,
Mrs.
he's the boss.
Johnson
Jemen's the
No,
boss.
definitely had
I
something
did
to say.
think about that. I was like, is his wife's got to be okay with this?
Yes, they definitely had a conversation
I'm
about
not
it.
used
Of
to
course,
hearing-
I agree with you. They had to
Jessica
have.
Johnson was the name that threw me off. I was like, Jessica Johnson.
If he hadn't told Jessica Johnson, Layla, and he did that, do you think that's out of bounds? And would you be angry with your husband if he got on national TV and took his shirt off for the world to see and looked that good doing it?
I think that last part.
I'd be a little bit put off if I was Jessica, if I had not been consulted.
I like, how does that come up at the dinner table? It's like, well, dear, they've asked me to take my shirt off for the win. And I mean, I do think anything to motivate your team, and this is the locker room moments that we're allowed to see. You know, that's part of it too. Like, we don't get to see the other stuff that happens, you know, where they're firing the team up a lot of times. Like, yes, you get cameras in the locker rooms, but it's not for the entirety of those moments.
It all came
Let me
off.
tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
So yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna kind of bring this up. The intro and the way he did this was very slick. Like, when I was in college, I used to say, like, we used to have jokes between us and our friends, and we'd be like, "Plumber's called."
Keep that music going.
I
Keep that
didn't
music
order
going,
any
kid.
plumber. You know, and then you'd hear that music. Or like pizza delivery. I didn't order any pizza. And then, or I don't know, take your pick of things. Fire department.
Plumbing.
I didn't call the fire department.
It's like, oh, you about to get hosed.
Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
It's like, we got a plumber on the line saying something about somebody needs some pipe.
So then, like, take the music out for a second, Tyler. Pause the music for a second. So then I'm thinking to myself, like, when I hear this, I'm like, that intro had to be practiced, right? Because it's like, I know you're hungry.
Well, he had to have thought of something.
No, let's listen. Because keep in mind the pizza delivery. I didn't order any pizza.
Okay.
Let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
You know the beautiful
They're
part?
hungry. Like, and then he sets it up and he does this whole intro with it. And then that's when the music hits. And I'm like, yo, wait a second here. Was this a moment? Like, was this where you decided you wanted to put on the show? It worked. It absolutely worked. But I had to have some fun with my college humor there and
That's
be like,
hilarious,
wait a
Layla.
second here. Like, head coach is here.
I love that
I didn't call a head coach.
I love that she's the most sophomoric amongst us when it comes to the sobbing.
It's beautiful. Look, that was for everybody.
Hey,
That's
jokes are, that's it. Like, we can have fun with it.
absolutely. The ladies loved it. The gay men loved it. The heterosexual males were like, "You hottie, man." I'm looking at him like, God, I want to look like that. So that was a heroic moment for Ben Johnson. What he did for everybody, I thought was beautiful.
There's a quote.
You don't think he looks hot?
There's a follow-up here from Dan Wiederer, by the way.
What you got?
Yeah, I want to actually open up the lane here for a second.
Okay.
Do you need to make a judgment call on Ben Johnson's appearance?
No. What do you
mean?
What do you mean?
Gordy said you don't think he's hot.
Oh yeah, you kind of look uncomfortable over there.
Oh no, he I don't know how old he is specific. I know he's in his 40s, right?
Late
So
30s.
he looks great in his 40s. Yeah. Oh, he's not 40 yet?
No, he's
not
not
he's
even
39.
40.
So yeah, he looks great.
I think it's because Marshall works out,
he's
and
getting,
nobody could be in better shape than Marshall. So
Ben Johnson's
Marshall
a former
is out of
college
clay
athlete.
all the time.
That's true.
What do you mean?
That's true. Too much, Clay. Just too much.
Yeah.
Clay's like lifting weights right now. Like if you ask yourself at any given time of day, what is Clay doing? The answer is it's very high chance lifting weights.
You have a good chance of being right. You have a good chance of being right.
Like if I know of like a default answer for a friend, that's one of them. Oh, we have the sound. We got the sound. Oh, let's listen to part 2 of head coach delivery. I didn't order any head coach.
We obviously understand your eagerness to feed Chicago, but I'm curious when the idea of your shirt removal entered consideration for you on Friday.
Well, yeah, that was a spur of the moment deal, I guess.
No.
But I figured the sooner the better because, I'm not in the weight room very much anymore. And so this
this old
thing
body
keeps getting a little bit worse as we go along in the season. So, no, it was good, man. I hate to draw attention away from our players, but the intent was to bring up the city of Chicago, and hopefully it gave them a little excitement, and because they're a big part of this journey as we're going through the season also. So, want to bring attention to them.
I love that the reference from Podium Ben looking back to Locker Room Ben, which we have established are two different people. It is an alter ego situation, but he discusses it with the frankness, the gruffness that you would expect from Podium Ben, even though he's talking about a guy who said the words that brought us the music, and here we are.
I know the city's hungry. Whoop-pow!
He's a tease, man, because, he's a faithful, good husband, man.
Yeah,
he's just a tease to the city of Chicago right now.
No, I think he's in on the bit.
I
That's
want
exactly
Jessica
what
Johnson
happened.
quotes. I want Jessica Johnson quotes on the whole situation. That's what I want.
Jessica being his wife.
Yes.
Yeah, that is fair. I think that's the next logical reporting move.
Be like, is this why he was able to steal you away from Chase Rice?
I love how Ben sounded like he blacked out. Like, I think you said it. Like, he blacks out during games, Layla.
I think he does. He's like, whoa, I called
What
how
did I-
many pass
Yeah.
plays in a row?
He's like, I took
Damn,
my shirt
I blacked
off?
out.
What was I
Wait,
doing?
I did what in the locker room? Whew.
Without drinking.
That Bears game got a little crazy.
He does black out. That's such a good call.
But like in the zone blackout. Yeah, that's how I feel about
Not
it.
drinking. Like, just in the zone.
Whew,
Yeah.
Wait, I did what?
Yeah, huh? Well, I kind
Dang.
of. I mean, he was dripping with regrets in that soundbite just now.
No, and you know what? He shouldn't. It's fine to be a part of this too. So let's examine it more. We have another segment about it coming up at 1:25.
Good.
In the meantime, it's time for 5 on it. 5 sports questions we have. It is Bears focused. We'll do it next here. Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Val Venus is not hanging out with us.
Bulls fans, tonight the only local call for Bulls magic is right here on The Score.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam.
The Bulls are on the road to take on the Magic. Pre-game at 6:15, tip-off at 6:30 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklift.
Bulls win. What a ball game.
See red, Chicago.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBT profit boost token this Monday night. So just make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in present in Illinois, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Busey, banking is about more than numbers. It's about relationships. For over 150 years, we've been helping individuals, families, and businesses reach their goals with personalized service and local decision-making. Whether you're opening your first account or planning your next big move, we're here with the tools and support to help you move forward with confidence. Busey Bank, your partner for life's moments, both big and small. Member FDIC.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Nugget Bills, Nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody bring you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, and it is a Victory Monday. So we asked the question, who is the MVP of the Bears' 24-15 win over the reigning Super Bowl champion Eagles on Black Friday?
I was looking at Marshall, and Marshall was looking down to turn his microphone on.
Oh, sorry. Did you want me to go first?
I will.
Layla switched the samples, man. She went right to you, buddy.
Okay, that's fine.
He turned toward me, and me trying to read body language is like, oh, Marshall wants to talk. And then he just looked down instead, and I know I'm short, but try to,
I was definitely turning my mic on. That's what I was doing there.
I would have sacked you like a quarterback just now.
You have leverage because you're below me, so that works. You're closer to the ground. Listen,
I am.
As for this game, and I go through a lot of the statistics. Obviously, we're looking at the running game as like the biggest thing going. But as far as MVP for the game, I got to give it to Nahshon Wright because he continues to play with such a ferocity. He was the guy who played 100% of the snaps on defense, and he came up with one of the biggest plays of the game in that he was able to take the trademark play from the Philadelphia Eagles, the play they've been trying to outlaw for how long now? 2-3 years. And he got a strip. He got a fumble forced. Also a fumble recovery. That's a FF and an FR.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think Wright's ability to stick with, what Dennis Allen was trying to do and make something happen, to me, he's the MVP of the game.
I like it.
All right, I will say now, I'm sorry. So I am I'm going to follow the head coach's lead and give the game ball to the offensive line. I just think they were so good. The lanes they were opening, I always like to say, like, if we're seeing it and if we're seeing where the play is going to go, we can see the end result, then that lets you know how well it's being executed. And that's exactly what was happening. Tight ends deserve credit as well because they all got in on the block party, that was for sure. But especially just the runs up the middle too, and being able to have cutback lanes. Prior to this season, I challenge you. When was the last time that you talked about a Bears running back having a cutback lane? That's not something that we talk about. The concept of assuming that the Bears running backs are going to get into the second level of a defense, that's what's happening right now with this offensive line. There were plays in this game where I didn't think they gained anything, and they still would get 2 yards out of what looked like a no gain. Those details can make such a huge difference in the game, and I think we saw it.
I'm going to go with Kyle Monungai. 22 carries, 130 yards, and a touchdown. Just looking at some of the things I charted. The 17-yard run in the first. The fourth quarter, obviously, a 5-yard touchdown run. They made it 17-9. But what really puts me over the edge, thinking about Kyle Monungai right now, is that crazy sequence of events in the third quarter in the fourth inning where the game was really won. It's 10-9 Bears after the A.J. Brown touchdown. Caleb gets picked by Jalix Hunt. The Eagles then give it right back on the Nahshon Wright push-tush strip. Then the Bears get the ball and a 31-yard run. By Kyle Monungai, which was just massive. It led to the 5-yard Monungai touchdown. It made it 17-9 at the time, and that's exactly what the Bears needed. So it was very close to me at this moment between Monungai and Swift, but I'm going to go Monungai.
So you would say he's your Monungai.
He is my Monungai.
Who's your Monungai?
You're my Monungai now. You're my Ditka. You're my Monungai. You're my Ditka now. You're my Ditka. You're my Monungai.
You have fun over there with your
gross
Ditka.
And crazy, and I just want to let you know that
Don't
wasn't
talk about
me.
my Ditka like that.
Hey!
Or my butkus.
Number 2.
Question number 2, we're going to put it down, flip it, and reverse it for a little remix of number 1. Woo. Question number 2 is, what was the most important moment of the Bears' win over the Eagles?
This is what I dubbed in our pre-show meeting the MIM. Mark Grody asked what's the most important moment. So we have the MGAS, the Mark Grody Appreciation Scale, and now we have the MIM, the most important moment.
Which people will just walk around saying, hey, bro, did you hear the MIM today?
Yeah, and my MIM was actually the Kyle Monungai 31-yard run. Because of all the things that you could possibly do, the best thing to do after creating a turnover, which the Eagles were close to doing when they intercepted Caleb Williams off the screen, and then they tried with that little tush push of theirs, and we saw what happened. The next thing to do is the offense is like, okay, let's go. And then they're like, nah, we're going to run it down your throats. And that's exactly what happened. Nothing more demoralizing. And that's exactly what occurred. And then it was, I call it the response drive, because that's how you respond to what happened with the interception and then the right fumble recovery and then that drive that led to a touchdown. That was like the Mortal Kombat finish them type of moment, even though there was a lot of game left. But that's how I felt at the time.
Yeah, see, I disagree with that, but only because, like, you think finish him. I think there's blood everywhere. I think it's over. Like, there's no chance of coming back. I think when the Bears were up 17-9, it was still a one-score game, right? Mm-hmm. And for me, the most important moment is when Caleb Williams on a 2nd and 8 with under 7 minutes to play said, why are we only up one score? And then he flipped his hips, and then he flicked that thing on target to Cole Kmet in the end zone, and then everybody could say, because the Bears at that point went up and took a 24-9 lead. And then with 6 minutes and 26 seconds left, I was like, this game's over. This game, that was it. That was the blow that put the Eagles to sleep.
So the touchdown pass by Caleb
to Cole Kmet.
It was a sick touchdown pass, no doubt about it. It's like, there you are, making a big play in the fourth quarter like he does. I am going to go with, those are excellent choices. I am going to go with, so after the short Monungai touchdown that made it 17-9, the drive on which he had the 31-yard carry that Layla mentioned, the defense, right after that, it's 17-9, and you're feeling pretty good, but you feel like that's right, you did the right gesture, Marshall. Marshall just did the 3-and-out, a 3-and-out. Oh, I took that pretty seriously, because it wasn't like, I thought at that point it's on. We're going to get exchange. It's going to just be back and forth the rest of the way. And no, a 3-and-out, and guess what that led to? That touchdown pass to make it 24-9. So you and I are kind of digging in the same circle right there, Marshall.
Number 3.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody. And before we get to question number 3, do you know what tomorrow is? Because I've got the answer for you. Tomorrow is Giving Tuesday. So join us in supporting the Greater Chicago Food Depository. Together we rise. It's Chicago Against Hunger. Donate now to the Greater Chicago Food Depository at chicagosfoodbank.org or text GIVE to 91471. Now here is question number 3. The Bears used the run game to dominate the Eagles. Do you think that's how the Bears run game will look the remainder of the season?
I asked this question because I keep in mind what Ben Johnson had to say, which is that offense is going to look its best in the month of December. Which December is today? Is it going to be a December to remember? And not just because of sales events, but because of, the football game you're watching? Always important to ask that question. So I want to know, is this the finished product of the Bears running game? I still think the wind played a big factor in this. I do think Ben Johnson probably default would call 36 passes if he could, because that's what offensive coordinators like to do. We saw him call 18 in a row the week prior. So do I think that the run game can open up those kind of holes? Yes. But do I think that we might see as many running plays and have that over 200-yard individual run performance for 2 runners twice? I don't know about that. But I feel like this could be a good basis to see how the offense is built upon it.
I think this rushing offense will look similar to what we saw today. I think there will be a little bit more balance with the pass rush. Why do you ask? Well, it's pretty simple. I look at the best rushing defenses in the NFL, and at number 8, I see the Packers. At number 10, I see the Browns. At 11, I see the Lions. At 12, I see the Niners. Those are the 4 teams that the Bears are going to face the rest of the way. They all have upper echelon rush defenses. They are serious about stopping the run. No one's giving up more than 104 yards per game. So back to my overall statement, my overall thesis, if you will, it's still COE because guess what? Folks are going to stop that run game at a better clip than what we saw against the Eagles. So Caleb better have his big boy pants on and make the throws when it matters most, which he has done for the majority of this season.
Green Bay Packers are a really good defense, but if we are to believe, and I think it's probably a pretty good idea to believe in the analysis of guys like Olin Kreutz and Tom Thayer, who believe that this is the top offensive line in the league right now, being that it is Ben over everything now and still Ben over everything, Ben's going to find, he's going to find the right game plan, which maybe won't involve as much running, but let's not get ridiculous. If you have the best running game in the league, if you have the best offensive line in the league, I don't care what defense you're going up against. You should have some degree of success. You're probably not going to have Monungai and Swift both running for 100 yards in a game, maybe never again. So that is not something on which you can depend. But what I have bought into is that the Bears have the best running game in the league right now, whether it's because of the offensive linemen or the talent that they have. So I am not afraid of the Packers defense just because of the numbers that they have.
They
and
don't
those
even
that
lead the
get to
league in rushing yards per game or yards per carry. I just want to point that out.
Talk about the Bears?
Yeah, I just want to point that out.
Oh, it's not top three?
It's definitely top three.
Okay, then what's your point?
Because you said best, like it was an undisputed
I think it was, wasn't it?
For a minute, and then the Bills played, and then the Bills played.
Oh, it's all about the Bills. Okay.
I was letting you know. I wanted you to be factually correct.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So
but I do think it's fair to be cautious. It's fair to point out Green Bay's defensive prowess, but it's also fair to say now you don't run away from that stuff anymore because the Bears have a top 3 running game and maybe the best offensive line in the league.
Sunday's going to be fun.
Oh, God, yeah.
Number 4.
Did Bears quarterback Deshaun Wright figure out how to stop the Eagles' tush push?
Eagles!
I'm gonna point this out on this Ye Packers week of 2025. Not the first one, by the way, because there was that game in January that they also won. I would like to point this out. Who was the team leading the charge against the tush push? Wasn't it the Packers? And then it was like, oh, let's vote on it. It's not a football play. What? And then everybody who liked the tush push is like, well, if you want to stop the tush push, then I don't know, stop it. Like, stop it on the field. Let's settle this where it matters, on the gridiron. Well, credit to the Bears because they, again, did something that the Packers could not. Deshaun Wright stopped the tush push. Almost an automatic play in the league. And it does put the ball somewhat in peril when you're trying to get around that many bodies. Credit to Dennis Allen, who said they had a plan. Credit to Deshaun Wright for actually executing it and getting a game ball finally. So, yeah, I think that the Bears showed the league that's how you try to shut down the tush push. Advantage Bears again. Packers can't even make an argument on the field that they tried to make in the court.
I want to be like, yeah, the Bears solved the tush push, but it was one time, one play. The Bears will probably not see a team do that and not be aware that, oh, by the way, that ball security needs to be a little bit better by the quarterback. I think the Eagles will adjust, and I think the tush push will live. Now, I don't think it's as effective this year behind that battered offensive line. Remember, Lane Johnson's not out there, but I still think the Eagles know what they're doing. Those dudes back there, they squat a whole lot. They squat a whole lot between Saquon Barkley and, of course, one Jalen Hurts.
I don't know if they've solved it, but teams will definitely take a look at that. I mean, you got to be super aggressive. And I just love the way Deshaun Wright just ripped that thing out of there. So, yeah, I don't know that he solved it, but, man, that guy continues to be Johnny on the spot. And I can't even call it, like, early in the season, you might call it fortunate, right place, right time. But at some point in time, Deshaun Wright is right. And I mean with an R to start his name. R-I-G-H-T. Deshaun.
No, don't leave off the
Wright.
W because they winning right now.
Oh, that's good too.
So many
Deshauns.
So many good things to say.
Love Deshaun.
Number 5.
This is 5 on it on 670 The Score with Rahimi Harris and Grody. Here's our 5th question, which is fill in the blank. Lane Kiffin's departure from Mississippi to LSU is the messiest college football story since...
Take your pick, since coaches get fired, but the Schools still owe them $70 million or so. Jimbo Fisher at 77. Brian Kelly being owed at what, 54? Isn't that correct? It's something around that. Which leads me to this. The stat from Wilson Alexander. For a brief moment in time, right now, today, LSU is paying Lane Kiffin, Brian Kelly, and Ed Orgeron. Forget about Ed. Go Tigers.
He's still getting paid.
Ed is still getting his last buyout payment of $426,000 on December 15th. What's the best job? Get one of these contracts and then get fired.
Hire
What's the
me.
second best job? Keeping it. And for everybody who's bitter about Lane Kiffin, I go back to the concept of they supposedly gave him an ultimatum at Ole Miss. And then they're like, oh, there's no ultimatum. And I was like, I don't think so. I think there was probably some sort of discussion that was had. Well, guess what? That's the life of modern football in college, I guess, college athletics. So, like, this is the NIL world. You're living in it.
This is the beauty of college athletics in 2025, where everything plays out in public because social media is a thing. And those college kids, they're not going to let you forget about anything. So the phones are rolling at every single movement. When I saw the picture of Lane Kiffin's clothes just in the parking lot, just on a moving, what's that called? A hanger? The coat rack. Yeah, a moving coat rack, just sitting in the parking lot. It was amazing. And I was like, when was it this messy? And I was like, oh, I remember the good old Southeastern Conference. Let's go back to 2012. Bobby Petrino, motorcycle accident. He's with a subordinate that he was having an affair with.
Oh, yeah.
And that's how his tenure at Arkansas ended. Yeah, it's the messiest since that.
Did you ever hear about the time Tommy Tuberville left a restaurant out a window because he was at a recruiting dinner?
Yes, I know that story as well.
I'd say Lane Kiffin's departure from Mississippi to LSU is the messiest college football story since right here in our backyard, since Pat Fitzgerald was fired in July of 2023 amid a team hazing scandal. Northwestern said at the time that 11 current and former players had acknowledged that hazing that included forced participation, nudity, and sexualized acts. Pat Fitzgerald reportedly being hired to be the new Michigan State head coach. And I'll just read, just for fairness here, too, I should read that, and this is from the Tribune, this is going back, but when we talk about this stuff, I got to be fair. In a statement following the settlement, Northwestern said in its investigation did not find that Fitzgerald directed or condoned hazing. Quote, while the litigation brought to light highly inappropriate conduct in the football program and the harm it caused, the evidence uncovered during extensive discovery did not establish that any player reported hazing Coach Fitzgerald or that Coach Fitzgerald condoned or directed any hazing, the university said. So to me, I mean, that is the biggest mess that I can remember in college football history.
And all you need to know about that is right after that happened, he was then honored on the 30th anniversary of his team winning the Big Ten and going to the Rose Bowl at Northwestern. So
pretty
full
amazing
victory lap for that young man, Pat Fitzgerald.
I am looking forward to seeing what he can do with resources in terms of players and players they don't have to get straight A's.
Yeah, that was always a question, was what he could do at Northwestern. So now he's at Michigan State.
Mm-hmm.
More here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We had some fun with it earlier. So now it's time to point out, I've been hearing from people about sports who don't normally talk about sports. Ben Johnson may have fired up an entirely different audience than what he's typically seen in the past. So we'll talk about the impact that the Bears and the coach have had on not just the league, but what I like to call the Good Morning America crowd. So we're going to do that next.
GMA.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs, with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
Busey Bank. Building business, growing wealth since 1868. Proud to be the official bank of the Fighting Illini. Member FDIC.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. From early November on, the College Football Playoff Committee releases a weekly ranking. It's a fun TV show, but unfortunately, it paints the committee into a corner. They create a precedent they might not want to follow next weekend when they make their final decision. Get ready for some tough calls on programs like Notre Dame, Miami, and Texas. Nothing is easy here, but having to come out every week beforehand definitely does not help them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Black Friday savings are here at the home.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly.
Cleaning your fuel
fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus get 2 times O-Rewards points. Just add it to your tank during your next fill-up. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
We obviously understand your eagerness to feed Chicago, but I'm curious when the idea of your shirt removal entered consideration for you on Friday.
Well, yeah, that was a spur of the moment deal, I guess. But I figured the sooner the better, because I'm not in the weight room very much anymore, and so this thing keeps getting a little bit worse as we go along in the season. So no, it was good, man. I hate to draw attention away from our players, but the intent was to bring up the city of Chicago, and hopefully it gave them a little excitement, and because they're a big part of this journey as we're going through the season also. So want to bring attention to them.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. That is Ben Johnson today, talking about his iconic moment on Black Friday in the postgame celebration. And if you just look at the headlines, the actual headlines of these stories, Bears coach goes topless in wild locker room celebration after dominating the Eagles. Shirtless Ben Johnson gets Chicago fans free hot dogs. $13 million culture shift inside Ben Johnson's transformation of the Bears. And then all of the frames now, the key frames and the pictures, when you have a moment and you're asking yourself, how do you define this season? A lot of times people are going to flash back to the moment they saw in the locker room. It was one of those that perfectly defined what we've seen the change in this Bears team to be. It sounds like, Mark Grody, Marshall Harris, that Ben Johnson may be revisiting becoming the center of now national attention for having that moment. And I don't think he should regret it. I think he should embrace what he's done to not only motivate the team, but the city.
I don't think he regrets a doggone thing. I think it's a matter of keeping it in perspective and we got bigger fish to fry coming
humility,
up.
Little humility.
Just flashing I did that for Chicago in that moment, locker room Ben. Podium Ben's going to tell you, hey, we got a lot of work to do. We got a lot of improving to do. I got to get Caleb to the level where people are giving him his respect. All of that.
But now we move into, just thinking about this, we're moving into a week now where he has to be accountable for his words about Matt LaFleur at the beginning of the season.
Right?
Another blackout, Layla. He was blacked out when he was saying that.
I think he gets into beast mode a bit.
think so.
Where, like we said earlier, he's like, wait, I called how many pass plays? Whew. I was on a bender. Or wait, I did what after the game? I do think that happens where you're filled with such adrenaline and motivation that similar to players during games. Like how many times have we talked to players about games where some guys are like, whew, what just happened?
Well, I don't think he was blacked out in his introductory press conference, though. So do you think he regrets it, all those words that he used? He didn't have to name drop Matt LaFleur.
There was a smirk there.
Yeah, he's a killer. He doesn't care. He's not quite at the level of Jaquan Brisker doesn't care.
That's a different level.
Oh, that is a different level. And by the way, I'm not gonna. I think it's an old story, so I am not going to try to stir things up with Jaquan Brisker this week. I only have one day at Hallis Hall this week, but it was the 2 years ago when the Bears played the Packers at the end of the season. The Bears lost the game, and Jaquan Brisker was in the locker room. I was there. I was in Green Bay, and he was in there just torching the Packers offense, torching Romeo Doubs, torching Christian Watson, saying that these guys, there's no stars in that locker room. And it was just hilarious. So there's probably a little bit of remembrance on the Packers' part on that. So this is it. It is on. It's about to go down.
The excitement of this week, too, and the fact that they had that win this week is such a good level to this. Yes. But then it's also the fact that, I call it the Good Morning America crowd. There's a reason Michael Strahan, for example, is on Good Morning America. Nate Burleson is now on the CBS morning show. You see this crossover here where sports will get to the people who, I know this might be surprising, don't follow sports as much as we do. You know, the fans on Broadway in Nashville in the Titan schedule release video who think that the Falcons logo is the Red Stallions. Rawr. And they're the ones, a lot of those are my friends. You know, I have friends outside of work who I always crack up because we don't talk about work at all whenever we're hanging out. And then I get texts from my friends and like, man, the Bears coach is really good looking. I'm like, oh, now you're here. Welcome to Bears football this year. Like, oh, now you're interested in the Bears. Or, oh, wow, like, oh, that happened. And then the question is like, oh, well, are they hot? And here's what I would like to say. The Bears are hot. The Bears. You can talk amongst yourselves about body card, face card, whatever. But they're doing hot things.
Hot Bears.
For example, you have people who believe in people, like Dennis Allen believing in his team. It doesn't matter what your pedigree is, whether or not you were drafted, not drafted, undrafted, free agent, dude off the street, dude who didn't have a job. You got guys going to therapy. C.D. Gardner-Johnson talked about going to therapy twice a week. You got guys talking about flaws they felt like in their character as a person. Remember Jalen Johnson telling us everything about what he went through when he signed his contract? He talked about openly having a sex addiction. You have players who are sacrificing their bodies on the field for other players. Think about everybody who's a position player. That's typically not your job duty. No block, no rock. So objectively, you can make your own opinion for yourself about the attractiveness of the Bears. But to me, they're doing hot things. The Bears are hot.
The whole unit is attractive, is what you're saying.
Sounds inappropriate.
As a collective.
But sure.
Oh, sorry.
Much like Marshall's women, the Bears are at 9 right now.
I have no women. Yeah. I have no women, so I'm on a 0 right now.
Oh, really?
Which is fine.
But this is the closest to the if it looks hot, wear it mantra that we've gotten since then. That's how I feel. The Joe Madden, if you look hot, wear it. Do you remember that, Mark?
Oh, heck yeah.
You were covering the Cubs
If
that
it feels
season.
sexy, wear it, I think it was. I think he used the word sexy. Guys, can we look that up, please?
Is
Thank
this
you.
a Bears glow up then? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, it's a Bears glow
up. Is the glow
up.
up complete? No, I say that because
I like that, Marshall.
A year ago today, think about what was going on in this city.
The Matt Eberflus glow up.
Well, no, that was a bear down. Ray, you got something?
Yeah, the Joe Madden line on the dress code. If you think you look hot, you wear it. That's the quote.
I stand corrected. I thought sex was involved.
You know what? I'm going to let that one hang all by itself out there. Hang you out to dry.
I think the Mark Grody lyrics brain
I think
got
you're
a
right.
little took over
You're
from
right.
the Mark Grody
I should have known
direct
better.
brain.
My confidence is unwarranted.
815 says, is this going to be a hot bear winter? Let me check science real quick.
Hot bear
Yes,
winter.
according to the Layla Rahimi Almanac, which was invented at 12:36 today, it is going to be a hot bear winter.
It's 25 degrees, but the real Bears feel about 82 degrees today. The Bears temperature, 82. It's 25 in the city, 85 in the Bears.
847. You know how fans dress as Ditka in the stands? Does this mean a ton of shirtless fans now in this weather?
Oh, there will be.
There will be a ton of shirtless fans. And maybe they just have a Pope hat on or something. You got to mix in the Pope into your... and then you have the Ditka mustache. You just become a mashup of every moment that's happening.
I could see shirtless fans with the Ben Johnson mask. And that's how people come to games.
For some reason, and I don't know why this is that it's the people who act like that, who have the shirts off and are the most for some reason are always right in front of the press box at Hallis Hall.
How does that make you feel, Mark?
I love it because it's like a show within the show. It's like we're focused on the game. Okay, how's our guy doing? Our guys, we had a guy, Emma, you ask Emma. We had a guy like that last week who was trying to get the crowd into it at all times, trying to haze the Pittsburgh fans who were just completely ignoring him. But it was like that. Let's check in on our guy. They're always right in front of the media. Maybe it's on purpose.
Also, I would like to take this time to ask Ray, who always finds the images in connection with our social media posts. Forever, you and I have loved the evil Ben Johnson at the podium where he's leaning over with the air quotes.
Oh, yeah.
Does shirtless Ben Johnson, who Tyler put as our group thread picture, does shirtless Ben Johnson become our new meme for our favorite picture of Ben Johnson for post?
Absolutely. We can't, unfortunately, because of the website that we are licensed to, they don't have shirtless Ben Johnson in the images that we can use for our social media. But in our hearts and in our minds, shirtless Ben Johnson is the meme.
Honestly,
let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry too.
Texter asked a good
bow wow.
Texter asked a good question, and that is like, what's next for Wiener Circle? I mean, that's definitely a exclamation point, right? So what's next? Like, what's the next challenge?
We got to ask Ari tomorrow at 11:45. The Wiener Circle owner.
I bet they got something cooked up too.
Also, I would like to. I know you asked for the quotes from Jessica Ben Johnson's wife. So he said today, to be honest, I haven't heard anything from outside of the building. My wife said, my wife is just laughing. That's about it. I guess my 2-year-old was watching the TV screen back at home, and she's looking and says, no shirt, no shirt. She just pointed at the screen. No shirt, no shirt.
See the kids start crying. Why is he doing that?
You know what's really funny, too, is Robbie was behind him in line at the Cubs game.
Oh, yeah. And he wouldn't talk to him.
Well, Robbie refused to approach Ben Johnson.
Well, he probably feels some type of way about Ben Johnson in general from a personal standpoint. But also he said he was in dad mode. Remember he said...
He was holding I think he was holding the daughter we just mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was...
Juxtapose that with what we saw on Friday. Think about that.
Hey,
Locker room Ben is a thing.
People have range. People have range.
He's got a lot of range.
You can have your family and then also be a beast on the field or in the locker room.
He's proving it.
Clipboard.
He's proving it. How many of you other men out there can
Old
pull that
School?
off?
Have you ever seen Old School?
That's good. Yeah. That's a fictional movie though.
I think it's a lot more based on real life than you think.
Oh, really?
I've been out
40-year-olds
with
going back to college?
My married friends who have kids, when we go out, it's like they forgot that they're married with kids.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Not in a bad way, but
that means it's in a bad way.
No,
a lot of flirting going on with the waitresses.
He saw me raise my eyebrow.
It's more of the fact that when they're out, it's like they're back in when we used to go out and just having a good time.
You
and
tell
not
me
worried
they're not flirting a little more with the server.
I've seen his married friends out and about. They don't do that.
Doug, right?
I think
Doug
I know what
is
you
not
mean.
married.
Doug's not married.
Oh, really?
They're out there doing things that their kids would be embarrassed about.
Exactly.
They're dancing, doing the dance moves. Their kids would be embarrassed
Bring
of.
your green hat. Yeah.
Their kids couldn't fathom that their dad used to act this way. That's what it really is, because he's a dad.
And fortunately for Ben Johnson's kids, they just get to see it real time.
Real time.
Yeah.
No shirt.
God, it better work out. You know what I mean? Like this, like he better be here for the next 7 to 10 years, because like if this is his legacy, if that's a problem.
Yeah, thanks, Dad.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh,
So
this would go in the Club Dub
Kind
category.
of. But that,
I
mean,
liked Club Dub.
There was winning in 2018, so that was fun. Club Dub. Let's not pretend like Club Dub wasn't fun, but it did wear out, of course, when you start to lose. Everything does.
To quote a book that is sometimes misquoted, but I think in this case not. Sing joyfully, dance joyfully. It's okay. Guys, people can celebrate their wins.
Love it. Yeah. Let your weirdness out, right? Isn't that what they say? Or something? Yeah.
If you look hot, wear it. Or in this case, don't. Caller 6 to the score contest line, 312-644-6767. Wait, that's our hotline, Ray. It's like 540-0670, isn't it? I'm just reading.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so they have us read these promos. Caller 6 to the score contest line, 312-540. What did I just say? Oh, 670. Thank you. We'll win a pair of tickets to the Score's holiday broadcast on December 11th on the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois performance stage from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. So, yeah, we're doing a special broadcast. And sorry, I can't think of all the things at the same time like that. My brain only holds so much. Coming up next, we want to take more calls, 312-644-6767. So that is our call number. If you were to tell the country why the Bears are the number one seed in the NFC, what would you say? How do you feel about the Black Friday game? How clothed are you right now? You don't have to tell us.
Whoa.
Next up, Reed
Oh, no, we want to know.
Oh, wow. You listen to Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the cyber sale at Grand Appliance for the lowest prices and up to $2,600 in additional savings on LG purchases exclusively at Grand. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The holidays are here again, and just when you think you can't pack one more party or errand into your overstuffed schedule, you realize you really need a haircut. That's where Great Clips comes in. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and get a text when you're next for a cut. The skilled stylists at Great Clips will get you looking holiday ready in no time at a price that won't break your budget. Because the holidays are busy, but Great Clips has your back. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
We are taking your calls, 312-644-6767. How do you feel about the Bears? Do you need to see more out of them to prove that they are the best team right now in the NFC? What are your thoughts? We'll do it next on Rahimi Harrison Grody, 312-644-6767 on The Score.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile! The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us, no trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Doesn't mean anything. There's 5 games left, so we got a long ways to go, and we have not been guaranteed a spot in the tournament yet. We have to earn that right, and the only way you can earn that right is by finding a way to win the next game. So that's where our sole focus is.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We are taking your calls, 312-644-6767 on this Plumbers 911 Football Monday, presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips. We go to Kevin. Kevin, you're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody.
What?
Hello. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Hey, I have to tell you, I've been a Caleb Williams skeptic for about a year and a half, but he's winning me over, and I see the upside. He's got upside potential. He's one of the few quarterbacks that has not been injured in a year and a half. So just between his strength, being able to come through in some of those clutch moments, he's definitely not a finished product, but still has. You're starting to see, hey, there's a real upside here.
Kevin, thanks for your call. And yeah, availability has been one of his strengths. He's talked about it. Caleb Williams is durable. And that's not something that we can say for a lot of quarterbacks, even young ones in the league.
Sometimes I think it's awkward the way he slides and gets down extra early when he runs. But you know what? It's working for him because he's preserved his body.
His upside is undeniable. That's all I'll say. Still got a lot of work to do. Wasn't a great game for him against the Eagles, but the upside is at a 10.
Let's go to the phones again, 312-644-6767. And Tony in Wonder Lake. Tony, this isn't the morning show. How are you?
Layla, nice to talk to you again. Long time no talk. Yeah, I usually am a frequent flyer with Mully and Haugh, but today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Good to hear you.
If someone, yeah, it's good to hear you guys too. And what I would tell someone is Ben Johnson, more than anything, has taught these guys how to compartmentalize everything, including the outcomes of games. They take things as they come. Their coaching staff is versatile enough to change on a dime when it comes to fit the situation. And I guess kind of the scary thing is you're only seeing about 30% of Ben Johnson's vision for this offense. The players he has in place right now can adapt, and they soak everything in like a sponge. I'm really excited about where the team's going, but the prove-it game is going to be this weekend. You have the Packers with a very meaningful game coming up, and we've always had egg in the face in these types of situations. The game last year, it was great to see them win that game, but at the same time, this is where the rubber meets the road. If they can come through and do what they've been doing to the Packers, then, I think they're for real, but that will really make them legitimately for real. Thanks,
all right,
guys.
Thanks for the call. What they've been doing to the Packers? What have the Bears been doing? Did I hear that wrong?
I thought he meant I assumed he meant the successful teams, or what he said, what they've been suffering against the Packers.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Tony, thanks for staying up late. Tony's typically a morning show caller.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, all are welcome. We all share. We share listeners here on this station.
So that said, let's go to William on the south side. William, you're on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Hi, how you doing today?
Good.
We're really good.
I'm waiting on Green Bay and what they do in San Francisco before I make a true termination, and the players that are injured to come back.
That's fair. Yeah. I mean, look, if you're still holding out a little bit, I'm not gonna go at you for that. I mean, this is a pretty big game on Sunday that would basically probably clinch things for the Bears in the division. You're right, at San Francisco, second to last game of the season. Bears got blasted there last year. Just another one of those things that hopefully the Bears will redeem themselves on. But I hear you. I do.
I definitely understand why people can still have a sense of apprehension. We mentioned off the top when you had your pretty graphic that left the 49ers off the bottom.
It's really fancy this time, guys.
9-4. Here's the reality of the situation.
You can see it on Twitch.
Nice. If the Bears lose Sunday to the Packers, they could go from being the 1 seed in the East to out of the playoff picture. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, they could be the 8th best team in the NFC if they lose. That's a real thing that can happen.
There's a fine line right now, Mr.
There
Marshall.
is. There's a lot of teams with 8 wins, and the team that doesn't have 8 wins that's currently in the playoff picture, they're a division leader, so they're not going anywhere.
But you got Cleveland after the just in case what a perfect time, because you might need a palate cleanser that day against Cleveland, and your guy Shador.
You're also getting very formidable defensive lines when you consider what the Bears just faced, what they'll face in Green Bay, the pass rush, and then what they'll face even against the Browns. Like that, the test of the pass rush versus the Bears trying to establish the run game is going to be center stage for the next several weeks.
I think for the Bears in total, we've said it a lot, and I know the win over Philadelphia on the road makes you feel a certain type of way, but there's no time to let off the gas now. There's no time to let off the gas.
They know that. Well, and that is my bigger point of their expectations are real. Sorry. I mean, be careful what you wish for, because there's no longer the benefit of the doubt, and this is a developing season, and everything is just cake and gravy and all of that good stuff. Nope. Things have changed. Now there's an expectation. There is potential for disappointment with this Bears team now.
Ah, yes. Something we know well.
Mm-hmm.
Potential for disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I mean, I still think they're on the upswing as well, and that the biggest tests are now what happens when you have to play with that expectation. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yep, they're here. What are you going to do now, Bears?
What? No. How about this? What are you going to do now, Dan Wiederer?
Yeah.
That the Bears got to 9 wins and they beat the Eagles in Philly?
What you going to do now?
I believe that Dan Wiederer has some explaining to do.
Weedsy.
Culture, DDN.
So we'll talk to Dan Wiederer next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb, in the back, feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
The holidays are fast approaching. Have you thought about corporate gifts for your best customers and clients? If you're in charge of selecting the gifts your company sends out, listen up, because this year you can really wow your customers with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. They're based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak. That's how you make an impression. This isn't the same steak that you find in warehouse clubs or grocery chains. It's the best of the best. Filet mignon, Japanese and Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, and more. When you call Second City Prime, you will work directly with the owners, Chris and Susie. It is a small business, so you are supporting that when you call Chris and Susie at Second City Prime. They'll work within your budget per gift and craft the perfect package that will arrive on your client's doorsteps. They ship nationwide and will include a personal handwritten note with each gift. It's details like that that can really make a good impression on your clients. This year, make a mouth-watering impression with your holiday gifts and support a local business at the same time. Contact owners Chris and Susie at secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com, SECOND, City Prime.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. People need help. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
And we're here to help. With thousands of brokers certified by the state and hundreds of trained insurance guides, what we call navigators, available in communities across Illinois.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
For nearly 100 years, Busey Wealth Management has helped families and businesses make smart financial decisions that stand the test of time. From personalized investment plans to tax strategies that work for you, we take a big picture approach, connecting you with the right experts to help protect what you've built and plan for what's next. Busey Wealth Management, here for every chapter of your financial story.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with. Hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards, everybody.
Save big money at Menards.
Dan Wiederer, Bears beat reporter and enterprise writer for the Chicago Tribune.
You're going to be relying on a lot of young players, guys that have to materialize into who they thought they were.
The Bears are who we thought they were.
How many weeks in November and December did we say just be normal? Yeah. Like, it's okay to lose a game because you were outplayed and you didn't do something crazy at the end. You know, just be normal, and it was not normal.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
We'll mention this mainly because Chicago Tribune writer Dan Wiederer said we would mention this nugget.
We'll go first to Dan Wiederer. Go ahead, Dan.
Dan Wiederer.
Get your track shoes on.
On 670 The Score.
Do you think the Pope has listened to Take the North?
We love talking to Dan Wiederer. He is a part of the Take the North podcast, co-hosted by one Mark Grody. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Dan joins us on Twitch. You can see him at twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. He's also on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. Dan, I've been waiting for this moment. I have wanted to ask you this now for quite some time because he's like, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. And I'm like, no, I already said it. The Bears have 9 wins. They are currently atop the NFC. All of it, the whole NFC. Are you ready to say it?
The C word.
I just said it on a Zoom call with Cole Kmet and Ben Johnson moments ago. The Bears have a winning culture. They have a winning culture. They've got 9 victories, play the trumpets, understand that they have arrived at this point where we can discuss the word culture. And I think that was evident on Friday in Philly, and what was no question a signature win for this team that put a lot of what they believe in on display.
Why did you need it? Why did you need to have to wait so long? Why were you waiting?
So this is great because Grody and I are going to do a wonderful episode at the tail end of this week called the C Word episode on Take the North. And this will be like a little trailer for it. And this will set the stage for why we're doing it. We sat through so many seasons where the Bears patted themselves on the back for failing gracefully. We saw situations where the chairman of the organization said he was most proud of the general manager and the head coach during the 6-game losing streak. We sat there when they fired 2 head coaches in season in 2023, and the head coach stood at a lectern and told you that the culture was outstanding. It's been a losing culture for the majority of my time on the beat. They finished in last place far more often than they've been to the postseason. And so there's really no point in talking about how strong your culture is until you prove to the outside world that you're a winning organization. Well, this team now has won 9 games in 10 tries, and they are in first place in the NFC North. And for the time being, they've got their grips on the top seed in the NFC. They're winning because of the brand of preparation they use, the brand of football they play on game days, and they now are establishing a culture that can carry them to much greater heights than they've experienced at any point since I've been covering the team.
How many weeks in a row have you picked the Bears to lose?
3 in a row.
Okay, so my question, as I remind people that this segment with Dan Wiederer is sponsored by Plumbers 911 Plumbing Emergency. Call the plumbing professionals, available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM 911. My question is, will you pick against them now just to keep this going, or are you changing the way you're looking at games and believing in this team's ability to win because of the culture shift of a winning season already guaranteed? How are you doing this, Dan?
My picks, Marshall, are typically independent of the previous week. It's all based on the matchups, how you see the chess match unfolding. They're certainly giving me reason to second guess any second guessing that I do, right? Like you just have to understand that this football team has a coaching staff that is really accomplished at preparing for that week's opponent. And they've shown that throughout this entire stretch. And they did a remarkable job in Philadelphia of winning the football game in their style. They took a Philadelphia offense that doesn't give the football away, and they took it away from them twice. They took an established Eagles defensive front that's pretty solid, and they ran it right down their throats for 60 minutes. And so what you see with this team is that all of the things that you might fear in terms of what other teams' strengths can do to your weaknesses, they don't care about it. They find answers for them, and then they go attack them. And so to answer your question, I'll look at Green Bay a little bit more in depth over the next 3 days, but it seems almost obligatory that I have to pick the Bears this week after being proven wrong the way I've been proven wrong the last 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, and Dan and I have had a healthy skepticism about these games this year and the way they've been going. We talk about winning a certain way. This game became absolutely undeniable. And Dan, I've been working on, because I know how seriously you're taking this culture show. We've been planning it since the Bears won the game, basically. I've been working on some theme songs for that show, and it's pretty hilarious because a bunch of our Twitchers are thinking along the same lines as I am right now, and I think it's really befitting to play.
I feel like I Tumble For You is the one we need to go with, though.
Really?
Culture Club.
It's Boy George and the Culture Club. For people who have no idea why we are playing Boy George right now. It's the Culture Club, and a bunch of our Twitchers, even before we played it, were like coming up with Boy George songs. So that I'm just throwing that in there. What song did you say, Dan, we should actually be doing?
I tumble for you, right? Like that's where you go when you've got your head over heels for something that's happening, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I tumble
We'll
for
figure
you.
that out. I love
Okay.
that you're thinking this through. I love
Yeah.
that you're encouraging audience participation too. That's what we're all
Yeah,
about. Like
yeah.
Ben Johnson, we're men of the people.
Secondly, I couldn't help but in my brain going through all of like signature wins are really fun, and this was that. I think people will remember this game for a long time, maybe even the circumstances in which they watched it. 2018, the win under the Soldier Field lights in the cold against the LA Rams, who had no interest in being there. That was a sign of the times in 2018. 2005, the Arizona game, which was Urlacher and Hester and Dennis Green afterwards. Even 84, when they won the playoff game against Washington to signify to the world that they were on the come. And then maybe my favorite, Dan, was 1985 regular season when they beat the Dallas Cowboys 44-0, and they were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And that was a signature win that told the world that they were going to win the Super Bowl that year.
Right. An 8-year-old kid on the northwest side of Chicago remembers that game vividly, just understanding how dominant the Bears were in that performance. And what's cool, Mark, when you get into our positions, you get a chance to talk to guys that you watched on TV as kids and pick their brains on things like that. And it's been marked over the years to hear from members of that 85 defense and that 85 team in general who saw that game in Dallas in 1985 as the moment that they unlocked a new level of belief. Now, listen, like that team at that stage was far beyond where this team at this stage is. Right, but that team needed a victory that fully convinced them that the grandest achievements possible were within their reach. And they got it. They got it 44-0. I heard you mention it earlier. They were on the cover of Sports Illustrated. You ran to your mailbox on Thursday afternoon to go get it and read about what the national people were saying about the football team that was kicking everyone's behind. And if you remember, there was that whole Everson Walls in the lead up to that game saying, who are the Bears? They haven't beaten anybody yet. And after the Bears beat the Cowboys 44-0, I think it was Dan Hampton who said, we still haven't beaten anybody. Right? And so that was it. That was the sort of swell of confidence that team had. We know what they became. Again, this team is a long way off from that.
Completely,
but I do think Friday's win gave them a sense that, we can play with anybody in this current NFL within this current season. And so why shy away from that?
What do you think about how the offense has evolved, Dan? We saw the historic running performance. They hadn't had 2 100-plus yard rushers since that 1985 season in a single game, and they're able to do it in this one. I asked the question earlier, do we think that this is the realized look of the Bears offense? I don't know that it can be as dominating every time, but I think that is how Ben Johnson wants the team to run the ball.
There are a couple things that really struck me in the first couple months of getting to know Ben Johnson last winter. The first one was beyond the clear intelligence and creativity that he had that we saw on display in Detroit. He had a bloodlust competitively to go and try to absolutely crush his opponents. And with that, he had an unwavering commitment to the running game. When you went back and studied sort of the numbers and the methods with the way the Detroit Lions ran the football, you knew that this was going to be a core to the identity of any Ben Johnson-led offense. He has been true to that from day one here in creating a vision for what he wants the running game to look like, getting it to come to life. They have the number one rushing offense in the NFL. They ran for more than 200 yards Friday for the third time this season. That's not a fluke. Like that's an identity, that's a trend, and it's a purpose that the Bears want to play with. They talk about playing with physicality. They talk about playing with finish. That's all on display in the running game. And that's something that can carry you. When we talk about 2018, we knew that team had a chance in every single football game because of how dominant their defense was. Well, guess what? This team's running game is every bit as good as that defense was. And that's special, right? Like you have a running game that you can lean into in any conditions against any opponent and trust that it's going to get you going. It happened Friday. It was really the stamp on that win. And now you just continue to build on that because it is who you are offensively, even as you try to bring along an inconsistent quarterback and a passing game that Ben Johnson said today that they are winning in spite of, not because of.
Back to your reporter chops as we return to our conversation with Dan Reeder here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with TJ Edwards. He's missed 4 games in a row. As we know, you miss 4 games, you could be on IR, you can get an extra roster spot. Does this mean something's gone horribly wrong? How do you see what's going on with TJ Edwards right now, because I like the idea of a whole defense in the back end of the season. We're getting guys back to see on the field for the Bears, but TJ Edwards kind of remains a mystery to me.
Storyline to keep an eye on this week. They will go back to work. They have an unorthodox schedule this week because they're coming off the Friday game. And so they will be on the practice field on Tuesday. So we'll get our first look at who's available and who's not tomorrow, which will be nice to see. You would like to see TJ back in the mix this week in some capacity. Obviously, we know that they brought both Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson back on Friday, and they were able to do so with those guys on a pitch count, and they eased them back in a way that was appropriate. TJ dealing with 2 injuries. You got the hamstring issue and the hand issue. They felt confident that they could club up that hand and he could play with that, and so now it must be a matter of just getting that hamstring in a way where you can turn him loose. And what you want to hope for is when you do turn him loose that you feel really good giving him the green light and that there's not going to be another start and stop and he's out again, because you want to have your full complement of defenders for the stretch run, obviously, but then also if you're going into January in the postseason, you would like to walk into that first playoff game with a defense that's as whole as it's been really since training camp. And so hopefully the stars align for them to get that done with TJ.
Sticking with the defense, did Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon come out of the game okay from everything that you've been able to discern in the locker room, and then Ben Johnson talking today?
Yeah, and Jalen said after the game Friday that he was sore, to be expected, and he's still trying to get his legs under him and get back to full strength. I thought he played pretty well in that football game too. You see the one pass breakup over the middle,
Goddard,
which was on a play very similar to the one he got hurt on in Detroit. And when he hit the ground, diving to break that pass up, you're like, let's see how he gets up. Let's see how he gets back to the sideline. And he did okay, and look, like Jalen has put in an incredible amount of work to put himself in this position. He deserves praise for getting himself back earlier than anyone imagined. And now you just hope that he can continue on that path and that we're not talking about another exit. But man, it's great when you look out on that football field and the Bears are able to do so many creative things with their secondary because of all the weapons they have available to them. Another guy to look for to get back in the mix here soon, hopefully, will be Tyreek Stevenson.
Well, and that's what we're trying to figure out is somebody is going to have to be the odd man out here, Dan, with this. And it's a weird place to be in when you're talking about having so much talent where people who have contributed consistently might have to sit. Do you have an idea of what the depth chart could be when everybody's getting the snap amount that they're supposed to get?
Well, I know the coaches in the building last week talked very strongly about Nahshon Wright being one of their best 11 on defense and keeping him on the football field no matter how whole the secondary is. You think about that play, Layla, that he made at that point in the game, at this point in the season. Like, that's a signature play within a signature win. I don't know that there's been a sequence bigger in the season for the Bears than taking the Eagles' renowned play, stopping it, ripping the football away from a quarterback who never gives it away, and then, oh, by the way, turning around on the very next snap and running for 31 yards behind your rugged offensive line and catalyzing a touchdown drive that changed the entire flow of the game. And so I bring that up because it is another feather in Nahshon Wright's cap, with a cap that's full of feathers now, right? Like, he's had an incredible season. You don't want to take him out of the mix because of the opportunistic plays that he's made all year long in big moments. And so it's a great problem to have. Al Harris called it a blessing last week that they can shuffle and mix and match and be creative and do whatever Dennis Allen wants because they've got so much strength on that back end.
Dan, I'm already worried about Al Harris leaving. I don't know how he doesn't get some sort of raise after this season or some sort of promotion in title. I don't know, because he's had an incredible year as a coach.
Look out for Antoine Randall L. too. His name
Yes.
is starting
Correct,
to
yes.
pop up.
I think when people develop their lists, those were the two names in it. And Al Harris specifically for me.
You're right.
The perils of being good, right? Like, those are the perils of being good, is that these guys may get consideration for bigger positions elsewhere here in the near future. I think that the greatest thing the Bears have going for them is their offensive play caller is not going anywhere for the remainder of his time here. Dennis Allen probably is going to be here as long as he wants to be here as well in the role of DC. And so you're going to deal with some turnover within the assistant coaching ranks. It's just inevitable with the way the league goes and the way success draws people away. But man, great problem to have. It's better to lose coaches for that reason than to be going through a search every January trying to refill the entire staff because you've been so putrid that you got to replace everybody.
Dan, the only thing I love better than a dream is a realistic dream, and I think the Bears are creating more realistic scenarios than anybody could have imagined at the start of the season. Tell me this. What is the Bears' ceiling if Caleb Williams is simply what we've seen so far this season? And then what is their ceiling if he continues to develop over the last 5 games? What is the ceiling for this season for the Bears? 2 different scenarios.
I mean, honestly, this is weird for me to say this.
Yeah, say it.
Airwaves going out to as many people. The ceiling is as high as you want it to be. I mean, this team is capable of playing on the final Sunday in February. There's no question about it when you look around the league and you see the flaws that every single team has. They're also capable of missing the playoffs. They're also capable of getting beat in the wild card round if they're not careful. And so they understand that. I think Ben's been really, really good at articulating the be where your feet are sort of mindset to that football team and pointing out every single week, independent of results, independent of vibes. Here's our flaws. Here's our concerns. Here are the areas we need to get better at this week in attacking them. The passing game, Marshall, is one of those things that needs to get better, and it needs to get better in a hurry. And the head coach started his meeting today with his players by announcing that and saying, we've got to get better as a passing game. The quarterback's a big part of that. The pass catchers have to be more detailed with their route. Cole Kmet said today that Ben started the meeting by showing 3 or 4 clips where he called plays he didn't like calling. And so he takes that accountability to start things and say, when we're doing correction here, just understand that we're all involved in finding things that we can get better at. And so they've got to get that passing game going. If they don't, I think you're really, really vulnerable to an early exit in the playoffs. If you do, you can dream the biggest of dreams, because you look around the NFL and you tell me one team in this league that doesn't have flaws and isn't capable of getting beat. I can't name one right now. And so it's a good year to be on this heater like the Bears are on.
Let me try this. Welcome into the Take the North podcast, along with Dan Wiederer. I'm Mark Grody with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. What you think about that? Is that better? Is that better?
See, I think we're headed somewhere. We've got 4 days to iron this out.
I love it.
It's like the Bears do walkthroughs. We do walkthroughs. We're going to figure this out. And then when it comes time to play the game, we're going to have our play sheet ready, and we're going to go right down and we're going to put together a dominant performance ourselves this week, Mark.
Heck yeah. We've got our Take the North reaction podcast up right now. If you want to hear a hot 20 minutes of reaction with Dan in on location in Philadelphia, and I was out in Gurnee, so it made for a pretty good podcast, and we'll do a couple more for you this week.
I would also like you guys to explain some of these Culture Club songs, because I did not understand that reference until you guys made it. So thank you. The Tumble one.
Yeah, well, that was Dan's request right there. No,
Karma
you're saying
Chameleon I got, but yeah.
You're saying
I hadn't really connected the dots until these moments.
Right, they're falling for you, right, Dan? Is that what you were going? We're falling for the Bears? Is that where we were going with that?
Yeah, I will look up the true origins of that song. I think that song is prominently featured in Billy Madison, if I'm not mistaken.
Really?
Correct? Somebody in the Twitch line can confirm that for us rather rapidly, I imagine.
In The Wedding Singer, there's a singer who resembles as part of Adam Sandler's band, Boy George. And then when Adam Sandler takes a break during weddings, he comes on and sings, "Do You Really Want to Hurt Me?"
It is on the Billy Madison soundtrack. I have confirmed it, Dan.
Yes, and the Twitchers.
Great work, Marshall.
Yeah,
way to go.
Good work by him. And yes, the Twitchers are all backing up Marshall's research. So yes, it was definitely, as the dude 1321 says, it was definitely, or no, yeah, it was Def in Billy Madison. I don't know why I went to such extents to read that. But what's up, Twitchers? What's going on, everybody? Good to see you guys. You guys are on your game.
One more thing I'll say to you guys, and I know it's a week to try to figure out what we've seen and what we might see ahead. We all have taken note that the fact that the Bears are at the top of the NFC right now and the number 1 seed, and it feels really, really momentous for them. What struck me yesterday was seeing the 9-win 49ers down as the 7th seed, and it gives you quite a recognition of just what we're talking about here and how quickly you could go from 1 to 7 here. And that's why I think when Ben Johnson was asked today about his reaction to being the number 1 seed entering December, he was like, means nothing. We haven't achieved anything. We don't even have a place in the tournament yet. We've got to go back to work this week and play a Green Bay team that can beat us on Sunday and drop us out of first place in the division. And so there's absolutely no reason in fast forwarding too far ahead, getting too far out in front of yourselves. This is a crazy loaded NFC right now. You watch Seattle play yesterday afternoon. You're like, they're every bit as real as you need to be in this conference. The Rams, coming off a tough loss, are really good. And so you just have to understand that while you can beat anybody, you can lose to anybody also. And it takes 2 small missteps, and all of a sudden you're on the outside of that playoff picture looking in.
That's Dan Wiederer. You can read his work at The Athletic. You can hear him on the Take the North podcast. Dan says he is officially crediting the Bears culture.
Have you seen my wig around? Yeah, Dan says.
But Dan, I'm with you. If they lose this week, they could literally be the 8th seed by Monday night.
Right. You know what I mean? Like, and that's it. Like, that's the tightrope. So walk it. But I do think that they're blessed with a coaching staff and a group of leaders that understand that and can convey that to the group.
That's Dan Wiederer. Thanks again for joining us. We have more coming up here on Rahimi Harris and Grody. That was quite the pull out of you.
He always does that. He comes with something. I'm like, wait, that was Mark Grody?
It's a good song,
Walk it
too.
like I talk it. It is a really good song.
Grody listens to B96.
I listen to a lot of music, whether you want to believe it or not. I do like to keep up. I got all these godchildren. I got to keep up.
And you mentioned the wall. I want to get into this
please,
because
yes.
you had yourself a time in Gurnee.
I did.
I was at a different place watching the game, and Marshall is also manning a developing story that's happening with our high school football teams. So let's talk about it all as to how we took in this Bears game on Friday and what Mark agreed to. That's next.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas, that's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
The holidays, they're almost here. Family, food, and chaos in the kitchen. But what if you could keep the fun without the frenzy? Matrix Basements Finishing can help you create the perfect downstairs getaway, a cozy family room, game space, or kids hangout, so everyone is happy and out from underfoot while you prepare the feast. Make this holiday season even easier for everyone. Go to matrixbasements.com today to learn how you can give your family the space they deserve. That's matrixbasements.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasny.com.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If the NFL season ended today, the Bears would be the #1 seed in the NFC and the Broncos would be the top team in the AFC. And still, we don't know how good either team is. It's been a crazy season. Big-time favorites are down. The Chiefs are a long shot to even make the playoffs. The defending champion Eagles are reeling. So why not the Bears or the Broncos? It's that kind of year, and it's only going to get more chaotic come playoff time. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on 6-7-D The Score.
Black Friday savings are here at the Home Depot, which means it's time to add new cordless power to your collection. Right now, when you buy a select battery kit from one of our top brands like Ryobi or Milwaukee, you'll get a select tool from that same brand for free. Click into one of our best deals of the season and stock up on tools for all your upcoming projects. Get Black Friday savings happening now at the Home Depot. Limit 1 per transaction. Exclusions apply. Full eligible tool list in-store and online.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This Bears team should be fired up. This is a huge win for them to come on the road on Black Friday and win in Philadelphia. Defending Super Bowl champs, keep their momentum going. Now won 9 of the last 10.
Yeah, it's a rout for them. I mean, they win every game at the end, the point, 2 points, 3 points.
Yeah.
This one by 9. The 3% of the crowd that remains, the Eagles know how they feel about things.
That is courtesy of Amazon Prime. On Black Friday, it was the Bears putting the league on notice, defeating the Eagles 24-15. And nice choice, Tyler Buterbaugh, with the song "Win." That was their. They play that at Bears games, and they used to come out to that song. So a great choice by Tyler, who is working with us today on the ones and twos. I was in California visiting family for my Black Friday watching experience. Marshall Harris is not only manning the Bears watch, but big news in state football with IHSA this weekend. I had to ask you if you were okay because you were downstate when you were trying to watch this game.
I was very much okay. Here's the scenario. I had to go down to Illinois State for the football state championships. You guys probably know there's 8 classifications. So on day 1, Black Friday, it was 1A through 4A, and then scheduled for the day after on Saturday, 5A through 8A. All makes sense. Well, midway through the 2A game, we find out that Illinois State's campus is going to be closed because of the snow on Saturday, meaning all the games on Saturday, 4A through 8A championship, or excuse me, 5A through 8A championships were being postponed, and we didn't know when they were going to be. Now, we've since found out that they're going to be the 5A and 6A championship games tomorrow at 3 and 6 o'clock on WCIU. So I'll be not here, but there calling those games, 5A and 6A. But the issue was it's going to be snowing really badly, and how am I going to get home? But, of course, because they postponed those games, I was able to come back immediately after the 1A and 2A. And I listened to the second half of the game and the post-game show on the radio on my way back.
So I'm sorry, guys. I was in 70 degrees until yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Don't apologize for that.
No, I should. I got off the plane and I was like, oh God, what's happened here?
I texted you, Layla. I said, you're beating the system. I said, are you still in L.A.? You're like, yeah. I said, you're beating the system right now because the snow is coming down.
My dad was like, are the Bears going to lose in a stupid way again? And I'm like, hey, we're watching this game. And he's like, well, last year the coach didn't know to call a time. I'm like, hey, stop it. Do we really have to watch this? It's so nice outside. I'm like, yeah, Amir, we're watching this game. He was like, we couldn't. And then I had to figure out how to cast it. Apparently, I had to use a Safari browser window. And then I got to hear from my dad, the electrical engineer, on how I wasn't using the proper user interface to cast to the TV. And then he's like, wow, they're doing a good job this time. And then I'm like, yeah, they have a new head coach, Dad. It's a different team. He's like, wow, what's going to happen against the Packers? And he used to like the Packers.
He's a pretty smart man.
Because, of course, he likes Aaron Rodgers. And I'm like, no, stop it with this mess. But the first thing he asked was like, oh, are they going to lose again like they did last time when they didn't know to call the timeout? And then he starts going into the entire situation that happened last year. He's like, you remember they drove down the field and then why couldn't he call the timeout? I'm like, can you not right now?
That's hilarious.
So
your dad
much more
knows.
impressive. Oh yeah, and
Your dad knows.
And then he went Persian dad on Luka Doncic and proceeded to tell me during the Lakers and Clippers game that Luka hadn't done enough for the team since he had become a Laker. And I was like, he's leading the league in scoring.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So that was my experience in Southern California with the fan.
So is he still a Packers fan?
No, he likes like certain quarterbacks and stuff. He's really into Baker Mayfield right now.
I was say, is he an Aaron Rodgers fan?
Not as much anymore, thank God.
Oh, okay.
Thank God.
I was curious.
So yeah, then I had to explain why this is a different Bears team after I figured out how to hack the window. So the trick is you cast it from a Safari browser or an internet browser on a mobile app, and then you can cast the video window directly to your TV.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Didn't know that.
The user interface of the Amazon Prime app will not do it.
Okay.
So that's what I've learned. Mark Grody, you made an agreement with fans at the wall.
I did, and I just first of all just say that I've watched Bears games in every possible scenario that you can imagine with friends at bars, at houses, going to the game. As a reporter in every possible circumstance, and very enjoyable. I've had many enjoyable experiences watching the Chicago Bears, whether as a fan growing up or as a reporter now. This might have been doing the I was in for Mully, our very own Mully of the Mully and Haugh show. I got to stand in for him with Olin Kreutz and James Big Cat Williams. Patrick Manley had the week off, but we were broadcasting the pregame show from the wall in Gurney Mills Mall at the Marcus Theater, actually doing the broadcast inside of a movie theater, a modern-day Marcus movie theater. So you can kind of picture it. We're in front of the big, massive screen. The crowd is all in front of us, right close to us. This packed crowd, this packed theater. So the energy was unbelievable, first of all, for even just for the pregame and the blast that it was. When it came time to do our picks, all three of us picked the Eagles to win the game.
Eagles.
That is correct, for which we did receive some booing. There was booing in the crowd, and I said, to temper them, just to settle them down a little bit, I said, if the Bears are to win this game, which I would desire, you guys may pour popcorn over me, because you got all the people, they're drinking their beers, they got their Cokes, they got their popcorns, they got their snow caps, and I was like, okay, all right, I will allow for this. Now,
love snow caps.
Snow caps are so good.
What a good call.
Thank you. Put the snow caps in the butter popcorn.
Whoa.
That's next level
That's
stuff.
messy.
I'm more of a Reese's Pieces or M&M's in the popcorn.
That's
guy.
probably better, actually.
Am I doing it wrong for just having popcorn in the popcorn?
Well, if I had been one of those fans getting a chance to douse Mr. Grody here, I'd be like, let's make sure there's extra butter on the popcorn.
I'll get to that. But now we watch the game with all the people, packed theater. We've got our little section roped off in the way back.
Okay, VIP, I see
so
you.
We're a little VIP. So it's Olin, James Big Cat, Dustin Rhodes. We got our promotions department people are up there. Our sales people are up there. I got to sit in a recliner, one of those fancy movie recliners, right next to one Dustin Rhodes. And I think that he made this watching experience one of my favorite watching experiences ever because Dustin Rhodes is for real. He is so into it, so into every minute. And every time something happened or he anticipated that something was happening, I got the smack on the shoulder. I got the Grody, check this out. And it was just like at least a dozen of them. And it was hilarious. And then I started hitting them back. So we were just like reduced to a couple of meatballs in the back of the movie theater.
Sounds about right.
And you two were just like punching each other constantly.
There was a lot of fun, especially from Rhodes, who I should have known. I mean, because he's Dustin Rhodes, and he is a fantastic Bears fan, so into it, taking his notes, highlighting stuff, revealing some of his process getting ready. So I could not have had a better time watching that game. But then, yes, it came time to do the post-game show, and I think it was maybe during it was actually later on. There was a group of about 10 people who came down to the front row. There were children, there were parents, there were bros, and they decided I had about 3 buckets of popcorn poured over my head because the Bears did win the game, and I accepted it. And I did put it on. Maybe I need to put it up again. I did put it on the gram. I guess I will, after we get through this segment, I will put it up again just so you can see exactly how it went down.
I'm kind of mad they wasted the perfectly good popcorn. I love popcorn. And so, that kind of makes me upset. Hopefully, it was like an all-you-can-eat popcorn situation.
Yeah, I did request to them, and I think they followed through with it, that it not be buttered popcorn. I don't think my butter did not have a hint of hue of butter in it, which maybe would have been nice, actually.
Yeah, what happened? Like, you get the greasy hair? Like, what occurs there?
Yeah, so it didn't. So, but I did still have, it's like when you get sand on yourself. When I got home, I was still, picking popcorn out of my hoodie and,
Tell Layla what I said to you when you walked in today.
Little kernels all over the place. Oh, yeah. You said you got popcorn in your hair, did you say?
In your hood.
Yeah, in your hood. And I was like, I believed you.
And
I was like,
to check
crap.
for it.
I was like, oh, man.
I was like, Mark, I'm joking. I'm just going off the fact that you got
It's not even the same hoodie I was wearing, but
It's a funny video.
It was such, the energy in the crowd throughout the game. It was like watching a blockbuster movie. Like the highs and the cheers and the boos and the excitement. And occasionally you'd hear a Bears yelled throughout the crowd. There was an Olin chant that started. It was I'm not even doing it justice. It was an absolute blast. So thanks to everybody that came out to it. Thanks to the Wall and Gurney. Thank you to the really great staff.
Thanks, Wall.
Thanks, Wall. Thanks, Clown. Good night, Moon. Thanks to the wait staff, which was so patient with us and treated us like VIPs. We did clean up our own popcorn, though, for the record.
That's good of you.
We did, because it didn't feel right for them to have to deal with that.
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Speaking
Bears.
of clown,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how Mike, the Chicago sports clown, feels.
I feel like he's only baseball. We haven't
No,
heard from
no.
him.
We confirmed on this very show with you here, Grody, that yes, he indeed does paint himself for Bears season.
Man, he's got to be having a great month or so.
That's right.
Right?
This is a busy time for Mike, the Chicago sports clown. Shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Mike. Thanks to the Wall. And
Yeah, seriously.
thanks to everybody who came out. And yes, one more time for Marshall in case people don't know about the state title games.
Oh, yeah, we got state championships. It's supposed to be happening last weekend. We've got postponements. So coming up tomorrow from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then from 6 to whenever the game's over, we've got the 5A and the 6A state title games. Big matchups. It's St. Francis against Providence Catholic in the 5A game, and it's East St. Louis going up against Fenwick in the 6A state title game. I am prepped. I am ready. We're going to have a good time. And tune in. If you can't make it down, because that's the one unfortunate thing about the postponement, not able to make it down, just watch it. WCIU. I'll be there. Me and Jack McInerney hanging out.
Love it.
Don't be fooled, too, either by my Instagram account, Mark _Grody. And I see people are going to the right place. You will also see that story is still up of me getting my bear claw. Or wait, is it bear claw?
Bear glove.
Bear glove.
Deodorant.
My bear glove deodorant is in one of my stories, but I will put the popcorn incident up there right now. But Mark _Grody. I just don't want you guys going to the Fugazi account. This one is with me wearing a tan jacket.
Yeah, he's not trying to sell you crypto.
I'm not trying to sell you crypto. You don't want any of that.
Well, there's only one way to wrap up the show.
Mm-hmm.
Meatballs. Meatball Machine Monday. We do it next.
Yeah, man.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at LENDSEEK.com.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
The Blackhawks hit the road starting Tuesday, December 2nd at 9 p.m. in Vegas, followed by Thursday, December 4th at 9:30 p.m. in L.A. Then we're back at the United Center. Join us for our next home game December 10th at 6:30 p.m. against the New York Rangers in a classic Original Six matchup. And don't miss Chris Chelios bobblehead night December 13th at 7 p.m. versus the Detroit Red Wings. The first 8,000 fans receive an exclusive bobblehead courtesy of Ticketmaster. Get tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into one of 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark events. Look for the Remy Martin display at your local retailer and scan the code to enter for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark on December 16th with Noah Sewell. Details and online entry at 670thescore.com. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume. Imported by Remy Martin Contro, USA. New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
Hey guys, check out this meatball machine.
We got a new man on the board today. You heard his work with his open. You heard the Val Venus music that he used for Ben Johnson. That's right, Tyler Bearderbaugh, doing an excellent job today. Tyler, you've cooked up some meatballs for us on the meatball machine.
That I did, and we got a few handfuls during the game, but a lot of the gold came from after the game. So let's start off with Taco in Arizona.
Taco?
A counter on 4th and 1 against that defense. Ben smokes the same weed I do. I wasn't believed. I did that myself.
Hey, Meatball Machine. So, I'm very disappointed with Ben. In the first half, you're crushing them at the line of scrimmage, running the ball. Caleb's missed some, wide receivers have slipped, and the passing game just hasn't worked, so you decide to keep passing it. Your right tackle can't block anybody right now, and you keep passing it. I don't know, Ben, you kind of coach yourself out of that game, out of that lead at least. We'll see where it goes.
Right now, third quarter, the momentum has totally switched. And I know exactly when that happened. Thanks a lot, number 99. Thanks a lot. You just sparked the freaking match, man. This is on you, bro. I'm looking at 3rd and 1 right now, tush push is going on. And it's all because of you. You woke them up. Thank you very much, man. I supported you this whole entire year. Gave you back. And what you do, you wake them up. Way to go.
17-9, let's go Bears! The young guy with the 4th quarter score. Methodical ass score. I love it.
I love how every time they cut to Nick Sirianni, he was blowing a snot rocket. And I love every time they cut to Ben Johnson, he was just like maybe little touch of his nose, like all serious and focused. This is Bears football.
Okay, Kyle Monangai just scored another touchdown. Everybody in the house just broke out in song to the Lion King. Kyle Monangai!
Nice. And champs. And that Monangai is one tough mother jerker.
13 seconds left in the game. Philadelphia is going to attempt a 52-yard field goal. They could kiss my ass with that one.
Oh! Kiss my ass! Let's go. 9-3, baby!
I'm going to make a toast!
To who? Meatball. Let's go.
Bears.
The Bears.
Bears.
Baby.
Bears. Bears.
Another one.
Johnson completely pants Nick Sirianni today. 2, the Bears signing Gardner changed the season.
Yeah! Yeah, we just beat the Eagles, the reigning Super Bowl champions, and we beat them 9-4, baby. We're still in first place. The Packers.
Hey, y'all hear it? Hey! Now look, I have been rather conservative with my bravado, but as of now, I'm hollering Super Bowl. Super Bowl. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm going to be one of those guys for the next 7 days until that Green Bay Slacker game.
And was cooking today. The running game was cooking today. The offensive line was cooking today. And I am going to make meatballs and cheesesteaks for dinner. Bears!
Marshall, Layla, and Grody. Being 9-3 is absolutely living in the known. We are going to finish this season 14-3. The Bears.
Ben Johnson has single-handedly cured all of my Bears depression. We went into Philadelphia and we kicked their ass. They haven't allowed a single 100-yard rusher all season, and we had 2 of them. The last time that we had 2 100-yard rushers in a single game was 1985 with Walter Payton and Matt Suhey. And that was a pretty good season, wasn't it? Caleb still needs to clean up his accuracy issues, but once he does that, the sky is the limit. But I'll live in the known for right now, and right now, we're winning games, and we're going to the playoffs. Bears.
Ben Johnson just took his shirt off in the locker room. Wiener circles, get ready to hand out free hot dogs.
Shirt in the locker room, and all of us meatballs are gonna meet at the Wiener Circle. Bears.
I mean, what are they gonna say now? Everyone's like, oh, the Bears, they've only beat college teams. Well, now this team is built like a college team. I can't even tell you who the best player on our team is, and that's a good thing. You know, we don't have any weaknesses. Nas once said, like, players will move on you only if they know what your weakness is. I have none. All we need is one more, and we're in.
Wow. What an incredible set of meatballs.
Pretty good.
We want you to know that callers 6 and 7 right now to our score contest line, 312-540-0670, will win a pair of tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Edison Park on Tuesday, December 16th, with special guest Noah Sewell. Got anything to talk to him about? Sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com, and brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city. That was an incredible meatball machine.
I love that we are getting closer to understanding the known. I'm like 3/4 of the way there now.
That makes sense since we're 3/4 of the way through the season.
Doesn't it? See how it works? See,
Like
it's all
we're almost there. After this game, they will be above the 75% threshold because we got that odd number with 17 games. 16, it was so much easier to say, we're 75% of the way. No, we got to wait till one more game.
If you take my 75% chance, always good to have Steiner math. It's always a good math system to learn.
Steiner math?
Oh, yeah.
Like Charlie Steiner?
No, it's a wrestling reference.
Oh.
So,
You're
yes,
not a WWF
Steiner
I am
math.
not. I was never a WWF fan. It started at an early age when it used to preempt Saturday Night Live, so I've actually anti-wrestling.
Wow.
There's always one.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we
It's
want
fake.
You to...
Wow.
Whoa.
Did the Velvetus music mean nothing to you?
Clearly,
Not
nothing to
fake.
him. It's not fake. It's
I know. I'm just being one of those people. I don't do. I love that people enjoy wrestling. It's just not for me.
It's good scripting.
I'm sure it is. I bet it's great. I bet it's great.
Tonight, the Bulls visit the Orlando Magic. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:15. Tip-off at 6:30. The only local broadcast of tonight's game can be heard right here on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. I will get Lawrence Holmes to explain Steiner math to Mark Grody.
Thank you.
Alongside Matt Spiegel next.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The holidays are here. Are you looking for the perfect gift for the family member or friend who seems to have everything? Well, here's an idea. How about giving them the best steak and seafood on the planet this year with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood? They're based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. It's not the same steak you'd find in a warehouse club or grocery chain. Owners Chris and Susie scour the globe and only source that top 2%. Filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip, plus you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best wild seafood. Steaks from Second City Prime make great gifts for family, friends, and client gifts. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet and support a small Chicagoland business as well. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. Orders of $200 or more ship free, and orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com, not the number but the word. That is secondcityprime.com.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Save big money in your next project right now at Menards, your plumbing headquarters. Put the finishing touches on your kitchen with a faucet from Moen. Moen products are built to last. The Adler kitchen faucet includes a side spray to make cleanup simple and comes in a spot-resist stainless finish. On sale now through December 7th. View our entire selection of Moen faucets on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for other great deals happening this week.
Calling all hockey fans, come meet Hall of Famer Jeremy Roenick, and on December 13th, courtesy of Chicago Sports Network, visit shop.chsn.com for details, offer terms, and to purchase your ticket, which includes a full year of access to streaming CHSN. Offer limited to new all-access annual subscribers while supplies last.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBT. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to bet on the game. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up in President, Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency. All low Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah. Breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Ben Johnson, who we have reason to believe was shirtless in the locker room during Good, Better, Best.
Grody,
So,
you saw it on the TV. What do you mean, reason to believe?
Well, I mean, we live in a world of there's no sound. We live in a world of AI.
I'm still laughing at that. It was too much to believe.
I get where Grody is coming from, though. If you can't hear it and you just see it on the screen and you're just being highly skeptical. I mean, we do live in a world where AI has become ridiculous. I saw that 60 Minutes story. I ain't thought about nothing I've seen since the same way.
No, and very, very good reason to feel that way for sure.
Thank you.
Thanks to everybody who joined us for this. Mark, Marshall, Ray,
Layla,
Tyler,
see you,
Brandon,
Layla,
Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody on Twitch who hung out with us as well. Mob. Thanks to our callers and texters. And thanks to our guests, Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer.
YouTubers as well. Thanks to the folks on YouTube.
I should shout out the YouTube stream more often. YouTube. And Rainbow Cone. And thanks also to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer and Dan for finally being able to use the word culture. So now to explain Steiner math and to also give us more Bears thoughts, we bring in Matt Spiegel and Lawrence Holmes. Lawrence also back from warmer climates.
Yeah. I'm not regretting it at all.
You and Layla both beat the system, man. That first real snowfall of the winter, and you guys were in sunny places.
I don't know if we beat it, though, because we were both trying to get back here while it was doing the thing.
Are you alive? You beat it.
Yeah.
Wow, that's one way to look at it.
You went warm, you came back, you're here at work, you beat it. Congrats.
Matt sounds really happy for you that you avoided the snowstorm.
Yeah, like all of the travel horror stories, when you had the 75 degrees, sometimes you have to pay the price.
It's opportunity cost, Spiegel. That's what they call that.
That's right, opportunity cost.
So the opportunity cost was an aborted landing.
Well, that was a little extra something.
Yes.
I've had that happen before.
Lawrence was the one
in life
calming,
and in a plane.
He was calming the other passengers as they were freaking out.
There's a lady there with her sick kids sitting next to me. She's like, "What just happened?" I'm like, "I think we just tried to land.
We're not good at it."
And then we looked at the map. We're like, "Oh, we're near South Bend now because
so you had to take a whole turnaround, U-turn
lap.
It's not quite the same as the 3-point turn when you miss your exit.
No, we had to take a whole lap, but we made it.
Yeah, I'm never going to complain about a delay or something like that when safety is really the goal.
Yes.
Like, yes, is it inconvenient at times? Sure, but at the end of the day, they're still trying to protect your life. So.
I am not ordinarily someone who enjoys the applause for the landing. But
this time,
in this case, the flight, United Airlines 1399.
They did applaud. Did they applaud when you finally landed?
Oh my God! Because we circled for an hour, and then had to do the aborted landing circle, which was the thing. Like watching it play out because United has it so that you can watch like what's going on. Watching it play out and seeing us like on the map, being like, "Oh, that is no longer Chicago where we're at. That is South Bend, Indiana, where we are right now to try to turn around."
And the pilot's name was Sully. Sully came out.
Hero.
And, yep, got everybody off.
And then he wrote a column about how Ben Johnson taking his shirt off was exactly what this town needed.
That's right.
I wanted you to have the Denzel Washington pilot for flight.
I did not.
He did though. He really did read that column.
I saw that.
It's a beautiful thing to have a coach that will buy in the way that he is bought in. Like seeing that play out was magical. It was straight up magical.
So funny.
To go from like it being a bit, and I felt like at some point he was going to do this anyway, But the fact that the Wiener Circle is like, hey, take your shirt off and everyone gets a hot dog. And Ben turns into Petey Pablo and he takes his shirt off.
Let me tell you something.
Everyone,
The city of Chicago's hungry too.
That's right.
That's the thing.
Wow.
Oh, it was
Stay
brilliant. But the whole thing evolved.
Somebody punched a ceiling.
In a city of improv, in a city known for improv, the whole thing evolved like a collaborative bit. It really did. Like, Wiener Circle was just like trying to be happy about Caleb and trying to be positive when people were starting to crap all over Caleb early on in the season. They're like, tell you what, Caleb throws 4, everybody gets free hot dog. Let's have some fun with that. And then he did. And then the dog shows up. It becomes a thing. Ben pretends he doesn't know about the bit at first, but it clearly was something they talked about internally for 6 weeks. And then it plays out like that when he says the city's hungry too. The entire team knew exactly where it was going. See Brisker jumping up and down, clapping his hands.
Amen
You saw
too.
Caleb in that video too?
No, but everybody was in on the bit. Everybody.
And don't tell me that when Ben Johnson uttered that earlier this year, when he didn't rule out the possibility, don't tell me that he didn't start doing sit-ups that day and planks and Bowflex or whatever contraption he had. There's no way he wasn't hardening up for that moment.
I think he was just doing his regular routine, to be honest.
I don't know. He said he doesn't work out. He's
Marshall,
like, I don't work out. Okay,
Oh,
Ben.
no way, man.
Yeah, you're
Right,
wrong,
Holmes
Brody.
talked about it.
That dude, he
leg presses, squats.
He leg presses,
Yeah,
like
the
what?
squats.
Several hundred pounds.
Several hundred pounds.
That man is the real deal. I thought
you can put him in there for the tush push.
the Amazon broadcast, by the way, I thought was amazing. But they had his picture and his stats from high school. Did you see that? He went 2 for 3 in the state championship game as a quarterback. They ran the hell out of the ball.
That's right.
For his high school team, but they showed him he looked swole in that picture. Like he looked like one of those lunkhead high school weightlifters we were all
the
friends with.
facial expression for me, you know, the football pic. Just if you said, if I told you, if I'm like taking a picture of Matt Spiegel and I'm like, give me football pic, how would you exactly?
Yeah, there
exactly.
it is.
Game face.
Totally. It was the lunkhead, man.
Also, is this the best time that people in hires up in teams? Is this the best time that they've been on the bit since Jed Hoyer and Theo and Rick Hahn all made jokes about Katy Perry's Something I Can't Say on the Air and Wet Butt 23?
I think can you say that
No,
on the air?
Well, I thought
they
you broke
bleep me.
that or
Let's not
something.
fire
or-
They bleep me.
That's too
they
bad.
bleeped you.
But do you remember when?
What's
Do you
a
remember
name
when
for
Theo
pirate
was
treasure?
like? But do you remember when Theo was like, "Let's wait for Wet Butt," and then Rick Hahn is like, "I don't know if I could do this interview. Don't we need Katy Perry here?" So, like they had fun with it after that with the Quintana trade.
Yeah, I mean, every once in a while they get in on it. But Ben has played this thing really, really well.
The beautiful thing about it all is that we have been invited in by the Bears to the locker room celebration. It's their production. And it's fun, and we now are part of it, and even getting to the etymology of good, better, best.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And what's Kaylee Hartung?
Yeah.
On Amazon, she read Kevin Fishbane's piece.
She totally did.
She did, and so she had all that on the broadcast too. But seriously, that broadcast, I thought Tanny said it in the thread. Al Michaels was like on his game.
He
like
was alive.
Like a guy who hasn't had a relevant Bears game since 2018.
Yeah, he was throwing out every reference that he could.
He's like, I've been waiting for the Bears to be relevant.
He's had it in a folder somewhere, and then he finally showed it to you.
All right, Groats, why were people pouring popcorn on you at the wall?
Yeah, so, and I just, for people who were curious about it during the segment, it is now up back on my Instagram page, mark_Grody, if you want to see it. So what had happened was, Spiegel, during the broadcast
Oh, my goodness.
that we did, you love me, Marshall, during the broadcast that we did at the Marcus Theaters in Gurnee, at the Gurnee Hills Mall, at the Wall.
That place rocks.
Oh,
by
my
the way.
God. I've never had this is one of the best viewing experiences from head to toe that I've ever had, including sitting next to Dustin Rhodes for the entire game, and he wore out my shoulder. It was beautiful. Like, legitimately loved hanging out with Dustin. But what happened was, during the pregame, as any normal person probably would have done, I did pick the Eagles to win the game. So did Olin, so did Big Cat, and I said that if I am wrong and the Bears win the game, you guys can dump popcorn over us. Now, the us was quickly eliminated because because yes, me. And so I did accept it. And yeah, I'll be damned if people didn't remember that. So there was a woman, she's in the video. She was coming hard for me. And then a few other people dumped the popcorn over me, all in good fun after we were booed during the pregame. But we had a raucous crowd during the game and during the postgame. It's one of my favorite, not just favorite Bears viewing experiences, because it was like watching a blockbuster movie. Not just that, but just the overall vibe of this whole thing was just absolutely beautiful.
I mean, the viewing, I was watching it with the folks I was going to do postgame with on Fox, Pat the designer, and with Tina Wen. And the vibes were unbelievable there. How could your vibes not be good? The Bears went on the road and dominated the Super Bowl champs. Outrageous.
My dad was like, "Oh, they didn't lose this time."
No, they dominated from start to almost finished. There was like a moment in there when AJ
Brown catches the touchdown, but then you have the missed extra point. And you're like, "Oh, back in business."
Oh, and the Eagles were a mess.
They're a mess.
And people were asking me a couple days leading up, like, so do you think they have a shot? People at Thanksgiving, you think they have a shot? I'm like, well, the Eagles are a mess. There's no question which team was better coached, more unified, more communicative, more energized. There's just absolutely no question.
The scary thing about the Eagles, though, is that they're a mess and they're 8-4.
Yes.
And they are legitimately a mess, but they are still 8-4.
When the head coach has to give a vote of confidence to the offensive coordinator after the loss, and you said it, Marshall. Like, we talked about this. We knew the motivation level in Philly would be on 10 after losing to the Cowboys the way they did. So I can't imagine what the sports radio was like today in Philly. I'm sure it was on fire flames.
I enjoyed the fact that that's one of those things where being away, you do feel a little bit disconnected.
Yeah.
Then, of course, I walked outside and it was 75 degrees and sunny, and I felt a lot better.
Sacrifice made, opportunity cost.
You were disconnected.
But once I jumped into the pod and started seeing people inside the comments, like, I was digging it. Like, Bears fans are on fire about this team right now, and it's great. And it's great, like, some of the stuff that you get to put in your back pocket or put in a locker. You haven't, and we're going to talk about it later on in the show, but you haven't thought about Bo Nix. You haven't thought about any of the young quarterbacks in a long damn time, because you're paying so much attention to your young quarterback now, but in a positive way.
I'm not even as worried about the quarterback now because Ben Johnson.
Because what has happened, Mark, is a massive redirection of the quarterback conversation in this town. Because it's just not as important as everyone has made it out to be when you are incredibly well coached and you prioritize the run game and you prioritize culture and you actually do things really, really effing well. It's not as important. And I mean, they still need him. And he had moments where he unleashed the special, and they'll need him to make a deep playoff run and all of that. But man, the conversation has been reorganized by having a great coach and a great run game.
It's a team sport. And you get your reminders when a team actually functions as one.
It's really great to see that type of thing happen and for people to be like, man, this is fun. I like that Bears fans are like chest out. Green Bay, what you got? Like, it's gone from people kind of quietly being like, I think the Bears might be okay. I think they might be. So now I'm like, come on, bitches, let's go.
Yeah, I got a little something for you too, Detroit, in that final game of the season. Remember that 50 burger?
I think,
we do.
To you guys' point, what's beautiful to see when you talk about the team first mentality and the head coaching and all of that, you start to look at other teams in the league who do have quarterbacks, and you're like, are we in a better situation than them? Go look at Cincinnati. Joe Burrow just came back, looked great. But, like, you know what he has not been able to do as one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL over the last 3 or 4 years. And understanding Caleb Williams can get to maybe not that level, but if he gets somewhere close to that, with this guy as the head coach, Ben Johnson?
But the beautiful part is we don't have to worry about that right now. Nope. We don't need elite from the maybe that does happen. Right. Maybe that does happen next year. It doesn't matter right now.
Well, but he can still improve within the constructs of the game management, and he did. Like 2 third down completions on that final drive were with touch.
Yep.
Like I watched Joe Burrow, to your point, on Thanksgiving night, hitting Jamar Chase, not with bullets necessarily, but just like perfectly thrown balls. Placement. And Caleb did it a couple of times. He still throws too many fastballs.
Sure.
But a couple times, especially on those third downs, like, well, let me make sure I give DJ the most catchable ball possible here on 3rd and 4.
And where does that go back to? Like, that goes all the way back to the beginning of the season. That goes all the way back to Monday night and people being mad at Troy Aikman for saying the thing that Ben Johnson clearly said to him about catchable balls and giving guys an opportunity to make plays. And as I've said to you, Speaks, when the quarterback starts to parrot the head coach.
Oh, dude, it's happening.
You're in great shape.
And the
I don't know. Mitch did that a lot too. Trubisky did it a ton.
I thought you meant Mitch Rosen. I was how did he do that? How did he do that? Well, yeah, but Mitch, I hear you.
It's a different talent level.
Yeah, but we knew that he didn't understand what the coach was. No disrespect.
Didn't he not understand a hard count?
He didn't know what a hard 2 was. If you go and look at the Gruden quarterback show, Gruden asked him for a hard 2 count, and he's like, I don't know what that is.
Well, think about the growth and maturity we're seeing in Caleb last couple weeks. He threw a touchdown on a free play 2 weeks ago.
Hard count.
This week, he drew him off sides.
And loved every minute of it.
He knew it. He's clapping about it. Finger guns. He played a Jalen Hurts game.
Ooh.
Is what he did on Friday.
Not at Jalen's place.
Yeah, at Jalen's place. He played a Jalen Hurts game.
And you know what that gets you?
Championship.
It sure does.
Last I checked.
It sure does, which is why I don't count those dudes out because they might figure some things out. And
the potential is definitely still there.
But you know what? You know what they aren't? The number 1 seed in the NFC.
Not
right
this
now.
week, anyway.
One other thing. I said on Wednesday in advance of Thanksgiving, me and Gabe Ramirez were wondering if people out there were going to run the tush push in their turkey bowls on Thanksgiving. And I heard from a couple listeners who not only ran it, but scored touchdowns in their turkey bowls with their family on the tush push. Like one of them used the 11-year-old as the ball carrier, and they all rallied around him and kind of lifted him up in the air as they shoved the line across the line.
Speaking of turkey bowls, thanks to Carl Allegretti, sent me a hat from the Allegretti's Turkey Bowl.
Those are great hats.
With Madden on the front.
Yeah.
Man. So shout out to him.
Hot stuff.
I appreciate
Carl's
that.
such a doll.
He is an absolute doll. Here's what we've got going on the show today. Our 3 o'clock hour is going to be guest heavy. Kurt Warner's going to join us because, it's Monday and stuff. It's
good talking.
Jason Benetti is going to join us. And here's the thing. You may not have noticed because you might have been sitting watching the Detroit Green Bay game. I was actually out driving, listening to the Detroit Green Bay game, which Jason Benetti called.
Nice.
So he's going to have some Packers stuff for us to talk about, along with talking about being eloquent and handsome and all that good stuff. 4 o'clock hour, we're going to take calls because people want to talk about the Bears, and we are going to allow that to happen. 525, if things couldn't get better for you, the Bears fan, at 525 on the Spiegel and Holmes show, we're all going to laugh at Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, it's happening. It's finally happening. That man is doing what he does late in his career. He's destroying organizations from the inside out. He's doing it.
What'd I tell you, Marshall?
Oh, it's what you get when you hire a selfish diva and hand him the keys. Sometimes everybody goes down with him. Here we go.
I know all about that. I'm the diva in this scenario.
Are you?
I was wondering which of his partners or former partners is he referring to.
I'm referring
You're
to
not
me.
the diva, Lawrence. You're not.
What's that?
Groats, you and I will talk.
What's that quote about you stay long enough and you turn into the villain?
Yeah,
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm eligible.
It's true.
It happens to us all.
Yeah.
It happens to us all. You guys did a great job today. It felt like a Bears Monday.
Bears.
And it was, because we haven't had a chance to get together and talk about all this stuff. So let's do it big, shall we? On a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips, we are going to talk about your first in the conference, Chicago Bears, after Tanny's Open, next here on The Score.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
This segment is brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, families, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com. A 3-generation, woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. The new center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Waiting for a new Hyundai? Your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing models during the Hyundai Getaway sales event. Get rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. These offers won't last. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 or Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, 10 minutes south of I-90 on Randall Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your ride at buyrosen.com. Financing to qualified buyers.
Plumbing emergency? Call Plumbers 911. Available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Licensed, highly trained plumbing professionals ready to answer your call. 1-833-PLUM-911, where they do it right the first time.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasney Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasney.com.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois, it's sports betting the way it should be, with high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. While we decide if Ole Miss or LSU or the football calendar deserves the most blame for this Lane Kiffin soap opera, let's not lose focus of this. Once again, you're telling on yourself if you're still criticizing players for moving around so much. If Kiffin's allowed to chase every dollar whenever he wants, the kids can do what they want as well. I'm Andrew Bogish.
This hour is being brought to you by Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency. Call the plumbing professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Ben Johnson and the Wiener Circle. Ben was asked about it.
Heard about the hot dog thing with you taking your shirt off?
That's been mentioned. A little disturbing. Why would we want to see that? I'm a man of the people, so time will tell.
Hey, he didn't say no.
No, he really didn't. He said,
I think it's possible.
Anything's possible!
Talked to Ben the other day about what does it mean? A coach comes in, they say, well, he changed the culture. He says buzzwords. That's what it is.
Everybody we talk to from the Bears think it's accountability as much as anything.
It's working.
Yep.
I'll tell you, though, I don't have to ask him the Marion Hossa question. It's clear that Ben Johnson works out. You know what I'm saying?
Do you work out a lot, Marion?
Did Ben take his shirt off?
He did take his shirt off. He's a man of the people, let's say that.
Hell yeah!
Come on, get undressed. It's on me.
I can't.
And don't be like that. It's a gift. Take your clothes off.
Man, I'm so proud of you guys. I know you guys are hungry for more, right? It's him.
Here I come. Oh, here I come.
Oh, let me tell you something. The city of Chicago's hungry, too.
The only way to bag a classy lady is to give her 2 tickets to the gun show. I'm just gonna grab this shirt if you don't mind.
This has to be the feeblest pickup attempt that I have ever encountered. You know, I expected it from the rest of them, Mr. Burgundy, but not from you.
Wait a minute! Pickup attempt? I'm offended. I have very little time to get to the gym, so I have to scope my guns at the office.
Oh, stop calling your arms guns.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We have got you for a full boat today. 6 o'clock. We're here until then, talking about all sorts of stuff. Jason Benetti is going to join us in the next hour. So is Kurt Warner. The whole crew is, I think, kind of back together. We are rattled both mentally and physically, but damn it, we are here. Alex is here. Tanny is back. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Damn, it's good to hear the Donnas shouting, take it off, and to hear Ben and the team getting along. I love that Tanny went back and pulled that audio of the first time that Ben addressed this, because I forgot he said man of the people then, because Caleb said man of the people after the game, and that lets you know just how that has been alive probably the entire freaking time.
When he said it, I thought that it was possible. I'm glad that it played out the way that it played out in like the biggest fashion that a regular season game could be, where it's Thanksgiving weekend. It's everyone's like just kind of hanging around. Bears fans are all locked in on the game on Prime. and then there's their coach being like, hey, you guys want to go over to the Wiener Circle, get yourself a dog? It's on me.
Well, and that was a take your shirt off kind of win. That's the thing.
100%.
So, like, that's, what people go, it's a statement win, the signature win. That's a take your shirt off kind of, hell yes. And everybody in the country, in the football country, knows it. Everybody in Chicagoland knows it. That is a conversation-changing win. And look at our conversation in transition about what's possible for this team. And we'll take your calls in the 4 o'clock hour about some of that. Because, like, the ceiling has changed. The floor has changed.
The ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof. And the roof sometimes is higher than the ceiling, if I remember correctly.
Sure.
All right?
That can be the case.
Sure, because you can put in a drop ceiling.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And then the roof.
The roof's above that. Yeah.
And it's not on fire.
The ceiling is the roof.
It is, MJ. If MJ says it, then you know that it's absolutely true. The fun part of watching, like for me yesterday, like watching the games itself yesterday was not that fun. I didn't think it was a great slate because you had all the great games being played over Thanksgiving. But watching the games play out and watching how everyone's break was like, oh yeah, the Rams lost?
Yeah.
So the Bears are the number 1 seed now?
It's craziness. I know.
Rock and roll, Spiralditas.
Ian, JJ. We're still not sure if Adam Shine's doing a bit.
Well, and the thing is, I was watching and I sent you guys the Adam Shine one, but it was happening on every network.
Oh yeah.
Like as the Rams lost, people were like, here's an updated look at the NFC playoff picture, and
hey, man,
the Bears are the number 1 seed.
Life comes at you fast. Last Monday, it was me and Aunt Heron here, and I got laughs in transition that day saying, the Bears are playing for the 2 seed on Friday. Because it was like, oh, my God, that's crazy. Remember that, Alex? It was a week ago. And now they're the freaking 1 seed.
Now they're playing for a bye.
They're in charge of their own destiny.
They absolutely are.
And I believe they have the tiebreaker. They're going to have the tiebreaker based on conference record over the Rams. I think it's like impossible for the Rams to catch them in that regard.
Well,
but here's the thing. They could also lose to the Packers this week
sure could.
And not win the division. Like, hell could come to breakfast at any moment here.
There's no doubt, which is why that Bears fans should live in the along or in the known. They should live in the known. And the known is that the Bears are 9-3, and they're in first place in the NFC.
How does the along go along with the known? Because living in the along,
I think that in the way that the Bears are using them, they are synonyms to what Gwendolyn Brooks wrote years and years ago.
I'm trying to. Yeah.
Wait, what about Neil Long? I'm sorry, what's happening?
No,
here?
not well.
What about former Chargers running back James Brooks? What are we talking about? Or is it Team USA coach Herb Brooks?
No, it's the Illinois poet laureate,
the poet
Gwendolyn
laureate.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Yes, living the along.
Okay.
I think it's similar to living in the known.
I don't think so.
It's living in the known.
See, that's living in the known. Living in the along, I believe, is living in the present. Isn't it like being mindful and being present?
Yeah, isn't that living in the known?
Oh, man. I don't know. Grody got to the bottom of it, I think.
No, he didn't, because they don't know what they're saying. That's why it's fine that we can take poetic license with the poet laureate of Illinois and throw some stuff in there.
Middays on the score. They don't know what they're saying. I like it.
Not them.
Oh, just Grody.
I'm talking about the Bears. Like when the Bears are out here talking about living in the known.
I think Ben Johnson knows what he's saying.
I think Ben knows exactly what he's saying.
I'm not sure Caleb does. But
I'm not sure
that
any of us that are not walking inside the mind. And let me just say, to speak to the point about Ben.
Yes.
And I talked a little bit about this on House of L. The thing that I love, if you go back to the Charlie Weiss press conference, the decided schematic advantage.
We have a decided schematic advantage, yeah.
The Bears, you can tell me that they're going to lose. You can't tell me that they're going to be outcoached.
Dude, how about that? How about that?
Why'd you make that face, Danny?
Because all coaches, even the best ones, are ultimately outcoached once or twice along the way. And maybe that could be a good thing going into the end of the season. Like, if Ben Johnson is outcoached by Matt LaFleur, I don't know if that's going to happen, but like it could be a good thing, big picture, but it will happen eventually.
I mean, overall, that you're not walking into a game going, the team has to overcome the coach.
Guys, no, not at all. we're still waiting for a game situation that makes you stand up and go, what the hell is Ben Johnson thinking?
Yeah, you said the quiet part out loud. Like every time we watch this team, I'm like, oh, we haven't said that yet.
Have we had one? Have we had one well, yes, the kickoff, right? The kickoff that he kicked into the end zone, and they should have kicked it out of bounds.
But
in like week 3, and he owned it, and he said, yep, made a mistake there. Like I believe that's all we have in terms of game situations. Certainly none bigger than that.
He even owns the minor ones, like during the game where they tried to throw the ball a little bit, and a lot of people, including his own team and his offensive line coach, like run the damn ball.
Yeah.
He comes out in the press conference and says, yeah, I should have run the ball more.
Yeah, he's looking down at it, but he's trying to keep everybody honest. Here's the thing. You know why they threw the ball that much? Because they ran 85 freaking plays. That is the most in a non-overtime game by the Bears since 1999. They ran 85 plays on offense. That's the most in 26 years. Nobody in the NFL has run 85 plays in more than 2 years. Through 3 quarters, they had 30 minutes of the 45 in time of possession. They dominated that freaking games. They had to run. They had to throw that much because they had 85 freaking plays.
Watching their run game evolve, and I can't wait till we get the opportunity to talk with Matt Forte tomorrow or with Olin later on in the week.
Actually, Matt Forte is going to be
Thursday
because he's going to be in studio.
That's right.
That's right.
And we got the book signing on Thursday with Matt Forte.
Yep.
Because watching them just decide, we're going to throw everything at you. This is a really good Eagles front. These are guys that don't ordinarily get pushed around the way that they got pushed around. And you saw the Bears use misdirection. You saw them use iso blocks. You saw them use duo. You saw them run inside zone. You saw them run out. Like it was everything. And the thing that I loved about watching it is the amount of guessing that the Philly defense and Fangs had to do on every single play.
Yeah, they did.
They're like, wait, what? Where are they now? Where are they? It was beautiful in its simplicity of misdirection as a concept, right? And we're actually going to make it so that you have no idea how we're going to run the ball at you. And so if you're Jordan Davis or you're Jalen Carter and you're sitting there going, well, I'm just going to get up the field.
No.
Well, you're not, because we're going to move the line on you.
They got them going side to side.
100%.
They got Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter going to side. Also, the middle backers, Zach Bond, and those middle backers who are good, they got them going side to side. Nobody was shooting up into the space. And this is the design. They ran to the edges early and then gutted them up the middle. It was crazy, man. Like decided schematic advantage over Vic Fangio. I mean, Fangio
and Sirianni, is a really good coach.
And on a short week too.
Yeah, dude. They didn't really put much new in. I saw Durham Smythe talking about that, saying we didn't really have time to do much and put much new in. We got to carve out some time to talk about Dennis Allen, and because we talked for weeks about what he might do when he has all his pieces back. We got wind of that. We might have time before the top of the hour. Like you said, Lawrence, we're guest heavy. I know you want to get into the run game. We got plenty of time for that as well. But we might be able to squeeze in what DA did as well.
Yeah, DA was outstanding. And the guys, they did their jobs inside the game. And Sean Wright is probably one of the best stories of the year. You know, considering everything that he's gone through.
And first team All-Pro Kevin Byard. You've been calling it.
Kevin Byard, man.
Whew. That pick.
He keeps doing it.
Yeah,
he keeps doing the thing of, hey, go ahead. You can totally throw it. I'm never going to make it there. I'm never going to make it to that spot.
No chance.
I've been in the league for forever. I'm so old. I'm so old. Oh, there's another pick for me. I'm being all pro this year. I'm Kevin Byard. Thank you very much. It's beautiful to watch.
Yeah, it really is.
He's just out there like, oh, you think that guy's open? Yep, I'm going to turn my back real quick so that you really think he's open. Ha! Ta-da, bitches! Gotcha!
That'd be great. If he was in the XFL, his jersey would be ta-da, bitches. And I would buy one.
The XFL. Sounds like an obvious shirt to me.
Oh, ta-da, bitches.
It does.
Joe,
actually.
you listening? He's always listening.
He's always listening. Why don't we take a break, and when we come back, we can hear from Ben about taking his shirt off, and we can hear the Bears talking about the number 1 seed while we discuss the beauty of what was an exquisite run game when you start hearkening back to Walter Payton and Matt Suhey. You probably ran the ball real damn well. We'll discuss that next here on The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3. And now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. After a jam-packed week of college hoops, the national championship futures market is starting to take shape. Michigan is your new favorite at BetMGM at plus 700, followed by Purdue at plus 900 and Duke at 11-1. However, I think the best bet is Houston at 11-1. Now is a good time to buy in on the Cougars, who will only get better as the season rolls along. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com. On the golf tee, it's Skechers World Champions Cup. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. It's PGA Champions Tour golfers from all over the world. Team USA versus Team Europe versus Team International. Watch it live December 4th and 5th on ESPN and ESPN Plus, 12 to 4 p.m. The competition will be tense, but feet will be comfy. Tune in to Skechers World Champions Cup. Final round of golf on Sunday, December 7th on ABC, 1 to 5 p.m.
It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy 2. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Or Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. A pound of salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Refuse to pay inflated prices. Now offering 3 months of free delivery to new customers. Visit wildforkfood.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800 894-7722.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Great day to have a day. I love that. Let's keep this thing going. Here we go. Let's come out the window today. Here we go.
Afternoons on the Score.
How great of a style of offense is this as we get into the month of December here in these next coming weeks and maybe beyond into January at Soldier Field, running with this offensive line and these two backs.
And we will be playing our best football in December.
It's December.
It is December, smack dab in the middle of the holiday season, which we were reminded of at the beginning of November.
Yeah, Spiro can say it all he wants now, but you know what? We won't be having him do our games anytime soon. Bears are too damn good for that. Seriously, I bet we're done with Spiro Ditas for 3 years.
I don't think for 3 years.
I bet 3 years. That's how good and at least relevant the Bears are going to be. Spiro's the 5th team. There's no way the Bears on a CBS week are going to be the 5th best choice for the next 3 years.
Okay.
I have spoken.
I would just remind you that what's happening to Washington.
Life comes at you fast.
It really. That's why I want everyone to be as crazy as you want to be about this team this year.
Okay.
Just go in.
But I'm not saying they're going to be like this good or this competitive or have this kind of record, but they're going to be that relevant. Like if Caleb's there and signs an extension.
It all kind of depends on the opponent, though. You end up with another game against the Raiders.
Bears and Raiders.
Always wonderful to see, especially this time of year, as we're into the holiday season.
It's
Shut
holiday
up.
season.
That's the only time we're going to hear that, Jamoke. That's it. He's going to be on that holiday drop for the rest of our radio lives. That's fine. But, now, all right. What's the over-under? You're taking the under? How about 2 seasons? If I set the number at 2 seasons, you still taking the under? So this is 25. End of the 27 regular season before we get a Spiro Ditas game.
I feel like, there's a Bears-Titans, like September game. that
Cam Ward will be a breakout by then.
I don't think that's happening.
All right. Alex, write it down. No, I say no Spiro Ditas games till the end of 2027.
Ryan Porth did text me last night during one of my many layovers at the airports last night and say, hey, I'm watching the Titans and Spiro's on the call for a big AFC South tilt.
That's the games he gets. That's what he gets. That's exactly right. Stay away from the Bears. Don't give us your fake hot dog business. Seriously. Free hot dogs from the Vegas Stadium for Spiro.
It still angers me, Speaks.
I know.
It really bothers me.
Because the Wiener Circle is back in vogue. That's the last time.
You didn't have to do it.
No.
You could have taken a dog and you could have dressed it up. All the ingredients. You just go to Trader Joe's and get the ingredients.
Or just don't bother. Or just get the stadium hot dogs and say, the best we could do is a stadium hot dog, but we join you in solidarity.
Delicious. Yeah. And the fact that Arch didn't even want to eat the hot dog.
All right, look, the Bears are 9-3. They're the 1 seed. This is not what we should be doing right now.
I mean, no, but hold on. Let me just.
Can't you guys just be happy?
Let me just put a button on this whole
Lawrence is
thing
still
with the fake
cooking
hot
on
dog.
the hot dog.
1, Arch doesn't eat hot dogs. 2, Aditi's a vegetarian. What were they thinking?
They're pandering. Oh.
Rock and roll spirit.
Yeah, not with us anytime soon.
All right, let's get back to the Bears head coach taking his shirt off. Here's what he told the assembled media about that today.
Ben, I got two questions for you. They're very different in theme. The first one, we obviously understand your eagerness to feed Chicago, but I'm curious when the idea of your shirt removal entered consideration for you on Friday.
Well, yeah, that was a spur of the moment deal, I guess. But I figured the sooner the better because, I'm not in the weight room very much anymore. And so this thing keeps getting a little bit worse as we go along in the season. So, no, it was good, man. I hate to draw attention away from our players, but the intent was to bring up the city of Chicago, and hopefully it gave them a little excitement, and because they're a big part of this journey as we're going through the season also. So, wanted to bring attention to them.
Our excellent listener, Greg, texted and said, several women in my life who did not care about football are now very dialed into the Ben Johnson Bears and his good, better chest.
So Layla brought this up on Midday. She was saying that the Bears are now crossed over to what she likes to call the Good Morning America crowd. And I think that plays into
there
it where there you go. You have the front lawn, like the front step of your organization is Ben Johnson.
Hey, man.
Why not have it be a handsome guy who's in really good shape?
People are still wearing Ditka mustaches and sweaters. It's been 40 years. Speaking of that, 40-year anniversary. You guys going to scout the Patriots tonight for the 40-year rematch in Santa Clara? Pats are on Monday Night Football. Or are you going to watch the Super Bowl Shuffle documentary on HBO? Maybe a little double feature tonight for your Monday night viewing? Just get ready.
All I know is that the Bears threw it back like it was the 80s. You win again. Like if you end up with a statistic where Al Michaels is like, yeah, this hasn't happened since Walter Payton and Matt Suhey.
That's two running backs with 100 yards. Just that simply. I can't believe it's been that long, but wow.
And they both ended up over $1.25 though, right?
And no Bears have ever done that. That's never happened, that you've had two over there. This is the second most rushing yards the Eagles have allowed since 1973. Like the Eagles, people don't manhandle that defensive line like that.
Correct.
The Herb Street moment where he says, look at these linemen, like a symphony working together. I was like, oh my God, Kirk is feeling it.
They were. When you went to their zone run looks, you saw those guys get out on the move and create angles and cutback lanes. And it seemed as if the Eagles defensive line, that's why I can't wait to talk with like Forte and Olin about this. It seemed that they were just determined to, nope, we're just going to try and get up the field no matter what. And they kept getting turned. They kept being at bad angles and kept getting turned.
But like the running backs working with the linemen as many weeks as they have now on this stuff is what enables it, because both Monangai and Swift went with the flow of the entire line and then boom, cut that back where the gaping alley was. It wasn't a hole, they were alleys because the Bears line was moving fully in unison.
This is a statistic that I think it's very simple and the math is very simple, which is great for someone like me. But I think that it tells you the entire story of the game. 47 attempts, averaging 6 yards per attempt.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Honestly, that's like kind of just fun with numbers.
It is, Punk. It's fun with numbers.
That's the Cubs manager right
there.
there.
Wow. I can't believe Lawrence said that about our guy, Craig Counsell.
I know they lost that Game 5 in Milwaukee, and that sucks.
I have wrestling on the brain.
You thought it was this guy.
Somebody's reading Wikipedia.
I mean, they kind of sound the same.
Oh, I see. Well,
can we do it side by side?
That's pretty good, actually. No, you're right about that. But yeah, that's the Cubs manager.
I don't mean Craig is a punk.
Oh, okay.
Craig seems like a really nice guy.
Honestly, that's like kind of just fun with numbers.
Somebody's reading Wikipedia.
It's pretty close.
Got a moment. I thought we were going to go to expected yards per carry, which we taught to Matt Forte a couple weeks ago, because that's right there as well.
I want to go. This is just old school. The Bears decided they were going to run the ball,
and they did.
And they ran it.
Yeah.
If this would have said 47 carries at 4.2 yards, you would have gone, man, the Bears had a really good day running the ball. 47 carries at 6 yards a clip
is insane. Can I hear Ben talking about being the 1 seed? Because that's I mean, it's a crazy world we live in. Here's the head coach from today talking about where they are.
Ben, I know you talked about how important it was just to get the win for the city, but in terms of the NFC standings,
to get the win on Friday, but then see what happened yesterday. What was your reaction after that Rams game when you guys become the 1 seed for now?
No, it doesn't mean anything. There's 5 games left, so we got a long ways to go, and we have not been guaranteed a spot in the tournament yet. We have to earn that right, and the only way you can earn that right is by finding a way to win the next game. So that's where our sole focus is.
And that's what he has said every step of the way.
And that's where the team's focus should be. The fan base's focus can be wherever it wants to be, because you've been out in the hinterlands for forever. So if there's a little bit of joy and you want to puff your chest out and you want to talk to that Packer fan neighbor or friend or colleague and be like, hey, we're ready now. We got something for your ass now. Then do it. This week, do it and enjoy yourself. Enjoy it.
Yeah, man. We got 2 excellent guests coming up in the next hour. Then in the 4 o'clock hour, we're going to take a lot of your calls. Jason Benetti called Packers and Lions on Westwood 1. He'll join us at 3:25. But first, it's our quarterback, the Hall of Famer, Kurt Warner. He talks about your number 1 seed Bears next on The Score.
Bears fans are reacting on The Score to the statement victory over the world champion Eagles.
Chase, you are on The Score. I think we need to start building the statue of Ben Johnson already.
Hey, Anthony.
Manunga, man. What he did in the Big Ten is hard to deny. It shouldn't be a huge surprise.
Hey, D'Angelo.
We have an evenly matched team going into this matchup this Sunday. This is football. December, cold. The only thing that would make this even better if we can get some snow. This is football.
Keep listening for more reaction on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Claim that 30% profit boost token tonight as you scout the Patriots for the 40-year rematch of Super Bowl 20. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all have regrets. That haircut, that text, missing out on Kohl's Cyber Days. Good news, you can fix at least one of those. Get up to 50% off gifts for everyone on your list. Sunday and Monday only at Kohl's. From cozy favorites to top toys, you've got 2 days until you miss out. Don't let Cyber Days be the sale that got away. Save at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Expand your tool set with power tools from Menards. Metabo represents the gold standard in nailers and cordless power tools. Whether you're at home or on the job site, tackle any building project with Metabo. Power tools make great gifts. The cordless 18-gauge brad nailer is ideal for trim work and molding installation. Get it for $209 now through December 31st. Save big money on Metabo power tools and check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
What defines tough? It's a brain tumor that steals your control, but never your courage. What defines tough? It's a surgeon, steady and exact, navigating neural pathways, removing a mass to restore fine muscle control. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough to learn more.
The holidays, as we know, are fast approaching. Hey, it's Layla Rahimi, and are you looking for the perfect gift for the family member or friend who seems to have everything? How about giving them the best steak and seafood on the planet this year with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood? It's such a great gift because not only are you giving something fun, but it's also an experience. They are based right here in Chicagoland, and they only source the top 2% of USDA prime steak for their customers. The owners, Chris and Susie, scour the globe and only source the top 2% of prime steak. Filet mignon, Japanese Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, porterhouse, New York strip, plus you'll find domestic Colorado lamb, Spanish Iberico pork, wild game, and the best wild seafood. Truly something for so many for a gift. This holiday season, enjoy some of the best steaks on the planet. Order some today and have a mouth-watering meal tomorrow. And orders placed before 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, ship the same day. Visit secondcityprime.com, secondcityprime.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score, broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Busey Bank, building business growing well since 1868.
We will rally around Kurt Warner.
Kurt Warner.
You're a big horse, and you must be ridden every Monday night.
Two-time NFL MVP.
They talk about this, the greatest show on turf, maybe the best offense ever in football.
Super Bowl champion.
Warner to throw. Going deep downfield, adjusting for it is Isaac Bruce. Touchdown. 73 yards.
Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Not just the NFL Hall of Fame. And I wear that as a badge of honor because without pro football, in all its forms and fashions, I'm not here tonight.
Radio analyst for Westwood One Sports.
All right, so you're not cooking, right? We've talked about your cooking before. You're not. Are you contributing anything to the Thanksgiving feast, sir?
I am not contributing. I'll buy the food. I guess I'll do that part of it.
All right.
But I will not be cooking.
All right, enjoy it.
Kurt Warner.
NFL Network analyst.
For the last 4 years, man, you've been kind of like beating your chest the whole time with this Michigan-Ohio State stuff.
That's correct.
I know. How do you feel today, Rich?
That's so great, Steve. What's your Sunday story?
Well, it's prime time to shine because our guy Deion Sanders' son, Shedeur Sanders, gets his debut start at home against the Niners in Cleveland. You know where Cleveland is, Rich? It's 143 miles north of Columbus, all right? All right, it's okay. There's one score, all right. You know, last week in Vegas.
Kurt, you don't have to join in.
Well,
I mean, I felt like I needed to. What he asked where Cleveland was, and I was saying it was in Ohio. Like, I was just saying it was in Ohio. That's all.
Kurt Warner with Spiegel and Holmes.
Dub Bears.
On 670 The Score.
They're out here giving Rich the business about the big game. I like that. It's very well done. Our segment with Kurt Warner is sponsored by Great Clips. It's going to be great. It's also brought to you by Plumbers 911, Plumbing Emergency. Call the plumbing professionals 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. And Kurt Warner now joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Hope your weekend went great, Kurt. We appreciate you joining us as per usual. And you guys weren't just messing around with Rich. You guys were talking a lot about the Bears and their run game. Now, look, you're our quarterback here. We love to talk to you about quarterback play. But I imagine that you were sitting there watching what the Bears were able to do Friday with their run game and had thoughts on it. So why were they so effective against what is usually a pretty good front for Philadelphia?
Well, I think it really started. And what's going on, guys? Hope you guys had a good Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir.
I think it, starts with, and I was talking about a little bit on our show, is that when Ben Johnson came in, the kind of mentality or thought is, oh, he was so creative in the pass game in Detroit. He's going to come in and they're going to throw it all over, and Caleb's going to be the first Bears quarterback to throw for 4,000. And that's kind of your mindset when he came in there. And, then as the season's gone along, and you've watched this play out, and you watched it play out last Friday, I think you're kind of reminded, oh, wait, Detroit was really good at running the football. And it really started up front and, the creativity of running the football and then tying it into the pass game and the play action. And I think we were reminded of that, last Friday. And actually, the Bears are the only team in the NFL that have rushed for 250 or more twice, at least coming into the weekend. And so it's the creativity in which he brings to this offense, and it's pass game and run game. And I think that's what you're starting to see is creativity to give his guys up front angles and to slow down the defense and to throw some eye candy out there to help get, those blocking angles that they need up front. And they're playing really well up front. They've got a couple backs that are running the football really well. And we've said it for a number of weeks. Caleb isn't necessarily playing great football. The beautiful thing, and Daniel Jeremiah, who's on our show, is kind of our draft expert. He mentioned this as well. And he said, as a quarterback in the NFL, you need at least one of two things. You need to either be really efficient or you need to be explosive. You have to have one of the two. Obviously, if you have both, that elevates you to that elite status. But what he was saying about Caleb is that Caleb doesn't have the efficiency right now, but he's got the explosiveness. And that's what he brings to the table right now. They're running the football really well, and he brings these explosive special plays to the offense, even if they're not fully efficient right now, even if he's missing some throws and some reads that, that you just go, okay, you got to make that. That's a layup in the NFL. He's still working through those things, but he gives them enough explosives along with the other things they're doing, turning the football over on defense and running the football really well. It's just, again, I like the formula. And I think maybe this was the first time that I, saw the Bears and said, wow, I hadn't really thought of them as a team that could dominate up front and win games like this, in weather, on the road. And so it kind of changed my perspective of, who this team is and what they could be moving forward. I know they fall into the number one spot. You guys already had that in your promo, of course. That they're the number one seed in the NFC. And, I would have never seen that coming. And, I even said a couple weeks, I thought, one of the other teams in the division might take it over. But I like the formula. I like what they're doing. And yes, Caleb's going to have to be more efficient, I think, at playoff time. But that to me has been their formula for winning up to this point.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a conversation-changing win for us locally. So we're not surprised, and that makes all the sense in the world that it's a conversation-changing win for you. Because if they can run like that on the road against the Super Bowl champs with Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis in the middle, they could probably do that against anybody, which is a staggering place to be. Last week, you were wonderful on this show talking about the pinch concept that Mike Martz did. You said it was the route that bought your house. And Ben Johnson's been doing it, and they did it a lot against the Steelers. We didn't see it, I don't believe, against the Eagles. But the Eagles kept their two safeties back, so they wouldn't allow it, right? Like, did you see any of that stuff?
It's actually a play that you can run against any coverage, which is the beauty of it. They did run it one time. I think it was to Rome, and it was tightly covered. There was a corner right on his back, and so it was kind of a bang play. They didn't end up completing it in this game. But yeah, I think it's going to be a staple, and it's going to show up probably every week, one or two times, and maybe some weeks a little bit more than that. But you may go a week without being a primary part of it. But
see, that's my question, Kurt. Like, if a team loads up for 8 in the box, just loads up to try and stop this run game, that like there are ways that Ben Johnson then counters that. Is Caleb ready to do those?
Well, I mean, that's an easy counter. And I'll look at the team that's on the other side. It was on the other side of you guys on Friday, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. And they've made a living over the last couple of years and won a Super Bowl doing just that. We're going to run the football. And if you add an extra guy to the box, that leaves Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown outside one-on-one. It makes the game easy for a quarterback because then it just becomes pitch and catch, right? It's one-on-one out there with those guys because you have to add everybody else to the box. And that's a quarterback's best friend. Now, you got to drop back and make those throws, which, again, is something that Caleb's got to get better at, just making the throws out in front of him. But just from a mental standpoint as a quarterback, it's a much easier thing to do. And you've seen that within their offense a little bit this year is, what we always call the alert package, where you go up with a run called and you've alerted to a pass. And so the idea is we're going to read the defense. If the defense drops that extra guy in the box, we're going to alert it and go to a pass that we like against kind of that one-on-one or middle closed defense that we're seeing. If they keep the two safeties high and they want to play some sort of two-shout, now we're just going to hand the football off and we're going to run the football. So it's putting them in those advantageous situations every single time they come up to the line of scrimmage. And Caleb has run those and been successful with those throughout the year. If they can continue to run the football like this, I'm sure it will be a big-time staple in what they want to do offensively.
I feel like one of the better examples of that, and I've been watching while you were talking, is the touchdown to Cole Kmet, where the Eagles are like, let's put 8 in the box. Let's try and stop the run. They get caught on play action. They get caught on playing the flat. And then Cole Kmet is able to sneak down the middle of the field. And we see something that you've been saying that you want to see from Caleb. You know that he can throw the fastball. He put some touch and a little bit of loft underneath the ball for Cole Kmet to make. I feel like that's a great combination of all of the different things that you've been talking about on how to make the Bears offense work.
A little bit. Yeah, I tell you what, I was surprised by that throw. They run a lot of the naked bootlegs because Caleb is really good on the move and creating plays. And, that was later in the game, and they called the naked bootleg, and his first read was open, which he had taken 4 or 5 times already in the game. And so I don't know if this was something that, Ben told him in his helmet, like, hey, come out on this one and kind of peek at the quick one and then see if you can get the shot over the top, or if this was just Caleb ad-libbing. But for some reason, he came out, number one was open in the flat, and he kind of looked at him real quick, and the corner had to jump it because they were kind of selling out to stop the run at that point in the game. And so that's what you kind of do is, hey, we're going to play action and we'll steal 4 or 5 yards or we'll steal a first down. He passed that all up and said, forget it. I'm going for the jugular, and I'm going to put this up over the top. And so that was just a great play by Caleb to see it was open, to know he had the edge. So there was no pressure there. Let me peek at the deep one. And I agree with you. I love the touch that he put on that football to be able to kind of turn his hips going to his left and just flip it up in the air and allow it to be easy and let his playmaker go run under it and make a play. But it was a key play in the game, and I thought it was a great play by Caleb.
Did you see him going through his progressions more? It's hard for us to see that. I wonder if he's been able to get deeper into the route tree as he's back there beyond the number one target.
Yeah, not necessarily in this game. I thought there were a couple times his eyes kind of started in the wrong spot. And, there's a couple times every game where he goes a little bit deeper into that. I don't know, oftentimes it's a similar play that I see where he kind of works from one and easily gets to two and works through it faster. I think some of these other things, as you change up the plays or maybe plays he hasn't run quite as much, he may get stuck a little bit longer on one or be a little bit more uncomfortable or uneasy with his read, and it slows down his process. So I mean, still work to do in that area. I didn't think, this last game he was necessarily great in that area. And again, it kind of showed up in completion percentage and some of those things. But again, the work in progress that we've been talking about every week is still there in certain areas. But as I mentioned earlier, the beautiful thing is just like that commit touchdown that we're talking about, is that he brings these big plays to the table, so they can still win games, and he can still be productive as a quarterback, even if he's not fully efficient right now. I think he's been really good down in the red zone too, where he's been real definitive, and I noticed it more in the Pittsburgh game than this last game because they were running the football so well. But there were 3 plays that just come back, see it, boom, put your foot in the ground and put it on your guy, which is so key down in the red zone. So I like that trend as well, that really definitive and confident making some of those throws into those tight windows in the red zone.
When Ben Johnson got to Haugh, like, he really said, look, everyone here, their job is to help these players get the most out of their talent. I don't know if there's any better proof of concept than winning. So I'd love to know from you, what's it like when a team believes?
I mean, it's when they believe in what your coach is selling in 2 respects. So I remember when Coach Wisenhunt came to Arizona, and Arizona had never really won. It had been the losingest team in the last 50 years in the NFL. And he came, and his message from day one was, we're going to win. And here's my plan. And I'm going to stick with this plan, and we're going to win. And, I think there was a lot of skepticism, as there is, anytime a new coach comes in, because they all say the same thing, like, hey, we're going to win, and this is the plan, this is how we're going to do it. And it doesn't always work that way. But we watched Coach Wisenhunt continue to share the same message and continue to stick to that plan as we started to turn the corner, and we started to win, and we started to see that part of it. And so it gives you such a confidence in the guy leading you. Like, oh, wow, we were skeptical, and he's proven to us that, what he says and what his plan is can get us there. And so now you start to buy in, and you're confident in everything that coach is doing, because he's showing us that it works. And then, you take the next step and you do that on the football field. When you have coaches that put you in positions to be like, trust me, this is what we're going to do, and we will run the football, or we're going to, do this, and it will create an open receiver here. And you might be skeptical at first, like, really? That's going to, and then all of a sudden you see it on film and you're like, wow, okay. So now every time he comes in and lays a play up on the board, you're like, okay, what's going to be open? And, you believe everything that they're selling. And what that does for you when you go out there to not be tentative. I was just talking to somebody not too long ago, just about that idea of going in, and sometimes they call a play and you're not confident in that play. And so you come back and you're playing tentative, and all of a sudden it pops open, but you're not really ready for that, because you're thinking, I wasn't really comfortable going in. I don't think it's going to be open. I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Poof, all of a sudden you miss it. Now, if it's the opposite, and you go in and you've seen it be successful, and your coach tells you this is going to happen, and it shows up in practice, man, you're coming out in the game, and man, you are ready, and you hit that back foot, and you believe that it's going to be open. Even if it's not open, you believe it. Mike Martz was the same way with us, is we believed everything that he dialed up was going to be successful. Like, we were going to score on every play. Like, that was just how we believed, because we saw it play out over and over and over again. Here's a new play. We're going to do this. Okay, I'm not really sure. Boom, and then it shows up and it works. And, you just keep buying in. And it feels like that's exactly what Ben Johnson has been selling to these guys. And they're buying in. They're buying in across the board with, all the crazy things and formations and things that they're doing. They're seeing it play out, and it gets you excited to come to work, right? I mean, you're going to be excited when you're the number 1 seed in the NFC. Nobody saw that coming. Nobody expected that in Ben's first year. But you're seeing that stuff play out. Hey, we're going to run the football against this Philadelphia Eagle team. Well, okay, sure, sure we are. Nobody does. Boom, we come out and we run for 280 yards. And, that's the kind of stuff that gets guys excited and pumped up and believing that whatever this guy dials up, whatever he says, it's going to work, and it's a great place to be.
Kurt, as always, we appreciate the education. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, sounds good, guys.
That's Kurt Warner.
Yeah, man. Great stuff there on the run game and Caleb and coach belief and more. I need an expert on both the Packers and the Lions. And if they know a little bit of something about baseball, it'd be cool too, but I'm not going to ask any baseball questions.
I mean, they probably know a little something about the Bears. Like, if you add that into the mix, like they're experts on the Packers and Lions, but know a lot of, like, Bears history because they grew up in it.
Right.
That would be valuable to our show, I think, probably.
Bonus if there's thoughts on Andy the Clown as well.
I think there might be a guy that can do that. We are going to talk with Jason Benetti, who is going to talk to us about the Packers. Why? Because he saw them last. That's next here on The Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on The Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Busey Bank on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Staples.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops, up to 45% off. Staples, that was easy.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Estwing, unmatched tools for tough jobs and outdoor adventures. These USA-made axes, splitting tools, and machete are built to last, crafted and fully forged by American workers for over a century. Estwing delivers reliable gear for hunting, camping, and splitting firewood at your home. Experience the power and quality of American craftsmanship. Available at leading sporting goods and hardware retailers. Estwing, made in the USA for over 100 years. Learn more at estwing.com.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Week 13 of pro football tonight. New England, a 7.5-point home favorite against the New York team in blue. Total in the game is 46.5. New England 10-2, New York 2-10. But I do think New York can cover the spread. The number has to be 7.5. New England without the entire left side of its offensive line. Both rookie offensive linemen on the left side are hurt. New York's pass rush could get going here, and New York's rookie starting quarterback will be back under center. So coming up tonight, the number has to be 7.5. Let's take New York to cover at New England. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most, and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments, with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. McKeenan knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level. on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Cars for Kids reminds you time is running out to donate your car for 2025. Call 877-CARS for Kids now to secure your 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. That's CARS with a K.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So Lane Kiffin took the bag and headed to LSU. I suppose that's his prerogative. But that lack of loyalty and the way that he held Ole Miss hostage makes one thing clear for the rest of us. Come on, Ole Miss. In this college football playoff, if your team, like mine, Missouri, are no longer in it, let's root for that program to go as far as possible and shove their success down the throat of a coach who betrayed them. I'm Bill Ryder.
If it's the NFL's John Madden Thanksgiving celebration, it's on Westwood One. It's time to tear into the day's first turducken. Let's head to Detroit and join Jason Benetti and Ryan Leaf.
It's time for the Packers and the Lions. Last year, Detroit broke a 7-game losing streak on Thanksgiving thanks to the Chicago Bears Time Management Festival.
Dobbs in motion, right to left. Love waving his right hand. Claps his hand, stops the right foot, takes the snap, wastes time. He backpedals, he whistles it wide to the left side, and puts it right there for Dobbs. A Green Bay touchdown on 4th down for Romeo Dobbs.
Jason Benetti, my inspiration, Robert Griffin III, Alexa Landestoy is downstairs.
What's up with this hat? This looks phenomenal.
I mean, I've seen it all year long, and it's just breathtaking.
You're just doing it better than all of us right now.
But only one of us is the sheriff.
Spiegel and Holmes.
I want the rest of you cowboys to know something. There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is
Jason Benetti.
Afternoons on the Score.
It's true. Speegs, I'm driving down I-10 on my way to Thanksgiving dinner. And I'm like, I get to listen to the game. I was like, oh, Jason's calling the game. So it's like having an old friend tell me what's going on with the Packers and the Lions.
It's amazing. You were out of town, and you got back to where you needed to be, and so did Jason Benetti, because he is the greatest American hero.
It's true.
To withstand all airport travel disasters, as did Lawrence Holmes. But Jason, congrats on your superpowers of surviving Thanksgiving travel. And, oh, yeah, good job on the game and all that. Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I survived early lunch at Dallas Love Field. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you. Thank you for the musical intro. We covered a lot of ground already. It's been a pleasure.
Well, before we get into some of the hardcore Packers and Lions stuff, I would like to just tip my cap to you, sir. I thought that your handling of Ryan's emotions.
Ryan Leaf, the broadcast partner.
Yes. Inside the game, where that doesn't ordinarily happen, even on a radio broadcast, where he needed a minute to talk about some stuff, and you let him talk about the stuff. And I thought it was just great. And I was like, you know what? is another piece of proof that Jason Benetti is a wonderful human being.
It sounds like what I used to do with Parkins, doesn't it? Just like let him work his stuff out for the most part.
I think that's probably correct.
All right. Well, go ahead, Jason, on that.
Used to or still do. I think Ryan is a really interesting guy. I really like Ryan. I think he's got a very open heart. I think he's a really deep guy. He's obviously been through a lot of very public things, but in that moment, I felt the energy coming off of him. And I think over time you kind of sense that with partners, but his family matters to him, and he was talking a little bit about family and the military background in his family, and I mean there's no 2nd and 8 play that is gonna trump that for me.
That's cool. I mean, Thanksgiving is a unique animal to do a game on, isn't it? Because sometimes you have people driving around doing their errands, like Lawrence. Sometimes you got people cooking, like you're part of. You're part of the fabric of American life in a big way that day.
You make me sound like Ira Glass. I appreciate it. Act one, football. So the thing about Thanksgiving and the NCAA tournament specifically, like growing up, 90s or very early 2000s kid, we would drive from house to house on Thanksgiving or around during the NCAA tournament, and that voice you heard of David Lee saying, "If it's the NFL on Thanksgiving," right? It's Westwood One, and it's
Let's head to Detroit and join Jason Benetti.
My God, Optimus Prime has entered the building.
There's not enough igneous rock to gargle with to get down there in the world. So like that dude and his iconic sound makes me, even as a 40-something now, just say like, yeah, I really think it's awesome to be a part of that. Westwood One is like one of the last bastions of creative play-by-play radio. They love vivid imagery. They love the actual detail of the moment. Like Howie Deneroff ran that place for a long, long time and was phenomenal. Mike Eby has replaced him now as the leader of Westwood One Sports. And it's just one of these brands that, thank goodness, it has persisted because it is so consistently great. The people that, like, I'm just honored to be honestly, truly, the list of people that have done games on there is like, it's nonsense how good of a group they have. And we all do it in large part because it's so much fun to do. But to your point, Thanksgiving on the radio, like people are in their cars, and I have very vivid memories of doing that as well. So true, like I don't overuse this very much, but it is like an honor to do that game.
That's really cool. Yeah, it's funny. I remember doing an XRT shift on a Thursday morning and being like, people are making cookies and making turkeys and doing everything, and like to be part of the action. All right, you saw a game. You saw a really interesting, good game between the Packers and the Lions. We don't know what Jordan Love we're going to get. Which one did you get? Because week to week, he can be kind of a crazy train.
Yeah, I think it was kind of both, but we didn't see turnovers. Like he stayed away from turnovers for a Lions defense. And I know they were, they're without at least one piece back there, Kirby Joseph. But we didn't see turnovers, and we saw them really successful on 4th down. I think Romeo Doubs can be a problem. Even without Tucker Kraft, like they have, I would say, enough in the receiving core, but man, that run game was consistently good. Like Josh Jacobs is tough to tackle, but truly, my takeaway is that Packers defense is like the quintessential NFL defense nowadays. Like the teams don't throw the ball deep on them. They don't. Like they see some of the fewest deep balls in the league. They get pressure with 4 pretty consistently. Their blitz rate on pass downs going into that game was 30th in the NFL, pass blitz rate. Wow. But their pressure rate was in the top half of the league. I know Micah Parsons is a big part of that, and very rightfully so. But that defense is a problem.
But that's interesting because that's why they wanted Micah so much, is so they could play that style, not just for him individually, but so they could hold true to that style, right, Jason?
That's exactly it. And so you have Rashawn Gary, who kind of gets lost in the shuffle because Micah Parsons puts up enormous numbers. But we saw, I mean, the Lions, they were without Amon-Ra St. Brown very early in that game. So we didn't see the Lions in full capacity, but they went with a lot of big sets, multi-tight end, fullback stuff, moving the tight end to cover Micah Parsons, who leads the league in double teams still, I believe, after this past weekend. I haven't looked this morning, but he still gets there, right? So you do have to shift your offense in part because of his impact. We know that, but they're good enough on the back end to handle receivers as well.
Watching Micah Parsons in 12 and a half sacks, he was phenomenal on Thanksgiving. Your call of the sack where he chases Goff down, it's got to be nightmare fuel for Goff, because in the first game, there was a sack that was similar, where it feels like a horror movie, Jason, where there's Jared Goff like getting outside the pocket and chasing him down with all of that fervor is Micah Parsons. He is terrifying to deal with, and I wonder how the Bears are going to try and get him off of his game.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, I think you have to show him multiple looks. Right now, I really sound like a coach for sure. But the problem with that is it does take your tight end out of the game some, right? Like you're impacting the route running ability of somebody if you're going to chip him and you're going to double team him and all that stuff. And if you slide protections, then what does it do to the backside or whatever it might be? So I do wonder what they're going to do. I will say that one of the other notable things to me was just how much he impacted the ability of Jared Goff to play action. Like his feet were not set very much at all to make a throw because he's sliding those subtle movements in the pocket. And, Caleb versus Micah Parsons is such an interesting matchup. Because from everything I heard from college coaches, and we covered Caleb maybe 5 times when he was in college, every college coach, defensive coordinator used the phrase or word cage, right? Like keep him in the pocket, cage him in the pocket. But Utah brought some heat a couple of times. And I just wonder how Caleb's counter punches now a couple years into his NFL career will look against Micah Parsons.
Boy, it's a great question, especially since it's the same offensive principles at play. Ben Johnson's old offense versus Ben Johnson's new offense. It's been fascinating to watch Caleb develop and mature really like in real time. To hear him say after one game, like, I had to get myself in a better headspace because that happened 2 weeks ago, and I didn't get myself in a better headspace. Like, he's a kid being asked to do all of this. It's fascinating. What are your impressions of him from afar, or from what you've been able to see in a town where I think we're learning the quarterback matters a little bit less if you run the ball like crazy and have a really good team and culture and coach?
Yeah, how about Kyle Monungai? I mean, like, not just him, but the whole run game. Like, this whole thing, Caleb, for me, Caleb Williams' journey begins at USC. It's where I saw him first, in person, live, real time. I mean, I know he's at Oklahoma beforehand, but he was such a fixer for them a couple of years ago. And when you're in the mindset of being the guy, and I'm not going to say he was working alone because he had talented players, but there were times where it felt like he was such an unbelievable fixer for them that if he didn't do it, it wasn't going to happen, especially with a defense that was underfunded in the talent department at points. So Caleb as a fixer, I would say, and without talking to him at length about this as an NFL player, so it is some guesswork here, but I do think when you've been on teams that maybe underachieved a little bit and you've been the fixer, to not be the fixer seems like you're not doing your job. And I think everybody has to grow together with somebody who's played the role of a fixer so that person can just do, it's probably not 1 out of 11, right? It's like 3 out of 11. There's some superhuman work that has to go on at quarterback, let's be honest. But I do think psychologically that's an interesting progression that I would imagine he has in part worked through, especially considering what Lincoln Riley said about his quarterback position last year without Caleb Williams and noticing how much Caleb did fix. So I think from both sides, you saw that at USC, and then you come into the league and there's all the strife around Caleb and everything that happened in front of us at Thanksgiving. It just feels a little bit more like he's centered in what he has to do watching from a distance.
When you see the Packers at the beginning of the season, they look like the best team in the NFC. Then there's the weird tie against the Cowboys, and the defense doesn't look quite right. Then they rattle off 3 in a row. Then they have a lull where you go, oh, they are really struggling right now. How did they steer themselves out of the mini losing streak to now go on another 3-game win streak?
Yeah, those back-to-back losses, Carolina, Philadelphia, right? You run into a Philly team that knows how to play defense, so you're going to end up in a meat grinder a little bit there. The Carolina loss at home was bizarre, and it felt like the offense just didn't have the gusto. And the Tucker Kraft injury obviously is a major problem with how much value he provides. To me, it feels like the run game, right? And the inventiveness with which they've used the pass game off of the run game as well. I think Christian Watson being back and healthy and actually fully up to speed in the offense is important. But the run game to me is the whole driving force here.
Does Dan Campbell know how to call plays? What did you take away from your Lions experience? It's I don't know if it should feel quite as messy as it feels, and maybe it doesn't feel that way up close, but it feels that way from afar.
You know, it's interesting. I did the preseason games on TV for the Lions too, so we spent some time with Dan in August, and you know, the play calling thing, I think, is a little bit less of a deal than, number one, the injuries, which I'm not going to stand behind that for any longer than 5 seconds, but the injuries are real. Like Laporta not having him is a problem. Amon-Ra getting hurt in that game is a problem, right? They just don't have the same guns. But I think we're seeing the undeniable novelty of Ben Johnson's mind. Like, it's a very difficult guy to replace in terms of the creativity of the play calling. And I also think, you know, we said it during the radio broadcast, and I do think it's interesting when you have such belief in aggressive play style. Dan Campbell has gotten so much mileage out of the fourth down stuff, out of going for it, out of being aggressive. But the drumbeat is starting on, if you don't have the personnel to go for it all the time, do you need to play an entirely different game in terms of your fourth down decision making? That, to me, is the most interesting psychological piece of the Lions right now. They have a very clear direction and a very clear idea of what they want to be offensively and how they want to be the ones who knock, in Walter White terms, right? But can you actually be that if you don't have the personnel to skate by on a 4th and 3? I don't know. And then at that point, you kind of have an existential question of which are you for the remainder of the season. And this is coming off of losses in 2 of 3 games. So then you have that kind of dread along with it. And I don't know what they are. And I think they have to figure it out too.
I know that you've got at least one Bears fan group chat. What are people saying in the group chat about the Bears?
You know what? I don't have like a big group chat. People know better than having me in group chats because usually I just mute them. Like I just can't handle the large group. People like our reporter for the Tigers, Daniela Bruce, is a chronic heart thumbs upper. Like, the clubhouse is open at 4:15. Thumbs up. Stop it. Stop it. We know you read it. It's a text message. Don't worry, she's not learning about this now. I've crushed her on our broadcast for it. Like, I get so sick of people standing on ceremony in group messages, and then it becomes like Joe and Frank have like a little mini vendetta. The only group chat I have is for this fantasy football league. This fantasy football league that I've had since I was in high school, right? And it's just like random smack talk and like complaining about the rules and how ESPN does waiver procedures. And all I do is jump in there and snipe every once in a while. And then there's like a picture of me with a cowboy hat. And the most recent topic that involved me was one of my games caused one of their favorite team's games to be joined in progress. And it was like, JB, get off our television. We're trying to watch the other game.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting social dynamic. This is stuff our parents had no direction for us about at all. We're all on our own.
Spiegs, ask him your question. Ask him the question.
Okay, look, I loved so much that this reporter from CBS News brought a family heirloom, the Nellie Fox bat that he got from his cousin Jim, onto the plane where the Pope was flying, and was able to tell him the whole story and hand him the bat. But what I loved more was the Pope just handing the bat to some lackey. Like, this is great. Thanks so much.
Put this in the White Sox room.
Put this Nellie Fox bat in my Hall of Fame room at the Vatican next to, what did you say, Tanny? It should be
the Rudy Law batting gloves. Put it right over there next to those.
There's a Craig Graybeck mug that says Little Hurt that I got at a White Hen. It can go with that. So what item would you give the Pope for his Hall of Fame room? White Sox related, because that's what he needs.
I would get Gene Honda to call him and just say 27, Chris Snowpack.
That might mean something to the Pope.
He might start crying.
It might be an emotional
I just like that the Pope has Tony Hale from Veep.
He sure does.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
He has to, because he's got to get everything in that room.
Oh, man. But the Nellie Fox, we're convinced there's a Hall of Fame room with like cement walls and arched doorways. And every jersey he's ever been given is hung somehow with concrete nails.
And Chuck is in there
just
too.
Latin and Latin etchings.
It's all of those things. Jason, we know that you got to get out of town. So thank you. We appreciate you jumping on with us and having some fun. Talk to you soon. Continued success and great work.
Thank you all.
Talk to you soon. He's the best.
That's Jason Benetti.
Oh,
He's really good at calling play-by-play for things.
Yeah, and that's cool. He clearly loves doing football and loves how Westwood One gives you the opportunities. Part of the Odyssey family, by the way, Westwood One.
Oh, now we finally get the 3-shot back here on the tree and the bear are here.
Let's explain that. Let's explain that when we come back.
We'll do that next here on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
Say it with me now. The Bears are in first place in the NFC. I'm not going to act cool about it. Talk your stuff this week. It's Packers week. I know we talk a lot about the 2018 season. This is not like that. This is the opposite of that for me. This is a team that has shown you they can win, and they don't think they're at their best yet.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the cyber sale at Grand Appliance for the lowest prices and up to $2,600 in additional savings on LG purchases exclusively at Grand. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom for details. That's Grand Appliance. Appliance experts since 1930.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
We all have regrets. That haircut, that text, missing out on Kohl's Cyber Days. Good news, you can fix at least one of those. Get up to 50% off gifts for everyone on your list. Sunday and Monday only at Kohl's. From cozy favorites to top toys, you've got 2 days until you miss out. Don't let Cyber Days be the sale that got away. Save at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 1st. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
The holidays are here again, and just when you think you can't pack one more party or errand into your overstuffed schedule, you realize you really need a haircut. That's where Great Clips comes in. With convenient online check-in, you can put your name on the list from anywhere and get a text when you're next for a cut. The skilled stylists at Great Clips will get you looking holiday ready in no time at a price that won't break your budget. Because the holidays are busy, but Great Clips has your back. Download the app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange, but there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
We are going to be celebrating Merry Christmas again.
Always wonderful to see, especially this time of year as we're into the holiday season.
It's the holiday season. So
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday presented by Busey Bank and Great Clips.
There's usually an assortment of our sports-themed Christmas trees in different color combinations. They often adorn the studio this time of year. There's only one in here now, and it's the Bears-themed Christmas tree. It's a little mini Christmas tree. I don't think that's real. It is orange and blue. I haven't seen...
It's not real. It's been living in Ryan Port's office since last year at this time.
Well, now it's in the 3-chair among hosts here in the studio, and it has one of the stuffed bears that has been in the studio atop.
Big thanks to our teammate Layla Rahimi. She actually just walked in during a break and was like, you guys needed to be more festive in here. No, Porth, don't bring the other trees.
Not
we don't
interested.
want those trees.
Not interested.
No.
I mean, the Bulls are off to a good start.
No, they're not.
They were.
They are not.
We don't want the Nashville Predators tree, Ryan, or the Tennessee
No.
Titans.
Yeah.
Not the Cubs tree after the Shota stuff. No.
Yeah, I saw Pekka Rinne on To Catch a Predator the other night. I was like, what is that happening? What's that going on for?
But Layla came in here and put the tree in the chair.
She did.
And then you both were like, hey, why don't we take one of the bears and put the bear in the tree?
Right, and then I had to teach her how to wedge a stuffed bear atop a fake Christmas tree because that's my bag.
Apparently.
Yeah. So but
there
she
he
did it.
is.
There he is. The tree is available. Alex, Tanner, do you have any questions you want to ask the Bears Christmas tree that's in the 3-chair?
I feel like Tree just went and got himself another big job.
Did he?
Yeah. Robbie Triano?
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's very nice. I will say, though, like the Bears tree that we've had, the one that you're seeing now over the years, has been representative of the quality of play on the field. But possibly this year, maybe we can gussy it up a little bit.
Better, like a real one, a real orange and blue Christmas tree.
I'm kind of amazed, though, that the bear is the Grody bear. That's the Grody bear. There is also the Emma bear. But the Grody bear is like hanging on.
Yeah.
He's here for it.
Well, he's here for the
It's
ride.
kind of squashing the top of the tree, though.
That's all right.
But he knows it's a ride. He knows that your quarterback may not throw for even 50% in a given week, but you're winning games. The Bears are now 8-0 in games in which Caleb Williams has thrown less than 60% completion percentage.
Like, if we don't have a shirtless Ben Johnson ornament on there, what are we doing, really?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Good, better, chest. You know, these are the mantras that are sweeping the city. It's game on, baby. It's going to be a good Christmas.
That's what Spiro Ditas told us back in November.
Well, I don't listen to him.
The day after Halloween.
And I won't. That's when he did it. That's why I was so angered.
So just to clarify, Speaks, it is the holiday season now, right?
Yeah, it is now.
Okay, great.
It is now. Thank you for your concern. But for anybody who doesn't know, I'm predicting no Spiro Ditas Bears games until the end of the 2027.
What about the Browns game?
Yeah, the Browns game might be a problem for you, Speaks.
Oh, no, they'll bump that up. They will bump that up.
Okay.
Dude, if that happens on the 14th, that would be disaster.
Have the Browns ever been bumped up?
Hey, Shador is, got
that's
some.
true.
Got
Shador's
some
got a
appeal.
little bit of juice.
If he's still in the job by then.
If his coach doesn't just recklessly take him away from being the starter, even though he's way better than the other guy.
But they had to ask him about it this week. Like, it's a weekly thing. Is Shador your quarterback?
There's no reason to not play Shador. You've played Dylan Gabriel, and he's whatever. Now you play Shador, and you find out if he's whatever, and then you can move on to the quarterback that you want because you clearly don't want either one of those guys.
I think that is true. You got a lot of teams out there who are looking for their next quarterback. We don't seem to be in that space.
Isn't that great?
We'll talk about Caleb some more with some of that as the context at 5 o'clock. But it's time for some phone calls.
Yeah,
man.
we want to talk to you. I'm going to unlock the phones right now. I want to give you guys the number because you're like, wait, you guys have been taking calls because you guys are out of town and stuff. 312-644-6767. The same line that you text, you can call. 312-644-6767. We're going to talk about in the next segment what we've learned about the Bears. Want to know how you're feeling as a Bears fan. Are you puffy-chested? Damn it, you should be. You should be. You should be arrogant. You should be out in front. You should be bothering your Packer fan friends because they do it to you. Let's talk next here on The Score.
Bulls fans, tonight the only local call for Bulls magic is right here on The Score.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam.
The Bulls are on the road to take on the Magic. Pre-game at 6:15, tip-off at 6:30 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See Red, Chicago.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Speegs. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, well, it's your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. Goodness, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night, tonight. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Matt to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now, featuring the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. With stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology. The 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Just go to rosen.com.
It's time for Cyber Monday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy the lowest prices of the year on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at Helzberg.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Clouds and very cold late tonight, low 17.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
The Blackhawks hit the road starting Tuesday, December 2nd at 9 p.m. in Vegas, followed by Thursday, December 4th at 9:30 in L.A. They're back at the United Center, and join us for the next home game on December 10th at 6:30 p.m. against the New York Rangers in a classic Original Six matchup. And don't miss Chris Chelios bobblehead night, December 13th at 7 p.m. versus the Detroit Red Wings. The first 8,000 fans receive an exclusive bobblehead courtesy of Ticketmaster. Get tickets at blackhawks.com/tickets.
This is where Chicago comes to talk first place Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
The Chicago Bears are 9-3. We invite callers if you want to be part of this ruckus broadcast that we are doing with a Bears win. We may even take some comments from the crowd depending on the intake. But first of all, sort of the way we began the day, the party we were having before this game even started, Miles is back with the handheld mic. Miles, what have ye to say?
I've been a Bears fan my entire life. 37 years. I was literally in this mall when it was the grand opening. The most exciting thing that just happened was right now being with my Bear fans. Bear the
we prefer heck. They had to pull the mic. All right.
Yeah. Live shows.
Okay. It was so good in the pregame.
Yes,
but,
it was.
An emotional Miles.
Yeah, well, and you know, and you understand his emotion, the way the Chicago Bears look today, getting a big win.
There's a lot going on the post-game show on Friday. Popcorn was being thrown like it's Benny the Bull. There's a lot happening. Bears fans are happy, Speaks, and they should be happy. They should be excited.
Oh, hell yeah.
They deserve it. They've been walking through muck for 15 years.
Yeah, dude. Well, that's the thing. It's like it's been such an ugly thing for the franchise as recently as, a year ago. I mean, at this moment a year ago, I think we were talking about Thomas Brown and what he might be able to do with a 5-game run as an interim head coach. Those were the conversations. And yeah. I mean, a couple off seasons in a row of Poles position, followed by Ben's vision. I feel a hell of a lot better about Ben's vision. But yeah, man, this is a wonderful time. And as the backdrop of this, I wonder, what do we feel like we know about the Bears? What do we know for sure about the Bears? I feel like I know, Lawrence, they could run it on anybody, anywhere, at any time. After you just did that, I think they'll be able to run it on Green Bay this weekend. And they should. They should try to be that team from the get-go against every opponent, shouldn't they? The run game travels.
Yes, having a run game and a defense, that usually means in December and January, if you're playing outside, you have a better chance of winning some games. There's a small part of the Caleb thing that we didn't really touch on that we should. You know, the idea of special arm talent, that concept has come up, and we've seen it in the crazy plays that Caleb makes where he will roll out right and then throw a bullet. I think it actually played a role in Friday's game. With the wind being as bad as it was, he made throws that Jalen Hurts didn't make.
He made those incredibly strong-armed throws to get through the wind. That's interesting. Yeah, and he also made some touch throws in the fourth that we'll discuss as well.
Yeah, the Cole Kmet touchdown was amazing. By the way, I don't know if I didn't even bring this up to the folks in the control room. We have added a second tree with a second bear. The Emma bear now also has standing. If you widen out to the third position, the Emma bear is now taking hold of the other Christmas tree.
So we're in 12 personnel in terms of Christmas trees.
Yeah.
Once again.
Well, we are. We tried to tell Port to not bring the other team's Christmas trees in here.
Yeah. Actually, I guess it's 22 personnel. The very rare 22 personnel.
That's right. Yeah, 2 tight ends.
2 tight and 2 backs. Because you and I are the running backs here. The 2 hosts and 2 trees. So 2 trees.
2 trees.
1, 2 trees.
2 trees.
But yeah, it's the very rare 22 personnel is here.
So I'm glad that the folks that are watching on YouTube and the folks that are watching on Twitch now get to see 2 bears. There's the one whose shirt says Bears is obviously the Grody bear. Get it? Bears.
Yeah.
And then the other bear is the Emma bear. It just says Middays on the score on his nice little shirt. But yes, we've got the Grody bear and the Emma bear climbing the Bears Christmas tree. I feel like we should take some calls now.
Yeah, I think that must be the next step.
All right, let's go to Dre, who's calling from the city. Dre, you're on Spiegel and Holmes. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I just want to say, man, first off, Bears have an amazing season. Shout out to that. But what I wanted to get to is something that's been kind of left behind because we having a success and it got overblown a little bit. But if you guys remember last year, a lot of people were saying, when the DJ Moore incident, with him walking off the sideline, DJ Moore got a lot of flack for that. And people were saying that, he's not tuned in, him and the quarterback. I think it's time to give DJ Moore some credit for all the talk he was getting about him being a quitter and him being that. I think he's shown signs of being a great leader. I think he's been tremendously tough this year, and he deserves a lot of credit for that.
I don't know about the leader part. I got to be honest. I think he's incredibly tough. I think he's a really good pro for the most part. Last year was an anomaly. Those incidents were an anomaly in his career. And now he seems to be back to being a good pro.
And can you imagine, think about it from DJ's point of view.
For what last year was?
Not just last year, your whole career, where it's like you've had these great seasons with, it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter who's playing quarterback. Like, you've been able to go and do stuff, but you're not winning. You spend your whole career not winning. And then you come to a place where you think, well, maybe we can win, and it doesn't quite work. And then that gets put on hold. And it's like, well, it's not going to work with Justin. We're going to move on. And now you have to work with this new quarterback who has a way that he wants to do things. But I think that what's brought him in, if we want to give credit again to Ben Johnson, of Ben being like, hey, this is what I expect. This is what I need. And we want you to be a part of it. So much of a part of it that we're going to use you in a bunch of different ways because you're that type of player.
And I think that's true. And we saw from everybody, from all those targets on the offense, a willingness to block and an ability to make plays when need to. You've already mentioned the Kmet touchdown. There are a couple drop downs to Kmet, little check downs. Luther Burden had 4 catches on 6 targets. Colston Loveland with some big-time footwork on a sideline at a big moment, and Caleb found him. Alameda Zacchaeus on a wide receiver screen that Caleb executed well in the 4th quarter on 3rd down. DJ Moore with 2 catches. Roma Dunze. All those guys had at least 2 catches. Spread the ball around.
Let's go to Adam, who's calling from the Dirty. Hey, Adam, you're on Spiegel and Holmes.
Hey, Lawrence. Hey, Spiegs. I think for the first time in my life since 2018 at least, so not that many years ago, it feels like things are like the Bears are good and could actually be good, and you have the optimism after the expectations of wanting them to be good. And what I've learned, at least this past weekend with the defense, was they were kind of like the Black Knight and Monty Python in terms of how dead and injured they were. But when he said, I'm going to bite your legs off, the Bears have actually been doing that with all of their takeaways. And that's them without Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon now just finally getting back. Like, I'm not afraid of Green Bay for the first time in my life. I feel like we might be the movie monster chasing them.
Oh, boy.
I like that.
I like it, too. I want to agree. I want to feel it.
I'm afraid of Micah Parsons. I don't know if I'm afraid of Green Bay per se, but I am afraid of Micah Parsons.
I'll get there. Like, I know that I'm going to get there. But I'm having kind of that, the Packers willies, especially because it feels so good otherwise.
Well, wait a minute. I know I've only been here a year and a half, but I feel like about a year ago.
Yeah.
On this show. It's called the Spiegel and Holmes Show.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, you weren't here at the time. Tanny, you were.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you remember someone on this show predicting the Bears beating the Packers not once but twice
and betting it, leading a charge?
God, Lawrence, it's so
I wasn't
funny.
here, but I do remember that.
God, who was it?
Yeah, I led a charge of listeners. I collected money on my personal Venmo account, and I got it down.
We think that was
you were
legal.
almost
We're not
right.
sure.
We're not sure it was legal. We're going to do it again. We're probably going to do it again later in the week. I'm just admitting how I feel right now here today.
And then you bought a timeshare with that money or something?
A
I don't remember.
timeshare. I bought a timeshare. That's a
You bought him
different
lunch,
thing.
yeah.
And then he told us about Sweet Swinging Billy Williams and Good, Better, Best.
I'm sorry. I'm just being honest. That was last year. We knew the Packers were better, but I was feeling some of that Bears vibe on the upswing. Now
And there was lots of it. There was lots of good Bears vibes last year.
Tons of
but
it.
right now, like, I know the Bears are better. I'm just football hasn't footballed the Bears in like 9 weeks.
That's true.
That's what my instant reaction is. All those games that they won, that it was like, oh boy, we're on repeat here. This wasn't one of them. Steelers win wasn't one of them, but there were so many where like the luck of the league worked for them. I feel like luck of the league is going to come back at some point.
Here's the way that I feel, because I know that whether it's in YouTube comments, people on Twitch, folks that are just screaming at the radio in their car, don't say that. Don't say that about the Packers. Don't say that. If your fear is about this year's Packers, I will accept that. I'll accept, like, you feel like you've watched them be really good in spaces and you think that the Bears don't match up. If that's how you feel, then okay. But if your fear of the Packers is based in 30 years of history,
it's institutional.
I want you to let that fear go.
Even
if the Bears lose.
You're talking to me. It's institutional fear, and it's league fear, you know? So that's where it is. I think the way out of it is to run at Micah Parsons again and again and again and again and again.
Okay.
Make that man tackle running backs again and again and again and again.
Okay.
See, Lawrence, I know you're scared of Micah Parsons, but I had this weird realization watching the Packers and Lions game, and I think it was in the second quarter when he lined up over the left guard and he got a sack on like a triple move where the left guard held up pretty well. But I had this realization, I'm like, Caleb Williams doesn't take that sack.
It's easier to sack Jared Goff than it is to sack Caleb Williams.
Well, why doesn't he take the sack? Because he gets rid of the ball
Because
quick?
Jared Goff was a sitting duck.
Okay.
He could not move. And he saw the guy right in front of him. And he made a couple of moves. Caleb Williams gets out of there before he takes that sack.
He gets out of there and then has options.
Correct.
Right? And maybe he scrambles. Huge scramble from Caleb in a crucial moment against the Eagles to pick up a first down. Yeah, you know,
I've just
like
seen Micah Parsons run down, pick your athletic quarterback. Pick him. He's run down. He's a monster.
Caleb, if Caleb's going to run and spin out of a Micah Parsons sack,
great.
He's just got to leave the pocket and just try to run for a few yards. Just go forward. Just get out of that pocket as soon as you can, because he will run you down.
He's really good at football,
Mm-hmm.
and that to me is the fear. Everything else, I don't think that you should run into this being like, I don't want to say anything because my Packer fan friend has had it over me over the last. No. This is the time.
Yeah, this is the time.
This is the time for you to be them.
Mm-hmm.
Go be them and then enjoy the game. And win or lose. Here's the thing about them even losing this game. Yeah, they could lose it. Sure, it's the NFL. Things are weird. Ball bounces funny, although it's, like Speaks has said, is bounced really well for the Bears so far this year. But the thing that you can say is the Bears are here now. And that's something that a year ago,
yeah,
where are all of us on this?
Oh my God,
it feels like the seventh ring of hell this time last year, because we are talking about Thomas Brown, and I'm having to talk you out of making him the head coach.
We're talking about Thomas Brown, and we're dealing with the fact that they let Matt Eberflus do a morning after that game press conference and then fired him 2 hours later.
It was really wild how that. I was like,
don't let him do that.
Yeah, say we're not doing it.
Cancel it.
We'll get back to you guys on this.
It's fine.
And just cancel it.
Just cancel that thing.
It's crazy. I'm glad that people are enjoying both the Emma Bear and the Grody Bear being up there. I'm glad they've stayed, actually. I was a little concerned about Emma.
Yeah, well, Grody's in trouble.
He's hanging on.
He's leaning.
He's hanging on. Let's go out to Brett. Hey, Brett, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, happy First Place Monday to you and yours.
Same to you.
Oh, gosh. It's been 8 years I've lived in this decimated city of green and obnoxious yelling of go birds, and for the last week and a half I've been nothing but obnoxious. And thank you to the Bears running game for just destroying this city. It has been the happiest delight the last 72 hours, having the family in, having them all worried about Birds fans, and having a victory chicken Monday to put the topper on the whole thing.
Yeah, we missed an opportunity.
Where is our chicken?
I think we should do Victory Chicken Wednesday.
What the hell?
Or maybe Friday. Maybe we do Victory Chicken Friday.
Look, it's on us. I mean, like, we're, as a collective.
We should have done turkey.
I mean, it's been rough out here for the chicken budget, I got to say. With all the winning that has gone on. And then Rinaldi's stepped up wonderfully.
We got a surprise, guys. There's a chef out there. We've got Victory Eagle here today. It's really the federal government's not going to like this.
No, we're all going to jail.
Yeah,
Leavenworth.
It's endangered. I saw that movie with Marlon Brando doing a Godfather bit, The Freshman, where they were eating all the endangered animals.
I thought you were talking about Dr. Moreau's Island.
Maybe so. Maybe both of them. But man, yeah, there's a lot of Brando in there. Yeah, Victory Eagle would be absolutely delightful.
Let's go back to the phones. Let's talk to Dino from Mount Greenwood. Hello, Dino. You're on Spiegel and Holmes.
Hello. I think it's great to be a Bears fan this week. Just like you said, Lawrence, I don't need the Bears to win this game. It would be nice, but by any metric, Bears are ahead of schedule in the grand scheme of things. We're out of that seventh layer of hell, like Persephone coming out of Hades. And we could see spring coming. But the Packer fans need this game. I have so many friends that they need this game. If the Bears win, not only will I obviously enjoy the win, but I will have a special joy in watching my Packer fan friends who have been talking so much trash this week lose their minds even more.
Hey, Dino, what did Persephone run in the 40? Do you know?
She was a 4.50.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought there was a
For
fast
a
watch on her.
A line woman.
That one that was like a 4.42, and I was like, she's probably more 4.5.
Is she a tight end? I don't know. I just want to stay respectful in this regard.
Please do.
Dino brings up an interesting point. This whole idea of I don't know if I need a win or don't like this idea like. Has that ship sailed? Like Gabe and I had a conversation last week about how Friday could have been potentially a moral victory game. Boy, they played well in Philly on the road and they lost a tough one.
When you win, expectations change.
Yeah, like I don't know if that realm is true right now. I mean, this is the bonus year. This is Cubs 2015. It is. But now you're the 1 seed with 2 of your next 3 against Green Bay, or 2 of your next 4.
I think that it's in the same way that the Steelers are like, oh, we'll sit Aaron Rodgers out because we got AFC games to play over the next 3 weeks. How'd that turn out?
Yeah.
I think that it's incumbent on the Bears to win NFC games. Obviously.
It is 2 of your next 3 against the Packers. Incumbent to win NFC games and to take the North and not give it back. You've taken the North.
Weeder said no. They have not taken it. But I think that at least for right now, they are walking out the store.
And when was the last time this game, Bears and Packers, was actually, it's a bigger game for Green Bay than it is for the Bears. And all these games are big for the Bears going forward. I'm not saying it's not, but in terms of who needs it more this week, I think it's Green Bay.
And in 2 weeks, that might flip, right? Like in 2 weeks, it could be the Bears need this game, but for right now, it's the Packers who need this game.
And that was Dino's point, which we'll all be able to swim in the rest of the week once we turn the page. I'm offended by this much Packers talk before the page has been turned.
Well, should we turn the page and then have Victory Chicken at the same time on Wednesday?
Oh, boy. This is what happens when you become the 1 seed in Packers week, huh? Gets confusing around these parts. Yeah, we could.
I mean, everything's thrown off. The tryptophan, there's a lot of things going on.
It's true.
We were all out of town.
Lawrence, last week, you guys were out of town. Tanner, do you realize that both Caleb and the Coordinators, which is a great band, I saw them at Lounge Acts back in the day, Caleb and the Coordinators, they both spoke on a Tuesday. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Didn't make any sense.
Tanny, we picked a good week to not be here.
Oh, we did. Yeah, absolutely. But where's the especially during the holiday season, Spiro, where's the tradition? You're going to break tradition? Coordinators and Caleb?
On a Tuesday. How much tape we had to process? That was a battle.
Guys, they had a game on Friday.
Yeah, they did. It's the first Friday game in decades. And they won it. By the way, Tanny, welcome back. They won that game on Friday.
They did?
Against the Eagles.
They did.
It was a long time ago, I know.
Yeah.
Let's see if that ends up on Abbott Elementary.
Seriously.
How about that?
You want to go highlighting your Philly sports teams? How about you highlight that ass kicking?
Hey, Quinta, let's make sure that we get all the stuff from this game on Black Friday on Abbott Elementary.
Hey, man.
You know when the Eagles fans are walking out of the game with 7 minutes left to play in it. The great Eagles fans, Quincy, let's get them all in there. Let's make sure that that's part of it.
Yeah, man, they were bailing. Hey, for weeks we've been wondering what Dennis Allen would do once he got Jalen Johnson and Kyler Gordon back. Let's touch on that a little bit as we keep taking calls.
312-644-6767 is the number. Don't be afraid, y'all. Just don't. Don't be afraid. Talk yo bleep for now here on The Score.
We're talking about Bears Eagles. E-A-G-A-L-E-S.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
The Ben Johnson effect, he relies on running the football. Good old-fashioned running game. What happened on Friday, I think, legitimized Bears in many ways and validated the previous few months of questions about whether or not they are legit. They are definitely that.
Don't get bored. Hey, the running game's working. Don't get bored. They gave them the old Wilson enema.
They did not get bored.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Pre-Flight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Pre-Flight off-airport parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Pre-Flight.
At Busey, banking is about more than numbers. It's about relationships. For over 150 years, we've been helping individuals, families, and businesses reach their goals with personalized service and local decision-making. Whether you're opening your first account or planning your next big move, we're here with the tools and support to help you move forward with confidence. Busey Bank, your partner for life's moments, both big and small. Member FDIC.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They're at the forefront of design and installation of environmental friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Week 13 of pro football tonight. New England, the 7.5-point home favorite against the New York team in blue. Total in the game is 46.5. New England 10-2, New York 2-10. But I do think New York can cover the spread. The number has to be 7.5. New England without the entire left side of its offensive line. Both rookie offensive linemen on the left side are hurt. New York's pass rush could get going here, and New York's rookie starting quarterback will be back under center. So coming up tonight, the number has to be 7.5. Let's take New York to cover at New England. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 426-2537. Or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel and Casino.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your Happy Plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Ben Johnson has the Bears at 9-3. Mike Vrabel will try to get his 11th victory on the season tonight. Johnson is in his first year as Bears head coach, and Vrabel's in his first year as head coach of the Pats. Both are getting the most out of the young QBs too, and it just shows you that if you find the right head coach and quarterback, you quickly go from the NFL's outhouse to the NFL's penthouse. I'm Zach Gelb.
Finally getting it.
Well, there's Vic Fangio, and the cat and mouse game now is the Bears keep running the football. Does he start to cheat safeties down? Does he start to get down and start to get numbers, or he loads the box to be able to get too many guys down where they can't run the football and force them to throw?
The old loaded box?
Yep.
Yeah. Some friends of mine think that's a luxury suite with the booze flowing.
Al was having a good old time on Friday.
He was in his bag on Friday.
He really was. He and Kirk. That broadcast was excellent, I thought. There was a lot of good things that they did. And it was fun to have the Bears play as well as they did, Lawrence Holmes. Like, it has led to good vibes all weekend long in this town.
Did you move the Grody Bear closer to the microphone?
Not intentionally. I moved the chair so I could get by and leave the studio.
Okay.
Then I forgot to move it back. So... Oh, wait, no, I didn't do that. I think the Grody Bear just has a thought.
Oh, he just wants to jump in and say something?
He's jumping up there. Go ahead.
He's just going to say Bears.
Which we don't need. There's enough people saying Bears. Look, we wondered what Dennis Allen was going to do for weeks. We're like, what's he going to do when he gets Jalen back? What's he going to do when he gets Kyler Gordon back? And we were on it in terms of the dime. There was a lot of 6 defensive back packages, not just 5 with the nickel, but 6 with the dime. Kyler Gordon was used as that dime, which is essentially like the second linebacker spot. So we had Kyler and C.J. Gardner-Johnson playing that kind of extra slot. And then they would sometimes also use Kyler outside to spell Jalen Johnson, because Jalen didn't play as many snaps as a healthy and fully back Jalen Johnson would play.
You're building Jalen back up to the place where he can play 99% of your snaps, which he ordinarily does. And that's why I thought it was a great idea. The crazy thing about that is that what I'm calling heavy dime, when you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson out there, the fact that they stopped Saquon
is incredible. It really is. It really is. The fact that they did that. But here's the thing. They've been trying to espouse this anyway, and now they're actually living it. Quote, just trying to get the best 11 out there, unquote. That just to think of their guys as just an X, like CJ's a good tackler. Kyler can be a good form tackler and support tackler.
Kyler's a great tackler.
So, I mean, this is, though they're not linebacker build and strength.
They are mentality-wise and technique-wise.
Yes. So, Jalen Johnson spelled by Nick McLeod late in that game. If you look at the snap counts, it's interesting. Like, CJ played 100% of the snaps. Nashawn Wright played 100% of the snaps. Kevin Byard played 100% of the snaps.
All pro.
But then Kyler only played 67%. Jalen played 61%. McLeod played 19%. So all three of those guys mixed in quite a bit. And you had... Brisker played 100% of the snaps. So you had four main dudes who played every snap, and then you had three other guys who kind of rotated in so you can bring everybody back to speed.
That rotation worked out really well. You saw Jalen make a couple of plays out there, get him back and comfortable with everything. Like, Dennis Allen is really amazing. And everyone said this about him when it comes to devising and calling a defense. I think that he took advantage of the chaos that is surrounding the Eagles. That he looked at and he's like, well, what are they going to do? And then you add in the elements and go, well, my guys might be able to cheat up a little bit, go in a certain direction.
Yeah.
Because that if you go look back at the first two throws that Jalen Hurts made. The first one is like, wow, what happened? Was that ball tipped? And he's like, no, it was not. It just hit the wind. And then the second one that he threw out of bounds, was trying to throw away, that one died pretty close to the boundary because of the wind. So playing the game of the elements too. Like I thought the Bears, I thought their game plan for the Eagles was just outstanding.
On both sides.
All the way around.
Yeah, you got a decided schematic advantage.
I like that we have taken that back.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Because it means something.
Hey, Jeff, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
We're good. What's up,
good,
Jeff?
Good, man. Happy holidays to you guys.
Back at you, sir.
And real quick, man, because I've been wondering why that everybody, not actually everybody, but especially national media, moving the goalposts from the Bears, man. And the one thing I just want to dispel, give me about 30 seconds, I can dispel it real quick.
Okay. All right.
About how they had the easiest schedule in the NFL. Now, these guys, just take the season out of your mind, right? When you look at this schedule, you play in the NFC North, which was, would you guys agree was the best division? The best division of football last year?
Yes.
You had to play every last one of those teams twice, right?
You're running out of time.
You had to play every last one of those twice. You had Cincinnati was on that schedule. Baltimore was on that schedule. Dallas was on that schedule.
All right, that's 30 seconds.
Oh,
He said give him 30 seconds. I gave him 30 seconds.
Lawrence, the hanging judge. I guess he's saying that the schedule looked more difficult than it ended up being, and that's not their fault. Doesn't matter anymore.
I'll give you a better argument on that, okay?
Oh, you only got 30 seconds.
Will you take it easy over there, Judge Roy Bean?
All you need to know is that people fawned over Washington for their 12-5 record last year. 10 of their wins came against teams that were below 500.
Win your games. Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And then it becomes about matchups. Then it's who are you playing in the first round? If you have a first round game, match it up. That's what it's about.
I love your turn to camera right there. That was enjoyable. Hey,
It's very Norman Fell-esque.
Here's the thing, though. That schedule, the strength of schedule stuff, I mean, doesn't matter. This is
why I don't do the schedule thing.
It's not college football.
It's why because you just.
But also you just beat the defending Super Bowl champs at their place. Okay, there's a reason Jaquan Brisker is running to the locker room going, "What are they gonna say now? What are they going to say now?" Because the conversation has changed. Don't listen to those national fools. They are fools.
But here's the as the mayor of Worrytown, let me just then say to you,
you're going to get deposed.
Probably.
Because you're so positive.
I'm very
You're telling
positive.
people to feel good about it.
I am, but I do want you to live in the space of just because you beat a team and that team was down when you played them. doesn't mean that if you play them again, that they might not figure some stuff out and be a tougher matchup for you. Which is why I'm not that scared about what happens to the Bears in this game against the Packers. Because even if they do lose, I feel pretty good that the guy that is coaching the Bears is going to learn from what happens and then apply it the next time they play. I am looking forward to the Lions. Let's see what you learned.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how badly you were embarrassed. And what do you do with that?
Yeah, I mean, because to think about Ben with motivation and a season full of wisdom and a season full of togetherness and the vibe and the belief that he has going against a Lions team
that's in trouble.
That is a little bit in trouble. That sounds like a schematic advantage.
Southside and Ken, you're on Spiegel and Holmes.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, Ken.
Feels good to be a Bears fan right now, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, man, it feels amazing. I just want to say, man, I don't think they should be afraid of Micah Parsons, man. I really just think they should keep running the ball down his throat.
Okay, we
Thanks,
appreciate
Ken.
the phone call.
I think they should too.
I think it's a really simple, and that doesn't mean that it's wrong. It's a really simple strategy. This is a real dude. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, right. But it's not even about him. What that strategy is.
It kind of feels like just running Micah Parsons.
Well,
people have been trying that for a long time.
Well, the problem is this: he moves all over the place and does whatever the hell he wants. So what are you gonna? So this is a question for that we got to be figuring out. Are they gonna have 2 run plays called in the huddle and shift to a run play that goes at Micah? I wonder if they'll do that kind of thing if they really want to target him and make him fearful with that first step. But it's not always the first step with him because he's so relentless that he can stop, he can go around and then just use the speed and get out there.
He's got a motor that doesn't quit.
Yeah.
He has a coordinator that knows what to do with him, and he's got a partner on the other side in Gary. That those 2 guys have combined for 20 sacks this season.
But this is the thing, like Jason Benetti was telling us last hour, their whole thing is designed to not have to blitz because Micah and Gary can get it done. So do you try to slow them down by running directly at them and see if they change what they're going to do?
I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that I feel like people have now jumped onto this as like, oh, well, that's totally the strategy that you use against Micah Parsons. People have been trying to employ this strategy against Micah Parsons since Penn State, and he has overcome it.
But didn't Jim Harbaugh in Michigan do a pretty good job running at him?
Sure.
Okay. So you can think about that if you want.
Okay. I
got you.
If there's one thing that I'm going to be a little bit pensive about, is the idea of neutralizing Micah Parsons is as easy as running at him. I think that's folly. I think you can try it, and you should try all sorts of stuff to try to keep him off balance as he tries stuff to keep you off balance. That's a bear that I wouldn't poke. You can poke all the other bears that you want.
The Grody bear, the Emma bear.
The Emma bear.
You can poke both of those?
Yeah, you can do that.
We keep rolling with your phone calls. 5 o'clock, there's a Caleb conversation that we want to have. But in advance of that, let's touch on why some of us exploded with emotion when the touchdown to Cole Kmet was thrown.
It was dope. We're going to discuss it next here on The Score.
After the first-place Bears win over the Super Bowl champion Eagles, the Bears are sitting pretty at 9-3, and now get ready to face the division rival Green Bay Packers for the first time this season. Keep it here as all of our shows and Bears experts cover it all on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
You're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They have completely redefined hair restoration from the experience itself to their unmatched...
They've completely redefined hair restoration itself.
From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. A teammate ship is out of control around these parts.
I thought you wanted a teammate.
Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments. And get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with a team that's redefined hair restoration. Call 872-217-HAIR or go to advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Illinois. T&Cs apply.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb. In the back, feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick of cherry. Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Save big on automotive supplies at Menards. Good maintenance equals longer vehicle life, and Menards carries automotive products that will help keep your vehicle on the road. Prevent diesel fuel from gelling in colder climates with Haugh's Diesel Treat. It cleans and lubricates fuel injectors and is effective to -20 degrees. Get a 64-ounce bottle of Haugh's Diesel Treat on sale for $11.99 now through December 7th. Check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Approaching the 5-minute mark, second down and 8. Williams rolling, throwing, open, making the grab. Touchdown. Cole Kmet into the end zone. 28 yards over the top of Blankenship.
Kaylee talked about the defense is ready to come downhill and ready to stop this run. And I said, that's when you got to be careful. When the safeties start coming down, they start cheating down. Now you create some one-on-one opportunities, whether it's a receiver or a tight end. Cole Kmet sneaks out, picked up late there by the defense, Cooper DeJean, but it's too late. Great play call, good job, play action, working the clock down, getting the eyes in the backfield, and then slipping the tight end downfield for that touchdown.
Such a great moment, highlight courtesy of Prime. Such a great moment in the game, and we had decided that we were going to stay in our group chats even though we were on vacation. And I loved that moment of the game, Speaks, because the Bears had kind of been setting it up all game. That was the beauty of it, that you could then retroactively be like, oh yeah, that play should have worked, because all game the Bears have just been hitting these guys in the mouth with the run game, to the point where now it's late in the game and you're the Eagles and you got to make a play. So now your safeties are cheating up. Guys are cheating up. Eyes are in the backfield. So a little sugar push by Cole Kmet, and they're like, oh, we're going to the ball, or we're going to the flat, which is the read off the boot there, right? You go to the flat, and we're gonna maul that play. Meanwhile, Cole Kmet runs down the field like he's lost, and he's wide open for a beautiful throw from Caleb Williams. It was the scheme of it, the choices that happen off of it, what Caleb decides to do inside of the play.
That's the part that I definitely want to make sure we highlight, because that kid has been through some hell and looked really bad at times, and even in wins, been dissected by me, by you, by others, and they're for lots of good reasons. But in the end, he still has to be the one who's confident enough to make a choice like that. That was not the primary target. And Kurt Warner said it to us earlier, but Ben Johnson said it in postgame, or maybe it was today, but either way, he said, Caleb's the one who made that choice. The target is the flat. It's Olamide Zaccheaus, who is wide open in the flat for what would have been a first down. But Caleb doesn't do that. Listen to him talk about that play.
Cole ran a great route. Like I said, they kind of dropped him. Saw a defender trying to, catch up to him. Just wanted to lay it out there, let the wind kind of push it back to him, and Cole made a great catch.
Were you looking at him the whole way, or were you just about to consider a check down?
I was about to consider the check down, and I looked up because I had space and time. There was a defender starting to chase Swift, and so I ended up looking up and peeked up, saw Cole, and like I said, gave him a good ball and let him go make a play.
So he was considering the check down because that's what he's been told to do since the offseason. Take the check down, take the check down, take the check down. And all game he's doing that. I thought Caleb, while inaccurate, obviously at times, while the interception, you could argue, should have had a little more loft instead of the bullet that it was. But he made a lot of good game manager choices, didn't he? For a game like this, he dirted a screen a couple of times. He threw a ball away after he himself had made the mistake to have the handoff in the wrong spot for Swift. He threw the ball away. And on that drive, he made great third down choices with touch. And I'm just seeing like, all right, game manager, okay, you're doing what you got to do. You're playing a Jalen Hurts game. You're doing whatever you got to do. But then on that play, it's second down. Why not take a shot? Why not? And he didn't overthrow it where it's safely not intercepted, but also inaccurate.
The thing that's been maybe the most frustrating thing about him, he, in this case, and this is him talking about like using the elements to his advantage to make that throw.
And he does it while running to his left. It was the special. It's the special. So look, if that kid is going to be able to be a game manager when it matters and still have the balls to overrule the check down because he sees the dude open in the correct game situation, I'm like, oh boy, the ceiling gets raised.
Ceiling is the roof.
And as we've discussed, the roof is higher than the ceiling.
Yes.
Because the ceiling is its own structure. It's from the inside. So Michael was onto it. Like, we've made fun of Michael a lot.
For 25 years. And yet, here he was.
Here he was.
Ahead of the game.
On top of it the whole time. Whether
As per usual.
Whether it's a drop ceiling or not, the ceiling is lower than the roof.
That's right.
Just is.
But he was saying that the ceiling is the roof.
The ceiling is the roof.
So, I mean, I guess that's still
It
wrong.
became personal with me.
It did.
It did.
It really did.
I just really love that play for all of the things. Like, even for example, and I've been a big fan of what Cole Kmet has done this season. I think it's been his best season as a pro. Him running the route.
It's a beautiful route.
Not giving up on the play because he's not the primary on it. And like, look at that. I sneak out here and I'm out here. Hey,
Yeah,
guys,
man.
I'm open. Throw me the ball.
But what that said to me about potential Caleb progress and like, you know what I always think about, Lawrence? Joe Gibbs once said it because Joe Gibbs was a head coach with a quarterback, a bunch of them, a bunch of good ones, but that he took to the Super Bowl and some decent ones. He took to the Super Bowl. And he also was the head of a race car team, right? He said the relationship between the head coach and the quarterback is exactly the same as the relationship between the crew chief and the driver. That you tell them what to do, you enable them, you give them everything you can, but in the end, they're the ones in the driver's seat. So Caleb overruling the check down because he's like, you know what? I think I actually got this. He's got to have that. That's what's going to give you a chance to truly be special, is if like people are thinking check down, check down, check down. And then he's like, you know what? Actually, I got this. And then I'm going to complete that. Then you put up 24 points on the road against the Eagles instead of 17.
It's a beautiful thing.
Really is.
Love that play. All right. We need to have a larger conversation about Caleb and the Bears. We're going to do that. And in the 5 o'clock hour, don't worry, we've got enough petty for everybody. We're sure that you saw the memes and the moments that happened on the field yesterday for Pittsburgh. And then maybe you didn't see the weirdness that happened afterwards. We're going to share it with you because Schadenfreude on the Score.
You're listening to a Plumbers 911 Football Monday on the Score. Plumbers 911. Plumbing emergency? Call the professionals available 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Presented by Great Clips on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Plumbing emergency? Plumbers 911 helps you connect with a fully licensed plumbing contractor who can help with any plumbing issue at any time. Their professional plumbers are highly trained, background checked, and insured. They can address and resolve emergencies, including leak detection, water heaters, sump pumps, repiping, and more. Plumbers 911 phones are open 24/7 at 1-833-PLUM-911. Dial 1-833-PLUM-911. Plumbers 911, where they do it right the first time.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop our Black Friday event for up to 65% off in-store or at hellsberg.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now, through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
What defines tough? It's a kidney transplant, a life-saving act of grace. What defines tough? It's robotic accuracy, guided by a skilled surgeon's hands. Expertise and precision working as one, saving a life. What defines tough? At Loyola Medicine, it's more than what we do. It's who we are. Visit loyolamedicine.org/tough.